What is it like to gain invincible cultivation immediately upon traversing into a new world? Upon his arrival, Xiao Chen had just assumed the position of clan leader when he unexpectedly signed in for invincible cultivation. Coincidentally, the heavenly Tao Golden List emerged, featuring rankings for cultivation, physique, and combat prowess. A century later, the myriad beings of the universe were utterly bewildered, for upon gazing at the heavenly Tao Golden List, all they could see were members of the Xiao family. As the clan leader Xiao Chen chuckled, he proclaimed, "System, initiate my sign-in." Chapter 271, The First Battle of the Divine Realm. However, upon recognizing that the strongest among this group possessed merely the cultivation of an immortal emperor, the crowd relaxed their vigilance. Qiao Xiong, without hesitation, stepped forward, addressing the immortal Emperor Xiao Yu and the others with a solemn inquiry. "Have you seen a golden streak of light appear here?" His gaze was sharp, questioning them while scrutinizing their expressions. "No." Xiao Yu shook his head. "That is sheer nonsense. That golden light clearly descended upon this place." "How dare you claim otherwise?" retorted a semi-divine being from the opposing faction, pointing at Xiao Yu with a disdainful snort. "That was a divine object, a necessity for anyone aspiring to break through the divine realm, and it was undoubtedly hidden away by them. I say there was none, and if you choose not to believe it, there is nothing I can do." Xiao Yu shrugged indifferently. "Presumptuous! How dare you, an immortal emperor, speak to us semi-divines in such a manner? You seek death." An immortal emperor, standing behind Xiao Xiong, shouted angrily. "Then how should I address you? Should I tell you to leave?" Xiao Yu frowned. "Impudence!" The immortal emperor behind Xiao Xiong, enraged, struck out toward Xiao Yu. Xiao Xiong was an elder of their sect. How could he be so disrespected? His palm radiated a brilliant white light, descending like a vast sky, swiftly reaching above Xiao Yu and the others. The terrifying aura caused the Xiao family members beneath the immortal emperor to falter, frozen in place, unable to move. Boom! Xiao Yu frowned, suddenly retaliating with a punch that shattered the descending hand of the immortal emperor before lunging towards him. Had it not been for his recent arrival in this world, Xiao Yu would have disregarded their prior insolence. But now that they had taken the initiative to attack, he would not hold back. "Oomph!" Qiao Xiong scoffed coldly, narrowing his eyes as he struck at Xiao Yu's approaching hand. Boom! With a thunderous clash, their palms collided, intertwining celestial light and laws, producing a deafening explosion that reverberated through the firmament, unleashing a terrifying shockwave in all directions. "Ha ha! Semi-divine!" Xiao Yu laughed exuberantly, his form transforming into a golden streak of light as he pounced upon Qiao Xiong like a ferocious beast. As they engaged, several other factions around them produced palm-sized compasses, treasure-hunting devices capable of locating nearby treasures. Though these compasses operated similarly to the treasure-hunting devices crafted by Xiao Chen for his family, the treasures discernible by Xiao Chen's devices far surpassed those of their counterparts. Upon activating their treasure-hunting compasses, the crowd gasped in astonishment, for numerous dazzling points of light emerged, each representing a treasure. Among these, the golden points signified the presence of divine-level treasures. The onlookers immediately turned their greedy gazes toward the Xiao family, their avarice impossible to conceal. How could this faction, composed entirely of immortal emperors, possess such an abundance of divine-level treasures? Dear friends, we apologize for the disturbance. We are from the nearby faction, the Azure Watercloud Pavilion. May I inquire which faction you hail from? An elder from the opposing faction clasped his fists in inquiry. Possessing so many divine-level treasures, they were undoubtedly not an ordinary faction. To offend them recklessly might invite considerable trouble. Xiao family. Xiao family, the elder of the Azure Watercloud Pavilion frowned, having never heard of this faction before. There's no need to ponder. We hail from elsewhere and have only just arrived here. Xiao Ling Tian replied. From elsewhere. This revelation left the surrounding factions in uncertainty. They could not discern the true extent of their strength. May I ask your esteemed name? The elder of the Azure Watercloud Pavilion bowed slightly toward Xiao Ling Tian. Xiao family, deputy clan leader, Xiao Ling Tian. Deputy clan leader? The elder scrutinized him, a cold smile creeping onto his face. Even a deputy clan leader was merely an immortal emperor. This faction could not be particularly formidable. Kill. Having discerned the situation, he waved his hand, prompting several immortal emperors behind him to spring into action, launching an assault against Xiao Lingtian. Simultaneously, the other factions joined in their assault against the Xiao family, for in their eyes, these Xiao family members were laden with treasures that could not be allowed to escape. Clang. A clear, resonant sound of swords echoed as a blood-red sword beam swept through, instantly obliterating the more than a dozen immortal emperors attacking from the azure water. Cloud Pavilion. Xiao Zhan, wielding a blood-red longsword, charged directly toward the elder of the azure water Cloud Pavilion. What formidable combat prowess! The elder of the azure water Cloud Pavilion was taken aback, astonished that a single strike could decimate so many of their sect's immortal emperors. Yet his expression swiftly hardened even among their ranks. Immortal emperors were pivotal figures. Now that so many had perished, it was a catastrophic loss. Die, he snarled, his expression twisted with rage as he unleashed a divine ability toward Xiao Zhan. Die. You lack the qualification, Xiao Zhan retorted coldly. With a thrust of his blood-red longsword, a massive blood-red sword shadow surged forth, aimed at the divine ability directed at him. The two divine abilities collided in the heavens, unleashing a cataclysmic force. Simultaneously, the other factions engaged fiercely with the Xiao family members. However, they were utterly insufficient. The immortal emperor-level cultivators were unable to withstand even a single strike, with only the semi-divines posing a worthy challenge. Yet there were only a handful of semi-divines present, far fewer than the Xiao family's immortal emperors could contend with. Fear not, semi-divines are as plentiful as cattle in this world in the future. There will be plenty for you to slay. Awaken remarked with a smile, having never encountered a faction like the Xiao family that was concerned about a lack of enemies to defeat. Awaken, is it truly impossible for divine beings to engage in cross-boundary battles? Xiao Lang, who had yet to participate, asked curiously. Standing beside him was Feng Yuyao, their hands tightly clasped together, fearful of separation. It is possible, but relying solely on one's physique renders cross-boundary combat unfeasible at most. One can only be invincible within the same realm. The divine realm cultivates the divine path, and other levels of the divine path lack the capacity for cross-boundary combat. However, it is said that those extraordinary prodigies in the divine realm who cultivate the first-grade divine path not only achieve invincibility within their realm, but can also cross over multiple levels to engage in battle. For instance, should their cultivation be at the true divine realm, they would possess the combat strength of a semi-heavenly divine being, a power unattainable by other supreme. Divine physique. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that they cultivate the first-grade divine path. However, your cultivation is rooted in the supreme laws, and upon entering the divine realm, you will also embrace the path of the highest divinity. Your combat prowess will undoubtedly surpass theirs, and it is conceivable that you may even engage in battle across a significant realm. Yet, I cannot assert this with certainty, for the divine realm has never witnessed an unparalleled prodigy who has cultivated the supreme path. Only through actual combat can we truly ascertain the extent of your strength. Chapter 271. The First Battle in the Divine Realm. However, upon realizing that the strongest among this group was merely at the level of the immortal emperor, the crowd began to lower their guard. Without hesitation, Xiao Xiong stepped forward decisively, gazing at the immortal emperors, including Xiao Yu, and asked in a deep voice, "Have you seen a golden flash of light appear here?" His piercing gaze scrutinized them as he questioned. "No." Xiao Yu shook his head. "Nonsense. That golden light clearly fell right here, and yet you dare to claim otherwise?" retorted a quasi-god from the opposing faction, pointing a finger at Xiao Yu. "That is a divine artifact, an essential item for anyone aspiring to transcend to the divine realm. It must have been discovered and concealed by you. I say it didn't happen, and that's that. If you don't believe it, there's nothing I can do." Xiao Yu shrugged nonchalantly. "Presumptuous. How dare you? An immortal emperor, speak to us quasi-gods in such a manner? It seems you seek your own demise," shouted an immortal emperor standing behind Xiao Xiong, his voice laced with fury. "How should I speak then? Should I tell you to scram?" Xiao Yu frowned. "Impudent." The immortal emperor behind Xiao Xiong's expression turned furious, and he struck toward Xiao Yu with a palm. After all, Xiao Xiong was an elder of their sect. How could he be disdained like this? His palm radiated with a luminous white light, descending like an oppressive firmament, swiftly reaching above Xiao Yu and the others. The terrifying aura caused the members of the Xiao family, beneath the immortal emperor level, to pause in their tracks, unable to move. Boom. Xiao Yu frowned, suddenly retaliating. As his fist struck out, the descending palm of the immortal emperor exploded, and he lunged towards the opponent. Had it not been for his recent arrival in this world, he would have disregarded their previous insolence. But now that they had taken the initiative to attack, he would not hold back. Humph. Xiao Xiong scoffed coldly, his eyes narrowing as he aimed a palm at Xiao Yu's grasping hand. Rumble. The clash of their palms unleashed a tapestry of immortal light and interlacing laws, resulting in a thunderous explosion that resonated through the heavens, followed by a terrifying shockwave erupting from their point of contact, sweeping in all directions. Ha ha ha, quasi-god. Xiao Yu laughed exuberantly, then transformed into a streak of golden light, pouncing towards Xiao Xiong like a ferocious beast. As they engaged, several other factions around them produced palm-sized compasses, treasure-seeking compasses capable of locating nearby valuables, although these functioned similarly to the treasure-seeking compass crafted by Xiao Chen for their family. The latter's compass could locate treasures of a far superior grade than those in the hands of the others. Upon activating the treasure-seeking compass, gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd, for the compass displayed numerous dazzling points of light, each representing a treasure. Particularly notable were the golden points of light, each signifying the presence of a divine-grade artifact. Instantly, the gazes of the crowd shifted towards the Xiao family, their greed becoming unmistakable. How could a faction composed solely of immortal emperors possess such an abundance of divine artifacts? My esteemed friends, pardon the intrusion, we are from the nearby faction, the Bai Shui Yun Pavilion. May I inquire to which faction you belong? Asked an elder from the opposing faction, clasping his hands in inquiry. With so many divine artifacts, they surely could not be an ordinary faction. Offending them recklessly might attract unforeseen troubles. The Xiao family. The Xiao family? The elder from Bai Shui Yun Pavilion frowned. Having never heard of such a faction, there's no need to ponder. We hail from elsewhere and have only just arrived, replied Xiao Ling Tian. From elsewhere? The surrounding factions exchanged glances, left in uncertainty, unable to ascertain the true strength of their opponents. May I ask your name? Inquired the elder from Bai Shui Yun Pavilion. Bowing slightly, the Xiao family, deputy clan leader, Xiao Ling Tian. Deputy clan leader? The elder from Bai Shui Yun Pavilion scrutinized him, a cold smile creeping onto his face. A mere deputy clan leader at the immortal emperor level, this faction likely lacked significant power. Kill. After discerning their background, he waved his hand, and several immortal emperors surged forward, intent on suppressing Xiao Ling Tian. Simultaneously, several other factions launched their assaults towards the Xiao family, for in their eyes, these Xiao family members were brimming with treasures, and they could not allow other factions to strike first. Clang. The crisp sound of swords rang out as a blood-red sword light swept through, obliterating the dozen immortal emperors from Bai Shui Yun Pavilion in an instant. Xiao Zhan, wielding a blood-red longsword, charged directly towards the elder of Bai Shui Yun Pavilion. What formidable combat prowess! The elder of Bai Shui Yun Pavilion was taken aback. To annihilate so many of their sect's immortal emperors with a single sword strike? However, his expression soon hardened. Even within their ranks, immortal emperors were pivotal figures. The loss of so many was a considerable blow. Die! He bellowed with a ferocious glare, unleashing a divine ability aimed at Xiao Zhan. Die? You lack the qualification. Xiao Zhan snorted coldly. With a thrust of his blood-red longsword, a massive blood-red sword shadow surged forth, colliding with the divine ability unleashed by his opponent. The two divine abilities clashed in the heavens, unleashing a cataclysmic force. Concurrently, other factions engaged in fierce battles with the Xiao family. Unfortunately, the adversaries were far from adequate. The immortal emperor-level cultivators were no match against them. Only quasi-gods stood a chance of being worthy opponents. Yet, there were merely a handful of quasi-gods present, and the immortal emperors from the Xiao family were insufficient to share the spoils. Do not worry, quasi-gods are as plentiful as cattle in this world. There will be plenty for you to slay in the future. Aoin chuckled, shaking his head. He had never encountered a faction like the Xiao family, one that was concerned about not having enough enemies to vanquish. Aoin, is it truly impossible to cross borders in the divine realm? Asked Xiaolang, puzzled. Standing beside Feng Yuyao, their hands tightly clasped as if fearing separation. It is possible, but relying solely on one's physique cannot achieve cross-border combat. At most, one can only be invincible within the same realm. The divine realm cultivates the divine path, and other tiers of the divine path lack the ability to fight across borders. However, it is said that those unmatched prodigies in the divine realm who cultivate the first-grade divine path are not only invincible among their peers, but can even engage opponents from much higher realms. For instance, if their cultivation were at the true god level, they would possess the combat strength of a quasi-celestial god, a feat unattainable by other supreme divine bodies. The reason for this lies in their cultivation of the first-grade divine path. However, you cultivate the supreme laws, and upon entering the divine realm, you too will embody the supreme divine path. Your combat strength will undoubtedly surpass theirs, and perhaps you could even fight across a major realm. But I cannot say for certain, as the divine realm has never seen a prodigy cultivating the supreme divine path. Only through practical combat will we truly understand your strength. Chapter 272, Indestructible Spirit Light. Has no one in the divine realm ever cultivated the supreme divine path? Why is that? Xiao Feng inquired with curiosity. The supreme divine path? People only know of the existence of the Wuji path, but no one knows what the Wuji path truly is. To be honest, if it weren't for a member of your clan crafting the Wuji path secret realm, would you even understand what the Wuji path is? Aoyin retorted. Xiao Lang and the others nodded in agreement. Indeed, had it not been for the patriarch's creation of that secret realm, they would have been utterly oblivious to the existence of the Wuji Dao, let alone able to comprehend it. What of the Dao of strength? Has no one succeeded in its understanding? Xiao Fan inquired. He was cultivating the Dao of strength, which, in principle, should not be as obscure as the Wuji Dao. One would expect a considerable number of practitioners. However, Aoyin shook his head. In truth, many individuals pursue both physical and spiritual cultivation. While the Tao of strength focuses solely on the understanding of physical laws, relying exclusively on the body and treading the arduous path of brute force overcoming myriad laws. This path is exceedingly challenging, and I believe you all can attest to the difficulties of body refinement. Thus, the vast majority choose to traverse both paths concurrently, which paradoxically leads to a dilution of purity, resulting in an ultimately unrefined practice. Unlike you, who steadfastly committed to the pure path of body cultivation from the outset, enabling you to traverse this path with remarkable fluidity. So it is. The group nodded in realization. Yet, Xiao Lang expressed his confusion. But wait. You mentioned that a first-grade divine path allows one to combat foes across half a realm. So why is it that our cultivation of the supreme divine path currently only permits us to engage in battles spanning half a realm? Battling a quasi-divine being with the strength of an immortal emperor, doesn't that equate to half a realm? This is different. The reason you can currently engage in battles across half a realm relies on the might of your unparalleled divine bodies. What you are practicing now is merely the laws of the immortal Tao, not the divine path. Only upon stepping into the true divine realm will the true power of your supreme divine path manifest. Aoyin also anticipated the combat prowess of the Xiao family's extraordinary prodigies once they entered the divine realm. At that time, they would undoubtedly astonish many. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiong, currently engaged in combat with the Xiao family members, exclaimed in shock, "Are these fellows all unparalleled divine bodies?" Only unparalleled divine bodies could battle quasi-divine beings without the aid of external artifacts. Impossible. How could a family without a single true divine being possess so many unparalleled divine bodies? They must be employing some special means unknown to us. An elder from the Bai Shui Yungu, locked in battle with Xiao Zhan, growled. It's not just this small family. Even the supreme forces of the divine path struggle to have so many unparalleled divine bodies at the same realm. Indeed, that is a valid point. They must surely be utilizing some special means. Others echoed this sentiment, while Xiao Zhan and the others offered no explanations, intensifying their offensive instead. These quasi-divine beings were even more terrifying than the former Hell Empress and the 13 immortal emperors. For them to slay their opponents without the use of divine artifacts was no simple task. Yet, this suited their desires perfectly. Wasn't their purpose in the divine realm to seek formidable opponents? Ha ha ha. Indeed, the divine realm is the most suitable place for us. Xiao Yu laughed exuberantly, his fist striking forth, unleashing a barrage of golden fist imprints that soared toward Xiao Xiong. The latter roared in fury, unleashing divine techniques as he clashed with his adversary. Before long, one of his arms was torn asunder. What a terrifying physique. Is this the proof of a path forged purely through physical means? Xiao Xiong possessed a robust body, yet it was not yet formidable enough to attain the quasi-divine caliber. Faced with Xiao Yu's ferocious power, he could not withstand close combat, and soon found himself severely wounded. Ultimately, he could only summon his quasi-divine artifact, a massive obsidian mountain covered in intricate runes that emanated a terrifying aura of suppression. A contest of divine soldiers? As you wish, Xiao Yu bellowed, summoning a golden blood cauldron that collided thunderously with Xiao Xiong's black mountain. An earth-shattering explosion erupted, and with a resounding crash, the black mountain shattered, sending a shard flying that crushed Xiao Xiong's skull. Yet, this was insufficient to slay a quasi-divine being. The headless form instantly transformed into a streak of light, fleeing into the distance. Where do you think you're going? Xiao Yu roared, the blood cauldron morphing into a beam of golden light that surged forward, crashing into Chao Xiong's back, shattering his quasi-divine body into fragments, blood spilling forth and collapsing the mountains below. Each drop of a powerful being's blood harbored tremendous might, capable of collapsing the heavens. With a furious roar, Chao Xiong abandoned his corporeal form, his soul emerging from his soul palace, fleeing into the distance while his body rapidly reassembled to block Xiao Yu's pursuit. Damn it, he actually escaped. Xiao Yu followed closely, his expression darkening. He then manipulated the blood cauldron to ensnare Chao Xiong's body within it, subsequently channeling his vital energy to completely refine it. Refining a quasi-divine body with an artifact was a trivial task. Soon, the body was transformed into nothingness, leaving behind a trove of treasures. Xiao Yu collected them, recognizing their value in exchanging for contribution points, ensuring he preserved them during the refinement process. Before long, the battle before the divine city concluded, with only the elder from the Bai Shui Yungu among the quasi-divines falling in this skirmish. The moment Xiao Zhan unleashed his sword formation, even the opponent's soul could not escape. Right. Those individuals mentioned something about a certain object flying near our divine city. Let us search for it and see if it truly exists. Xiaoling Tian addressed the group. Upon hearing this, everyone began to scour the surroundings, and soon after, Xiao Tian discovered the object within an underground fissure, his chaotic heavy pupils proving useful. It was a fist-sized, irregularly shaped spherical object radiating a hazy golden light, with mysterious golden streams swirling around its surface. This was a rare treasure birthed from the heavens, containing indestructible spiritual light. When combined with one's own laws, it could open the divine realms within, with the dominion of that realm belonging to the divine path. Aoin elucidated. So, this object isn't particularly precious? Xiao Tian asked. The divine beings in this world are as numerous as the stars, indicating that such objects must be plentiful. Indeed, for those divine path forces, such items are not deemed valuable, as divine realm cultivators can condense indestructible spiritual light at intervals. However, for forces lacking divine beings and support, such items are exceedingly precious, being essential for achieving divinity. Aoin replied. I see. Xiao Tian nodded, contemplating his decision to retain this object, as he would soon break through to the divine realm himself. Moreover, with the patriarch and Aoin in the family, they would surely not lack indestructible spiritual light. Chapter 273, Xiao Chen's plan. Xiao Yu and the others returned to the divine city with their spoils, intent on exchanging these items for contribution points. Having settled matters in hell, they still possessed a considerable amount of contribution points, and with these additional items, they should be sufficient for a breakthrough to the true divine realm, right? Xiao Yu mused, glancing at the contribution points on his identity token. Do you wish to break through to the true divine realm right now? Xiao Zhan inquired. Why not? Xiao Yu replied, puzzled, as they had no instability in their foundation. Based on my previous experiences, those forces will undoubtedly not let this matter rest, and it won't be long before they come for us. Are you sure you want to enter seclusion at this moment? Xiao Zhan chuckled. Xiao Yu's eyes brightened. Haha, so that is how it is. Very well. I shall wait until we have completely resolved them before entering seclusion. I just wonder when they will arrive. Why wait for them? Xiao Chen suddenly interjected. Patriarch, in the absence of true divine powerhouses among those several factions, your capabilities are more than sufficient to sweep through them effortlessly. In that realm, our Xiao family lacked subordinate forces, but in this world, we can cultivate them. The more territories our family possesses, the greater the resources we shall acquire. You may conquer without mercy. Those who refuse to submit shall meet their demise, while those who do shall become vassals of our Xiao family. Each subordinate faction is required to periodically contribute resources to the higher power, which can be converted into your contribution points. Isn't this a swifter means to amass contribution points than through individual endeavors? Therefore, you should comprehend the course of action you ought to take, remarked Xiao Chen as he gazed upon the assembly. Thus, the more subordinate factions we develop, the more contribution points we shall garner? Xiao Yu inquired with palpable excitement. Indeed. Yet the caveat is that you must rely solely on your own abilities. The family shall offer no assistance. The only thing the family can provide is a sanctuary, a refuge when you find yourselves in dire straits. Here shall be your final harbor. Xiao Chen addressed Xiao Yu and the others. In truth, the presence or absence of forces is of little consequence to the Xiao family. With the resources obtained from the current sign-ins, nurturing a being of the origin realm poses no challenge whatsoever. Moreover, we have only just begun our sign-ins. The years ahead stretch long before us. The system is replete with treasures. Should we extract them all, not only could we cultivate an origin realm expert, but even a god emperor would be within our reach. Do not inquire how he knows this. He had delved into the system during a period of boredom. Furthermore, Xiao Chen was certain that this system was undoubtedly a stratagem devised by the eternal God Emperor. However, one must ponder, why would Xiao Chen endeavor to establish the realms of the infinite path and the path of power for the Xiao family? It is to ensure that one day, more of our kin may attain such heights. Hence, we cannot rely solely on the system. Collective effort among our family members is essential. This initiative not only serves to invigorate the zeal of our kin, but also functions as a crucible for their growth. What is there to lose? Who would have thought that upon arriving in this world, we would witness its vastness? It feels akin to returning to the days tens of thousands of years ago when we first embarked on the path of cultivation. The Time-Space Emperor, along with the Moonlight Emperor and others, gathered in the Divine City, reflecting upon their awe. Having barely arrived in the Divine Realm, we have already encountered so many celestial emperors, not to mention several quasi-divine beings. The grandeur of this world exceeds our expectations. Indeed, I had planned to explore this divine realm extensively upon arrival, yet it seems prudent to remain quietly within the city for the time being, Ye Kai remarked. Sipping his tea, he was merely at the level of the emperor. Venturing outside could spell disaster for him. Such sentiments are misguided. While we may currently be feeble, if we do not venture forth, how shall we rapidly enhance our prowess? This world is populated by numerous cultivators who have risen from obscurity. If they can do it, why cannot we? The Moonlight Emperor held a divergent view, eager to explore the world and broaden his horizons while simultaneously strengthening his abilities. That is a valid point. We could leave a fragment of our divine essence here, allowing us to resurrect even if we perish during our journeys. The Time-Space Emperor suggested. This world, while perilous, should not deter them from embracing adventure. Indeed, that is a commendable strategy. Ye Kai nodded in agreement. To venture forth and train, even if we cannot attain divinity. Becoming immortal sages is still a worthy pursuit. What? Elder Chen has perished? In the distant Bai Shui Yun pavilion, the pavilion master, Fei Wuyo, abruptly rose, gazing at the disciple reporting below. Reporting to the pavilion master, just moments ago, the life tokens of Elder Chen and the accompanying deacons shattered. The disciple replied, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Elder Chen is a quasi-divine being. If he has fallen, have they perhaps provoked a true divine powerhouse? Fei Wuyo mused, frowning. If a divine cultivator has been angered, even I, as the sect leader, would be powerless. At that moment, a figure rushed through the void outside. Reporting to the pavilion master, a deacon who accompanied Elder Chen has returned. A disciple announced from the doorway. Let him in at once. Fei Wuyo commanded sternly. Soon after, a deacon hastily entered the grand hall, exuding the aura of a celestial emperor. He had been searching for the treasure elsewhere, arriving just a step behind Elder Chen and his companions. By the time he approached, Elder Chen had already engaged in battle with a celestial emperor from the Xiao family. Ultimately, the Xiao family's celestial emperor unleashed a divine artifact, decisively slaying Elder Chen. What transpired? Fei Wuyo inquired, fixating his gaze upon the deacon. What? You mean to say that Elder Chen was killed by a celestial emperor? Are you certain you did not missee? Reporting to the sect leader, I assure you, I cannot be mistaken. The Xiao family's celestial emperors were able to contend equally with quasi-divine beings without utilizing divine artifacts, and subsequently, they employed a divine artifact to completely annihilate Elder Chen. Not only Elder Chen, but also the elders from the Tao of Immortality, the Thunder Palace, and the Xiantian sword sect barely escaped with their lives. The combat prowess of those Xiao family celestial emperors is formidable, and with divine artifacts at their disposal, even quasi-divine beings cannot match them. The deacon lowered his head, recounting all he had witnessed. Ha! At that moment, Fei Wuyo burst into laughter, then turned to the deacon. Speaking gravely, are you implying that a family devoid of any true divine beings possesses several supreme divine bodies? This, while somewhat implausible, nonetheless. Enough. Fei Wuyo interrupted the deacon before he could finish. He would rather believe that the celestial emperors possess some other means than accept that a family without any true divine beings could manifest so many supreme divine bodies. Chapter 274. What sort of wicked technique is this? Not only did Fei Wuyo find it hard to believe, but other elders within the Bai Shui Yun pavilion shared his skepticism. For, according to their knowledge, even the most powerful factions could scarcely possess such numerous supreme divine bodies. To have even one or two among the ranks of a single faction in a given era would be considered a tremendous blessing. If several quasi-divine beings cannot withstand the Xiao family, then let it be 10 or even dozens. Fei Wuyo declared. A new faction, emerging from nowhere. And yet we cannot subdue them? A puzzled elder questioned, noting that their Bai Shui Yun pavilion only had a few quasi-divine beings. Did you not mention that the Tao of Immortality, the Thunder Palace, and the Xiantian sword sect have enmities with the Xiao family? If so, why not unite with those factions? Especially the Tao of Immortality, They have a divine-level power backing them. Their foundation is extraordinary. I refuse to believe that, by joining forces, we would be unable to eliminate the Xiao family. Fei Wuyo snorted, recognizing that while they were competitors with the other factions and often clashed, such skirmishes rarely resulted in the fall of quasi-divine beings. Elder Chen, as a quasi-divine being, represented the pinnacle of strength within the Bai Shui Yun Pavilion, and his demise struck a deep chord of regret within him. Therefore, it was imperative that the Xiao family pay a heavy price. Master, your wisdom is undeniable. If our several factions join forces, we shall undoubtedly be able to eradicate the Xiao family with ease. The anxious steward responded hastily. However, at that moment, two unfamiliar auras suddenly descended upon the sky above the azure water-cloud pavilion, followed by a piercing beam of sword light. Just in the nick of time, a blue barrier appeared above the pavilion, enveloping the entire sect within its confines. With a resounding crash, the blue barrier trembled, sending ripples radiating outward. Who could it be? Upon sensing the emergence of such powerful and unfamiliar presences, Fei Wuyo and the others had already arrived outside the Grand Hall, only to discover that their visitors were two celestial emperors attacking their sect's defensive barrier. It was them, the celestial emperors of the Xiao family. The steward gasped in shock, exclaiming loudly. The one wielding the long sword was indeed the one who had slain Elder Chen. What? The Xiao family? How audacious! We had yet to seek trouble with them, and they have the audacity to come knocking on our door? This is utterly outrageous. Do they not regard the azure water-cloud pavilion at all? Fei Wuyo's expression darkened, his countenance resembling that of a thundercloud. When did celestial emperors become so unrestrained? At that very moment, accompanied by a thunderous roar, the semi-divine barrier shattered, transforming into a cascade of blue light that dissipated into the void. Outside the barrier, Xiao Zhan and Xiao Daoqing arrived in unison. The two stood amidst the firmament, gazing down upon the gathered members of the azure water-cloud pavilion. Semi-divine. It seems you must be the upper echelons of the azure water-cloud pavilion. Who is the pavilion master? Step forward and respond. Xiao Zhan hovered in the void, his gaze fixed on Fei Wuyo and the others below. In truth, he had already identified the figure at the forefront of the crowd, Xiao Wuyo. Yet he still posed his question with an undeniable tone of authority. Veins bulged on Fei Wuyo's forehead, and his inner fury surged like a volcano. A family without even a true deity. How could their celestial emperor be so arrogant? Seeking death, Fei Wuyo remained silent. But one of the elders behind him bellowed in rage, instantly leaping into the air to confront Xiao Zhan and his companion. As he acted, 3 more elders followed suit. The only 4 semi-divines in the azure water-cloud pavilion aside from Fei Wuyo, knowing that the Xiao families of celestial emperors possessed the capability to slay semi-divines. They naturally could not engage individually. We had initially hoped to discuss matters with you, but it seems that is no longer necessary. Xiao Daoqing spoke coldly. Humph. Having slain one of our elders, breached our protective barrier, and insulted our sect master, is this your attitude towards negotiation? Even if we were to negotiate, we must first subdue you. The Grand Elder of the Azure Water Cloud Pavilion glared fiercely, his body crackling with dark thunder. The laws of thunder intertwining and emitting thunderous roars, instantaneously conjuring a sea of black lightning around him. With a single downward sweep, colossal black bolts resembling mountains tore through space, hurling themselves towards the 2 intruders. These 4 are mine. The sect master will be yours to handle, Nian. Xiao Daoqing addressed Xiao Zhan. Very well. Xiao Zhan nodded, fully aware of Xiao Daoqing's formidable abilities, which were somewhat unnatural. In that moment, a resplendent, multicolored dreamlike light erupted from Xiao Daoqing, instantly enveloping the charging 4 semi-divines. From his brow, 4 colorful bubbles emerged, which transformed into massive spheres in the blink of an eye. With a pop, the 4 vibrant spheres exploded, revealing 4 figures. However, these 4 figures sent a jolt of shock through the hearts of the Azure Water Cloud Pavilion's semi-divines, for they were none other than their own selves. The 4 figures advanced towards the semi-divines, with one resembling the Grand Elder of the Azure Water Cloud Pavilion, whose body crackled with black lightning, morphing into a sea of dark lightning, as colossal black bolts rained down upon the Grand Elder. Boom! The 2 waves of black lightning collided, erupting in a burst of brilliance, energy converging into an unfathomable storm that swept through the void. Meanwhile, the other 3 figures engaged in fierce combat with the other 3 elders, their techniques and paths identical, rendering it impossible to discern a victor at that moment. What kind of sinister technique is this? The Grand Elder of the Azure Water Cloud Pavilion cried out in alarm. Before him stood a figure that not only mirrored his appearance, but also shared his cultivation and techniques. He had never encountered such a method, leaving him utterly astounded. Just then, Xiao Daoqing's main body appeared behind him in an instant, executing the extreme path heavenly slash. His arm erupted with radiant divine light, akin to a blade. With a single strike, blood gushed forth as the Grand Elder of the Azure Watercloud Pavilion let out a pained scream. A gruesome wound was carved into his back, blood pouring forth like a stream. With a furious roar, he instantly shifted his body away. Faced with a duplicate of himself, he found it impossible to secure victory, let alone against an additional adversary possessing semi-divine strength. Yet, at the very moment he attempted to flee, the identical figure also shifted away. As countless beings coalesced from the dark sea of lightning surrounding him, true dragons, divine phoenixes, and human figures exuding an overwhelming aura of supremacy surged forth to strike at the Grand Elder of the Azure Watercloud Pavilion. What? He can also utilize the techniques I have yet to deploy? At this moment, he was utterly dumbfounded. How could the opponent possibly know what techniques he possessed? Moreover, these were his trump cards. In the face of the fierce onslaught, the Grand Elder of the Azure Watercloud Pavilion could only roar in defiance, employing the same techniques to counter the attack. If he did not utilize identical techniques, he could not even guarantee his own ability to withstand this move. Within his sea of lightning, various beings emerged, surging forth towards the adversary. A cacophony of explosive sounds resonated across the heavens as the lightning spirits collided, generating countless energy storms in the air, their momentum terrifying, as if the apocalypse had descended. The disciples of the Azure Watercloud Pavilion below were left trembling in fear. Break free from his range of techniques. Fei Wuyo, engaged in combat with Xiao Zhan, shouted loudly. Within his line of sight, a multicolored, dreamlike barrier enveloped the several elders. This peculiar technique must surely be connected to that barrier. Barrier? What barrier? One of the elders, currently embroiled in battle, queried in confusion. In their perception, there was no such barrier. Yet upon hearing the sect master's words, the other elders began to flee in all directions. Just as the Grand Elder of the Azure Watercloud Pavilion sought to escape, Xiao Daoqing's eyes emitted beams of dreamlike divine light akin to celestial swords, instantly shattering the Grand Elder's skull. Following this, a resplendent divine mirror materialized behind Xiao Daoqing, crafted from dream stones, perfectly attuned to his dreamless path. This artifact, obtained from the dustless divine palace, had undergone 1,000,000 years of painstaking refinement and had become his innate weapon, wielding unfathomable power. At this moment, the divine mirror unleashed a beam of dreamlike divine light, striking the second elder of the Azure Watercloud Pavilion. With a resounding boom, the elder's body was instantly obliterated into a cloud of blood, despite Xiao Daoqing's current cultivation level being insufficient to unleash the full might of the divine artifact. Its power was not something that a mere quasi-divine being could contend with, particularly for those who lacked the supreme divine body. Upon the demise of the second elder of the Bishi Cloud Pavilion, the figure that mirrored him dissipated into the void. At this moment, however, Xiao Daoqing had summoned the divine artifact, unleashing beams of light that raced towards the fleeing three elders, swiftly obliterating them in an instant. Fei Wuyo let out a roar, on the brink of madness. All the elders of the Bishi Cloud Pavilion had actually perished. Xiao family, I shall make you pay in blood for this debt. Enough with the empty words. It is merely the law of the jungle. How we lack strength. We would have been utterly crushed by your elder long ago. Xiao Zhan spoke with a voice devoid of compassion. Fei Wuyo's expression turned ferocious, and with a furious shout, a somewhat fractured purple stone seal materialized in his mouth. He bit his tongue, spraying a mouthful of essence blood onto it. In an instant, the runes on the purple seal revived, emanating terrifying power. A broken divine artifact. Xiao Zhan narrowed his eyes, raising his left hand, and with a resonant sword cry, other divine swords appeared. Each of the 9 extreme imperial swords was of divine artifact caliber. When combined, their might was even more fearsome. As the 9 extreme imperial swords manifested, 9 streams of soaring sword energy enveloped Fei Wuyo. Annihilate. With Xiao Zhan's command, the 9 sword energies converged in the sky, transforming into a colossal golden sword shadow that plunged downwards. Die for me, Fei Wuyo bellowed, making no attempt to defend himself as the fractured purple seal came crashing down upon Xiao Zhan. Thunderous roars echoed as the seal tore through the void, akin to a cosmic firmament descending upon him. Faced with the might of the broken divine artifact, Xiao Zhan dared not show the slightest negligence. He lowered his voice, and sword chi coiled around his arms, transforming into 2 golden long swords, which he then thrust forward. Boom! His palms collided with the purple seal, producing a resonating hum that shook the very fabric of the void. Bang! Xiao Zhan's arms were obliterated beneath the force of the broken artifact. His mortal form could not withstand the assault, even if it was damaged. It was still far more potent than that of a quasi-artifact. not far away. Xiao Daocheng was preparing to intervene when the purple seal suddenly fell, crashing down onto the Bishi Cloud Pavilion's palace, shattering it to pieces. Xiao Zhan looked on, only to see Fei Wuyo reduced to ashes beneath the sword energy of the 9 extreme imperial swords. The broken divine artifact lost its control and plummeted. Xiao Zhan exhaled a sigh of relief as his exploded arms regrew, and he reached out to grasp the fractured purple seal, which now appeared in his hand. Though damaged, it could still be exchanged for a considerable number of contribution points. What shall we do about the Bishi Cloud Pavilion? Xiao Daocheng approached, frowning as he gazed down at the sect. We have 2 options. The first is to appoint one of them as the pavilion master to continue overseeing the Bishi Cloud Pavilion. This way, we can secure a continuous flow of resources. The Bishi Cloud Pavilion was jointly acquired by the 2 of us, and we can share the contribution points exchanged for the resources in the future. The second option is to completely eradicate them and seize all their resources. The 2 spoke loudly, showing no regard for the gathered members of the Bishi Cloud Pavilion below. Seniors, we are willing to submit to both of you. An elder of the Immortal Emperor exclaimed urgently from below. Oh, what's this? You submit so quickly? It gives me the impression that you lack sincerity. Xiao Zhan replied with a smile, observing a middle-aged man with a couple of white strands at his temples, who bore an air of authority. Forgive us, we pledge our lives to guarantee absolute loyalty to the Xiao family and would never dare to betray. The previously mentioned Immortal Emperor clasped his fists and spoke. What is your name? Junior Jingwuming. Excellent. From this day forth, you shall be the pavilion master of the Bishi Cloud Pavilion, and all matters of the pavilion will remain under your control. However, as a subordinate faction, you should understand your role. I require you to surrender half of your resources this time, and thereafter, a tribute of 30% of your resources every year. Of course, as an upper-tier force, we shall also protect you. Should you encounter dangers that you cannot resolve, we will intervene. But if you dare to betray us or contemplate fleeing, let us see whether you can outrun us or we can catch you. Furthermore, being able to serve as a subordinate force of the Xiao family is a stroke of fortune for you. You may enjoy it henceforth. Xiao Zhan looked down at Jing Wuming, his words sincere. If the powerful beings of the divine realm were to learn that the clan leader was present, many formidable factions would undoubtedly seek to submit to the Xiao family. For a force that was not even at the divine level to submit to them was indeed a stroke of luck for them. Yes, seniors, rest assured. We shall never harbor any disloyal thoughts. Jing Wuming and the other Immortal Emperor elders responded in unison. Xiao Zhan observed the situation. In fact, the number of Immortal Emperors within this faction surpassed that of the Xiao family. Had this been the previous universe, it would undoubtedly have constituted a formidable force. Regrettably, in this divine realm, such a faction was inconsequential in the eyes of many powerful beings. Only those who entered the divine realm were considered to have truly stepped into the path of cultivation. Chapter 276, The Favor of the Heavenly Tao. Subsequently, the 2 Xiao Zhan opened the treasure vault of the Bishi Cloud Pavilion and took away half of its resources. Indeed, while the Bishi Cloud Pavilion is not particularly strong, its resources are quite abundant. Xiao Daocheng remarked with a smile at their gains. After all, it is a force from the divine realm, incomparable to our previous world. Xiao Zhan chuckled. Just the resources alone were sufficient for the 2 to cultivate for a considerable period, and combined with the remaining contribution points, they might even break through to divine status. Before they departed, Xiao Zhan once again addressed Jing Wuming. Remember, should you encounter any insurmountable troubles, seek us out. Indeed, the latter clasped his fists. After the 2 left, the steward who had reported to Fei Wuyo shook his head, saying, had the pavilion master acknowledged the Xiao family sooner, we would not have met with such a fate. However, Jing Wuming sneered. This may well be an opportunity for us. With no quasi-divine being to oversee the sect, our immediate task is to exhaust our resources to cultivate several quasi-divine beings, so I hope all of you can stand with the sect. He turned his gaze toward the other Immortal Emperors. We shall follow the Pavilion Master's lead. The crowd exclaimed brightly in unison. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu and Xiao Ruoming arrived at the Immortal Tao sect. Upon learning that the opposing faction had other forces as a backing, the 2 exchanged glances, both revealing a glimmer of murderous intent. Xiao family, if you are willing to submit to our Immortal Tao sect, we can overlook the incident where you injured Elder Qiao. Otherwise, prepare to face our Immortal Tao sect's wrath. The sect master of the Immortal Tao sect declared coldly. Make the Xiao family submit. You lack the qualifications for that. Attack. Xiao Yu was the first to strike against the sect master of the celestial path. As the sound of the zither resonated, the heavens darkened, and thunderclouds rolled ominously, manifesting boundless murderous intent that descended upon the celestial path sect. Before long, blood flowed within the sect, and severed limbs littered the ground. All the higher-ups of the celestial path sect perished. Without hesitation, Xiao Yu and his companion thoroughly pillaged the resources in the vicinity. Meanwhile, similar scenes unfolded in other factions. Any forces that had previously provoked the Xiao clan were either compelled to submit or utterly annihilated. Many of the clansmen, possessing contribution points, were deeply engrossed in their cultivation within the Hall of Time. Yet, some ventured into the distance, seeking to explore the world and, perhaps, uncover additional resources. At last, a breakthrough into the Celestial King realm was achieved. The concept of the boundless path was indeed challenging to comprehend, within the secret realm arranged by the clan leader. With the leader's various insights on the boundless path, I nearly failed to grasp it. Inside the Hall of Time, Xiao Clan exhaled a sigh of relief, his eyes shimmering with celestial radiance. Fortunately, luck was on his side, and he ultimately succeeded. He then rose to leave the Hall of Time, preparing to venture out for some experiences and to witness the wonders of the world. But which direction should he take? Xiao Clan furrowed his brow. Strangely, a sense of intuition arose within him, as if a particular location held his destined opportunity. Following this inner calling, he soared toward that direction. Days later, he stumbled upon an innate formation and, by mere happenstance, inadvertently entered the array, discovering an artifact birthed from the very essence of heaven and earth, the divine wheel of the great path. My fortune is truly remarkable. After roughly half a month of training in that world, I acquired numerous treasures, earning the envy of many within my clan. I never expected my luck to continue in this new world. Xiao Clan immediately left a sole imprint on the divine wheel of the great path, intending to refine it into his own lifebound weapon. Such treasures, born from the cosmos, resembled a pristine canvas, pure and unblemished, making them easy to refine. As Xiao Clan departed, several figures suddenly appeared. Upon seeing the innate formation before them, their eyes gleamed with excitement. Just moments ago, I sensed an extraordinary aura. It turns out to be an innate formation. Ha ha ha, what a serendipitous opportunity bestowed upon me by the heavens. A tall, handsome young man stood before the formation, laughing heartily. Within the innate formation, there must be innate treasures, and such treasures are generally divine in nature. Congratulations, Master, on your significant fortune. The other celestial emperors beside him congratulated. They were followers of Kai Qingkuan. The stronger he became, the higher their status rose. Ha ha ha, this era shall surely have a place for me. Kai Qingkuan laughed boisterously, filled with ambition. However, it is most prudent to secure the treasures in my own hands. Break the formation. With a single command, the celestial emperors beside him immediately began to employ their techniques. Finally, after several days, they breached the formation, but upon entering, they were left dumbfounded. It was utterly empty. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could an innate formation contain nothing? Kai Qingkuan's face darkened as he howled in rage. Master, there remains a trace of divine aura here, indicating that there must have been treasures, but they have been taken away. A follower said solemnly. Kai Qingkuan carefully sensed the surroundings. Indeed, traces of divine essence lingered. Oh, who could have intercepted my fortune? Kai Qingkuan roared in frustration, looking to the heavens. Meanwhile, Xiao Clan was reaping another opportunity in a treacherous mountain range, where he discovered a celestial herb, the life and death mysterious flower. This herb could resurrect the dead whose souls had been extinguished, albeit limited to beings of the celestial realm. Nonetheless, it was a precious medicinal treasure. Xiao Clan continued his training, almost consistently yielding remarkable gains. My fortune seems excessively favorable. It feels as though treasures abound wherever I tread. Upon arriving in a city, he was astonished to review his acquisitions. His journey had not taken long, yet he had gathered several coveted treasures, each one a prize worth contending for. Regardless, having more treasures is undeniably a boon. Those he cannot utilize can be exchanged for contribution points. Xiao Clan, indeed, was worthy of being the reincarnation of the will of the heavens, enjoying divine favor in both this world and the previous one. In the divine city, Xiao Chen had been observing Xiao Clan's external ventures. It must be said that his fortune was unparalleled, unmatched by any other member of the Xiao clan. The so-called child of destiny pales in comparison to Xiao Clan, the reincarnation of the will of the heavens. As an onlooker, he had witnessed Xiao Clan and two others simultaneously discover an opportunity. One among them was a cultivator several realms above Xiao Clan. That individual was preparing to seize the treasures when an adversary surged forth, forcibly repelling him. Another, lacking in strength compared to Xiao Clan, was slain in the contest for the treasures. Chapter 277, the clan's second-order celestial emperor. To outsiders, this might appear as mere luck. However, in Xiao Chen's eyes, it was a manifestation of causality, and the best master of causality is the will of the heavens. For a cultivator to ascend to the pinnacle, both talent and fortune are indispensable. Moreover, Xiao had comprehended the boundless path. Perhaps he truly had the potential to reach the realm of the Divine Emperor in the future. If that were the case, the will of the heavens in this realm would surely be pleased, for before this will, the internal universe's will is akin to a younger sibling. Does this not imply that Xiao is like a brother to the will of the heavens in this world? Haha. It would be strange if the heavens did not favor him. Xiao Chen had never heard of the will of the heavens reincarnating before. It was indeed a surprising occurrence. His fortune seemed to surpass that of the so-called children of destiny. Xiao Chen eagerly anticipated Xiao Can's future. At that moment, the Grand Elder hurriedly entered. Clan leader, we have just received word from a clansman who reported that an innate secret realm is about to emerge in the Wan Sword Mountain range, said to contain a vast amount of undying spiritual light. Should we send clansmen to seize it? An innate secret realm? Undying spiritual light? Yes. It was information gathered by a traveling clansman, which is why I came to ask whether we should dispatch our clansmen to claim it. Such items are essential for achieving divinity, and our Xiao clan will require them in ample quantities. Why not go? Free treasures should not be passed up. Xiao Chen chuckled. He then contemplated, envisioning the location of the Wan Sword Mountain range. He also foresaw the impending emergence of the undying spiritual light, along with discovering some other items. Summon all the second-order celestial emperors of the clan. Let them venture into this secret realm and compete with the cultivators within. The term second order refers to the Xiao clan's prodigies who have immersed themselves in the sea of great path origins, possessing qualifications comparable to divine bodies. Should we not let Xiao Yu and the others take action? The Grand Elder inquired. There is no need. Having those supreme divine bodies intervene every time would be uninteresting. And that secret realm only permits cultivators below the divine realm to enter. Even within the divine realm, the number of supreme divine bodies is limited. There is no need to have Xiao Yu and the others act every time. Xiao Chen waved his hand dismissively. The path forward must also allow for the talents of others to flourish. Moreover, during this period, I have acquired several supreme divine body origins. In due time, should there be any promising individuals, they may merge with them. Very well, in that case, I shall summon them at once. However, who shall lead this expedition? Perhaps we could have Aoyin take charge? The Grand Elder inquired. No need for that. I shall personally lead the team, Xiao Chen declared as he rose. You personally leading the expedition? The Grand Elder was taken aback. Xiao Chen, the reclusive scholar, was actually venturing out? Perhaps he sought to encounter a captivating beauty to wed. For even he, at times, felt the pangs of solitude. Xiao Chen chuckled. Ha ha ha, it was about time. After all, one must not suppress such desires for too long. The Grand Elder laughed heartily. That is indeed a valid point. The following day, the second-tier celestial emperors of the clan gathered in an orderly fashion. In fact, the number of second-tier celestial emperors even surpassed that of the first tier. This was largely due to the fact that immersing oneself in the Sea of Origin was significantly easier than obtaining supreme divine body origins. It merely required the expenditure of contribution points. In the previous universe, due to the invasion of the underworld, acquiring contribution points was not too arduous. Thus, there were quite a number of clan members possessing physiques rivaling that of divine bodies. For these unparalleled geniuses, with sufficient time, reaching the Celestial Emperor realm was hardly a daunting task. Among these Celestial Emperors were both older and younger generations. For instance, there was Xiao Shan, who was the father of Xiao Yu, and Xiao Tian, the father of Xiao Yan. Salutations to the clan leader. Upon Xiao Chen's arrival, everyone shouted in unison. Although Xiao Chen spent his days within the clan, he primarily remained in his own courtyard, seldom appearing in the public eye apart from the occasional teachings. Many recognized him merely as the architect of the Xiao family's rise, the very foundation of the clan having been meticulously crafted by this leader. However, they knew little of his temperament and character. Xiao Chen nodded and stated, "Our purpose for this expedition is to obtain the indestructible spiritual light, an essential substance for transcending the divine realm. The Xiao family is destined to become a god-level power, and the indestructible spiritual light is an irreplaceable treasure. I hereby promise that the one who achieves the greatest success will be granted an unparalleled fortune." At these words, everyone's eyes sparkled, for they were somewhat aware of their leader's extraordinary capabilities. The supreme divine bodies within the clan were all the fruits of the clan leader's labor. Rest assured, I shall return with the first prize. Xiao Shan bellowed enthusiastically. Xiao Shan, let this opportunity be bestowed upon us younger generation. Others chimed in eagerly. Humph, what do you mean bestowed upon you younger ones? We are still quite youthful as well. Mind you, our ages are not all that different. Xiao Tian retorted with a scoff. If one were to regard the time spent cultivating in the Tower of Time, they all possessed lifespans of millions of years. Yet their seniority was merely a result of generational hierarchy. Enough of this idle chatter. Let us determine our standings once we enter that secret realm. Xiao Chen interjected, quelling the debate among the crowd. He then led them aboard a celestial emperor-grade vessel, setting course for the 10,000 Sword Mountain Range. The journey to the 10,000 Sword Mountain Range was considerable, and even at celestial emperor speeds, it would take several days to reach their destination. Clan leader, just how vast is this world? Xiao Shan, standing beside Xiao Chen, inquired in astonishment. In their previous world, traversing the universe took little time for celestial emperors. Yet, after days of flight in this world, they had not even exited the confines of the divine xianxia. I can only tell you that it is immense. As for the specifics of its vastness, you must elevate your strength and explore it yourselves. However, I can inform you that the distance we have traveled thus far is less than 1/10,000th of the entire divine xianxia. The divine realm consists of countless divine xianxia, so you should be able to imagine just how expansive the divine realm truly is. Xiao Chen remarked, gazing down at the scenery passing beneath the vessel. The reason he could remain in his small courtyard for extended periods was that he had transformed it into a miniature world, replete with everything he desired, allowing him to remain in tranquility without any feelings of restlessness. However, should he encounter a breathtaking view, he would not hesitate to incorporate that place into his little abode. Truly terrifying. If the divine xianxia is this vast, unifying the Xiao family within it will surely not be an easy task. Xiao Tian said gravely. Chapter 278, The 10,000 Sword Mountain Range, Delua Sect. Indeed, it is not an easy endeavor, but neither is it insurmountable. The most formidable power within the divine xianxia is merely at the Genesis level. As long as our clan members unite and diligently cultivate, surpassing them in the future will be a matter of time. Xiao Chen smiled. In truth, is this not a grand vision? After all, apart from those few forces led by the origin gods, the strongest in the divine realm are merely the Genesis-level powers. When the Xiao family manages to unify the divine xianxia, they will almost certainly become the most formidable force within the divine realm. Though this is a vision that can be realized, it may require some time. The clan members standing beside Xiao Chen clenched their fists in determination, for they too believed that one day, the Xiao family would dominate the divine xianxia. Several days later, the vessel arrived at its destination. It was no wonder this place was called the 10,000 Sword Mountain Range. It truly resembled a myriad of swords. Xiao Tian and others marveled at the peculiar terrain of the mountain peaks, which rose straight and high, resembling unparalleled swords piercing the heavens. At this moment, each mountain peak on the periphery was occupied by a force. These forces do not seem particularly strong, and they are all celestial path forces. Xiao Nan, one of the female celestial emperors in the second tier of the Xiao family, observed as her divine sense scanned the surroundings. She was tall and elegant, clad in a flowing light blue gown, with fair skin and exquisite features. Indeed, these are merely weaker forces surrounding the 10,000 Sword Mountain Range. The more powerful factions are clustered near the secret realm. This way, when the secret realm opens, they can enter immediately, and the sooner they enter, the greater their harvest will be. Moreover, stronger factions would not bother to participate. Those possessing numerous celestial realm cultivators are entirely self-sufficient and have no need to contend with these lesser powers for the indestructible spiritual light. Thus, the forces present here are either below the god level or consist of only a few celestial realm cultivators. Xiao Chen explained to the crowd. As the vessel traversed the clouds surrounding the mountain range, peaks emerged from the billowing clouds, reminiscent of rocks rising from the sea. Xiao Chen's divine sense scanned the area and located a mountain peak near the secret realm that had yet to be claimed. He maneuvered the vessel towards it. However, as soon as they settled upon the peak, a force from the outer mountains noticed them. The leader of that force swiftly approached with their disciples. Which faction do you belong to? Leave immediately. This area is claimed by our Dolua sect. The newcomer, clad in blue, spoke with an air of arrogance as he admonished Xiao Chen and his companions. Do you not already possess a territory? Why then do you seek to encroach upon ours? Xiao Tian inquired, his brow furrowed. Just because we previously overlooked it, does that mean we cannot desire it now? Tang Shan retorted, casting a disdainful gaze upon the members of the Xiao family. Is it because you were too timid before? Now that you see us, you deem our numbers sparse and our strength lacking. Hence you wish to seize our territory and advance. Xiao Chen observed with a smirk, his expression a mix of amusement and irony. Perhaps struck by the truth in Xiao Chen's words, Tang Shan's countenance darkened, and he narrowed his eyes at him. You, boy, have chosen the path to your demise. Ha ha ha, Tang Shan. Ever since your ascension to the Celestial Emperor, you have uttered such threats for countless millennia. That you still draw breath is nothing short of a miracle, chuckled an elder from a nearby mountain peak. Old fool, silence yourself. I see you too tread a path toward your own demise. Tang Shan spun around, glaring coldly at the elder. Ha ha. You uttered those very words before me several millennia ago. Yet here I stand, as robust as ever. Tang Shan, keep your unfulfilled threats to yourself. There is no need to vocalize them and bring shame upon yourself. The elder stroked his pristine beard with a chuckle. Tang Shan's face flushed with anger. But with nearly 100 celestial emperors behind the elder, engaging in battle would not favor his Doloa sect. He thus shifted his focus to the fewer members of the Xiao family. I shall ask you one final time. Will you yield this position? Tang Shan's voice grew heavy. As he spoke, the nearly 100 celestial emperors of the Doloa sect surrounded the members of the Xiao family. Is it true that your Doloa sect only preys upon the weak? Do you not dare to confront us? Jeered other factions in the vicinity. Silence. You all are courting your own demise. Tang Shan bellowed. What did you say? You claim my five spirits sect has chosen the path to destruction? Do you know who our backing is? A middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and spoke in a low tone. A fellow of the five spirits sect, my apologies. It appears I, Tang, have been blind. My previous remarks were not aimed at you, but rather at those weaker factions. Tang Shan quickly clasped his hands in apology, feeling no shame whatsoever. In his view, the world was merely a realm of the strong preying upon the weak. If one was strong, it was wise to yield. There was no disgrace in that. The middle-aged man from the Five Spirits sect snorted coldly, choosing to ignore Tang Shan. Speaking with such a person felt beneath him. On what grounds do you presume our fewer numbers make us easy prey? Xiao Chen questioned with a mocking smile. What need is there for all this idle chatter? Since you refuse to depart, let us assist you in your exit. With a wave of Tang Shan's hand, the celestial emperors of the Doloa sect surged forth, relishing in their numerical advantage. Then you shall entertain yourselves with them. Consider it a warm-up. Xiao Chen smiled at his kin. Very well, Xiao Shan replied, leading the charge against the attacking celestial emperors. Simultaneously, the other clan members sprang into action, each facing multiple adversaries as they clashed with the celestial emperors of the Doloa sect. In an instant, hundreds of figures danced amidst the clouds, divine powers blossoming and celestial lights erupting. Waves of formidable energy surged forth, churning the clouds into a colossal vortex. Which faction is this? Their combat prowess surpasses that of ordinary celestial emperors. Upon the first clash, other factions recognized a problem. This unknown faction, with merely a few dozen celestial emperors, possessed disciples of remarkable strength. Each one seemed capable of contending against multiple foes. Could this be a hidden formidable power? Someone exclaimed in astonishment. Xiao Chen chuckled coldly within. The members of his family possessed combat abilities rivaling divine bodies, although they may not be as terrifying as supreme divine bodies capable of contending against quasi-divine beings. Their strength was sufficient to exchange blows with quasi-divine entities. Furthermore, under normal circumstances, it would not be an easy task for a quasi-divine being to slay them without engaging in prolonged combat. Before long, the blood of celestial emperors began to rain down from the heavens, staining the clouds below. These were the celestial emperors of the Doloa sect. Tang Shan's expression darkened ominously. Had they unwittingly provoked some hidden divine-level power? Impossible. All were celestial emperors, not a single quasi-divine being among them. How could they be a divine-level faction? Watching his sect's celestial emperors suffer injuries, Tang Shan's face turned as black as thunder. He had initially believed he could easily subdue this unknown faction, yet they proved to be unexpectedly tough to handle. This was unacceptable. If this continued, they would be left wounded, and when the secret realm opened, how would they compete for the indestructible spiritual light? This newly discovered realm held unknown quantities of indestructible spiritual light. If the numbers were few, their injured celestial emperors would stand no chance in the competition. This was a necessity for ascending to godhood. He dared not be careless. Thus, he made a decisive choice, to capture the leader first, for if he could slay their leader, why would the rest not flee? With this thought, he struck out toward Xiao Chen, who was merely observing the battle. How interesting. Of all people to target, you choose me? Xiao Chen smiled, feeling as if it had been ages since he had engaged in combat. With a swift motion of his sleeve, he unleashed a surge of divine power. With a thunderous explosion, Tang Shan's hand was sent crashing back, his form hurtling away. Yet at that moment, a figure appeared behind Tang Shan, stabilizing his flight. Is that the divine being Tang Tao of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion? The surrounding factions turned pale upon witnessing the arrival of a true divine being. In the midst of their celestial emperors, he stood out as a paragon. In an instant, all factions approached and bowed respectfully. Even the two warring sides paused to assess the situation. What transpired here? Tang Tao inquired, observing the injured Tang Shan with a furrowed brow. Quickly, someone stepped forward to recount the events leading up to this moment. However, to everyone's astonishment, after learning the backstory, Tang Tao's expression darkened as he gazed at Xiao Chen and remarked, "Young man, therein lies your misstep. It is merely a mountain peak, since Tang Shan desires it. Why not yield it to him? Why must you resort to violence over such trivial matters? Xiao Chen looked at him in surprise, a cold smile on his lips. I did not expect your heart to be so magnanimous. If so, why do you not yield your own peak to him? Should he request it, granting it to him would pose no issue. Haha, they did not request it from us. If he were to ask, what harm would there be in granting it? Tang Tao replied nonchalantly. Oh, if you are so noble, why not offer your peak to us? In doing so, we could then cede this peak beneath us to the Dolua sect. What say you? Xiao Chen countered. From the previous discussions among the surrounding factions, he knew there were several peaks near the center that no one dared occupy. Those were the domains of divine-level factions, and ordinary powers would not dare approach. The various factions gazed at Xiao Chen in astonishment, wondering if this young man was truly audacious enough to challenge the formidable. How audacious one must be to utter such words to a true deity. Umph, who do you think you are, to covet the territory of my Fengyun pavilion? Yet, when faced with Xiao Chen's demands, Tang Tao resolutely declined without a moment's hesitation. This is indeed perplexing. When Tang Shan sought my territory, I was obliged to yield. Yet when I request the same from you, you refuse. You seem to hold Tang Shan in such high regard. What is this? I notice a resemblance between you two. Could it be that you are his father? Xiao Chen chuckled. The onlookers felt a shiver run down their spines. Did this person truly not fear inciting the wrath of a true deity? In an instant, all factions silently retreated into the distance. Should a true god become enraged, it would spell disaster for all involved. Tang Tao's heart tightened. Damn it, could this secret have been exposed? Tang Shan was indeed his illegitimate son. But this matter must never reach a third party's ears. Otherwise, once it reached the ears of that fierce tigress at home, he might very well find himself flayed alive, or worse. Young man, I merely have a casual acquaintance with him. Do not speak recklessly. But since you are so ungrateful today, do not blame me for using my strength against you. Tang Tao growled, pointing his finger forward. In an instant, that finger transformed into a towering pillar, descending upon the peak where the Xiao family resided. Tang Shan looked at Xiao Chen with a sinister grin. His rise to power was not solely due to luck, but rather because he had a true deity for a father. Xiao Chen shook his head. He had no intention of engaging in combat, but if it became necessary, he would not hesitate. With a flick of his finger, a beam of divine light struck Tang Tao squarely in the chest. With a whoosh, Tang Tao's figure was sent flying as if struck by lightning, his eyes bulging, and blood spewing forth, his body transforming into a streak of light as he soared into the distant sky. Around them, everyone was stunned, gazing at Xiao Chen in disbelief. The phrase playing the fool to catch the tiger echoed in their minds. You. Tang Shan felt an icy chill enveloping him, his speech faltering. His father, a being of divine realm, had been sent flying by a mere flick of the finger? The Dolua sect and Fengyun pavilion, is it? I shall have my chance to annihilate you both in the future. Xiao Chen chose not to press the attack further, merely casting a cold glance at Tang Shan, thinking that when their clan's strength increased, he would send them to deal with these two factions. Let us depart. We have other matters to attend to. Xiao Chen instructed his kin. Where to? Naturally, they were headed to the peak currently occupied by Fengyun Pavilion. Which divine force is this? It was not until the Xiao family departed that the surrounding factions began to murmur amongst themselves. The ability to send Tang Tao flying with a single finger indicated that the opponent's strength undoubtedly exceeded that of a true deity. Realizing this, the faction that had previously ingratiated themselves to Tang Tao felt a surge of panic. Could it be that they would be remembered by him? As for Tang Shan, he had long since fled with the members of the Dolua sect, tails between their legs. The opponent was far too powerful. Even his father was no match, let alone himself. His greatest concern now was that ominous statement about annihilating them one day. The thought filled him with dread as he hurried back to prepare for the aftermath, seeking ways to evade this looming calamity. The Xiao family appeared atop the peak that rightfully belonged to Fengyun Pavilion, instantly drawing the attention of numerous factions. An unfamiliar force has taken over Fengyun Pavilion's territory. What an ill-mannered faction this is. Many watched with glee, eager to witness the imminent downfall of the Xiao family at the hands of Fengyun Pavilion. Chapter 280, The Opening of the Secret Realm. Numerous factions were fixated on the peak occupied by the Xiao family, having just expelled the representative bearing the Fengyun Pavilion battle standard, thus asserting their dominance. This was undeniably a provocation towards Fengyun Pavilion. Yet, before Fengyun Pavilion could respond, the Xiao family found themselves under attack from other factions. Which faction are you from? Do you not know this is Fengyun Pavilion's territory? A representative of a faction called out sternly. This was a quasi-deity, a formidable figure from the lower echelons of Fengyun Pavilion. Seeing that Fengyun Pavilion had not yet arrived, they intended to step in on their behalf, perhaps hoping for future rewards. This does not concern you. Begone at once, or I shall deal with you. Xiao Chen shot a cold glance at the individual. Why were there so many meddlesome people? Could they not allow him a moment of peace? Impudence! The individual bellowed angrily, suddenly launching an assault on Xiao Chen and his companions. Growing weary of the incessant interruptions, Xiao Chen glared, unleashing two beams of divine light that instantaneously eradicated the quasi-deity right there. Everyone around was momentarily stunned, quickly realizing that this was indeed a true deity, which explained his audacity in seizing Fengyun Pavilion's territory. Just then, Tang Tao reappeared with numerous quasi-deities and celestial emperors from Fengyun Pavilion, and upon learning that their territory had been usurped by the Xiao family, Tang Tao suppressed his rage and seized another peak from a nearby faction. Awaiting the opening of the secret realm, Fengyun Pavilion's actions astonished all present, whether they were divine-level factions or those beneath that tier. They could not help but reassess this faction comprised entirely of celestial emperors. How righteous they sounded before. How is it that they now resort to seizing the territory of others? Xiao Shan scoffed. It seemed that the clan leader was indeed correct. That fellow from the Doloa sect must truly be his son, or else how could there be such blatant favoritism? Meanwhile, Xiao Chen was gazing at the faintly visible circular entrance to the secret realm, from which golden divine light flickered, emanating an indomitable aura. That was the indispensable substance for ascending to divinity, indestructible divine light. Remember, your objectives on this expedition are not only to collect the indestructible divine light, but, most importantly, to devise a method to secure the source of the indestructible divine light within. Xiao Chen instructed his family. The source? What exactly is it? Xiao Shan inquired. You will discover it once you delve deep into the innermost reaches of the secret realm. The clan leader reassured them. Rest assured, we shall accomplish your task. The group responded in unison. Of course, do your utmost. However, should it prove impossible, do not fight to the death. It is not necessary. Xiao Chen advised. The members nodded, yet each silently vowed to seize that source spoken of by their leader. It was a treasure that would greatly benefit the clan's long-term development. Moreover, this was a mission bestowed by their leader, and failure was not an option. Simultaneously, Tang Tao was also instructing his disciples, upon entering the secret realm. In addition to gathering the indestructible divine light, you have another task. Eliminate every celestial emperor from that faction without leaving a single one alive. As for the leading deity, you need not worry. I have already sent word to the sect. The sect master and elders will come. At that time, no matter how formidable he may be, he will only meet his doom at our hands. Those who dare provoke Fengyun Pavilion will find annihilation as their only fate. Tang Tao's expression was as dark as night. Yes, rest assured, elder, we shall leave not a single survivor. The disciples behind him clenched their fists, their voices filled with malice as they cast glances laden with murderous intent towards the members of the Xiao family. Numerous quasi-deities had arrived from the Fengyun Pavilion. Slaughtering those celestial emperors would be a trivial task. It was likely that those from Fengyun Pavilion would turn against us within the depths of the secret realm. Xiao Xiaodian observed the situation with Fengyun Pavilion, noting that the murderous glare in their eyes was utterly unmasked. Moreover, with several quasi-deities on their side, it would undoubtedly affect their acquisition of the indestructible spiritual light. They had best not seek their own demise, or I would not hesitate to leave them with naught but bones. Amidst the Xiao family, a seemingly frail young man let out a cold chuckle. Xiao Chen looked at him with curiosity, recognizing this clan member as Xiao Yuan, who, in terms of lineage, was a generation below him. Xiao Yuan, do you possess a formation capable of widespread extermination of quasi-deities? Xiao Nen inquired with intrigue. Xiao Yuan was one of the few formation masters in the Xiao family, possessing extraordinary expertise in the craft. At a time when the family had no formation masters, he had self-studied the formation inheritance signed by Xiao Chen, eventually becoming the most formidable formation master in the Xiao family. You will find out once we enter. Xiao Yuan replied with a smile, not offering a direct answer, yet managing to calm the nerves of Xiao Ling Tian and the others. A formation? I seem to have recently acquired a physique related to formations. Xiao Chen thought as he glanced towards the system space. Once he fused this physique, he would navigate the realm of formations with utmost ease. With Fengyun Pavilion reluctant to provoke the Xiao family, other factions naturally refrained from stirring trouble as well. However, the battles within the Wanjian mountain range persisted relentlessly. Fierce skirmishes erupted in both the central and peripheral regions, all in the bid for more advantageous positions. Days later, the secret realm they had been awaiting finally stabilized completely. Clan leader, shall we proceed? Xiao Xiaodian announced, leading the group into the secret realm. They were among the closest arrivals and thus enjoyed priority access. Only after they entered would the subsequent groups be permitted entry. Do not forget my instructions. Tang Tao reiterated to those from Fengyun Pavilion. Rest assured, elder, we will not forget. The members of Fengyun Pavilion nodded, entering in an orderly fashion. Upon entering the secret realm, Xiao Xiaodian and his companions beheld mysterious golden lights flitting through the space, increasing in number as they ventured deeper. Is this the indestructible spiritual light? At that moment, other factions that entered concurrently began to summon their treasures to collect the indestructible spiritual light within. At first glance, the quantity of indestructible spiritual light appeared abundant. Yet compared to the number of incoming factions, it was hardly sufficient. If divided equally, it would dwindle even further. Hurry and gather it, Xiao Xiaodian urged, prompting everyone to summon their treasures as they rushed deeper while collecting the indestructible spiritual light. By the time the latter group arrived, the indestructible spiritual light at the entrance had already diminished. When the outermost factions from the Wanjian mountain range finally entered, nearly all the indestructible spiritual light at the periphery of the secret realm had vanished. This elucidated why people sought to approach deeper. If they delayed, they would be left with nothing. Chapter 281, Annihilation of Fengyun Pavilion. As for the depths of the secret realm, it was a territory that smaller factions dared not tread. The clashes between quasi-deities were so fearsome that they could easily reduce the lesser beings to ashes. Many among them entered primarily by chance, hoping to discover some indestructible spiritual light hidden in a corner that others had overlooked. Additionally, beyond the most precious indestructible spiritual light, there existed other treasures within this secret realm. Acquiring even a fraction would be an extraordinary boon for those lesser cultivators. Yet, despite this, the competition remained fierce. Shortly after the secret realm opened, corpses littered the vast expanse of land. The divine realm was rich in resources, yet the number of cultivators was equally vast. Those caught in floods perished in deluge, while those caught in drought succumbed to thirst. Nowhere to run. A furious roar echoed from the depths of the secret realm, as hundreds of celestial emperors from Fengyun Pavilion, led by dozens of quasi-deities, surrounded the Xiao family in a valley, intent on settling scores with them. So impatient are we? Xiao Xiaodian furrowed his brow, observing the leading quasi-deity from Fengyun Pavilion. At that moment, the Xiao family was cornered within a valley, encircled by layers of Fengyun Pavilion's quasi-deities and celestial emperors, all determined to eliminate them and secure the indestructible spiritual light without delay. Eliminating you will alleviate our worries, the leading quasi-deity of Fengyun Pavilion stated calmly. A mere group of celestial emperors. Slaughtering them is as easy as pie. Attack. The Fengyun Pavilion aimed to avoid wasting time here. The value of the indestructible spiritual light far exceeded the lives of these celestial emperors. Every minute spent on them could mean the loss of an indestructible spiritual light, which was a significant loss. With his command, hundreds of celestial emperors surged forward, eager to dispatch the Xiao family in the shortest time possible. Likewise, the Xiao family had no intention of wasting time. I shall take the lead, Xiao Yuan declared. Stepping forward, a massive circular golden formation diagram flickered beneath his feet, and 9 additional formation diagrams materialized around the space, enveloping the entire valley. In total, 10 grand formations emerged. Apart from the central circular golden formation, the other 9 formations shimmered with dazzling golden lightning. This was not the tangible lightning of the world, but rather the law of lightning formed by the power of the formations. As the grand formations manifested, each radiated an aura of celestial emperor level. A formation master? Humph, mere trifles. The quasi-deity of Fengyun Pavilion scoffed derisively. Did they truly believe that 9 celestial emperor-level formations could pose any threat to them? Yet in the next instant, the 9 formations suddenly connected, coalescing into a complete grand formation. Subsequently, golden lightning erupted violently from the grand formation, soaring into the sky like an erupting volcano, enveloping the multitude of Fengyun Pavilion's celestial emperors rushing in. Not good. At the moment the lightning power erupted, all the quasi-deities present turned pale. This was no celestial emperor-level formation. It had transformed into a quasi-deity-level formation. Under the might of such a formation, celestial emperors would be utterly powerless. Indeed, those enveloped in the golden lightning were reduced to ash in an instant. You seek death, a quasi-deity bellowed. Just like that, hundreds of celestial emperors from Fengyun Pavilion had fallen, leaving only a handful of their quasi-deity cultivators. However, just as they prepared to retaliate, the golden lightning within the grand formation abruptly shifted to a deep purple. In that moment, all the quasi-deities screamed in horror, swiftly turning to ash amidst the deluge of purple lightning. The members of the Xiao family looked on, astonished to see that the previously interconnected 9 formations had now merged with the golden grand formation beneath their feet. Gasp! Does this formation possess the might of a true deity? Otherwise, how could it yield such terrifying lethality? Xiao Xiaodian exclaimed in shock. The quasi-deities beneath this formation were rendered utterly incapable of resistance. Alas, there is no helping it. As you all are aware, I am not adept at combat. Thus I must resort to these underhanded tactics. Xiao Yuan shook his head, for all his efforts had been devoted to the formation. What do you mean by not being skilled in battle? A grand array has annihilated dozens of quasi-deities and hundreds of celestial emperors, and yet you claim to be inept. The others from the Xiao family were rendered speechless. Such prowess is something even the extraordinary talents like Xiao Yu could not achieve. Xiao Yuan coughed and said, "Dear friends, please refrain from looking at me in such a manner. Let us hasten to gather the scattered immortal lights around us and venture deeper." The fall of the Fengyun Pavilion had left dozens of immortal lights strewn across the valley, which were spoils that rightfully belonged to the Xiao family and thus must be collected. Yes, indeed, we must swiftly gather them and delve deeper. If other factions seize the source of these immortal lights, it would spell a tremendous loss, Xiao Shan urged. Outside the valley, several factions preparing to pick up the pieces were utterly dumbfounded upon witnessing this scene. How terrifying! Which faction could possibly wipe out dozens of quasi-deities and hundreds of celestial emperors with a single formation? The opposing force must possess god-level techniques. Yet how could such powers transcend the quasi-deity threshold in this location? Did you not observe that they employed a combined formation? The power of an individual formation does not exceed that of a quasi-deity, yet when united, they wield a terrifying strength comparable to true gods. Goodness! Are formation masters truly this formidable? A mere celestial emperor possesses such might. Formation masters primarily focus on comprehending formations. One must not be misled by their personal cultivation level, but rather assess the caliber of formations they can deploy. Before long, the events unfolding in the valley spread like wildfire throughout the secret realm. All factions were left astounded, especially those of divine caliber. It seems prudent to avoid conflict with this family at all costs. Many factions thought this way, but under the allure of immortal lights. How could conflicts be averted? Soon, the members of the Xiao family found themselves embroiled in battle with other factions over the coveted immortal lights deep within the secret realm. Boom! A black axe beam, akin to the splitting of heaven and earth, cleaved through the void, creating a massive rift. Xiao Shan stood proudly with a black battle axe, resembling a formidable demon god. Which faction do you belong to? Do you dare to snatch what belongs to my Qingping sword sect? A quasi-deity wielding a long sword retorted coldly. He had just laid eyes on an immortal light, and as he prepared to collect it, he was interrupted by the man with the battle axe before him. Not only that, but the opponent even dragged him aside, allowing others to claim the immortal light. This infuriated the quasi-deity of the Qingping sword sect. Was this family akin to mad dogs, seizing whatever caught their eye? Hey, are you even a man? Why do you always bring up your backing? What? Without your backing, you can't survive? Truly, a coward without backbone. Chapter 282, Pulling a Big One. Xiao Shan's words flushed the quasi-deity of the Qingping sword sect with indignation and fury. He swung his long sword toward his opponent. Haha, now that's more like a man. If one must first compare backgrounds before seizing opportunities, then there would be no need for slaughter. We might as well let the strength of our backgrounds determine the victor. Xiao Shan laughed heartily, swinging his black battle axe to collide with the opponent's longsword. Boom! A resounding echo erupted as radiant immortal light burst forth from the clash of sword and axe, transforming the azure sky of the secret realm into a kaleidoscope of colors. The overwhelming energy rippled through the surroundings, causing the very fabric of time and space to shatter. Xiao Shan was sent reeling, feeling a surge of blood rise in his chest, nearly spitting out a mouthful. Truly, the prowess of a quasi-deity is formidable. Confronting them head-on is indeed a daunting task. After all, he is merely a divine body, not an unparalleled divine body, lacking the terrifying combat prowess of his son Xiao Yu and the like. Just then, the quasi-deity Gu Jian of the Qingping sword sect charged forward again, his longsword slicing through the air, unleashing a beam of light that cleaved through heaven and earth. Yet Xiao Shan did not attempt to take the blow. Instead, he swiftly evaded to the side. Weren't you just boasting? Why are you running away now? If you have the guts, face me in direct combat. Gu Jian glared at Xiao Shan with a dark expression. Is that even a question? You are a quasi-deity and I am a celestial emperor. I would have to be mad to engage you in direct combat. My earlier actions were merely to seize that immortal light. Xiao Shan chuckled coldly, choosing not to waste any more time and darting off into the distance. You stop right there, Gu Jian bellowed, instantly pursuing him. But at that moment, a dark axe beam and a brilliant sword light suddenly sliced toward him from afar, intercepting his pursuit. Gu Jian snorted coldly, his long sword arcing through the air, obliterating the oncoming attack. Yet by then, Xiao Yu had already vanished without a trace, leaving him without a target to pursue. Do not let me see you again, Gu Jian roared, turning to search elsewhere for the immortal light. Xiao Shan regrouped with his clansmen, intending to head directly into the depths of the secret realm, only to be rebuffed by Xiao Yuan. What? You wish to annihilate those several divine factions? Xiao Shan looked at Xiao Yuan in astonishment. He had not anticipated that the other party intended to pull off something monumental. What? Is that not feasible? Xiao Yuan inquired. It is feasible, but I fear we may be unable to handle it. After all, there are several divine factions, with dozens of quasi-deities among them. And what if they possess some means to counter your divine array? That would be disastrous. Just because Xiao Yuan holds the ability to construct a god-level formation does not mean others lack similar capabilities, especially after the surprise annihilation of the Fengyun Pavilion. The other divine factions would undoubtedly be prepared. If they were to counter Xiao Yuan's array with some means, they would find themselves besieged by several divine factions. Hundreds of quasi-deities. Merely contemplating it sends chills down Xiao Shan's spine. That is why I need to prepare other strategies. Xiao Yuan asserted. Since the clan leader knows that this secret realm harbors the source of the immortal lights, the other divine powers must also be aware. Thus, even if we take some time to prepare other means, it will not affect the final outcome. Xiao Yuan elaborated. What other strategies do you intend to prepare? Xiao Xiaotian asked in confusion. Could it be that their methods are even more terrifying than the previous divine formations? Do you all remember when I previously inquired about the origins of this secret realm? Xiao Yuan looked at everyone. Indeed. Did the clan leader not mention that this secret realm was birthed from the peculiar land of the Wan Jin mountain range? Xiaonan responded. Correct. Thus, this secret realm is not independent of the Wan Jin mountain range. What I intend to do is to leverage the forces of the Wan Jin mountain range in conjunction with my divine formations to suppress them. Xiao Yuan was also concerned that the opposing factions might possess some hidden trump cards to counter his divine formations. If that were the case, then he would amplify the power of the divine array and thoroughly subdue them. What if this method proves ineffective? Xiaonan expressed her concerns. No, it will undoubtedly work. The terrain of the Wanjin mountain range is quite extraordinary, Xiao Yuan declared with unwavering conviction. Observing his resolute demeanor, the others engaged in discussions and ultimately concurred with his decision. After all, fortune favors the bold. If they could indeed subdue all the divine powers within the secret realm, the rewards would be monumental. With a decision made, Xiao Yuan and his kin dispersed to carry out their respective tasks. Xiao Shan and Xiao Ling Tian led their clan deeper into the heart of the realm in search of the indomitable spiritual light, consciously avoiding any confrontation with the major divine factions, steering clear whenever possible. After all, their adversaries' actions appeared to them merely as a means to tailor the perfect attire for the Xiao family. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuan commenced devising an intricate plan throughout the entire secret realm, intending to eradicate several divine forces in one fell swoop. It is indeed perplexing. Given the Xiao family's capacity to annihilate the members of the Fengyun Pavilion, they undoubtedly possess the strength to contend with us. Why then? Do they consistently choose to evade conflict? The leader of the Qingping Sword Sect, a quasi-divine being, pondered curiously. They are merely a group of cowards who can only flee. Gu Jian scoffed disdainfully. Cowards? Those capable of extinguishing over 100 celestial emperors and dozens of quasi-divine beings are certainly no weaklings. Brother Gu, do not underestimate them. Be wary of unforeseen calamities. The leading quasi-divine Yuqing cautioned. Fear not, brother Yu. The next time we meet, they shall not escape. Gu Jian replied, his expression darkening. Moreover, I have inquired about the circumstances surrounding the obliteration of the Fengyun Pavilion. It was simply a matter of employing formations. As long as we do not enter their formation's radius, they cannot harm us. Gu Jian's countenance was clouded with resentment. Allowing that celestial emperor to escape from his grasp had been an utter disgrace. The next encounter would surely rectify that humiliation. Meanwhile, other divine factions were equally puzzled as to why the Xiao family was refraining from competition. Could it be that they truly feared their might? Or perhaps the method they employed to annihilate the Fengyun Pavilion could only be utilized once. Outside the secret realm, Tang Tao was seething with rage. Grasping a nearby cultivator by the collar, he glared with eyes wide as copper bells and bellowed. What did you say? All our disciples from the Fengyun Pavilion who entered the secret realm are dead? If you dare utter a single falsehood, I will strike you down with a single blow. His breath came in rapid bursts, his chest heaving with indignation. How could those quasi-divine beings, equipped with the sect's means, possibly be annihilated? The trembling cultivator, a disciple from their lower ranks, stammered in response. Elder Tang, I assure you, every word I speak is true. The moment they entered the secret realm, they launched an assault on those celestial emperors, only to be caught off guard by the enemy's divine formations. Chapter 283. Do they wish to eliminate us? Caught off guard. All the celestial emperors, including quasi-divine beings, perished within the enemy's divine array. Ah! Tang Tao roared, his palm crushing the messenger into a mist of blood with a resounding thud. He abruptly turned, his hair billowing wildly, eyes glinting like blades as they fixed upon Xiao Chen, who was leisurely sipping wine nearby. Had it been any other faction's elder leader, he would have acted long ago. Yet, facing this formidable opponent who had previously sent him flying with a mere gesture, he could only suppress his fury with great difficulty. Taking a deep breath, Tang Tao fixed his gaze on Xiao Chen, waiting for the arrival of the Fengyun Pavilion's master and other strong figures before he would make his move. Around him, other factions furrowed their brows, bewildered by the emergence of this new power, which had never been heard of before. Yet, they merely mused. As long as it did not threaten them, these divine factions remained indifferent. However, upon hearing this news, Xiao Chen could not help but chuckle, applauding Xiao Yuan's audacity for directly annihilating the opposition. Laugh all you want. Once our sect's strong ones arrive, your laughter will cease. Tang Tao murmured under his breath, casting a sidelong glance at Xiao Chen. Finally, after several days within the secret realm, 5 divine factions, having gathered a substantial amount of indomitable spiritual light, arrived at the innermost depths. Here, they beheld a treasure capable of producing the indomitable spiritual light, a golden lotus the size of a mountain. The golden lotus hovered in the void, radiating a dazzling golden glow, with streams of indomitable spiritual light swirling around it. The source of the indomitable spiritual light is astonishingly vast, a quasi-divine being exclaimed. One should have anticipated this. How could a source capable of producing such a quantity of indomitable spiritual light be small? The cultivators present were all aflame with excitement. Such a source could undoubtedly yield a tremendous amount of indomitable spiritual light, sufficient to supply an entire sect without issue. Yet, at that very moment, the 5 factions began to grow wary. There was only one source, and they would need to determine who among them was the strongest. In an instant, the 5 factions fell into a tense standoff, wary of making a reckless move. Ha, what are you all doing? Are you perhaps waiting for us? A resounding voice boomed as Xiao Shan, wielding a massive axe, strode in alongside the Xiao family. It's you? Weren't you supposed to flee? How dare you show your face again? Gu Jian sneered at Xiao Yu. Indeed, I did flee, but here I am again. If you possess the capability, come chase me. Xiao Shan retorted boldly. You truly are shameless. Gu Jian gritted his teeth in fury, the sword in his hand emanating a chorus of ringing sounds. With a swift motion, he drew his sword, unleashing a fierce strike that cleaved the air with an overwhelming sword aura, tearing apart the very heavens. Void shift, Xiao Xiaodian barked, invoking his divine powers to instantaneously redirect the incoming sword light towards another divine faction, the Poison God Cave. The unexpected assault caught many within that faction off guard, and the sword energy swept through, obliterating several celestial emperors of the Wan Poison Mountain Manor. Qingping Sword Sect, what are you doing? The quasi-divine from the Poison God Cave bellowed. Are you blind? Can't you see they redirected my attack? Gu Jian replied, his face darkening. The Xiao family, is it? It appears you are courting death. The quasi-divine of the Poison God Cave roared, slamming down a palm that unleashed a flickering green poison light, enveloping the Xiao family. Yet at that moment, the members of the Xiao family surged towards the enormous golden lotus, seemingly intent on claiming it for themselves. Impudent. What do you intend to do? All factions could no longer remain idle. Some launched attacks against the Xiao family, while others rushed toward the golden lotus in an attempt to seize it. The previously tense standoff erupted into chaos. Die, you shameless wretch. Gu Jian targeted Xiao Shan, his long sword thrusting forward like a colossal mountain crashing down. Do you think I fear you? At this moment, Xiao Shan no longer sought to evade. Alongside a fellow clansman, he launched a counterattack against the quasi-divine Gu Jian. Boom. The heavens trembled, celestial light surged into the sky, and boundless laws and energies collided, unleashing astonishing might. Although Xiao Shan and his companion staggered back a few steps, they emerged unscathed. Gu Jian's pupils constricted sharply. The combat prowess of these two was formidable, rivaling that of divine bodies. 2 mere celestial emperors could withstand a quasi-divine being like himself. Such prowess could only be matched by a divine body. Kill. With a resounding roar, Xiao Shan brandished his black battle axe and charged once more alongside another clansman, engaging in combat with Gu Jian. The other members of the Xiao family also joined the fray, yet their adversaries were all at the quasi-divine level, necessitating that they pair up to contend effectively. Fortunately, the chaos had reached a point where no one could single them out. The quasi-divine beings from various factions were howling, unleashing their divine abilities and manifesting terrifying attacks, all vying to breach the source and seize that lotus flower. However, under the pressure of multiple factions, it was simply inconceivable for any one force to claim victory unchallenged. Ultimately, after several days of fierce battle, The golden lotus remained suspended in the void, untouched by any faction. At last, a quasi-divine from the poison god's evil cave spoke up. Gentlemen, continuing this chaotic battle is futile. I propose that we each dispatch 10 formidable warriors to fight, with the ultimate victor claiming the golden lotus. What say you? They were all quasi-divine beings. Eliminating one another was no easy feat, and determining a winner in the short term was virtually impossible. Surely, they could not continue to expend their energies indefinitely. The Qingping Sword sect, agree. So do I. From the Xianyu sect, the free and easy sect concurs. The Yinyang sect is in agreement. The Xiao family opposes. Opposition is futile. The other factions have consented, while only you dissent. If you are unwilling, the Xiao family may depart. The quasi-divine from the poison god's evil cave sneered. The other factions turned their disdainful gazes upon the Xiao family, exhibiting their scorn. In a one-on-one contest, how could the Xiao family's celestial emperors possibly stand against the quasi-divine beings of other factions? Are you suggesting that you wish to eliminate us? Xiao Shan inquired in a deep voice. We do not wish to expel you. Rather, your faction is simply too weak to deserve this treasure. Gu Jian retorted with a cold laugh. Very well, let us see whose faction is truly unworthy of possessing this treasure. As Xiao Shan's voice fell, 10 massive formations materialized beneath their feet. Did you truly believe that after learning of the demise of those from the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, we were unprepared? Out. The quasi-divine from the Qingping Sword sect sneered, and in an instant, several quasi-artifacts in the form of long swords emerged, coalescing into a singular divine sword. A terrifying aura of divine artifacts surged forth, engulfing the vicinity. Chapter 284. How daring you are. As the Qingping Sword sect made their move, the other 4 factions swiftly deployed their own means, predictably all at the divine level. What say you now, Xiao family? The quasi-divine from the poison god's evil cave cackled. They summoned a myriad of poisonous creatures, including poisonous snakes, scorpions, and centipedes, sending chills down spines. You Xiao family must either comply with our rules or vacate this place. Gu Jian glared at Xiao Yu coldly. In an instant, the gazes of the 5 major factions turned toward the Xiao family, revealing their contempt. It appears there is no room for negotiation. Xiao Shan observed the 5 factions. Are we negotiating with you? What qualifications do you celestial emperors possess to consult with us? Fine, if that is the case, let us see whose methods are more formidable. Xiao Yuan, take action. Suddenly, Xiao Yuan, standing among the Xiao family, formed hand seals, causing the entire secret realm to tremble violently. And towering mountain silhouettes emerged within the realm. What is this? The 10,000 sword mountains? Gu Jian's eyes narrowed. These peaks, resembling divine swords, were none other than the 10,000 sword mountains beyond the secret realm. But how could their silhouettes appear here? Though the reasons were unclear, everyone felt an ominous foreboding. Everyone strike. With a thunderous roar, the divine formations and artifacts of the 5 factions were unleashed, launching an assault on the Xiao family. Xiao Yuan, you must perform admirably. Faced with the overwhelming might of the divine-level techniques, sweat beaded on the foreheads of the Xiao family members. If they faltered, they would surely perish here. Kill. Xiao Yuan commanded, and the illusion of the 10,000 sword mountains erupted with resplendent light. Simultaneously, the formations set by Xiao Yuan within the secret realm began to glow, resonating with the mountain silhouettes, coalescing instantaneously into an unparalleled grand formation enveloping the entire secret realm. At the moment the formation took shape, a terrifying force of heaven and earth surged upon the 10 formations beneath Xiao Yuan's feet, intensifying the radiance emitted by the grand formation. Meanwhile, the divine formations and artifacts from the 5 factions surged forth, enveloping the Xiao family. Yet, before the 5 factions could rejoice, their attacks were crushed entirely by the formation manipulated by Xiao Yuan, leaving no trace of impact on the Xiao family. How is this possible? The 5 factions were taken aback. Could it be that the opponent's formation transcended the divine level? Continue the assault. The leader of the poison god's evil cave bellowed. All quasi-divine beings from the 5 factions activated their divine-level techniques, launching yet another assault on the Xiao family. You've pushed your luck. Xiao Yuan scoffed, and the formation erupted with dazzling purple lightning, striking down like divine thunder upon the techniques of the 5 factions. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosive sounds resonated as the divine sword of the Qingping Sword sect, the myriad poisons of the poison god's evil cave, and the techniques of the other 3 factions were obliterated instantaneously by the purple lightning. What? You? All factions were astounded at this spectacle. The preparations they had made were utterly shattered. You have no regard for martial ethics, employing techniques that surpass the divine level. The quasi-divine from the poison god's evil cave cursed vehemently. Historically, whenever such a secret realm emerged, Only those beneath the divine level were permitted entry. Thus, the techniques provided by the sect were likewise limited to the divine level, and excessively powerful methods could not be brought in. Yet now, the Xiao family had invoked techniques that surpassed the divine level, erasing their advantage entirely. What need is there for martial ethics? Strength reigns supreme. Xiao Yuan scoffed. And the formation unleashed terrifying purple lightning, enveloping all members of the 5 factions within its grasp. The oppressive aura caused all faces to change drastically, without their divine-level techniques. They found themselves utterly incapable of resisting the might emanating from the formation. Xiao family, what do you intend to do? Do you wish to oppose us? The 5 great factions? The leader of the poison god, Evil Cave, warned solemnly. We do not seek to be enemies with any faction, but the condition is your compliance. Otherwise, should I feel displeased, I cannot guarantee that something untoward may occur. Xiao Yuan chuckled coldly, recalling how these individuals had just been so arrogant, wishing to expel the members of the Xiao family. Now, who was being expelled? What do you want? Gu Jian asked in a low voice. What do we want? Hand over all the undying spirit lights in your possession. Impossible. Impossible? Hee hee. Xiao Yuan laughed. And a bolt of purple lightning struck a quasi-divine from the Qingping sword sect, instantly reducing him to ashes. Now then, will you surrender the undying spirit lights or not? To think you could obtain the indomitable spiritual light from us is utterly preposterous, unless you intend to annihilate us all. The leader of the poison god, Evil Cave, coldly scoffed. Their harvest of indomitable spiritual light was immense, ample enough to allow numerous perfected beings within their sects to ascend to divine realms. Thus they would never relinquish such treasures willingly. Moreover, he doubted whether the opposing side truly possessed the audacity to coerce the 5 supreme divine factions. Yet, at that moment, a robust violet lightning bolt erupted from the grand formation, surging towards the celestial expanse of the secret realm, engulfing all members of the poison god Evil Cave within its confines. In that instant, the 4 factions of the Qingping sword sect widened their eyes in disbelief, casting incredulous glances towards the Xiao family. Such a terrifying assault surely rendered the poison god Evil Cave incapable of withstanding it. As the violet lightning dissipated, it became evident that not a single soul from the poison god Evil Cave remained, leaving behind a plethora of indomitable spiritual light swirling in the air. How dare you? Gu Jian's pupils constricted sharply. The poison god Evil Cave was a sect of divine caliber, akin to their Qingping sword sect, and even they dared not provoke them lightly, for their poison could slay even deities. It was inscrutable and unpredictable, nearly impossible to defend against. Do not challenge the courage of our Xiao family. We fear nothing. Now it is your turn. Will you surrender the indomitable spiritual light? Or will you meet the same fate as them? The choice is yours. In any case, we are indifferent to the prospect of slaying a few more, or even eradicating your entire faction. At this juncture, how could they possibly choose otherwise? Naturally, preserving their lives took precedence. The Xiao family, huh? Very well. I hope you have the opportunity to leave the Wanjian mountain range with the indomitable spiritual light. Gu Jian spoke coldly. You need not concern yourselves with that. Xiao Yuan chuckled lightly. After all, the clan leader had stated that regardless of the consequences, the family would bear the burden. Given this, they had no reason to fear anything. However, they were unaware that outside the secret realm, a violent transformation had already transpired. The entire Wanjian mountain range had collapsed, and all the cultivators within had perished, leaving only Xiao Chen standing amidst the ruins. Chapter 285. The Anomaly of Wanjian Mountain Range. This fellow actually triggered the ancient relics beneath Wanjian Mountain Range by borrowing strength? Xiao Chen mused, stroking his chin. Time rewound to before Xiao Yuan had drawn upon that strength. Master, it is he. This is the one who declared he would annihilate my Fengyan Pavilion. Tang Tao pointed at Xiao Chen and spoke gravely to the master of Fengyan Pavilion. At that moment, several divine realm powerhouses from Fengyan Pavilion had encircled Xiao Chen, wary of his escape. Sir, it seems we have no grievances with you. What is the meaning of this? The master of Fengyan Pavilion frowned at Xiao Chen. It is quite literal. Who urged your elder to provoke my Xiao family? Xiao Chen replied while sipping his drink. Nonsense. Clearly, you struck first. How can you claim I provoked you? Tang Tao glared at Xiao Chen. Very well, even if I did provoke you, so what? Even if I desire to obliterate your Fengyan Pavilion, what of it? Xiao Chen shrugged nonchalantly. Though my Fengyan Pavilion may not be a superpower, we are certainly not to be trifled with. If you do not provide an explanation, you shall not leave this place today, declared the master of Fengyan Pavilion. Master, why waste words with him? All the celestial emperors and quasi-divines from our Fengyan Pavilion who entered the secret realm have been slain by him. Today, we must not only eliminate him, but also make his faction pay the price. What? All our disciples in the secret realm have perished? The master of Fengyun Pavilion exclaimed in shock. Indeed, master, they all fell to the forces of this individual. Tang Tao pointed at Xiao Chen. Ah, this infuriates me. An elder from Fengyun Pavilion roared, for among those lost was his own descendant. Brat, I care not for your origins. Today, you shall undoubtedly perish. The elder, in a fit of rage, struck towards Xiao Chen. Truly, I had intended to leave you for my kin to hone their skills. Yet you so eagerly rushed to your demise. Xiao Chen shook his head, preparing to retaliate, when he suddenly paused, glancing towards the depths of Wanjian mountain range. In the next instant, a thunderous rumble echoed, and the entire mountain began to tremble. Simultaneously, the elder's attack struck Xiao Chen, but alas, it bore no effect. As it neared him, the assault transformed into nothingness. Yet, before he could process this, all present felt the quaking of Wanjian mountain range and collectively lowered their heads to gaze downward. In the very next moment, an endless brilliance of sword energy erupted from below, akin to a volcanic explosion, soaring into the heavens. Ah! The chilling screams echoed, sending shivers down one's spine. These were the cries of the divine realm cultivators trapped within Wanjian mountain range. However, these sounds were fleeting, quickly drowned out by the resounding clangor of swords. Xiao Chen observed the divine realm cultivators from Fengyun Pavilion. The instant the sword energy manifested, it mercilessly dismembered them, transforming them into a sanguine mist, even their souls obliterated beneath the sword's radiance. You sought to trouble me. Now, look where it has led you. Your sect leader has perished. Xiao Chen chuckled softly. Now, the entirety of Wanjian mountain range was left with only him. Reflecting on the situation, Xiao Chen concluded that since the sect leader and their divine elders had perished, the resources of Fengyun Pavilion were rendered superfluous. Thus, he reached across the vast expanse and seized Fengyun Pavilion's treasure vault. Who dares? The protective elder of Fengyun Pavilion, upon witnessing their treasure vault being whisked into the void, finally appeared, only to find that Xiao Chen's colossal hand had vanished from above Fengyun Pavilion in an instant. Damn it! Seizing my Fengyun Pavilion while the sect leader is away. Whoever you are, I vow to pursue you to the ends of the earth. As the elder's furious declaration rang out, a disciple came scrambling. Elder, it's bad. The soul lamps of the sect leader and others have all extinguished. Xiao Chen had gathered the treasures from Fengyun Pavilion and awaited the arrival of Xiao Yuan and the others. However, the grand spectacle that had just unfolded was monumental, and it was likely that many factions had taken notice. It would not be long before this place became utterly lively. As for the ruins below, Xiao Chen felt no inclination to explore. Such matters were better left to his kin. Now that the family had begun to rise, he, as the patriarch, should refrain from meddling in tasks his family could accomplish. The sword energy persisted for a considerable time before finally subsiding. During this period, some cultivators emerged from the secret realm, yet all met their demise upon exiting. If even divine realm cultivators could not withstand the sword light, how could they? Before long, the sword energy dissipated, and only then did a few emerge alive from the entrance. Yet upon encountering the unfamiliar surroundings, they instinctively recoiled, only to re-emerge moments later. Is this still Wanjian mountain range? The towering peaks that once resembled swords have vanished, leaving nothing but ruins. Several divine factions emerged, their expressions wrought with anger, cursing under their breath. Yet upon witnessing the drastically altered environment, they stood momentarily dumbfounded. What on earth has happened here? Gu Jian exclaimed in astonishment. As my gaze swept across the surroundings, I could only discern the leader of the Xiao family reclining on a cloud, indulging in drink, while the formidable members of the Qingping sword sect were conspicuously absent. Senior, may I inquire about the whereabouts of our esteemed elder from the sect? A respectful figure from the Xiaoyao sect asked. Despite the deep-seated animosity I harbored towards the Xiao family, I found myself compelled to bow my head. He is deceased, replied Xiao Chen. Deceased? How can that be? The elder exclaimed. How could he perish? Why wouldn't he? He is not invincible, after all. His demise is entirely normal. Xiao Chen retorted, curling his lips in disdain. Then how is it that you are still alive? Xiao Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, and the speaker was instantly obliterated, reduced to a cloud of crimson mist. Though I possess a rather agreeable temperament, it does not permit you to spout nonsense before me. With his actions, Xiao Chen quelled the assembly, leaving them no choice but to hastily retreat with their disciples, vanishing into the vast expanse of the Wanjian mountain range. Before long, Xiao Yuan and others emerged, and upon learning of the events that had transpired outside, they were astounded. So, it is due to my leveraging that the ancient ruins beneath the Wanjian mountain range were unearthed, leading to the demise of all those present? Xiao Yuan was taken aback, as this was a revelation he had not anticipated. Their weakness is not your fault. In fact, you all performed admirably. successfully acquiring the primordial essence that births the indestructible, true spirit. Xiao Chen commended. It is all thanks to Xiao Yuan. Had it not been for his formation that surpassed the realm of true gods, we would have been utterly unable to contend with the 6 divine factions. However, clan leader, with the annihilation of all disciples from the Fengyun Pavilion and the Poison God Abyss, will this not bring trouble to our family? Xiao Xiaodian expressed his concerns. Do not worry, the Fengyun Pavilion has been eradicated, and their sect leader perished due to the unleashed powers of the underground ruins. As for the Poison God Abyss, should they dare to trouble our clan, we shall withstand them. Xiao Chen waved his hand dismissively. He refrained from suggesting that the clan could annihilate their foes. The unification of the divine Xiao realm would require the clan members to take direct action, yet their current strength was insufficient for such an endeavor. That is reassuring. Xiao Xiaodian nodded. Let us depart. Now that matters here have reached a conclusion, we may return. Your contributions have been significant, and rewards shall await you upon your return to the clan. Xiao Chen smiled. Clan leader, will we not explore the ancient ruins here? Xiao Shan queried, perplexed. We shall explore, yet the dangers within these ruins are manifold. Even divine practitioners risk perishing within. Therefore, those without divine realm cultivation should refrain from attempting to explore this place. Furthermore, the ruins have only just emerged and remain in a highly unstable state. Even ancient gods would fall if they ventured in now. Thus, it is prudent to wait until stability returns before undertaking any exploration. Upon hearing this, the assembly had no choice but to suppress their ambitions and followed Xiao Chen's lead as they departed. Meanwhile, the grand spectacle of the Wanjian mountain range had stirred many factions, prompting them to dispatch their strongest to the site. The disciples of the Qingping sword sect encountered returning elders along their route. What do you mean? You did not acquire the indestructible spirit light? How is that possible? An elder from the Qingping sword sect inquired, perplexed. Reporting to Elder Chun, an unexpected faction appeared, calling themselves the Xiao family. They possess means that transcend true divine capabilities, decisively subduing all divine factions that entered. All members of the Fengyun Pavilion and the Poison God Abyss were annihilated by them. And they not only obtained the primordial essence from which the indestructible spirit light is birthed, but also forced us to surrender all our spirit light. Thus, we returned empty-handed. Gu Jian reported, a son of one of the elders, his words carrying weight. The Xiao family? Elder Chen's brow furrowed slightly. He had never heard of such a divine faction in the vicinity. Very well, return and report this matter to the sect. I have come to investigate the phenomena in the Wanjian mountain range. By the way, since you have come from there, do you know the specifics of the situation? What of the elder who led you? Reporting to the elder, we are unaware of the specifics and do not know what phenomena have occurred in the Wanjian mountain range. We only know that the Wanjian mountain range has ceased to exist, now reduced to ruins. As for the leading elder, we heard he has perished there, but the details remain unclear. We have been unable to contact him, which is why we returned to the sect on our own. Is that so? Very well. You may return. As for how to deal with the Xiao family, that shall be decided by the sect leader. The elder concluded, then soared towards the Wanjian mountain range. Even from a distance, he could clearly perceive the extraordinary phenomena that had occurred there. It was evident something significant had transpired. Thus, he felt compelled to investigate. For it was the command of the sect leader. Upon returning to the divine city, Xiao Chun, recognizing Xiao Yuan's exceptional performance within the secret realm, entrusted him with the unparalleled divine body of the Wandao divine array, along with the formidable formations he had inscribed. This unique physique allows for the engraving of boundless divine arrays within, and when unleashed in their entirety, their might is truly astounding. Imagine if he could inscribe dozens of divine emperor-level formations within. The resulting power would be unfathomably terrifying. Of course, this is merely a fantasy, as inscribing divine emperor-level formations is no simple feat. An excessive number would overwhelm the body. Clan leader, how should I comprehend the infinite path with this physique? Xiao Yuan asked, perplexed. He intended to seclude himself to delve into the infinite path. During his previous breakthrough from the mortal realm to the celestial realm, he had failed to comprehend it, but with the integration of the unparalleled divine body, his aptitude had significantly improved, prompting him to attempt once more. Moreover, this was his final opportunity. If missed, he would truly forfeit his chance at becoming a divine emperor. Yet, unlike others, he was an adept in formations, with all his techniques embedded within them. The Wandao divine array requires the engraving of endless formations within, yet there exists a primary formation, one that must be capable of infinite evolution, situated within your Jinghai. Only by fusing your comprehension of the infinite path with this primary formation can you truly master it. Naturally, if you can integrate more formations with the infinite path, the power you can unleash in the future will be even greater. Your path will be more arduous than others, but the potential that lies ahead is beyond imagination. After receiving Xiao Chen's guidance, Xiao Yuan's eyes gleamed with determination. Given this opportunity, he resolved to accomplish this step, undeterred by the challenges ahead. Thus, Xiao Yuan began his seclusion, intending not only to comprehend the infinite path, but also to attain divinity, which would require several years of dedication. Of course, this duration pertains to the outside world. Within the Time Tower, it could stretch into the span of millions of years. The system has successfully signed in today. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a strand of the Chaos Ancestral Divine Vein. Following Xiao Yuan's departure, the familiar voice of the system echoed in Xiao Chen's ear. A strand of the Chaos Ancestral Divine Vein? Excellent items. With such treasures, even the origin gods can cultivate here without fear of depletion. Previously, the existence of the chaotic river had endowed the divine city with conditions suitable for divine beings to refine their powers. Now, with the emergence of the chaotic ancestor divine vein, the potential has been elevated yet again. Xiao Chen fused the chaotic ancestor divine vein into the divine city, and in an instant, the divine aura within the city became even more vibrant. At present, every blade of grass and every tree in the divine city, nurtured by the abundant spiritual energy, has transformed into something extraordinary. Even a mere weed could evolve into an immortal herb or divine medicine. Xiao Chen rose from his seat and located an unoccupied area within the divine city to establish a spatial world, placing the source material he had retrieved, namely, the golden lotus, within this space. Gradually, streams of indestructible divine light began to manifest in this realm. He then produced an object resembling a jade butterfly, another source material capable of generating indestructible divine light, acquired through the system's sign-in rewards. With these two source materials, the family should not lack indestructible divine light. At that moment, Xiao Zhan and the others emerged from their seclusion. Hearing that the family had harvested a significant amount of indestructible divine light, they were filled with excitement, as it was an essential resource for becoming divine. Chapter 287, Divine Level Dao Fruit. Indeed, they were also exchanging family contribution points. It seems you all intend to make a concerted effort to directly break through to the divine realm? The Grand Elder inquired, observing the temporarily emerged members. Absolutely. This time, we shall not emerge until we attain divinity, Xiao Yu declared with unwavering resolve. Haha, splendid. Once you all achieve divine status, our Xiao family will undoubtedly be a veritable divine force. Xiao Feng laughed heartily. With the patriarch present, hasn't our family already become a divine force? Ah, that is different. Although the patriarch's strength is unfathomable, he has stated that expanding our influence in the divine realm will require your efforts. His responsibility lies in safeguarding the family's safety. Everything else will depend on you, Xiao Feng remarked with a smile. However, Xiao Yu and the others couldn't help but approach Xiao Feng, their gazes scrutinizing him from head to toe. Why do you all look at me like that? We are merely checking whether the Grand Elder has made any breakthroughs. I haven't been in seclusion, so how could I possibly have broken through? You elders enjoy privileges that the rest of us do not. Often, the patriarch uses mysterious means to elevate your cultivation. It leaves us quite helpless, as we might spend 1,000,000 years in seclusion only to discover that your cultivation has surpassed ours. Xiao Yu expressed with a hint of grievance. Ha, that is merely the special treatment bestowed upon us elders by the patriarch. The Grand Elder chuckled. Besides, we cannot compare with you, although you may take longer. Your combat prowess is something we cannot hope to reach. Rest assured, this time we truly have not broken through. We are all still immortal emperors. Moreover, the patriarch has declared that henceforth, it will be the realm of the younger generation. Like the patriarch, we elders are only responsible for the family's safety, and we shall not meddle excessively in external affairs. Thus, whether the family can assert its dominance in the future depends entirely on you. The Grand Elder reassured them, declaring, I, Xiao Yu, promise that our Xiao family will undoubtedly become the foremost family in the divine realm. After the others departed, Xiao Feng chuckled and flew towards the courtyard where Xiao Chen resided. At that moment, all the elders of the family had gathered there. Patriarch, have you summoned us to merge with the Dao fruits? Second Elder Xiao Yuanshan excitedly rubbed his sparse hair. Oh, you all seem to possess a remarkable foresight. Indeed, this time it is to have you merge with the Dao fruits. Xiao Chun waved his hand, and several Dao fruits appeared before them. Among these Dao fruits, the lowest rank was that of the Divine King level, while the highest was of the Origin level. You may begin to merge. As for those Divine King level Dao fruits, I will gradually elevate your ranks later, so those who have merged with the Divine King level need not be anxious. What? Origin level? The crowd gasped in astonishment, realizing that these were the most formidable beings in the divine realm. Furthermore, their numbers were exceedingly limited. Everyone looked at Xiao Chun in shock, unable to believe he could procure Dao fruits of such caliber. Haha, no need to rush, Patriarch. We are not in any haste. Despite their words, their expressions were filled with eagerness, barely suppressing their anticipation. Having been in this world for some time, they certainly understood the significance of the origin and divine king levels. Thus, no one regarded the divine king Dao fruits as anything less than extraordinary. If they were to rely on their own cultivation, it might take them tens of millions of years, and even then, success was not guaranteed. In that case, proceed to the Time Tower and merge at your leisure. Remember to bring along suitable techniques and divine powers from the Scripture Pavilion. Do not find yourselves with the realm, but lacking the corresponding combat strength. Rest assured, Patriarch, we are well aware. Xiao Feng replied with a smile, his joy reminiscent of a child. I wonder how Xiao Yu and the others will react when they emerge from seclusion and learn of our cultivation levels. Oh, and one more thing. As our family continues to grow, select a few adept individuals from among the family members to promote to elders. Xiao Chen addressed the excited crowd. Xiao Chen, how many more elders are needed? Xiao Lingtian inquired. Currently, there are 8 elders, yet the family has expanded to several 100,000 members, which is indeed rather few. Let us select 12 more to make a total of 20 elders. Excellent. We shall arrange this matter at once. In truth, within the Xiao family, countless individuals aspire to become elders. This is not only a mark of honor, but also comes with numerous benefits. The Dao fruits are merely one aspect. Elders do not expend any contribution points or resources for family resources, and they can utilize secret realms without waste. Such privileges are envied by others. By the way, Patriarch, didn't you mention wanting to see if there are any beautiful women? Have you found anyone to your liking? If not, would you like me to introduce someone to you? The Grand Elder asked with a laugh. You introduce me? Let us skip that. Our tastes differ greatly. Xiao Chen shook his head. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that the women I find are unattractive? That's about the gist of it. Patriarch, I dare not agree with that. The women I find are nothing short of celestial beauties. The Grand Elder retorted. Of celestial beauties? You dare speak such words? The Second Elder scoffed, clearly disagreeing with the Grand Elder's assertion. Second, what do you mean by that? Do you dare challenge me? Challenge. Why not? With that, the two bid farewell to Xiao Chen and proceeded to the training grounds for a friendly spar. However, they only engaged lightly. Observing the others entering the Time Tower to merge with the Dao fruits, they swiftly followed suit. Approximately half a month later, a brilliant sword light surged into the sky once more. Xiao Chen felt a resonance and turned his gaze toward the Sword Mountain range, where endless sword light erupted from the shattered mountains, surging forth like a torrent toward the heavens. The anguished cries echoed from beneath the ruins, emanating from the formidable beings of various sections. A rabble of individuals who go mad at the mere sight of relics, completely oblivious to their own limitations. Xiao Chen scoffed derisively. The ruins below, unstable as they are, would spell doom even for ancient deities, let alone these mere true gods and celestial gods. Yet, even after the sudden demise of numerous godly cultivators, the allure of the relic beneath the Wanjian mountain only intensified their fervor. Generally speaking, the more perilous a relic, the more splendid its past glories, and thus the greater its worthiness for exploration. Behold, it is the Sword God sect, exclaimed a surviving cultivator, his heart still trembling. The Sword God sect? That ancient order said to have been overseen by a creator god? Someone gasped in astonishment. This news was nothing short of astonishing. Though the sect had vanished into the annals of time, tales of its grandeur still circulated throughout the Xintiao realm. It was said that the ancestral figure of that sect was on the verge of attaining the origin realm, yet for reasons unknown, he ultimately fell short, taking the entire Sword God sect into obscurity with him, and a sect presided over by a creator god, no less. There could very well be creator-level legacies within. To acquire such treasures would indeed be a tremendous fortune. In a whirlwind, news of this revelation spread, drawing the attention of multitudes of cultivators from the Xintiao realm to the Wanjian mountain. Even some sovereign-level and even creator-level forces were captivated. However, those of creator-level strength would never intervene. Their involvement would only invite ridicule. After all, they were all of the same caliber. What need had they to covet another's legacies? Xiao Chen shook his head. The ruins beneath the Wanjian mountain harbored terrifying energies of slaughter, necessitating time and the lives of cultivators to carve out a passage. Indeed, not long after, a surge of sword energy erupted from the ruins, claiming the lives of many cultivators. Yet, such dangers were insufficient to quench the insatiable desire for creator-level legacies. Many continued to delve deeper into the relics beneath the ruins. This place is not so easily explored, sighed Lu Qingyuan, an elder of the Xindao sect, as he gazed at the entrance to the secret realm, now stained with blood. Since it is thus, I shall first attend to other matters. That family, I believe, is called the Xiao family. They must answer for the unwarranted destruction of my Xindao sect's subordinate forces. Days later, Lu Qingyuan appeared beside the divine city of the Xiao family, his being enveloped in a purple radiance of divine energy, exuding an aura of extraordinary transcendence. Yet, upon beholding the magnificent and colossal divine city, Lu Qingyuan furrowed his brow. He had seen floating divine cities before, but none of such grandeur. It was said that this Xiao family was not even a divine-level family. How could a mere minor clan construct such an imposing edifice? Were they so eager to attract attention? Lu Qingyuan sneered. Without further ado, he struck at the divine city, deeming it unnecessary to extend courtesy to such a minor power. His palms shimmered with divine might, resonating with unparalleled authority, the essence of the divine interweaving to manifest supreme power. Yet in the next moment, a hand radiating pure white light emerged from within the divine city, colliding with Lu Qingyuan's palm, producing a deafening roar. What? There is a godly cultivator among them? Lu Qingyuan exclaimed in surprise. Soon after, a figure stepped forth, addressing him. Why dost thou attack my family's city? Xiao Lingtian stood with hands clasped behind his back, emanating the aura of a true god. He was not truly at the true god level. Yet today he aimed to stage a spectacle for the younger generation of his family. Why dost thou attack your family's city? Huh. I would inquire instead why thou hast annihilated my Xindao sect's subordinate forces. Lu Qingyuan regarded Xiao Lingtian with disdain, seeing only a true god whose aura was still unstable, far beneath his own venerable experience of several 100,000 years in the true god realm. My Xindao sect's subordinate forces? Could it be the Xiandao sect? Xiao Lingtian frowned, recalling the report from Xiao Yu upon his return. Indeed, Lu Qingyuan affirmed, though the Xiandao sect was merely one of their many subordinate forces, they served as their vassals, regularly offering resources. Thus, they were entitled to protection. Otherwise, if they were to betray their trust, which sect would continue to offer fealty to the Xindao sect in the future? Such matters cannot be attributed to us. They struck first against my Xiao family. Xiao Lingtian declared. Regardless of the reasons, your Xiao family must pay for your actions. And what of reason? I have stated they initiated the conflict against my Xiao family. Xiao Lingtian protested. Reason? Ha! Thou, a mere true god, speaketh of such childish notions? In this world where the weak are devoured by the strong, what reason dost thou have to speak of? My inquiry is merely out of respect for thy shared status as a true god. Lu Qingyuan's laughter was cold. Then what dost thou desire? I demand an explanation. An explanation? What kind of explanation? Compensation, and I require the life of your family as patriarch. What? The life of our patriarch? Xiao Lingtian rubbed his nose, shaking his head. That is likely out of the question. In that case, there is naught to discuss. Yet you shall surely come to regret this. Upon hearing the refusal, Lu Qingyuan's countenance darkened. He was about to strike when a voice interjected, Hold. Then, Xiao Chen appeared outside the divine city with a smile. And who art thou? Lu Qingyuan demanded, eyeing the unexpected newcomer. I am the patriarch of the Xiao family. Xiao Chen replied with a smile. You are the patriarch of the Xiao family? No mistaking it. Now that you have emerged, I trust you heard my prior words? Lu Qingyuan inquired. Indeed. Xiao Chen nodded. Then how dost thou choose? I have no objections whatsoever. So long as my family is not implicated, I leave all decisions in your hands. Xiao Chen stated earnestly. Splendid. Truly, thou art the patriarch, possessing great vision. Lu Qingyuan laughed heartily. In that case, come with me, bearing the compensation. Go. Where? Xiao Chen queried. Those who dare to annihilate my Xindao sect's subordinate forces must be executed before all the powers of my Xindao sect, to demonstrate our authority. What? Dost thou fear and wish to retreat? Such a choice would surely endanger your family. Lu Qingyuan sneered. So it is thus. Very well. As long as my family is not implicated, I will heed your wishes. Xiao Chen nodded. Well said. I find myself somewhat admiring you. Lu Qingyuan's cold smile widened, and he extended his hand. Xiao Chen, understanding the cue, promptly handed over a storage ring. As Lu Qingyuan inspected it with his divine sense, his eyes lit up, and his smile grew even more radiant. Xiao Chen, you cannot follow him. Our family cannot survive without you. Xiao Lingtian feigned an expression of deep sorrow. In his original scheme, he had planned to engage in a fierce battle with the opponent, sustaining grave injuries, or even being ruthlessly tormented. A scene that would be showcased to the clansmen within the city by the elders to ignite their fighting spirit. Chapter 289, The Dungeon. However, it unexpectedly evolved into this. Nonetheless, the outcome remains the same, perhaps even better, but it must be portrayed more convincingly, lest the clansmen discern any discrepancies. Indeed, at that moment, upon witnessing the scene, the clansfolk within the city were engulfed in righteous indignation. Their leader, in order to avert a crisis for the family, would actually volunteer to depart with the adversary? No. The leader cannot be harmed. I am willing to take his place in death. We must not allow the adversary to take the leader away, unless they tread over our corpses. All faces contorted in rage as they surged towards the city's exit. Everything the Xiao family has achieved today is solely due to the leader's efforts. How can we stand idly by and watch him come to harm? Stop right there. No one is allowed to leave. The Grand Elder bellowed. Grand Elder, are you truly going to let them take the leader away? Someone shouted. But what can you achieve by rushing out? The opponent is a true deity. Do you not understand why the leader chose to go willingly? It is to prevent any harm from befalling our family. If you rush out and perish at their hands, it will serve no purpose and will only render all the leader's sacrifices meaningless. Is this truly the outcome you desire? However, even the Grand Elder's words could not quell the riotous crowd. In truth, had they not been aware of the leader's supernatural abilities, they would likely display similar behavior. Yet, he had not anticipated that the leader would suddenly appear, disrupting his original plans with Xiao Lingtian and the others. Observing the tumultuous crowd, the Grand Elder could only intervene to suppress them in place. Oh, why is my strength so feeble that I can only watch helplessly as the leader sacrifices himself for the family? A voice erupted in anguish. Trembling and gripping their fists tightly, eyes filled with resentment. If you truly care, you should not rush out to your demise, betraying the leader's intentions, but rather devote yourselves to training, so that one day you can annihilate our enemies and avenge the leader, Xiao Yuanshan said solemnly. At that moment, outside the divine city, Xiao Chen turned to his father and declared, "Return and tell our clansmen not to worry. I shall return." His face radiated confidence and brilliance as he then followed the coldly smirking Lu Qingyuan away. Return? That is utterly impossible. Lu Qingyuan summoned a resplendent jade rui, taking Xiao Chen aboard as they soared towards the divine Dao Gate. All the while, Xiao Chen found it peculiar that his captor displayed no sign of fear, instead seeming to enjoy the journey as if it were a leisurely outing. "Aren't you afraid of death?" Lu Qingyuan inquired, frowning. "Death? Not at all. For I cannot die," Xiao Chen replied with a smile. "Cannot die? Huh. I am quite curious to hear why you believe that. You wouldn't happen to have allies within the divine Dao Gate, would you?" Lu Qingyuan furrowed his brow. If the opponent indeed had allies within the divine Dao Gate, that would be an entirely different matter. "No, I do not know anyone from your divine Dao Gate." Xiao Chen shook his head. "Then it is rather strange. Why do you claim you cannot die? Not dying is simply not dying. There is no reason behind it." "Huh. Intriguing, truly intriguing. I am eager to see whether you will live or die. Hee, you shall find out in due time. However, I am quite curious. Where did you acquire this jade rui?" Xiao Chen looked down at the shimmering jade rui beneath him with curiosity. Lu Qingyuan, observing Xiao Chen, chose not to respond. How could he still concern himself with such trivial matters at this juncture? Xiao Chen, however, was far more intrigued by the jade rui than any matters concerning the divine Dao Gate. The jade rui traveled swiftly, and merely a few days later, they traversed the boundless void, arriving at the territory of the divine Dao Gate. Xiao Chen scanned the area with his spiritual sense and discovered that this realm was indeed more prosperous than that of the Xiao family, replete with divine energy and abundant cultivation resources. The divine Dao Gate? This faction must possess considerable resources. Xiao Chen stroked his chin thoughtfully. Typically, he would not involve himself in such affairs, but given that the opponent had explicitly sought him out, it would be unreasonable for him to remain absent. If you wish to avoid dragging your family into peril, then remain here obediently. Lu Qingyuan confined Xiao Chen within the dungeon, confident enough not to employ any restraining measures as he left. He firmly believed that Xiao Chen would not dare escape, for even if he could flee, he could not evade the consequences. Watching Lu Qingyuan depart with such nonchalance, Xiao Chen shook his head. This was his first experience in a dungeon, yet it held a certain charm. With a wave of his hand, the previously filthy dungeon became spotless. Then, he produced a recliner and began to drink leisurely. He was curious to see what tricks the divine Dao Gate could conjure. Little did they know the repercussions they would face. Moreover, they had stated that this world is one where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. He hoped they would not regret their choices when the time came. "Hey, neighbor, could you cease your drinking? The aroma of your wine is far too enticing." A weak, somewhat complaining voice emerged from the adjacent cell. Xiao Chen focused his gaze and saw a room entirely sealed, its materials so extraordinary that even beings below the divine realm could not see through it. However, this did not deter Xiao Chen. He peered through the wall to see a disheveled figure suspended in midair, two enormous hooks piercing through their shoulders, their limbs shackled by chains. Such inhumane torment? How had they offended the divine Dao Gate? Xiao Chen inquired with curiosity. The hooks and chains binding this individual were not ordinary. They were specifically designed to ensnare divine beings. They merely wished to extract some secrets from me. But I refused to divulge anything, So they can only imprison me here, came the feeble voice from next door. By the looks of you, it seems you have endured this for quite some time. Haven't you? Xiao Chen asked. Not long, merely around 10,000 years. 10,000 years. Xiao Chen exclaimed in astonishment, then admired. Impressive, impressive. Fellow cultivator, what led to your imprisonment here? Typically, those confined in this place face certain death. Yet you seem to be enjoying your wine here. Me? Hee. I actually came voluntarily. It was rather dull staying in my family. So I decided to come out for a bit of fun. Xiao Chen chuckled. Wow, you are the first to describe being in a dungeon so refreshingly. I can't take it anymore, brother. If you don't put away your wine gourd, I might just lose my mind. Hee. All right then, I'll put it away. Xiao Chen took several hearty gulps before stowing away the wine gourd. Chapter 290. Let us see if you live or die. After Lu Qingyuan departed, he reported the matters concerning the Wanjian mountain range and the Xiao family to the leader of the Divine Dao Gate, Shui Shangwu. No wonder the spectacle of the Wanjian mountain range is so magnificent. It turns out to be the legacy of the Divine Sword sect. Shui Shangwu, seated in the chief seat of the sect leader, displayed a look of realization. His imposing stature was complemented by a rugged beard that adorned his face. The Divine Sword sect was once among the most formidable forces in the ancient era of the Xinxiao realm, yet it mysteriously faced annihilation at some point in history. Master, I estimate that the ruins beneath the Wanjian mountain range will require a considerable amount of time before they can be officially unveiled, Lu Qingyuan remarked. Indeed, I shall dispatch someone to keep a watchful eye on this matter. For now, attend to the affairs of the Xiao family. Since their clan leader has already been apprehended, we shall proceed as per our usual protocol. The forces under the aegis of the Divine Path sect are not to be trifled with by others. And do not forget to eradicate every trace. I wish for no remnants of the Xiao bloodline to survive. Nor do I want them to have any opportunity for retaliation against the Divine Path sect. Shui Shangwu commanded resolutely. Rest assured, Master. I will ensure that not a single trace of their bloodline remains. Lu Qingyuan replied solemnly. Such fundamental operations were second nature to them. Throughout history, countless forces have been extinguished due to the lingering bloodlines of their adversaries. Thus, they would never allow such a scenario to unfold within the Divine Path sect. At that moment, Xiao Chen, who was probing the Divine Path sect with his divine sense, overheard their conversation, yet he felt no surprise. Eradicating the root ensures no revival. A spring breeze can bring forth new life. Xiao Chen mused. The Divine Path sect is far more complex than it appears on the surface. His divine sense penetrated deep into the restricted areas of the sect, revealing that while it seemed to be overseen solely by ancient gods, several divine kings and a being at the brink of the creation realm were covertly stationed there. Moreover, he discovered some extraordinary artifacts, such as an item deep within the restricted area known as the Southern Heaven Gate. Xiao Chen was all too familiar with this. Was it not the legendary facade of the Heavenly Court? Did the Divine Realm also possess a Heavenly Court? And had the Divine Path sect obtained a portion of its legacy? His interest in this faction intensified. Days later, Xiao Chen was escorted to the plaza of the Divine Path sect, where he was to face public punishment. Alas, I've barely settled in, and now I face execution? It seems I am destined for solitude once more. A sigh emanated from a neighboring cell. In the plaza of the Divine Path sect, Xiao Chen stood at the center, listening to Lu Qingyuan passionately recounting his alleged crimes. Surrounding the plaza were numerous leaders of various factions, along with many disciples of the Divine Path sect. Xiao Chen was taken aback. Indeed, this was a divine-level force. The total number of disciples from various sects exceeded tens of millions. We once promised that you would provide offerings to the Divine Path sect in exchange for our protection. Yet this individual faction dared to annihilate those under our protection right beneath our noses, a direct affront to the Divine Path sect. What do you suggest we do? Lu Qingyuan proclaimed loudly beside Xiao Chen. Kill, kill, kill. The resounding cries erupted from the downstream factions affiliated with the Divine Path sect. Xiao Chen surveyed the scene. Astonishingly, there were tens of thousands present. This represented that the Divine Path sect's jurisdiction encompassed myriad downstream forces, many of which boasted true divine power, signifying their status as divine-level factions. The resources these factions offered to the Divine Path sect annually amounted to an immense sum. No wonder the treasure vault of the Divine Path sect was so bountiful. Xiao Chen pondered. At this juncture, Lu Qingyuan continued. We shall adhere to our customary practices. All of you shall join forces to execute him, thus demonstrating our resolve to protect you. Kill, kill, kill. The fervent chants resonated once more. Boy, did you not claim you would not die? Now we shall see if you still hold to that claim. Lu Qingyuan sneered at Xiao Chen, then vanished from sight in an instant. In the next moment, a torrent of attacks erupted from the surrounding powerful figures, enveloping Xiao Chen in a deluge of energy. Lu Qingyuan nodded at this spectacle. Even a true deity would have no chance of survival under such an onslaught. Very well. As long as you all submit your resources punctually, the Divine Path sect shall bear the responsibility of your protection. The destruction of the Xiandao sect was utterly unforeseen, leaving us no opportunity to send aid. Hence they perished. In the future, should you face peril, you must promptly inform the Divine Path sect, and we shall send our strongest to resolve your troubles. Lu Qingyuan addressed all the surrounding factions. Yes, we are grateful for the Divine Path sect's protective grace. The crowd chorused. Yet, all were acutely aware that the price for the Divine Path sect's intervention was no trifling matter. It could nearly deplete the resources of their entire sect, but even so, it was far preferable to annihilation. However, at that moment, as the energy assault on Xiao Chen dissipated, all factions fell into stunned silence. The figure standing at the epicenter of the energy explosion emerged unscathed. Lu Qingyuan furrowed his brow. He beheld Xiao Chen, nonchalantly holding a folding fan, exuding an air of tranquility. You possess a divine artifact? Is this the reason for your audacity? Lu Qingyuan's voice dripped with cold disdain. Is there a problem? Xiao Chen chuckled lightly, having come merely to amuse himself. He decided to indulge them in their little game. If you wish to spare your family from destruction, surrender the divine artifact in your possession. Lu Qingyuan sneered, confident that he could leverage Xiao Chen's family to compel him to yield. Are you certain? Some things are easy to take, but difficult to return. Silence. Hand it over at once. Very well, very well. Xiao Chen smiled and tossed the folding fan to Lu Qingyuan. Do not hold back. Annihilate him completely. With Lu Qingyuan's command, everyone unleashed their attacks once more, a surge of energy once again engulfing Xiao Chen. Yet when the energy subsided, Xiao Chen remained standing, unharmed. The crowd was bewildered. They had unleashed their most formidable assaults, yet none had any effect. Do you still possess a divine artifact? Lu Qingyuan's brows knitted in concern. I advise you not to be ungrateful. You may surrender what you have, or else face the wrath upon your family. However, no sooner had he spoken than he was sent reeling backward, spitting blood. How dull. Is that the only line you have? Xiao Chen shook his head. This scene left the onlookers in shock. Here, within the Divine Path sect, one dared to strike against an elder. Such audacity was unprecedented. You scoundrel! How dare you lay a hand on me here? Lu Qingyuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, pointing accusingly at Xiao Chen. Chapter 291. I seek 2 items from you. Yet, he found it peculiar. If the other possessed such strength, why had he not resisted earlier? Why had he willingly accompanied him to the Divine Path sect? Was it truly merely to avoid dragging his family into trouble? Very well. Let us lay our cards on the table. I shall no longer pretend. You know why I followed you here, right? It was simply to escape the tedium of my family life and seek a little diversion. Surely, you cannot believe that I followed you out of fear of your strength or this so-called Divine Path sect. Xiao Chen shook his head and took a sip from the wine gourd. I care not for the reasons that have brought you here, but now that you are, you shall find it impossible to depart. Then come, and see if you can stop me. Xiao Chen replied with a smile. In the next moment, Lu Qingyuan appeared before Xiao Chen, launching a formidable punch aimed at his head. Yet, Xiao Chen merely stood there, motionless. Lu Qingyuan's fist struck Xiao Chen's head with a resounding force, but it felt as though it had collided with an indestructible artifact, causing his fist to explode upon impact. What? Lu Qingyuan exclaimed in astonishment. Is your head truly that hard? Undeterred, he unleashed another strike with his left palm, sending forth an attack as vast as the heavens towards Xiao Chen. Boom! His palm shattered once more, as if it had collided with an immensely powerful artifact. Rebounding with a vengeance. Do you possess some kind of protective artifact? Lu Qingyuan inquired, gazing intently at Xiao Chen. Why not take a guess? Xiao Chen replied with a grin. No artifact can withstand the might of my divine path. At that moment, a gruff voice bellowed, and Xue Shangwu's figure materialized before the crowd. Greetings, Sect Master. Lu Qingyuan and the powerful figures from various factions in the square hastily bowed in reverence. However, Xue Shangwu's gaze was solely fixed upon Xiao Chen. He squinted slightly, saying, You dare to come to my divine path for leisure? Is this not a tad disrespectful to my divine path? Yet Xiao Chen merely chuckled. There exists no power in this world that commands my respect, let alone your insignificant divine path. Nevertheless, you've not made my visit in vain. I never anticipated such treasures to reside within your forbidden grounds. And the depth of your divine path's heritage is indeed remarkable. As Xiao Chen spoke, a terrifying killing intent erupted from Xue Shangwu, surging towards him like an ocean wave. You have ventured into my divine path's forbidden grounds? Not quite. I merely observed with my divine sense. Xiao Chen's words sent a chill through Xue Shangwu's heart. The thought that the other party had probed the forbidden grounds with their divine sense was alarming, especially since the ancient ancestors within had seemingly been oblivious. How could this be possible? Who are you exactly? Xiao Chen replied. Just a humble clan leader captured by your divine path's elders. Then you shall perish. Shueshangwu suddenly erupted in fury, conjuring a pitch-black pagoda from his brow and directing it towards Xiao Chen to suppress him. Regardless of the truth of the other's claims concerning the forbidden grounds, there could be no room for error. Rumbling, the black pagoda instantly loomed above Xiao Chen, expanding to the size of a mountain, shattering the void beneath it, and descending with infinite power upon Xiao Chen. Lu Qingyuan's heart trembled. The master of the ancient gods had unleashed this semi-divine king artifact at the very first opportunity. This was the divine path's treasured relic. It was evident that the secrets hidden within the sect's forbidden grounds were profound, or else the master would not have reacted so vehemently. Though Lu Qingyuan was an elder of the sect, certain places could only be accessed by previous sect masters. However, just as the divine pagoda was about to descend, Xiao Chen merely flicked his finger, and the entire structure was sent flying away. This spectacle left all present in astonishment. The master of the divine path could not even subdue the other? Shueshangwu was equally stunned. That was a semi-divine king artifact. The power he had unleashed could almost suppress any ancient god. Yet, what was the outcome? It had been effortlessly deflected by a mere flick of the finger? He cast a bewildered glance at Lu Qingyuan, questioning what manner of being had been brought back. Surely, they had not unwittingly invited a superior to their divine path. Lu Qingyuan was equally dumbfounded. If the other was indeed this formidable, why had he followed him to the sect? Could it be that he was merely here for amusement? A wave of dread washed over him. If this were the case, he would surely be obliterated, either by the other or the sect. Now do you believe me? I am here solely for a bit of fun. Xiao Chen chuckled. What exactly do you desire? Shueshangwu asked grimly, his expression darkened, with the situation turning against him. What else could he do? What shall I say? Xiao Chen pondered, stroking his chin. How about this? Your sect's elders have taken 2 items from me, and I shall take 2 items from your divine path in return. Shueshangwu glanced at Lu Qingyuan, noticing the folded fan in his hand, and shot him a glare. Yet, he could only nod in reluctant agreement. Very well, you may take 2 items from my divine path. However, you must guarantee that you will not divulge a single detail regarding our sect's forbidden grounds. Rest assured, I am not one to gossip. Xiao Chen replied with a smile. With that, he reached out and directly seized the treasure vault of the divine path. What? You scoundrel! Lu Qingyuan shouted. The vault contained all the divine-grade treasures of their sect. Even Shueshangwu's face turned ashen. He had never anticipated that the other would resort to such tactics. The vault held not just one treasure, but countless, all of exceptional quality. Yet, he held his tongue, as long as the sect endured. Treasures could always be sought after in the future. As for the second item, Xiao Chen glanced toward the depths of the divine path, sending a wave of alarm through Shueshangwu, a sense of foreboding washing over him. For that direction led directly to the forbidden grounds of the sect. Sure enough, in the next moment, Xiao Chen lunged towards the site of their forbidden grounds. Stop! Shueshangwu bellowed, but Xiao Chen paid him no heed, grasping the entire expanse of the forbidden grounds. You! Shueshangwu's eyes widened. He had assumed that the other was interested only in the heavenly gate within the forbidden grounds, not realizing he would seize the entire site. This was utterly intolerable. The scenery in your forbidden grounds is quite pleasant. It would serve as a splendid garden for my leisure, Xiao Chen remarked, surveying the forbidden grounds he held in his grasp. Within this domain lay 5 towering mountains, corresponding to the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. The golden mountain shimmered with a sharp aura, seemingly capable of severing all. The wooden mountain exuded a rich life energy, while the watery mountain resembled a liquid form, presenting a mountainous shape, yet roiling like the sea. The fiery mountain blazed with fierce flames, as if it could incinerate all creation. Chapter 292, My Gratitude. Yet, this was not all. Inscribed upon these mountains were profound scriptures, capable of guiding one to the creation of gods. Such a site would indeed serve as a magnificent landscape for a garden. However, the most crucial aspect was that the southern heavenly gate also resided within the forbidden grounds. The insights contained within the gate were extraordinary, and if one could comprehend the pathmarks as Aoin had, mastering them would undoubtedly enhance their power. Just as Xiao Chen grasped the forbidden grounds, a thunderous voice erupted. Who dares to disturb my divine path's forbidden grounds? Swish, swish, swish. Several powerful figures radiating an aura of terror surged forth from within the forbidden grounds, hovering above the square of the divine path. Their gazes were sharp as blades, seemingly capable of tearing apart the very heavens. Their faces darkened as they fixed their stare upon Xiao Chen. I pay my respects to the esteemed ancestors. Shueshangwu immediately knelt on one knee. With the ancestors intervening, the adversary would undoubtedly meet their demise. Yet, a profound bitterness gnawed at him. The occurrence of such an event signaled the end of his tenure as sect leader. He found himself cursing Lu Qingyuan's ancestors through the ages. For the adversary was not merely a foe, but had summoned a formidable figure. The others quickly followed suit and knelt as well. In truth, many were not kneeling of their own volition, but rather were compelled by the overwhelming aura exuded by these ancestors. Some of the weaker individuals could scarcely withstand the terrifying pressure emanating from the ancestors' wrath, their bodies disintegrating into mist of blood in an instant. How terrifying! This was a divine king, and not just one, particularly the one at the forefront of the ancestors, whose presence was utterly terrifying, surpassing even that of a divine king. Could it be that they were faced with a creator deity? Lu Qingyuan trembled within, struck by awe, yet more so by fear. He realized that bringing Xiao Chen into the Divine Path sect was a monumental blunder. Even if the ancestors could suppress the adversary, he himself would likely face severe punishment. The surrounding forces were equally astounded. Never had they imagined that their own sect possessed such terrifying depth. A creator deity stood guard. The other factions were equally stunned by the might of the Divine Path sect. It was utterly overwhelming, leaving them in a state of despair. Yet, this was fortuitous. For with the ancestors of the Divine Path sect stepping forth to impose order, they need not worry any longer. After all, they had just attacked Xiao Chen. Should he seek retribution, they would find themselves with no escape. Who are you, daring to trespass upon the forbidden grounds of my Divine Path sect? An elder with hair and beard as white as snow inquired sternly, his voice resonating with authority. He was the mightiest among the ancestors, a half-step creator deity. Do not misunderstand. I merely seek an exchange. Your sect's elders have taken 2 of my possessions and have agreed to provide me with 2 in return, one of which is your sect's forbidden ground. Xiao Chen replied with a smile, retracting the forbidden ground. Lu Qingyuan shuddered, nearly collapsing to the ground. It was over. His fate was sealed. Preposterous. Who dares to use our Divine Path sect's forbidden ground as a bargaining chip? The 4 divine kings bellowed in unison. Their fists clenched as they struck toward Xiao Chen. The forbidden ground was the foundation of their sect, and they could not allow any mishap. Yet, the combined assault of the divine kings was effortlessly thwarted by a golden barrier surrounding Xiao Chen, rendering their strikes ineffective. He could actually withstand the attacks of the divine kings? Shui Shangwu's face turned pale with shock. Was the opponent truly this formidable? The others roared in fury, their divine powers surging forth, radiating divine light from their palms, as divine wheels materialized behind them, illuminating the surroundings with resplendent brilliance. However, no matter how hard they exerted themselves, they could not breach the defenses before Xiao Chen. If this is all the power you possess, then it may not suffice. Xiao Chen remarked with a chuckle. Do not be insolent. The mightiest ancestor, the half-step creator deity, finally made his move. The divine wheel hovered behind him, and every movement he made exuded an unparalleled power capable of reshaping the cosmos. As he struck down towards Xiao Chen, I detest it when others strike my head. Xiao Chen's expression darkened. With a sweeping motion of his sleeve, a torrent of overwhelming force surged forth, crashing into the group, causing even the half-step creator deity among the ancestors to spit blood and be sent flying without any power to resist. This scene utterly stunned all present. Multiple divine kings and a half-step creator deity had been effortlessly defeated. Lu Qingyuan, what in the world have you provoked? Shui Shangwu howled, his face contorted in rage. Even the half-step creator deity was no match for the adversary. This could only mean he was a true creator deity. I merely brought the leader of the family that annihilated the immortal path sect here. Lu Qingyuan collapsed to the ground, trembling as he gazed at Xiao Chen. I told you that you could not kill me. Do you believe me now? Xiao Chen laughed lightly. Senior, I was wrong. I should not have provoked you. Nor should I have threatened you. At this juncture, Lu Qingyuan had shed all remnants of his previous arrogance, appearing utterly defeated as he sat upon the ground. Oh, it's nothing. These are mere trifles. Had you not brought me to your Divine Path sect, I might never have discovered the treasures hidden within your forbidden grounds. I thank you for that. Therefore, I shall spare your life and refrain from annihilating your sect, for I am merely here for a bit of amusement. However, might I have back the 2 items you took from me? Additionally, I will be taking that jade talisman of yours. It is far too precious to remain in your hands. At this point, Lu Qingyuan had no words left to say. He could only obediently hand over the storage ring and folding fan that Xiao Chen had previously given him, as well as the jade talisman. This jade talisman was something he had acquired by chance. It was a divine artifact, yet aside from the most rudimentary ability of flight, it possessed no other functions. Xiao Chen took the vividly colored jade talisman, applying a slight pressure, producing a series of cracking sounds as fissures appeared upon its surface. With a bang, the outer layer shattered, revealing the true form of the jade talisman, the once resplendent glow extinguished, replaced by a dazzling crimson hue. Indeed, It was an ancient artifact of origin, and it was mere steps away from becoming a half-step divine emperor artifact. Holding the blood-red jade talisman, Xiao Chen noted that this object had absorbed the blood of numerous origin realm powerhouses, rendering it extraordinary, and it began to emanate an aura that transcended the origin realm. This could not possibly be a treasure of this epoch. Xiao Chen speculated. This epoch had not given rise to many origin realm beings, making such a feat impossible. He stored it away, recognizing that treasures of this caliber were exceedingly rare even within the system's sign-in rewards. Subsequently, he glanced at the terrified crowd around him, his body emanating a golden light that spread outward. Chapter 293, Memory Alteration. Any cultivator enveloped in the golden light found their memories being altered, no exceptions, regardless of their cultivation level. Moments later, his figure vanished, yet the memories of everyone regarding him had changed. The only constant was that Lu Qingyuan had become the eternal sinner of the Divine Path sect. After Xiao Chen departed, the ancestors of the Divine Path sect immediately surrounded Lu Qingyuan with cold expressions. Lu Qingyuan, as an elder of the sect, how dare you bring such a powerful enemy into our Divine Path sect, allowing them to steal our treasure vault and forbidden ground? What punishment do you deserve for this crime? Speak. Who was that person? The half-step creator deity elder demanded sternly. The Southern Sky Gate, the legendary Heavenly Court. Lu Qingyuan lamented inwardly. If only he could continue to comprehend the path for millions of years, he might break through to the creator realm. Yet, he had unwittingly invited a wolf into the fold, allowing the adversary to seize their treasure vault and forbidden ground, shattering his hopes into mere illusions. The critical issue was that they still did not know who the adversary was. Esteemed ancestors, I truly do not know who the other party is. I merely stumbled upon their territory while exploring the ruins within the 10,000 Sword Mountain range, inadvertently provoking them, and now they have tracked me down here seeking vengeance. I assure you, it was not intentional. Initially, they had come to the Xiao family to demand an explanation, bringing Xiao Chen along. But now their memory has been altered to believe that I offended Xiao Chen in the 10,000 Sword Mountain range. Moreover, all matters concerning Xiao Chen and the Xiao family have been meticulously erased from their recollection. Can such a grave error be brushed aside with a mere declaration of unintentionality? This matter arose because of you, and thus, you must bear full responsibility. From this day forth, you shall accompany us to probe into the whereabouts of that individual, and you must uncover the traces of the forbidden grounds. Until the task is completed, you shall not return to the sect. The ancestor, a half-step creation god, spoke in a solemn tone. This concerns his path to enlightenment. No one shall impede him. Even if the one who sees the forbidden grounds possesses unparalleled strength, he must find them. Yes, I shall comply with the ancestor's decree. Lu Qingyuan replied, left with no other choice. Any attempt to refuse would likely cost him his life. Subsequently, the half-step creation god instructed Shueshangwu to continue interrogating the individual in the dungeon, ensuring that all secrets be extracted. Yet at that moment, someone hurriedly reporting to the sect master, Xiali has vanished from the dungeon. What did you say? How could he disappear? Shueshangwu immediately seized the person's collar, demanding answers. Sect master, a towering structure resembling a mountain suddenly fell upon the dungeon, collapsing it and shattering the chains binding Xiali, allowing him to escape amidst the chaos. A tower? Shueshangwu was taken aback. Was that not the divine king artifact that had been sent flying by a mere flick from the individual? Ah, cursed be it! Cursed be it! Several ancestors roared in fury. That person was the soul being aware of the location of the heavenly court. Since acquiring the Southern Heaven Gate and learning of the existence of the heavenly court from the previous epoch, they had tirelessly sought secrets regarding it. Having finally gleaned rumors from Xiali's lips, how could he escape now? Chase him. No matter where he goes, we must retrieve him. With a furious shout, several figures swiftly departed from the Divine Path sect, embarking on the quest to locate the forbidden grounds. Alas, anything that fell into Xiao Chen's hands could only be discovered if he willingly relinquished it. Otherwise, it would remain forever hidden from others. Where am I? A disheveled figure, drenched in blood, awakened from slumber. It was none other than Xiali, previously imprisoned in the dungeon. Rubbing his somewhat dizzy head, he vaguely recalled the explosion in the dungeon, after which he had lost consciousness. Now, surveying his surroundings, he found himself in a lush, verdant expanse exuding an ancient aura. With ancient trees, as tall as several men, deeply rooted in the earth, their canopies obscuring the sun and casting the area in shadows. It was evident he had entered a mountainous region. Scanning his surroundings with his divine sense, Xiali realized he was no longer in the territory of the Divine Path sect. Have I left the Divine Path sect? Could it be that someone has rescued me? He understood well that he had lost consciousness and could not have escaped on his own. Thus, the only explanation for his presence here was the intervention of certain individuals. But who could it be? The clan elders? Unlikely. If they had intervened, they would not have left him here, but rather taken him back to the clan's grounds. Who then could it be? Could it be that the people from the Divine Path sect wished to play a game of deception, deliberately releasing him to use him as a means to locate the heavenly court? Xia Li's eyes narrowed slightly. This was not outside the realm of possibility. After all, they had initially spoken of a mutual exploration of the secrets of the heavenly court, only to reverse their stance and suppress him. Their treachery was evident, and thus they were fully capable of employing such tactics. You wish to leverage my hand to locate the heavenly court? What a foolish dream. I, Xiao shall not only thwart your plans, but ensure that you pay a bloody price for your schemes. Xiao muttered coldly, and with that, his figure vanished from sight. Shortly after his departure, Xiao Chen's figure emerged from the void. The heavenly court? Is this fellow's plight due to the suppression by the Divine Path sect? It was he who had rescued Xiao purely out of curiosity. Now he understood the reason. Xiao Chen did not pursue him further, but instead made his way to a city, indulging in a leisurely life of 3 meals a day and enjoying performances in the taverns. Meanwhile, the atmosphere within the Xiao family was somber and oppressive, with many clan members fervently cultivating. Just as the elders had advised, the Xiao family could not allow such events to transpire a second time. At that moment, several forces approached the divine city of the Xiao family. Those very factions that had suffered at the hands of the Xiao family during their previous expedition into the secret realm. After a period of fruitless exploration of the 10,000 Sword Mountain Range ruins, they had finally paused their endeavors and turned their attention to resolving the grievances with the Xiao family. Xiao family, do you have the audacity to act but not to confront? Elder Scorpion of the Poison God Hell. A true divine realm elder with emerald green hair and a menacing aura of poison swirling about him, shouted vehemently before the gates of the Xiao family. They had lost numerous talented individuals to the Xiao family, and this debt would not simply be dismissed. Alongside the Poison God Hell, factions such as the Qingping Sword Sect, Xianyu Sect, Xiaoyao Sect, and Yinyang Sect had also arrived, though their losses were not as severe as those of the Poison God Hell. Their total lack of gains from the Secret Realm expedition left them feeling unsatisfied, prompting them to collectively seek justice from the Xiao family. Chapter 294, The Blockaded City. Xiao Lingtian and others naturally noticed the various forces clamoring at their gates and understood the reason for their arrival. Yet, despite their ability to effortlessly annihilate the opposing forces, they restrained themselves from taking action. The younger generation of their clan had not faced significant hardships. This was an opportune moment for them to experience what it meant to feel anger. Indeed, when the younger generation of the Xiao family learned that divine realm powerhouses were demanding entry and hurling insults, they felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. The clan leader had sacrificed himself for the family, and now they were being besieged by other factions, unable to show themselves. It was utterly stifling. Do not be too arrogant. Once I achieve my cultivation, I shall settle the score with you. One individual took a deep breath, suppressing their inner fury. In their previous world, the Xiao family had always stood at the pinnacle of the universe. They had never felt so humiliated. Xiao Lingtian and other senior members of the clan gathered, nodding in agreement as they observed the state of their clan members. The younger generation had not experienced any trials. They needed to be tempered further. The Grand Elder spoke gravely. Indeed, to be so enraged by mere insults while we have nearly faced annihilation before. They have never truly felt the clan's trials. Allowing the family to endure some hardships will foster unity. After deliberation, the elders unanimously decided against intervening. The forces outside the city were merely sharpening stones for the younger generation. As the various factions watched the Xiao family remain silent, their insults grew more furious. Yet the Xiao family seemed oblivious, steadfastly holding their ground. You refuse to come out, do you? Very well. I shall see just how resilient your city truly is. Elder Scorpion of the Poison God's evil cave let out a cold chuckle, and then a verdant radiance erupted from his being. A surge of divine power emanated from his abdomen, and a colossal scorpion, as imposing as a mountain, materialized from the green divine energy. This was his innate poisonous creature, capable of eroding even the laws of the great Tao. Truly a terrifying sight. The enormous scorpion appeared outside the divine city, its tail, akin to a steel whip, lashed violently, striking the city with force. Since these individuals refused to emerge, he resolved to obliterate the very city itself, to see if they would dare to show their faces. With a thunderous crash, the scorpion's tail collided with the divine city. Yet it was repelled by the golden barrier that shimmered above, sparing both the city and the members of the Xiao family from any peril. There exists a divine-grade barrier? Elder Scorpion scoffed, promptly appearing atop the giant scorpion's back, launching an assault alongside it against the barrier hovering over the city. This time, instead of striking the barrier as before, the scorpion's tail, armed with venomous stingers gleaming like drill bits, pierced toward the barrier with a resounding thrust. Simultaneously, Elder Scorpion invoked an unparalleled secret technique, causing the aura of the scorpion to surge significantly, faintly exuding a presence that transcended the true god realm. Boom! The full-force strike of the scorpion's tail impacted the barrier, yet Elder Scorpion's countenance darkened, for it remained unchanged, inflicting not a shred of damage upon the divine city. This barrier was of a notably high caliber, at least of the heavenly god level. Esteemed elders, will you not make your move? Do you not wish to hold the Xiao family accountable? Elder Scorpion turned to regard the other elders of the major factions. Very well, let us strike together. An elder from the Qingping sword sect replied with a smile. Subsequently, the several elders launched their attacks simultaneously, targeting the barriers surrounding the divine city. However, even as they unleashed their full might, the results only brought forth furrowed brows. The barrier of the divine city was exceedingly resilient. They could not even stir a ripple upon its surface. This family possesses quite the means. The elder from the Qingping sword sect exclaimed in astonishment. Humph, merely some means. It is but a defensive formation. With sufficient resources, one could easily hire a formation master to set it up. Elder Scorpion's expression turned ashen. Why does it feel as though nothing is progressing favorably of late? First, our disciples were annihilated by the Xiao family in the secret realm. Then we suffered significant losses in the Wanjian mountain ruins, and now we cannot even subdue a small family. The string of defeats left him exceedingly vexed. Very well. Relying on the formidable defensive formation of the city to remain hidden, is it? Fine, I shall stand guard here today. I do not believe you can remain forever ensconced in this shell without daring to emerge. Should you dare to show yourselves, one by one, I shall slay you. Elder Scorpion declared resolutely. He then seated himself at the city gates, fixated intently on every movement of the Xiao family. The other major factions exchanged glances, shaking their heads in resignation. Unable to breach the barrier, they could hardly waste more time here. You may depart, but know that the unquenchable divine lights will not be shared with you. Elder Scorpion cast a sidelong glance at them. Such a wealth of unquenchable divine lights could sufficiently elevate many quasi-gods to true divinity. For these factions, true gods were the pillars of their sects. My friend Scorpion, why not remain here while we venture to the Wanjian mountain? Regardless of which side experiences a shift, we shall inform one another, ensuring neither side misses out. The elder from the Qingping sword sect proposed with a smile. It truly seemed beneath them for so many true gods to be idling at the gates. Do I appear a fool to you? Each major faction already has elders stationed at the Wanjian mountain. Do you truly need to go? Humph. Elder Scorpion coldly scoffed, disregarding them and closing his eyes to rest. The other factions felt a wave of conflict. As previously stated, the Xiao family possessed a considerable quantity of unquenchable divine lights. Even if they were to share equally, each faction could produce several, if not more, true gods. This could significantly bolster their strength. Yet, venturing to that ruin might yield nothing, especially with a large faction like the Divine Tao sect involved. The prime treasures would undoubtedly be prioritized for them. Even if they obtained something, whether they could bring it out remained uncertain, as the dangers within were immense. After weighing their options, securing the unquenchable divine lights seemed the more prudent choice. Thus, they resolved to continue their blockade, encircling the Xiao family in the divine city, preventing any from departing. This situation left many of the younger members feeling stifled, driving them to train fervently, vowing to redeem their honor. These individuals have truly taken a stand against our Xiao family. But fear not, for Xiao Yu and the others shall soon emerge. It will then be time to settle the score. Xiao Chen reclined languidly in a chaise, flanked by two stunning beauties. One serving him wine, and the other delicately placing food before him. Young master, what are you murmuring about? The beauty serving wine teased, draping her arm around Xiao Chen's neck, offering him a drink, her sultry eyes glimmering with mischief. It is nothing, merely thoughts of joyous matters, Xiao Chen replied, caressing her smooth, exquisite face with a smile. What joy could possibly surpass the pleasure of serving young master, dear sister? The other beauty chimed in with a laugh. Indeed, nothing could be more delightful. Xiao Chen grinned in agreement. But there are pleasures even greater, dear young master. Would you care to partake? My sister and I are at your service, and it is entirely complimentary. The beauty placing food leaned closer to Xiao Chen, her voice a sultry whisper, laced with temptation. Though her proposition was enticing, he declined, perhaps another time. These two women were indeed beautiful, yet they had yet to meet his lofty standards. Any woman who would share his bed must be of unparalleled beauty, capable of captivating the world. Alas, these two had not yet reached such heights. Nevertheless, the simplicity of daily meals, leisurely listening to music, and the occasional tales spun by tavern storytellers lent a unique flavor to life. Months later, Xiao Yu and the others emerged from their seclusion, only to immediately sense an unusual tension within the Xiao family. Such an atmosphere had not been felt in ages. What had transpired within the family? Xiao Yu and the others hastened to consult the elders for answers. Upon learning that the patriarch had been captured, they were momentarily dumbfounded. Impossible. With such formidable strength, how could the patriarch be taken? Xiao Yu exclaimed candidly. Shoo. The elders hurriedly covered his mouth, and Xiao Ling Tian quickly explained. The truth is, this is all to ignite the fighting spirit within the clan members. For years, many of the younger generation have enjoyed a life of ease under the family's protection, facing little adversity. Thus, this method was employed to provoke them. It is for their own good. You must not disclose the true circumstances. I see. I thought it impossible for the patriarch to be coerced. Xiao Yu chuckled. However, now that you have emerged, you must surely have achieved true godhood. It falls upon you to confront the several factions outside the city. For those adversaries are indeed true gods, and we elders lack the prowess to contend with them. For several months now, our city has been besieged, rendering us unable to enter or exit, which has been exceedingly frustrating. If it were possible, I would wish for you to eradicate those factions outright, or compel them to submit to the Xiao family henceforth. Xiao Lingtian sighed alongside several elders. Are you truly of the Celestial Emperor realm? Xiao Lang inquired uncertainly, skepticism evident in his gaze. Is there any doubt? The elder retorted, his eyes narrowing at Xiao Yu, deliberately emanating an aura of Celestial Emperor strength. How dare this young one question their abilities? Fortunately, given their status as true gods, Xiao Yu and the others were unable to perceive the full extent of the elder's powers, especially since they employed techniques to conceal their auras. Had the clan leader not instructed them to refrain from intervening in family matters, these elders could obliterate those divine factions with a mere exhale, leaving no room for their arrogance at the city gates. Indeed, that is the aura of a celestial emperor. Xiao Zhan nodded in acknowledgement. It is fortunate that these elders have not suddenly ascended to the divine emperor realm. Otherwise, it would be quite alarming. What level are those factions? Xiaoling asked. It is said their leader possesses the strength of a celestial god, but there may be ancient beings at the half-step ancient god level among them. If you are not confident, then we can endure a bit longer. Xiao Lingtian discerned that most of Xiao Yu's companions were merely at the true god realm, making it indeed challenging for them to confront a half-step ancient god. After all, once one reaches the god realm, crossing boundaries to battle becomes nearly impossible. A half-step ancient god? That is indeed somewhat troublesome for us true gods. Yet if several of us join forces, it may not be insurmountable. Xiao Zhan surveyed the group. What do you mean? Are you suggesting we refrain from taking action? Xiao Yu interjected suddenly. You, having reached the celestial god realm, naturally cannot engage, for slaying a half-step ancient god would offer you little challenge. Your true adversaries should be the ancient gods, Xiao Lang asserted with conviction. Xiao Yu, Xiao Fan, Xiao Tsungyun, and Xiao Li were distinct. Their innate physiques inherently allowed them to master the paths of force and the infinite, making their cultivation significantly easier and their breakthroughs markedly swifter than others. Thus, their powers had already surpassed the celestial god realm, advancing ahead of their peers. Oh, so, you truly possess the power to cross realms as Aoyin suggested? Xiao Lingtian asked in astonishment. Indeed, the paths of force and the infinite are the supreme divine paths. We indeed possess such combat prowess, Xiao Lang affirmed. A testament to their experiences within the Chaos Heart Tower. They had not perceived the differences in the celestial realm. But upon mastering the supreme divine paths in the god realm, the disparities became glaringly evident. The strongest opponents of their same realm within the Chaos Heart Tower were no longer their equals. Only those who transcended a major realm could stand against them. Excellent. It is indeed worthwhile for Xiao Chen to have painstakingly established the secret realm of the supreme divine path for you. Xiao Lingtian nodded with satisfaction. With such a cadre of talents, the future surely holds the promise of the Xiao family emerging as the sovereign of the divine sky realm. Very well, in that case, prepare to launch a counteroffensive. There is no need for extensive preparation. Those who dare to block the Xiao family's gates shall pay the price. Xiao Tian scoffed. The group swiftly ascended towards the city outskirts. The elders exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a sense of triumph. Let us go and witness this ourselves. Outside the city, the various factions remained entrenched, and for them, several months felt like the mere blink of an eye. I am curious to see how long you can hide within. Elder Scorpion mused, his eyes closed once more. However, in the next instant, he abruptly opened them, fixating on a young man who had suddenly appeared before him. Furrowing his brow. Who might you be? From the Xiao family, I am Xiao Tian, came the reply. The Xiao family? Ha ha ha. I thought you would forever cower like turtles. Yet now you finally dare to emerge? Elder Scorpion's expression turned cold, and with a claw-like gesture, he lunged at Xiao Tian. Yet, in a flash, two beams of chaotic divine light erupted from Xiao Tian's pupils, shattering the elder's hand in an instant. What? Elder Scorpion exclaimed in disbelief. This Xiao family actually has a true god. I will slay you. Elder Scorpion roared, summoning the green glow of his innate poisonous scorpion. He stood atop the scorpion's back, directing it toward Xiao Tian. However, just then, Elder Scorpion felt a blur before his eyes as a figure materialized. Before he could react, Xiao Tian seized his head and crushed it with a resounding crack. Chapter 296. The roles of offense and defense are reversed. Yet for divine beings, losing a head is merely a trivial injury of little consequence. At the moment Elder Scorpion's head was obliterated, the scorpion beneath him lashed out with its tail toward Xiao Tian. A mere poisonous scorpion. Xiao Tian scoffed, delivering a punch that collided with the scorpion's tail. With a thunderous explosion, the tail, akin to an artifact, disintegrated, and then he struck down with his palm, obliterating the scorpion's head in an instant. Employing power that transcended the true god realm, he dispatched the poisonous scorpion, leaving it devoid of life. As the innate poison creature perished, Elder Scorpion, who had only just regenerated his head, spat out a mouthful of blood. However, he dared not retaliate, retreating swiftly to distance himself from Xiao Tian. In that brief engagement, he realized he was no match for his opponent. Who are you truly? Elder Scorpion inquired in a low voice. Did I not mention? I am from the Xiao family. Xiao Tian. The Xiao family? How could the Xiao family possess a powerhouse such as you? Despite appearing to be merely a true god, he found himself utterly powerless to resist. How could this be? Even if the opponent were an unparalleled divine body, such strength should not be attainable. What do you mean? Why can't the Xiao family have someone like me? Previously, we were in seclusion, allowing you to act so brazenly here. You surely do not believe yourselves to be very formidable, do you, blocking the city gates like this? Heh, who taught you such arrogance? Xiao Tian scoffed, his gaze fierce as he unleashed two beams of chaotic light, akin to swords, that bore down upon Elder Scorpion. 10,000 Poisons Divine Seal. Elder Scorpion, somewhat incredulous of his opponent's terrifying might, struck his chest, spitting a mouthful of essence blood. He then gathered the blood in his hands, and in an instant, a small, greenish-blue seal materialized before him. As the divine blood within him blazed, the small seal rapidly expanded to the size of a mountain. This was Elder Scorpion's forbidden technique. Once invoked, it would inevitably leave him severely injured. At that moment, the 10,000 Poisons Divine Seal hovered before Elder Scorpion, emanating a verdant glow as numerous spectral images of toxins materialized around it. As fellow true gods, I refuse to believe your strength surpasses mine. The Elder Scorpion, his visage ashen, let out a piercing roar, subsequently thrusting his palms forward. A colossal azure divine seal surged forth, colliding with two beams of chaotic divine light. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the air as a vast torrent of energy erupted, sweeping outward, the terrifying clash of divine forces illuminating the heavens. Is this truly your strongest assault? A voice echoed amidst the celestial radiance, sending a chill coursing through Elder Scorpion's entire being. His most potent strike had failed to annihilate the adversary completely? Yet, as that figure emerged unscathed from the explosion of divine light, Elder Scorpion was rendered utterly speechless. For his opponent bore not a single injury. Why was this so? A mouthful of blood erupted from him, and his aura diminished to a state of utter despondency. That single attack had depleted all his vitality. You need not comprehend the reasons. Simply know that blocking the gates of the Xiao family was the gravest error made by your poison god Den. With a decisive strike, Xiao Tian's palm descended, and the boundless chaotic divine light instantly engulfed his foe. Thereafter, Xiao Tian, along with Xiao Daoling and the others, soared towards the direction of the poison goddess Denver. To ensure their safety, the now ascended Xiao Yu accompanied them. Simultaneously, the elders of the Qingping Sword sect and the other three factions found themselves vanquished at the hands of the Xiao family. Thus began the Xiao family's counteroffensive. Indeed, these young ones possess an astonishing power. On the city wall, the Grand Elder observed the fierce battles of his kin and nodded in approval. The boundless divine path is truly formidable. Even within the divine realm, its practitioners can cross boundaries to engage in combat. Their might far surpasses our own at this level. Shaoling Tian and the others concurred. They had amalgamated their Dao fruits, enabling rapid ascension to lofty realms. However, they had not cultivated the boundless path, and thus lacked such terrifying prowess. Yet, one cannot gain without sacrifice, and they felt no regret. The spectacle of battle outside the city was mirrored within its confines, invigorating the long-suppressed atmosphere. Elder Xiao Yu has emerged from seclusion, and he has ascended to godhood. I wonder if he can avenge our patriarch, murmured someone. Compared to those blocking the gates, The clansmen held a deeper animosity towards the Divine Path sect, who had abducted their patriarch. No, I must strive diligently in my cultivation, so that one day I may personally avenge our patriarch by slaying the Divine Path sect, declared another with unwavering resolve. Lord, all the elders of the divine-level factions that besieged the Xiao family have been slain. Within the Bai Shui Yun Pavilion, an elder reported the events concerning the Xiao family to the master, Jing Wuming. Jing Wuming's pupils constricted. Those elders were genuine true gods. To think they were slain. Has the Xiao family birthed a true god? It is more than mere true gods. I have heard that those from the Xiao family annihilated several divine-level powerhouses with overwhelming force. If they were merely true gods, such ferocity would be unfathomable. Upon hearing this, Jing Wuming was taken aback. Are you implying that the Xiao family harbors a heavenly god? According to their previous inquiries, the Xiao family did not possess even a single true god. Thus, when the 5 divine-level factions encircled the Xiao family, they harbored some hope for their complete annihilation, believing that such an outcome would grant them freedom without the need for betrayal. However, whether or not a heavenly god existed remained uncertain, yet according to our intelligence, the Xiao family has since dispatched a formidable contingent towards the Qingping Sword sect and the other 4 divine-level factions, which are under the protection of heavenly gods. The Xiao family must possess some measure of confidence to approach them without trepidation. Nevertheless, our people are constantly monitoring the current situation of the Xiao family. Should any issues arise, we shall be informed immediately, the elder asserted. Indeed, we must remain vigilant regarding the Xiao family's every move, but only in secrecy. We must not be discovered, or we shall find ourselves in a precarious position, Jing Wuming stated. He was an ambitious individual, though his sect was not particularly powerful. He did not wish to be trampled upon by other factions. Such a sentiment was distinctly unpleasant. Like the Bai Shui Yun Pavilion, those factions previously subdued by the Xiao family were covertly observing them as well. If the Xiao family were to falter and be extinguished, they could finally liberate themselves from their shackles. Yet if the Xiao family proved robust, they would find themselves under the protection of a powerful ally, which was not without its advantages. Xiao Zhan, the Devourer King, Wen Zhong, and the others arrived at the Qingping Sword sect, their true god auras unabashedly radiating, sweeping towards the sect like an overwhelming tide. Chapter 297. Your kin are encircled by us. Who dares to act recklessly within my Qingping Sword sect? A furious voice rang out, as several elders and the sect master, Jian Wushuang, materialized outside the sect's barrier, obstructing the advance of the Xiao family. Who are you? Why do you intrude upon the Qingping Sword sect? Jian Wushuang demanded in a somber tone. With a sweeping gesture, Xiao Zhan sent a severed head flying towards Jian Wushuang. You are from the Xiao family? Jian Wushuang furrowed his brow, for the head belonged to the elder they had dispatched to besiege the Xiao family. Indeed, Xiao Zhan affirmed, then unsheathed his sword, a beam of light slicing through the air. Regardless of their allegiance, they would strike first and speak later. Otherwise, further words would be meaningless. The likes of you shall not act with impunity against my Qingping Sword sect. An elder roared, brandishing his sword and leaping forth to confront Xiao Zhan's sword light. Bang! The 2 beams of sword light collided in the firmament, producing a cataclysmic explosion reminiscent of 2 cosmic bodies colliding, rending the very fabric of heaven and earth. Be cautious. Jian Wushuang's eyes blazed with divine light as he warned the elder. As a heavenly god, he sensed the immense power contained within Xiao Zhan's strike, one that a true god elder would find insurmountable. Indeed, in the next moment, Xiao Zhan's sword light cleaved through the elder's defenses like a hand tearing through fabric, cascading forth like a celestial river. Divine sword technique. The elder's pupils contracted as he bellowed, channeling the divine power from his divine realm to his sword, which emanated a radiant glow. He then slashed forth, unleashing a torrent of pure white sword light, imbued with the power to slay gods and Buddhas. This was one of the Qingping Sword sect's most formidable sword techniques, and at its manifestation, the sword light revealed a horrifying tableau of divine beings drenched in blood. A commendable sword technique, Xiao Zhan praised. Alas, your cultivation is insufficient to withstand my onslaught. Enough of your prattle. You are but a true god. What qualifications do you have to belittle me? The elder seethed with rage, incensed at being looked down upon by a younger individual of the same realm. In that instant, the 2 beams of sword light collided once more, and as Xiao Zhan predicted, his blade proved overwhelmingly fearsome, swiftly obliterating the elder's attack. Just as he was about to deliver a fatal blow, Jian Wushuang finally intervened, raising his right hand to summon a long sword into his grasp. With a deft motion, he unleashed an unparalleled beam of sword light that collided with Xiao Zhan's strike. A cataclysmic explosion resonated in the air as vast waves of divine energy surged outward, sending the elder hurtling backward, grievously injured. Jian Wushuang regarded Xiao Zhan with a furrowed brow, then glanced at the long sword in his hand, filled with renewed perplexity. The opponent's previous strike undoubtedly wielded the power of a celestial deity. Yet how could this be possible? The artifact in his hand was merely an ordinary true artifact, and his cultivation level was only that of a true god. How could he possess such terrifying combat prowess? This conundrum eluded him. A celestial deity? Intriguing. Allow me to ascertain the extent of your capabilities. With a smile, Xiao Zhan charged forward, sword in hand. Regardless of the reason behind this phenomenon, it is likely that such a state cannot be sustained for long. Jian Wushuang similarly advanced toward Xiao Zhan, their swords clashing in a symphony of clear tones. Radiant divine light exploding outward from the point of impact, transforming the once bright sky into a kaleidoscope of colors. The sound of divine power colliding reverberated like thunder across the expanse. The two figures darted across the heavens, engaged in relentless combat, their terrifying energy shaking the very fabric of existence. The elders of the Qingping sword sect watched in astonishment. One elder gasped, "What on earth is happening? How can a true god possess the combat strength of a celestial deity? In the realm of divine paths, even with the use of forbidden techniques, it is nearly impossible to transcend such vast chasms between realms, as each boundary is akin to an insurmountable gulf." Yet the scene unfolding before them was a profound shock to their understanding. King Tunchen and Wenzhong merely stood by, observing without intervening. Xiao Zhan's strength was sufficient to deal with a celestial deity. However, their inaction would not prevent others from feeling compelled to act. Witnessing their sect leader embroiled in a fierce struggle with a member of the Xiao family, several elders communicated through their minds. By subduing a few more members of the Xiao clan, they could undoubtedly disrupt the opponent's state of mind, leading their leader to victory. Surely, not all members of the Xiao family possess combat strength akin to that of Xiao Zhan. After a swift exchange, several true god elders moved in unison, even going so far as to set up a sword formation to encircle King Tunchen and the others. A crimson diagram appeared beneath their feet, the six of them taking their positions, six gleaming divine swords materializing in their hands, instantly encasing the group in a radiant cocoon. Xiaoli furrowed her brow. What were they planning? Ha ha ha, young man of the Xiao family, your kin are now encircled by us. I advise you to surrender promptly, lest you regret our ruthless approach, shouted one elder at Xiao Zhan. If you have the capability, then proceed to strike. Xiao Zhan retorted with a cold smile, still engaged in battle with Jian Wushuang. The elders were taken aback. His reaction exceeded their expectations. We must eliminate one of them to demonstrate our strength. Otherwise, it won't be enough to disrupt his state of mind. One elder spoke gravely. Agreed. The others nodded in affirmation. In an instant, brilliant sword light erupted, incredibly sharp. As the six divine swords lunged towards Xiao Li, their combined formation wielded immense power, surpassing that of an ordinary half-step celestial deity. While we stood idle, you were the first to strike. King Tunchen snorted, then opened his mouth wide, revealing a golden vortex that instantly swallowed the six divine swords aimed at him. The six elders froze in place, their bodies trembling. Could it be that these individuals possessed combat strength rivaling that of a celestial deity? With a flick of his sleeve, King Tunchen unleashed a torrent of divine power, crashing into the six elders and causing their bodies to explode, blood raining down from the heavens. This serves merely as a lesson. Best to quietly observe their battle. King Tunchen shot them a glance, refraining from delivering a fatal blow. All the elders trembled. What manner of family was this Xiao clan, to possess such fearsome combat strength among their members? To contend with them, it seemed only the ancestral figure could be summoned. Several elders communicated mentally. Given the magnitude of the battle unfolding, the ancestor must have sensed it. However, perhaps the timing was not yet right for him to intervene. Chapter 298, Subjugation. In reality, as they suspected, their ancestor had witnessed the battle, yet he did not emerge. Firstly, the members of the Xiao clan unexpectedly possessed the strength to fight beyond their realms, shattering previous conventions, which intrigued him. Secondly, among these individuals stood a celestial deity. Did the opponent also possess the strength to transcend realms? If so, even his intervention would prove futile. Thus, the ancestral figure of the Qingping sword sect, despite being aware of the sect's predicament, refrained from immediate action. Finally, after what seemed an eternity, the battle in the skies approached its conclusion. After Xiao Zhan employed the sword formation, Jian Wushuang could no longer withstand the onslaught and fell from the air, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. Staring up in horror at the figure surrounded by 9 swords, the opponent's power was far too formidable, exceeding his comprehension. Sect leader, the elders rushed to encircle Jian Wushuang. Submit or perish, Xiao Zhan proclaimed from above, surveying the upper echelons of the Qingping sword sect with a steely voice. On the way here, they had inquired about the Qingping sword sect's reputation among nearby cultivators. It was quite respectable, not a cultic sect. If so, it could potentially develop into a subordinate force for the Xiao family. Jian Wushuang hesitated when suddenly the ancestor's voice echoed in his ear. Agree to his terms. Ancestor, one among them, having reached the realm of a celestial deity, questioned whether the opponent possessed the strength to transcend realms. The ancestor responded. Jian Wushuang was taken aback. Glancing at Xiao Li, who bore horns upon her head, he began to comprehend the ancestor's concerns. This Xiao clan was indeed peculiar. Should the ancestor act rashly, and if the opponent possessed ancient divine strength, there might not even be an opportunity to submit. Very well, we shall submit. Jian Wushuang nodded in agreement. The circumstances dictated the outcome. To refuse would lead only to destruction. While integrity is undoubtedly important, if one's life is lost, nothing else remains. Furthermore, submission to a powerful force is quite common in the cultivation world, devoid of any shame. Excellent, you possess wisdom. Xiao Zhan nodded. Then a grand flag soared from his hand, embedding itself in the plaza of the Qingping sword sect. The flag bore the resplendent character for Xiao. Following that, the collection of resources from the Qingping sword sect commenced. Upon reaching the divine realm, the resources required for cultivation increased significantly. Even they needed to expend considerable contribution points to exchange with the family. Your previous sword formation was impressive. Xiao Zhan commended. In the Qingping sword sect, you may take whatever you desire. Jian Wushuang responded. As a submissive entity, one must adopt the demeanor of a subordinate. While I would prefer otherwise, there must be rules in place. Like other forces, you shall surrender half of your resources initially, and thereafter contribute 30% annually. As for other matters, unless you request our intervention, my Xiao family shall not interfere. Just as Xiao Zhan and the others settled the Qingping sword sect, several other factions were subdued. With the exception of the Poison God Cave, which was eradicated entirely, all other major forces capitulated to the Xiao family. It is not to assert the rigidity of their principles. Rather, the Xiao family never afforded them the opportunity to submit. This formidable faction even resorted to using cultivators to nourish their innate poison, which craved the essence of the most gifted individuals. Their methods of cultivation were truly diabolical, inciting the grievances of the beings in their domain. Consequently, the Xiao family decisively annihilated their entire sect, plundering their resources, severing their lineage, and even razing the very ground of the poison god's lair. Once news of this incident spread, the inhabitants of the territories under the poison god's control celebrated exuberantly, as they had finally been liberated. The name of the Xiao family began to circulate in the surrounding regions, for with 4 downstream, divine-level powers under their influence, the might of the Xiao family was indeed formidable. Upon receiving this news, the likes of the Biyun Pavilion and other factions promptly abandoned their nefarious intentions. The strength of the Xiao family was now beyond their reach. It was time to focus on their own cultivation without harboring any unwarranted thoughts, sighed Jing Wuming. Upon the return of the Xiao family members to the Divine City, they conveyed a piece of news to their kin. The patriarch had escaped from the hands of the Divine Path sect, though his whereabouts remained unknown. Nonetheless, the patriarch was alive. This revelation filled the Xiao family with joy, though they were unaware that this was merely a fabrication concocted by the elders and Xiao Yu. Thus, when Xiao Chen returned, a valid excuse would be at hand. But what, indeed, was Master currently occupied with? Xiao Li murmured, having secluded herself for so long. She yearned to accompany her master on journeys, serving him tea and water. Who knows? But if he desires to return, he will return. We must simply attend to our own affairs, Xiao Ling Tian remarked. At that moment, Xiao Chen's voice unexpectedly resonated in their ears. The ruins beneath the 10,000 Sword Mountains are now open for exploration. Those interested may wish to investigate, for there are intriguing treasures within. Furthermore, in the family treasury, there lies a crimson jade ruby and a relic known as the Southern Heaven Gate. Any one of you fortunate enough to acquire these will experience remarkable fortune. Xiao Ling Tian was taken aback. When had Xiao Chen returned these treasures to the family? As an origin god, how had he failed to notice? It seems the disparity between an origin god and a divine emperor is indeed vast. Xiao Chen, when will you return? The Grand Elder inquired. Me? I will return whenever I desire. Xiao Chen responded telepathically across the endless void, presently relishing a luxurious life, embraced by beauty. In the city, Xiao Ling Tian turned to Xiao Yu and the others. You all just heard Xiao Chen's message. Those who wish to venture forth should do so. What about the family here? Xiao Zhan queried, for having been in seclusion for so many years. The desire to explore was natural. However, if they all departed, who would tend to the family? After all, the elders were merely at the immortal emperor level. Have you all forgotten about Aowen? With his Genesis realm presence, no one can lay a finger on our Xiao family. Moreover, let us not forget, this city beneath our feet is impregnable, and Xiao Zhan's divine emperor weapon still resides within the family. Should danger arise, it will surely make its presence known. Indeed, we had overlooked the family's profound foundation. Very well, in that case, let us venture forth and experience the world. We have been here for quite some time without truly witnessing it. Chapter 299, Entering the Ruins. After deliberation, the group entered the treasury. Treasures singled out by the patriarch are undoubtedly extraordinary. Soon, on the penultimate level of the treasury, they discovered the two items Xiao Chen had mentioned, one a jade ruby, crimson as blood, and the other the southern heaven gate, radiating an extraordinary aura of Tao. Goodness, the patriarch placed these here. They must be exceptional indeed. Xiao Yu exclaimed. The Xiao family's treasury held numerous treasures, yet few reached the penultimate level. For the higher the level, the more precious the treasures within. Both items appeared to be of considerable caliber. This jade ruby must be an origin artifact, bearing a similar aura to my extreme Tao divine fire furnace. But what of the southern heaven gate? Could it also be an artifact of some kind? Surely, there cannot be such peculiar artifacts, Xiao Yan remarked, gazing at the two strange items. Origin artifact? The crowd gasped. Such items were exceedingly rare even in the entire divine realm. In an instant, excitement coursed through everyone. Let us not dwell on it too long. Let's see who among us has the fortune to possess them. As the patriarch indicated, if one can earn the recognition of the other, they may fully claim it, and perhaps we will learn more, Xiao Fan suggested. Upon hearing this, the gathered individuals promptly seated themselves before the two treasures, initiating a communion of divine consciousness with the deities within. Who would ultimately obtain them would depend on each individual's fortune and fate. Before long, the jade ruby responded, soaring directly into Xiao Li's hands. Everyone understood this meant she had acquired the coveted treasure. Xiao Li joyfully examined the jade ruby, for she had long lacked a suitable weapon. And this jade ruby was indeed to her liking. With the support of the deity within the artifact, Xiao Li expended little effort to thoroughly refine it. In contrast, the southern heaven gate remained unresponsive. Despite the myriad of talents within the Xiao family attempting to establish communication, it yielded no sign of recognition. The only entity capable of eliciting a response from the southern heaven gate was the golden long knife in Xiao Ran's possession. Could the southern heaven gate be linked to the inheritance you obtained, Xiao Ran? After their attempts bore no fruit, the group gathered around Xiao Ran and his golden long knife to discuss its significance. This long knife was derived from the golden divine tree. Initially, upon acquiring the golden divine tree, Xiao Ran envisioned planting it within the family, thus generating a continuous supply of artifact embryos. However, Xiao Chen had dissuaded him. Each artifact embryo born consumed the artifact's inherent power. While the previous consumption was but a trifling amount in comparison, it nonetheless caused some detriment. Thus, Xiao Chen insisted Xiao Ran refine it into his own innate divine weapon, replenishing its previously expended essence with his own divine energy. There may be some connection, but not a significant one. Otherwise, I wouldn't be unable to acquire the southern heaven gate. Xiao Ran mused, stroking his chin. Indeed, the long knife could evoke some response from the southern heaven gate, but merely a response. It could not secure the gate's acknowledgement. It appears this artifact is not destined for us, Xiao Yu lamented. With no one achieving recognition, even a forceful claim would yield little benefit. Let us depart. Since that is the case, we shall explore the 10,000 sword mountains and discover what intriguing treasures the patriarch spoke of. Xiao Zhan urged eagerly. The 10,000 sword mountains, with a name so indicative of swords, might yield some fortuitous discoveries. However, not everyone was drawn to the ruins beneath the 10,000 sword mountains. Some opted to embark on their own journeys elsewhere. After several months of settling and the sacrifices of numerous cultivators, the murderous aura within the Wanjian mountain range has finally stabilized considerably. Many cultivators have now embarked on a quest to explore this relic. Xiao Zhan and his companions have arrived here, entering the ruins beneath the surface. What greets their eyes is indeed a desolate landscape, yet it is evident that this place once served as the stronghold of a formidable power, with remnants of shattered structures barely discernible. As they approached the entrance of this faction, a tattered plaque bore the faded inscription of Divine Sword Sect. Despite the passage of endless ages, the imposing aura emanating from those three characters still reverberates with a chilling intensity. Divine Sword Sect? Surely, this must be the power associated with the relic, Xiao Li remarked. Initially reluctant to come, she was drawn by her master's words about intriguing treasures, and curiosity compelled her to join the expedition. I hope to acquire a formidable legacy of swordsmanship, Xiao Zhan exclaimed with enthusiasm. The Xiao family indeed possesses a rich heritage, Yet their inheritance pertaining to swordsmanship is rather scarce. Previously, they had gleaned little from the Qingping sword sect. So upon discovering that this relic belonged to the divine sword sect, he was filled with anticipation for the potential treasures of sword lore it might hold. Moreover, they had recently learned that this site was a divine-level power, and that an ancient ancestor of the divine sword sect was on the brink of achieving the half-step creation realm. Truly a formidable figure. Let us proceed and take a closer look, Xiao Tian declared, as the group ventured deeper into the relic. They were immediately struck by the sensation of sword energy slicing through the air around them. Had mere mortals entered this space, they would surely have been torn apart by the errant sword energies. Truly a terrifying prospect, remnants of the sword's essence from countless epochs past. Xiao Tian exclaimed in shock. His chaotic eyes shimmered with the light of chaos, allowing him to discern the dense array of sword energy concealed within the surrounding void. However, such potent sword energy posed no threat to their current capabilities. After traversing for a brief while, a brilliant white sword light suddenly erupted from the distance, soaring skyward and engulfing several divine realm cultivators in its wake. As the sword light dissipated, the figures of those divine realm practitioners had vanished without a trace. It is the radiance of a broken sword, Xiao Tian proclaimed. Let us hasten to investigate. Xiao Zhan replied eagerly. For such a piercing sword light could only emanate from an artifact of exceptional quality. Furthermore, this relic might not merely contain a fractured artifact. For many sword cultivators, their legacies are inscribed upon their divine swords. The other powerful beings that had entered the relic also noticed the sword light, prompting various factions to converge upon the source of the phenomenon. By the time Xiao Zhan and his companions arrived, a divine-level battle had already erupted, with all present vying for the long sword at the center of the chaos. Xiao Zhan's gaze fell upon the broken sword, a pitch-black blade with an oddly shaped hilt that resembled a piece of withered wood, lacking the typical form of a long sword's handle. The dullness of the blade suggested it was not sharp at all. How peculiar. Xiao Zhan furrowed his brow, having never encountered such an unusual sword before. Indeed, it is quite strange, yet the aura of this broken sword is formidable, far surpassing that of heavenly or ancient artifacts. Xiao Tian remarked, his expression grave. Shall we make our move? The longer we delay, the more powerful beings will gather here, making it increasingly difficult to seize the sword. Xiao Li urged. This relic imposes no restrictions on cultivation levels, meaning anyone could potentially appear here. Very well, let us act, Xiao Zhan affirmed, his figure darting into the fray, racing toward the broken sword. Xiao Li and Xiao Tian followed closely behind, ready to safeguard him. However, just as Xiao Zhan was about to reach the broken sword, a colossal hand descended from the heavens. Even before it arrived, the overwhelming energy it emanated caused the nearby divine and heavenly cultivators to momentarily falter, their assaults abruptly halted. An ancient god, one of the heavenly realm practitioners, gasped in alarm. A thunderous voice boomed from above. Those irrelevant to the affairs of the Starry Sky Pavilion. Back away at once, or face annihilation. The very utterance sent shockwaves through the crowd, causing some to bleed from their noses. The Starry Sky Pavilion? Upon hearing this faction's name, many cultivators recoiled in shock, scattering like frightened birds. For this was no ordinary power. It was a formidable faction under the aegis of a divine king, and lesser factions would not dare provoke them. Even the two elders from the Qingping sword sect, engaged in the fray, hastily retreated at the sight of this overwhelming force, knowing their ancestor was merely a half-step ancient god and could not contend with such might. Yet Xiao Zhan remained undeterred. Regardless of the ancient god's presence, Xiao Li possessed ancient god-level combat prowess. With the aid of the Jade Rui, she could even confront beings of greater strength. Indeed, in the next moment, Xiao Li took action. Her hand, as pure as jade, rose to collide with the descending hand of suppression. A thunderous crash resonated, shaking the very fabric of space and time, as brilliant divine light erupted, sweeping the surroundings with immense energy. With her intervention, the colossal hand was forced back. Who dares? A furious voice echoed from above. Why do you roar so? Do you think everyone fears your Starry Sky Pavilion? Xiao Li scoffed dismissively. These factions have grown accustomed to such arrogance, announcing their titles before striking. If one could rely solely on their backing to intimidate, then with my family's master presiding, there would be no need for competition. All the resources of the divine realm would belong solely to the Xiao family. What faction do you belong to, that you dare contend with my Starry Sky Pavilion? The figure behind the massive hand emerged, revealing a rugged, disheveled middle-aged man who glared at Xiao Li with a predatory expression. What does it matter to you which faction I represent? If you wish to fight, then let us fight. If not, relinquish that broken sword to us. Xiao Li's tone was resolute. A heavenly realm cultivator? The middle-aged man, Feng Feng, was momentarily taken aback as he scrutinized Xiao Li, confirming that her aura indeed belonged to the heavenly realm. This revelation left him questioning how a mere heavenly realm practitioner could withstand his assault with bare hands. The elders of the Qingping sword sect, watching from a distance, were left in shock at the sight of Xiao Li clashing with the elder of the Starry Sky Pavilion. Indeed, our ancestors' foresight was correct. They truly possess ancient god-level combat capability. One elder exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, our ancestor made the right choice. Otherwise, we might have faced extermination. At that moment, Xiao Zhan reached the broken sword, extending his hand toward it. Yet as he drew near, the sword began to tremble, emitting a resonant hum, as though on the verge of revolt. Realizing the peril, Xiao Zhan swiftly withdrew his hand. He could not withstand the terrifying sword light from earlier. Was it truly impossible to claim this broken sword? He frowned, pondering the immense power of this artifact, which surely harbored the legacy of its previous master. As he gazed at the formidable sword energy swirling around the broken sword, Xiao Zhan erupted with a terrifying sword aura himself, once again reaching for the fragmented blade. This time, however, the sword did not elude his grasp as before, firmly landing in his hand. Just then, a figure emerged from the void, exquisite in beauty, tall and regal, with flowing black hair and a billowing white robe. With a mere flick of his hand, a sharp beam of sword light slashed toward him. Get lost, Xiao Zhan barked, swinging the broken sword with ferocity. The inky sword light cleaved through the heavens, reminiscent of the first ray of light that split the cosmos in creation, magnificent and unparalleled. The piercing sword light shattered the oncoming beam of light in an instant, slicing through the air with a speed that transcended time and space. Aimed directly at the figure that had materialized from the void. Jian Heng's pupils constricted sharply. Presumptuous, Feng Feng roared, conjuring a pitch-black war hammer that thundered down upon the sword light. If that beam were not extinguished, Jian Heng would undoubtedly perish beneath its might. With a resounding boom, a terrifying explosion erupted in midair, rendering the area into nothingness. What an astonishing broken sword. Xiao Zhan's heart trembled. The previous strike was not merely his own power, but rather the latent energy inherent to the sword itself. Yet, with that last swing, the power contained within the broken sword had diminished substantially. It could indeed serve as a trump card. Xiao Zhan stowed the broken sword away. Kid, which family do you hail from? Daring to attack a disciple of the Starry Pavilion? Feng Feng glared at Xiao Zhan, his voice laced with admonition. Your words are peculiar. Can he attack me while I cannot retaliate? Xiao Zhan countered. Impertinent. Feng Feng bellowed, his war hammer crashing downwards. Do you truly believe I do not exist? Xiao Li summoned her Yu Rui, clashing it against Feng Feng's war hammer. The collision of the two divine artifacts unleashed a terrifying force that surged outward like a tidal wave, forcing Feng Feng to stagger backward repeatedly. This Yu Rui. He gazed in astonishment at the artifact that had sent him flying. This is undoubtedly an existence that surpasses ancient artifacts. At this moment, Jian Heng turned his gaze toward Xiao Zhan, stating solemnly, hand over that broken sword. Who do you think you are? Demanding I surrender the broken sword simply because of your handsome visage? How is it that you all possess such audacity? Xiao Zhan scoffed, provocatively beckoning with his fingers. Come on, I won't even use the sword's power. If you have the capability, kill me, and the broken sword shall rightfully belong to you. But alas, you lack the requisite skill. Seeking death, are we? A mere true god dares to challenge me? Jian Heng's eyes turned icy as he addressed Feng Feng, Elder Feng. Please hold off the others. This broken sword is mine today. Chapter 301, Fierce Battle. As a swordsman himself, he recognized that the broken sword was extraordinary, likely harboring an immensely powerful legacy. Moreover, he was among the first to arrive here, yet he feared that rashly touching the broken sword would unleash great terror. Indeed, it was only when someone dared to grasp the broken sword that a beam of sword light erupted, obliterating everyone in proximity. Jian Heng had initially planned to wait until the energy within the broken sword dissipated before making a move. But he never anticipated that someone would seize the sword before him. A treasure he had set his sights upon was not to be trifled with by others. Rest assured and act freely. Feng Feng nodded in agreement. He had complete faith in Jian Heng, as the latter was a divine body, an unrivaled existence of the same realm. Feng Feng fixed his gaze upon Xiao Li, who showed no intention of engaging. After all, she was merely a heavenly god, while Xiao Zhan possessed the strength to contend with her. In the next moment, Xiao Zhan and Jian Heng collided like two streaks of flowing light, their swords clashing, divine radiance erupting, and the sound of swords resonating through the heavens, a myriad of sword lights soaring into the sky, rending the fabric of the void. Both wielders unleashed their boundless sword techniques, striving to annihilate one another. An endless expanse of sword light engulfed the area, compelling the surrounding true gods and heavenly gods to retreat in fear. Who on earth is this person? How do they possess the ability to battle across realms? Feng Feng observed Xiao Zhan's fierce engagement with Jian Heng, his brow furrowed in concern. This unprecedented display shattered his understanding. Who are you? How do you possess the power to transcend boundaries in battle? Feng Feng suddenly pivoted, his eyes ablaze with an intimidating light as he questioned Xiao Li. Just moments ago, that individual had effortlessly withstood a strike from him, a feat beyond the capacity of a heavenly god. Xiao Li cast a sidelong glance at him, remaining silent, her demeanor vigilant to prevent any harm to Xiao Zhan. Since you refuse to speak, I shall force you to, Feng Feng shouted, charging toward Xiao Li with his warhammer. Securing this secret would undoubtedly be an unprecedented opportunity for the Starry Pavilion. For upon reaching the divine realm, even the supreme divine body could not engage across significant realms. Such feats demanded exorbitant costs, and forbidden techniques were no exception, unless wielding some powerful artifact. Yet, from the performance of these two, it was evident they did not rely on artifacts. What, then, could be the reason? You are not worthy. Xiao Li met him head-on with her Yurui. In an instant, the two figures clashed fiercely. The Yurui radiated resplendent divine light as it continuously collided with Feng Feng's warhammer, cataclysmic energy surging outward like a tidal wave. Within moments, their forms vanished from sight. As they disappeared, Xiao Tian sighed. Since it has come to this, I shall venture deeper into the ruins. He held no concern for his kin, as they each retained a fragment of divine soul within their family. Even in the event of demise, they could be restored, albeit after a passage of time. Meanwhile, amid the boundless sword light, Xiao Zhan and Jian Heng continued their relentless battle. Wherever they traversed, the mountains within the ruins crumbled into dust beneath their sword light. At the height of their fierce confrontation, a beam of sword light erupted from the mountains below, a remnant of the slaughtering power lingering within the ruins, now ignited by the energies of their clash. Both men were taken aback, realizing that this beam of light possessed the terrifying capability to obliterate them. Without hesitation, they both retreated swiftly. Not good. Xiao Zhan's countenance changed drastically. For the ground he stood upon was the site of a sword formation. The instant he stepped into the formation, it activated, unleashing a torrent of sword light that surged directly toward him. This is bad. Am I to perish here? Xiao Zhan's expression darkened. The power of this sword formation was equally formidable, far beyond his capacity to withstand. Desperation gripped him as he drew forth the broken sword, preparing to strike with all his might, determined to make a final stand. Yet, before he could swing the broken sword, it erupted with a surge of black light. As if sensing this energy, the ascending sword lights veered away from Xiao Zhan's body, parting like a great river. Had the sword formation developed sentience? Did it instinctively avoid the presence of the broken sword, recognizing it as belonging to the same lineage? Xiao Zhan pondered in astonishment. Moments later, as the wave of sword light dissipated, no further sword energy emerged from the formation. However, a circular barrier materialized, enveloping Xiao Zhan within its confines. Initially, he contemplated employing the remnants of the sword to shatter the sword formation that enveloped this area, but after careful consideration, he ultimately refrained from doing so. The primary reason for his reluctance was that the sword formation had acquired a semblance of sentience over the endless eons. Having sensed the aura of the remnants of the sword, the formation instinctively evaded its approach. If he were to forcefully dismantle it with the remnants, it would inevitably damage the formation, which would be tantamount to inciting conflict among allies. Moreover, Xiao Zhan was not solely a sword cultivator. He also possessed profound knowledge of sword formations. In light of this, it would be far more prudent to comprehend the intricacies of this sword formation and acquire it in its entirety. This way, upon returning to his clan, he could exchange it for a substantial number of contribution points. With this thought in mind, Xiao Zhan seated himself upon the ground and began to delve into the intricacies of the local sword formation. Meanwhile, outside the formation, Jian Heng relentlessly struck at it with his sword in an attempt to breach the defenses and force Xiao Zhan out, all in a bid to seize the remnants of the sword. However, his sword light, upon striking the formation, inflicted no damage whatsoever. Instead, it was absorbed and redirected back toward him. Damn it! Don't let me discover your identity or the faction to which you belong. Otherwise, I shall ensure you pay dearly. Jian Heng cursed angrily, turning to venture deeper into the ruins. On another front, a thunderous explosion resonated as Feng Feng's body was obliterated into a cloud of blood mist under the assault of Yurui, yet in mere moments. He restored himself to normalcy. Who are you? State your name. As he regained his form, he fled into the distance, calling out as he retreated. Are you certain you wish for me to reveal the faction backing me? Should I disclose that? Your esteemed leader may very well have to personally come forth to apologize to my faction. Xiao Li remarked with a cold smile as she regarded him. Feng Feng was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting. The artifact held by the opponent, Yu Rui, was certainly not an ancient artifact or a divine monarch's weapon, having encountered both. He speculated it could possibly be a creation artifact. The notion sent a jolt of realization through him. A celestial realm cultivator wielding a creation artifact could only mean they hailed from a significant faction, or perhaps were the progeny of a powerful figure within such a faction. How else could one possess such an artifact? In that instant, Feng Feng was engulfed by panic, and he hastily clasped his hands together, apologizing. My previous transgressions were unintentional. I hope my fellow cultivator can overlook them. I shall take my leave now, and I trust you will not hold it against the starry pavilion. With that, he vanished without a trace. Chapter 302. Sea of Blood. Ha! So easily frightened that he fled? A faint smile graced Xiao Li's lips. The denizens of the divine realm truly seemed to prey upon the weak and cower before the strong. Nevertheless, her master had once mentioned that those who lived long tended to fear death increasingly. Xiao Li could understand this sentiment. Furthermore, some individuals did not fear death for themselves, but rather feared the repercussions it would bring upon their factions. In this world, the annihilation of clans and extermination of sects occurred daily, and far too frequently. Thankfully, her master was invincible, allowing them to remain untroubled by such concerns. After Feng Feng's departure, he began to inquire about Xiao Li's origins. If she truly hailed from a powerful faction, an apology might suffice, especially since neither party had suffered casualties. However, if she were from a lesser faction, Feng Feng could not help but smirk, if that were the case. The mere possession of the creation artifact would elevate the starry pavilion to new heights. Xiao Zhan remained seated within the sword formation for several days, comprehending its intricacies. At last, when he fully grasped the formation, he opened his eyes to reveal a miniature sword formation materializing before him. It was the formation spirit that had ensnared him. It has indeed attained sentience. Such an occurrence is exceptionally rare. Xiao Zhan marveled. The emergence of intellect within a formation was exponentially more arduous than that of a weapon. He collected the spirit, and upon its manifestation, the surrounding formation dissipated entirely. Without lingering, he swiftly ascended deeper into the ruins. During his contemplation of the sword formation, the number of cultivators in the vicinity had surged. Explorers were scattered throughout, yet many areas erupted into fierce battles over treasures, while remnants of lethal energies activated, resulting in countless cultivators perishing. Observing this chaos, Xiao Zhan pressed onward into the depths. Whatever treasures lay in the periphery had likely already been claimed by other cultivators. Suddenly, a cacophony of explosions erupted ahead, and an endless crimson light soared into the heavens, akin to the blood essence of cultivators surging like a tempest. Xiao Zhan's gaze ignited with radiant brilliance as he peered ahead, only to find a legion of bizarre entities, their forms entirely crimson, as if composed of blood, obstructing the advance of numerous cultivators. What race could they be? Xiao Zhan pondered in astonishment. At that moment, he had arrived at the very edge of the sanguine glow, scrutinizing the blood spirits with intrigue. These entities varied in form. Some were humanoid, while others resembled various fiendish beasts. Presently, these blood spirits formed a wall of crimson, impeding the progress of all before them. Numerous divine realm cultivators engaged in combat with the blood spirits, striving to carve a path through to the ruins beyond. Fellow cultivator, what race are these beings? How dare they oppose our numerous factions? Xiao Zhan inquired of a nearby true god realm cultivator, his brow furrowed in confusion. I cannot ascertain what race they belong to. I have never encountered them before. However, to breach the ruins beyond, we must carve a bloody path through these strange beings. Damn it, that area is the core of the Divine Sword Sect's ruins. The cultivator replied in frustration. If we can overcome this hurdle, we would have the opportunity to claim the most powerful legacy of the Divine Sword Sect. Has anyone succeeded in entering? Xiao Zhan pressed, his brow furrowing further. I cannot say for certain, but I have heard whispers of someone successfully fighting their way through. After all, these beings are only at the ancient god realm. Yet their combat prowess is significantly lower than that of cultivators at the same level. Even those crossing realms could slay them. The cultivator responded. At that moment, a scream pierced the air as a celestial realm cultivator was besieged by several ancient god realm blood spirits, dragged into the sea of blood, his fate unknown. This sight sent a chill through the hearts of many nearby cultivators. Even celestial realm cultivators are falling here, sighed the true god beside Xiao Zhan. It seems we, as true gods, are destined to be devoid of the Divine Sword Sect's most formidable legacy. Yet, Xiao Zhan gazed into the boundless sea of blood, scrutinizing the combat prowess of those blood spirits. If, as claimed, their strength was indeed low, then it was not beyond his capabilities to carve a bloody path through them, especially considering he possessed other means. After a thorough observation, Xiao Zhan decisively plunged into the sea of blood. Hey, are you out of your mind? The true god cultivator, who had previously conversed with Xiao Zhan, exclaimed. A true god dares to enter the sea of blood? Without hesitation, Xiao Zhan summoned his 9 divine swords, manifesting the 9 extremes sword formation around him. With remarkable speed, he surged forward without pausing. Around him, true god-level blood spirits attempted to impede his progress, but they were swiftly obliterated by the sword energy generated by the 9 extremes sword formation. Yet, despite this, the blood spirits did not perish. Their fragmented forms reassembled rapidly within the sea of blood, restoring themselves to completeness. Xiao Zhan discerned this clearly. Engaging in combat with these blood spirits was a grave error, for they could not be slain. At least not within the confines of the sea of blood. Thus, his decision was simple. Before the formidable blood spirits could react, he would dash through this sea of blood and reach the opposite shore. With the 9 extremes sword formation clearing the path, every blood spirit of the true god realm that obstructed his way was utterly obliterated, failing to impede his momentum in the slightest. In the blink of an eye, he traversed a considerable distance through the sea of blood. However, at this juncture, blood spirits of the celestial god realm emerged to block Xiao Zhan's path. Yet they were still unable to withstand the might of the sword formation. These blood spirits were notably weaker than typical celestial gods. And given that Xiao Zhan could slay even true celestial gods, how could he falter against these lesser beings? Eventually, it seemed that the ancient god realm blood spirits within the blood sea received word of his advance, and they surged towards him in droves, numbering over a dozen. Although these blood spirits lacked the combat prowess of genuine ancient gods, they were formidable in their own right, surpassing the celestial gods. Such strength was beyond what Xiao Zhan could contend with. At that moment, however, Xiao Zhan summoned the sword formation that had previously ensnared him, unleashing a torrent of sword light that ravaged the surrounding blood spirits. In an instant, he decimated those ancient god realm blood spirits that had surrounded him, creating a massive breach in the blood sea through which the remnants of ancient ruins could be distinctly seen. With a swift motion, Xiao Zhan radiated divine light and surged towards the depths of the ruins. Yet, just as he was about to leave the blood sea, a voice suddenly resonated in his ear. Young man, do you wish to obtain the supreme inheritance? Who? Xiao Zhan inquired solemnly, standing at the edge of the blood sea. Do you desire the inheritance of the supreme killing god? The instant the voice emerged, numerous phantoms materialized before Xiao Zhan, including his parents, various elders, and Xiao Yu, all of whom were his dear friends and family. If you slay all your loved ones, you may attain this lord's supreme inheritance. The voice, shrouded in allure, echoed in Xiao Zhan's ears, as if an unparalleled path was unfolding before him. Supreme inheritance? How powerful is it? Can it elevate one to the status of a divine emperor? Xiao Zhan questioned. Divine emperor? What is that? The voice responded, tinged with confusion, clearly indicating that its owner was unfamiliar with the concept of a divine emperor. Get lost, useless wretch. You don't even know what a divine emperor is. Yet you dare to claim to bestow a supreme inheritance. Xiao Zhan retorted furiously. It was evident that this inheritance was far from virtuous, demanding the slaughter of all his loved ones. Though they were mere illusions, it was apparent that such an inheritance was not of a righteous nature, bearing sinister undertones. Moreover, if the voice's owner had no knowledge of what a divine emperor was, then they could not possibly be an origin god. In light of this, how could they dare to call themselves a supreme inheritance? Did they truly believe he was naive? Xiao Zhan's words, however, seemed to have provoked the owner of the voice. The blood sea roiled, and a colossal blood-red skeleton emerged, gaping wide as it lunged towards Xiao Zhan. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Xiao Zhan's figure abruptly retreated, completely distancing himself from the blood sea. Brat, if you possess the ability, don't come out. Otherwise, I shall certainly take your life. The enraged voice boomed from within the blood sea, causing the entire expanse to seethe. Nothing but a farce. Xiao Zhan scoffed disdainfully, continuing his ascent into the depths. Should he be pushed to his limits, he would not hesitate to summon the clan leader to obliterate the opposition. Before long, he arrived at the depths of the ruins, where a colossal mountain towered like a sharp sword plunged into the earth. He gazed upward. The peak of this mountain was divided into 9 tiers, each tier featuring a vast platform, ascending incrementally. Between the platforms were 9 enormous steps connecting each level. At this moment, Xiao Zhan stood at the base of the first step. He leapt upwards, landing on the first step, yet felt nothing unusual. He then ascended to the second step, still sensing no abnormalities. With a slight exertion of force, he reached the first platform atop the 9th step. Are these steps a test of one's qualifications to enter this place? On the first platform, he beheld the words Ascension Platform, learning of the purpose of these steps. The higher the tier, the greater the test of one's qualifications, but correspondingly, the level of inheritance one could attain also increased. This meant that by reaching the first platform, one could receive the corresponding inheritance from the Sword God sect. Should one ascend to the ninth platform, they would gain the highest inheritance from the Sword God sect. Eagerly, Xiao Zhan soared upwards. At that moment, several figures appeared on the platform, also observing the records on the ascension platform. Not wishing to linger, Xiao Zhan immediately propelled himself upward, now concerned that others might seize the opportunity to claim the Sword God sect inheritance before him. With an understanding of the step's purpose, Xiao Zhan no longer ascended level by level, but rather charged directly towards the highest tier. The others followed closely behind him as he ascended towards the mountain peak. Throughout his climb, Xiao Zhan encountered few practitioners until he reached the 8th platform, where he finally saw dozens of figures. To his surprise, the lowest among them was of the celestial god realm, with several ancient gods present. Curiosity sparked within him. Why were they lingering here? Xiao Zhan, why have you only just arrived? A voice emerged from the crowd. Xiao Tian. Both he and Xiao Li were present. You two are quite swift. I was ensnared by a sword formation, which took me some time to break. Xiao Zhan replied. Why are you not proceeding to the peak? We can't ascend. Xiao Tian shook his head. Why not? Only sword cultivators may tread upon the highest tier. Neither Xiao Li nor I are sword cultivators, and we are halted by the restrictions of the steps. However, we have both obtained a portion of the inheritance from the 8th tier. Xiao Tian explained, shrugging. By the way, you should hurry up. Someone has already reached the peak. That sword cultivator from the Starry Pavilion, who fought you earlier, has been up there for quite some time. We cannot allow them to claim the inheritance. Xiao Zhan's eyes narrowed, decisively bidding farewell to the two as he soared towards the 9th tier. Just then, a figure obstructed his path. What is your intention? Xiao Zhan halted, frowning. I have no intentions. I simply do not wish to let you ascend. The figure was a gaunt old man, his eyes glinting with a sinister coldness. Xiao Zhan regarded the old man with furrowed brows. We are strangers with no enmity. Why do you obstruct my ascent? Ha ha. This old fool, Kuwait Song, merely wishes to prevent others from obtaining the fortune he cannot. An ancient god nearby scoffed, providing an explanation for Xiao Zhan. Old fool, are you seeking death? Xiao Li stepped forward, positioning herself in front of the old man. Her once gentle eyes now radiated a murderous intent. Go ahead. I'll handle this. Xiao Li urged Xiao Zhan. All right, be careful. Xiao Zhan nodded, stepping onto the steps. The moment he did, the previously obstructive old man launched an attack. A brilliant divine light erupted from his brow, transforming into a beam aimed at Xiao Zhan. This was a divine consciousness attack, capable of shattering one's path of existence and extinguishing one's soul, sending them into a state of despair. As for the celestial god realm girl before him, he didn't regard her as a threat at all. Seeing this, Xiao Li's gaze turned icy. She struck out with a palm, dispelling the old man's assault. And then her hand radiated with the light of yin and yang, the boundless flow of the yin-yang Dao crashing towards him, seeking death. With a thunderous roar, Kuwait Song unleashed a cataclysmic surge of obsidian lightning, transforming it into a colossal bolt that collided violently with his opponent's hand. A resounding clap of thunder reverberated through the heavens and the earth, as divine power clashed with divine principles, unleashing boundless ripples. Yet, in an instant, the dark lightning was obliterated, and Xiao Li struck him with a powerful palm. In the next moment, Kuwait Song was sent hurtling through the air, half of his body exploding upon impact. He let out a dreadful scream, retreating in shock and terror. As an ancient god, he had underestimated a mere celestial being, and his reckless attack had led to this dire predicament. However, before he could regain his footing, Xiao Li's fierce assault surged forth once more, delivering another devastating blow that obliterated the remaining half of his body, leaving only his head to soar away into the distance. Just moments ago, he had been so arrogant. Why did he now wish to flee? Xiao Li summoned her Jade Rui, slicing through the void to strike at his disembodied head. With a resounding explosion, the head shattered, leaving only a golden soul fleeing into the ether. Do you know which power I belong to? I hail from the Tsangming sect. You dare to strike at me, and my sect's formidable warriors will surely not let you off lightly. Kuwait Song shouted as he fled. Chapter 304, The Burial Sword Technique. Yet, as he cried out, Xiao Li's assault grew even more relentless. Did he think he could shout for help just because his master was an invincible being? The Jade Rui radiated a brilliant red light, striking Kuwait Song's fleeing soul and instantly causing it to explode, utterly perishing here. Tsangming sect? Regardless of your sect, you shall bow before me. Xiao Li scoffed, retracting her Jade Rui and standing there, awaiting Xiao Zhan. In the crowd, Feng trembled violently. This woman was terrifying. The Tsangming sect was said to be a more formidable force than their own Star Pavilion. They were rumored to kill at will. Did she not fear repercussions? Or did she feel invulnerable? Feng was particularly fixated on the Jade Rui in her possession, but dared not make a move, fearing she might obliterate him, and also apprehensive that her backing was stronger than their star pavilion. The surrounding onlookers focused their attention on Xiao Li and her Jade Rui, but like Feng Feng, they refrained from action, wary of the powerful force that might be behind her. Truly, it was perplexing. What was the purpose of these individuals constantly invoking their backing? Did they believe their power was invincible? Were they oblivious to the fact that not long ago, even an origin god had fallen? Xiao Tian shook his head, utterly speechless at these people. Upon hearing this, everyone regarded him as if he were a fool, with some shaking their heads and laughing. Young man, do you truly understand what an origin god represents? Such terrifying beings could never fall. Indeed, origin gods are supreme and eternal. How could they possibly perish? Others echoed in agreement. Ah, yes, you're all right. Xiao Tian chuckled, offering no rebuttal. Refuting what lay beyond their comprehension would yield no effect. Kid you. Some were incensed by Xiao Tian's demeanor, but considering certain matters, they chose to remain silent. Xiao Zhan ascended to the pinnacle with remarkable ease. As a sword cultivator with an unparalleled divine body, if he could not reach the summit, then others stood no chance. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of a colossal stone sword, radiating an incredibly sharp sword aura. Only by calming the sword's energy with one's own could one avoid injury. Any cultivator lacking understanding of the sword path would be instantly torn to shreds in this presence. For this stone sword housed the strongest inheritance of the divine sword sect. Beneath the stone sword sat several figures, contemplating the inheritance it contained. Xiao Zhan did not disturb them, proceeding directly to the stone sword to begin his own understanding of its legacy. At that moment, Jian Heng, not far away, opened his eyes and, upon seeing Xiao Zhan, inwardly scoffed, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his gaze. Jian Heng had always obtained whatever he desired. Although the strongest inheritance of the divine sword sect was now within reach, he still sensed that the fragmentary sword was extraordinary. Yet, he did not rush to act. Instead, he hastened to comprehend the inheritance of the stone sword, planning to settle accounts with Xiao Zhan once he had completed his understanding. The inheritance here was the most powerful of the divine sword sect, profound and unfathomable, involving some aspects of creation-level inheritances. This was a supreme inheritance for all present, considering that the mightiest forces in the entire divine Xia realm were only at the creation level. Xiao Zhan's divine sense penetrated the immense stone sword, discovering an expansive inner space, where countless orbs of light, akin to stars, floated, each emanating different hues. The more radiant the light, the more potent the inheritance it represented. Thus, Xiao Zhan's gaze was immediately drawn to the silver orb of light deep within the space, glowing with an intensity akin to an eternal, indomitable sun, outshining all others. His divine sense approached the silver orb, whereupon he felt a faint pressure reminiscent of the final 9 steps he had ascended. Yet, it was merely slight, insufficient to hinder his divine perception. This also served as a test of aptitude. If one's talent did not meet the requirements, they could not obtain the inheritance within. As Xiao Zhan's divine sense touched the silver orb, small swords, merely inches long, materialized before him. These were sword-shaped runes, comprehensible only to sword cultivators. Creation-level divine ability, the burial sword technique. In an instant, Xiao Zhan grasped the essence of this divine ability, his excitement surging. Creation-level divine abilities were among the most esteemed inheritances in the divine realm. Though there had been many creation-level inheritances in that world, sword cultivators had been exceedingly rare. It was unexpected to encounter one here. Xiao Zhan felt a wave of joy. Previously, the strongest inheritance for humanity within the central space of the Yin-Yang realms had been of the origin level, yet there had been no equivalent sword cultivator inheritance. And even creation-level sword inheritances were extremely scarce. Perhaps this was due to the lack of popularity of sword cultivators in the previous epoch. Returning his focus, Xiao Zhan dedicated himself to comprehending this creation-level divine ability. Time flew swiftly, and after more than half a month, on the very day he had just successfully grasped the burial sword technique, a fierce attack surged towards him, launched by none other than Jian Heng. The latter had comprehended a divine king-level sword technique, yet had spent even more time than Xiao Zhan on the creation-level sword technique. Such was the disparity in aptitude. You seek death. Xiao Zhan had remained vigilant, aware that in such a place, conflict was inevitable. Thus he had kept a keen ear to the outside commotion. The moment Jian Heng initiated his attack, the fragmentary sword appeared in Xiao Zhan's hand. The eternal indestructible sword body activated, releasing an aura of immortality, which he then combined with the burial sword technique to deliver a slashing strike. In an instant, a deathly sword light imbued with the burial sword's phenomena erupted, annihilating Jian Heng's attack in a heartbeat, and subsequently erasing him entirely. A piercing sound resonated amidst the glimmer of swords. followed by the emergence of Jianheng's soul from the luminous blade. Above his ethereal form hovered a small golden bell radiating a resplendent light, evidently safeguarding his spirit. Without this protective artifact, he would have surely perished under the full force of Xiao Zhan's recent strike. Such an outcome was utterly unforeseen by Jianheng. He had intended to disrupt his opponent's comprehension of the inheritance and seize the remnants of the sword in his grasp. Yet, astonishingly, his adversary had instantaneously awakened from his meditation and retaliated with a lethal blow. Had it not been for the golden bell shielding his soul, he would have met his demise. "You dare to kill me?" Jianheng bellowed with a mix of terror and fury. He was, after all, a prodigious figure of the Star Pavilion, a key talent nurtured by the sect. Should he fall, the Star Pavilion would undoubtedly seek retribution against his foe. "Who do you think you are, my son? I would not hesitate to end your life." Chapter 305, An Extraordinary Space. With those words, Xiao Zhan unleashed another strike, enveloping Jianheng in the formidable aura of the buried heaven sword intent. The golden bell trembled violently, even developing fine cracks upon its surface, instilling fear within Jianheng's heart. Witnessing the murderous intent gleaming in Xiao Zhan's eyes, he understood that his opponent was truly intent on his death. "I shall remember you. Beware the forces that stand behind you. One day, the Star Pavilion will obliterate them," Jianheng shouted vehemently. Moreover, all present, the remnant sword in his possession is an artifact surpassing the God-King level. Having uttered these words, his soul swiftly descended. "Xiaoli, assist me in slaying that fleeing soul." Seeing his adversary's swift escape, Xiao Zhan urgently conveyed his message to Xiaoli below. Such a threat to the family could not be allowed to remain. Before Xiaoli could respond, she witnessed a soul charging toward them under the protection of the golden bell. The moment the opponent left the confines of the staircase barrier, Xiaoli sprang into action, her jade talisman transforming into a crimson light aimed at the foe. Jianheng, desperately plunging downward, was caught off guard and struck by the jade talisman. The soul encased within the golden bell shattered with a resounding crash, disintegrating into mere fragments under the talisman's assault. Only then did Feng Feng notice the commotion. But by the time he arrived, only the remnants of the explosion remained, leaving him oblivious to the fact that Jianheng, a member of the Star Pavilion, had perished there. What transpired? Someone inquired. "A soul, crowned by a golden bell, has fallen." "Who is it?" "Uncertain, but it seems to be a member of the Star Pavilion." Feng Feng was taken aback. A member of the Star Pavilion? Could it be Jianheng? His complexion changed dramatically. Jianheng was a talented figure of their sect, a crucial asset that could not afford to fail. However, he had not witnessed the event unfold and could not ascertain whether it truly was Jianheng. Even if it were, he could do nothing, for it was Xiao Li who had delivered the fatal blow. With her ancient god-level strength, combined with the power of the jade talisman, her might was utterly terrifying. Should he dare to recklessly confront her, he too might meet his end here. We shall wait and see. If the fallen individual is indeed Jianheng, the sect must be informed. Meanwhile, at the pinnacle of the tower, all those comprehending the inheritance turned their attention to the remnant sword in Xiao Zhan's possession. The individuals present were formidable beings above the divine realm, their discerning eyes revealing that this sword was no ordinary weapon. "Young man, surrender that remnant sword," an elder intoned solemnly. The assembly of practitioners, who had been immersed in their meditation, rose in unison, encircling Xiao Zhan. However, at that moment, a radiant light suddenly enveloped Xiao Zhan, causing his figure to vanish from their sight. He fled. An ancient god's consciousness swiftly spread outward, yet failed to uncover any trace of Xiao Zhan. Lacking in cultivation, yet adept at fleeing. Unbeknownst to them, Xiao Zhan had not fled, but had instead been transported to an enigmatic space. "Where's this?" he pondered, gazing at the unfamiliar surroundings with astonishment. Below him lay an endless, turbulent sea of blood, and he found himself standing upon a colossal crimson sword array. After all these years, at last, I have awaited the arrival of a supreme god body specializing in swordsmanship. A weak voice echoed suddenly. "Who goes there?" Xiao Zhan exclaimed, turning his head in search of the source, discovering a figure above the array, partially obscured and semi-transparent. "A soul? No, this is not a soul." Xiao Zhan observed the figure carefully. It was an elderly man with white hair, yet his form had become hazy and translucent, rather than appearing in a soul-like state. "Who are you, and what is your connection to this sea of blood?" Xiao Zhan inquired cautiously. What do you think my relationship with this sea of blood is?" the elder countered. Xiao Zhan furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the bizarre environment. Beneath him churned the boundless sea of blood. But these strange waters were suppressed by the sword arrays beneath his feet, while the now semi-transparent elder was the master of these arrays. "Are you the one from the divine sword sect who suppresses this sea of blood?" Xiao Zhan asked. "Keen eyesight. Not only have you discerned that I am the one maintaining this sea of blood, but you also recognized me as a member of the Divine Sword sect. The elder chuckled, his voice deep and resonant, burdened by the strain of sustaining the array, which was depleting his primordial divine power. Although my cultivation is humble, as a swordsman, I am also an array master. If I could not perceive these truths, it would be a disservice to my cultivation. Xiao Chen asserted. Hee. Your strength is not as humble as you claim. From the moment you acquired the remnant sword, I have been observing you. To contend with beings of the divine realm at the true god level without reliance on external objects is an unprecedented feat, the elder remarked. The remnant sword? Xiao Chen glanced at the broken blade in his grasp. Indeed, this remnant sword was once my life's weapon, a quasi-creation artifact, regrettably shattered in battle. The elder gazed at the remnant sword with a sigh. A chill ran through Xiao Chen. The very notion that even a quasi-creation artifact could be broken was unfathomable, leaving him to ponder the formidable opponents the Divine Sword sect had once faced. So, you are the ancestor of the Divine Sword sect? Xiao Chen exclaimed in astonishment. Previously, he had heard other cultivators mention that the ancestor of the Divine Sword sect was a formidable being on the brink of the creation realm. Indeed, I am the ancestor of the Divine Sword sect. However, I am even more curious as to how you possess such unfathomable combat prowess. The elder scrutinized Xiao Chen. Although he had encountered supreme god bodies before, he had never witnessed one with such extraordinary power. It was only because he sensed the eternal sword body possessed by Xiao Chen that he had chosen to transport him to this space, suppressing the sea of blood. Because I practiced the infinite sword path, Xiao Chen replied. The infinite sword path? What manner of sword path is that? The ancestor of the Divine Sword sect inquired, perplexed. For he had never heard of such a path. The infinite path transcends the 5 primary divine paths, also known as the supreme divine path, wielding immeasurable power, thus possessing the ability to battle across realms. Xiao Chen elucidated. The infinite path. I have never heard of such a divine path. I cannot believe that a supreme divine path exists beyond the first-grade divine paths, truly unfathomable, though the elder found it hard to believe. The reality before him left no room for doubt. But then he chuckled. In this light, it may indeed be a commendable choice for the supreme legacy of the Divine Sword sect to rest in your hands. The supreme legacy? Is it not the burial heaven sword technique contained within the colossal sword of the Divine Sword sect? Xiao Chen inquired, puzzled. Indeed, the burial heaven sword technique is the very foundation of our Divine Sword sect, yet it is not the mightiest. The ancestor of the Divine Sword sect replied with a smile. Chapter 306. The strongest legacy of the Divine Sword sect. Do you know what the most powerful aspect of the Divine Sword sect is? The ancestor inquired with a mysterious grin. Naturally, it is the swordsmanship. Haha. Your words hold truth, but the true pinnacle of our sect lies in the sword formations. This is the primary reason for my unwavering choice of you. Although he was unaware of the nature of the other party's supreme body, it was undoubtedly related to the sword path. Such innate talent, combined with the identity of a sword formation master, made you the most suitable heir to the Divine Sword sect's legacy. Sword formations? Indeed. There are numerous sword formations within the outer ruins, and some even possess sentience. Xiao Chen remarked, producing the sword formation he had previously deciphered. The moment it appeared, it autonomously flew to the side of the ancestor of the Divine Sword sect, swirling around him incessantly, reminiscent of a child returning to its mother's embrace. The ancestor of the Divine Sword sect sighed. This sword formation was crafted by me in my youth. Who would have thought that, through endless ages, it would give rise to sentience? As he gazed upon the formation, his eyes softened with affection, akin to a parent looking upon their child. Turning to Xiao Chen, he earnestly stated, Young man, now that it has acknowledged you as its master, I hope you will nurture it to maturity, considering it has developed sentience. Rest assured, esteemed elder, having received the legacy of your revered sect, I shall undoubtedly fulfill your wishes. Since it has already acquired sentience, it may one day take form. If that day comes, perhaps I could assist it in establishing a new Divine Sword sect. Xiao Chen replied, contemplating the possibility of his own strength reaching formidable heights by then, allowing him to support the founding of a sect without any issue. Young man, do you truly mean this? The voice of the ancestor of the Divine Sword sect, once feeble, now brimmed with excitement. I swear to heaven, Xiao Chen declared solemnly. Excellent. Excellent. With your promise, I shall die without regret. The ancestor of the Divine Sword sect laughed heartily. In that case, I shall entrust all the legacies of the Divine Sword sect into your hands. The ancestor laughed joyously, and with a wave of his hand, a massive stone sword materialized before Xiao Chen, the very sword that contained the strongest legacy at the pinnacle before. This sword encompasses numerous legacies of the Divine Sword sect. Since you have made that promise, I shall bestow this sword upon you. You may comprehend its legacies at your leisure. And I only hope that when the time comes for the Divine Sword sect to be rebuilt, you will impart these legacies to them as their foundation. Xiao Zhan was astonished. Receiving all legacies was beyond his expectations. Rest assured, esteemed elder, I would never go back on my word, lest I incur divine retribution. He stated seriously. Ha ha ha, excellent, excellent. To reach that day, my countless years of perseverance shall not be in vain. The ancestor of the Divine Sword sect laughed heartily. Then he waved his hand, and above the sea of blood suppressed by the sword formation, a blood lotus appeared. The blood lotus had 12 translucent petals, shimmering with ethereal brilliance, adorned with natural Tao patterns and enveloped in endless sword aura. This is the Yuan blood sword lotus, a divine herb nurtured by the sword formation that has suppressed the sea of blood for countless ages, which can aid you in swiftly breaking through to the celestial god realm. The ancestor of the Divine Sword sect presented the blood lotus to Xiao Zhan as a token of his gratitude. As for the strongest legacy of our Divine Sword sect, it resides within that fragmentary sword in your possession. The legacy is known as the 9-9 Unity Sword Formation Technique. Do you know what caliber of sword formation that is? The ancestor asked with a proud smile. This I do not know. Xiao Zhan had yet to delve into the fragmentary sword. However, he truly did not anticipate that the strongest legacy of the Divine Sword sect would lie within this fragment. It is an origin-level sword formation. What? Origin level? Xiao Zhan exclaimed in shock. What? Curious as to how our Divine Sword sect possesses an origin-level sword formation, are you? This formation was obtained by chance, not created by any individual, but instead birthed by the heavens and earth, akin to the legendary origin artifacts. I later discovered it. And nearly all the sword formations of our Divine Sword sect are derived from this formation. As an origin-level sword formation, its power is naturally unfathomably great. Under the right conditions, it can even engage in battles across realms. Alas, its requirements are exceedingly stringent, rendering it impossible for our Divine Sword sect to fulfill. The ancestor of the Divine Sword sect lamented, had the sword formations truly been completed back then, our sect would not have met its demise. Xiao Zhan was astonished. What conditions could possibly be so demanding that even a force like the Divine Sword sect cannot fulfill them? To wield the 9-9 Unity Sword Formation Technique for cross-realm battles, one requires 81 artifacts of the same caliber to form the sword formation. Take me for example. My cultivation is at half-step creation realm. To deploy the complete 9-9 Unity Sword Formation Technique, I would need 81 quasi-creation level artifacts. Otherwise, it would be impossible to unleash the corresponding power. Such consumption is simply beyond what our Divine Sword sect can sustain. Xiao Zhan was left speechless. 81 quasi-creation artifacts. Not to mention ordinary forces, even creation-level powers likely lack so many quasi-creation artifacts. The emergence of artifacts, aside from being birthed by the heavens and earth, requires forging and refining into one's lifebound Tao soldiers through incremental enhancement. However, forging artifacts necessitates divine-level artisans, which not only requires a vast quantity of materials, but also the hiring of skilled craftsmen, all while facing a significant failure rate. Success is never guaranteed. Meanwhile, the mental and spiritual investment required to refine a lifebound Tao soldier is immense. Each elevation in the soldier's level demands the melting of vast materials and the inscribing of one's Tao patterns upon it. Moreover, the thought of enhancing 81 artifacts simultaneously is a daunting challenge for Xiao Zhan to fathom. However, perhaps the clan leader possesses a solution. Xiao Zhan pondered. To him, the clan leader was invincible, omnipotent. Upon overhearing Xiao Zhan's murmurs, the ancestor of the Divine Sword sect was taken aback. It seems the force behind you is extraordinary. If you can solve this issue, the true power of the 9-9 Unity Sword Formation Technique can truly be manifested. Well, the matters that needed addressing have been addressed. You may take your leave now. I hope you will honor your promise. The voice of the ancestor of the Divine Sword sect once again grew weak and frail. Esteemed elder, why not depart? As the saying goes, he who retains the green hills need not fear for firewood. Xiao Zhan urged. You do not understand. The Divine Sword sect is the culmination of my life's work. I have devoted countless millennia to this sect, yet it has been destroyed. My heart is dead, and I lack the will to continue living. My sole desire is to ensure that the perpetrators do not find peace before I depart. To avenge the fallen elders and disciples of the Divine Sword sect. The ancestor of the Divine Sword sect shook his head. Had he wished to flee, he would have had the opportunity long ago. Yet, as an ancestor, he swore to share the fate of his sect. Is the perpetrator imprisoned beneath the sword formation within the eerie sea of blood? What on earth is that? Xiao Zhan inquired. Chapter 307. A Divine Crystal. Make haste to depart. His consciousness spread, revealing 9 sword formations in the vicinity. With the combined might of the 9 sword formations, they successfully suppressed their adversary. The blood sea is but an illusion, not its true essence. The opponent is an evil cultivator, one who thrives by devouring the flesh and blood of living beings. And those blood spirits outside are entirely his handiwork. The ancestor of the divine sword sect declared. What? Those blood spirits originate from that evil cultivator? I had thought they were some bizarre race. Xiao Zhan exclaimed in astonishment. No, it is not a race. Each time that evil cultivator consumes a living being, a corresponding blood spirit forms within him. What you see as the blood sea is merely his exterior manifestation. As long as the blood sea remains unquenched, the evil cultivator will not perish, making him exceedingly difficult to contend with. However, in my current state, I can only suppress him for a limited time. He is a true being of the creation realm. At most, I can hold him for a century before I dissipate, at which point he will once again wreak havoc upon the world. You must be cautious. Having inherited the strongest legacy of my divine sword sect, he may seek you out. After all, I have suppressed him for 1,000,000 years, and the resentment he harbors is likely unfathomable. Do not trouble yourself with such concerns. Senior, if he dares to lurk outside, that is one matter, but if he dares to approach my family, I will ensure he is reduced to ashes. Xiao Zhan retorted with a cold smile. With the creation god Aoen and the family patriarch's divine emperor artifact safeguarding our clan, it would be a fool's errand for a mere creation realm being to stir up trouble among us. Very well. In that case, you may depart. I still have a century to suppress him to relieve the hatred in my heart. As the ancestor of the divine sword sect spoke, the resentment in his eyes surged like a tidal wave. Seeing this expression, Xiao Zhan knew it would be futile to persuade him otherwise. He could not kill the evil cultivator within the blood sea, but could only prolong the suppression for a time, avenging his sect. After collecting all that lay before him, his figure once again appeared amidst the ruins outside the 10,000 sword mountain range. To think I was transported here? Well, it is for the best, as I will no longer be targeted by the evil cultivator in the blood sea. He subsequently contacted Xiao Tian and discovered that they too had exited the ruins. It wasn't long before we reunited. I heard from the sword cultivators above that you had fled, which is why we came out. Xiao Tian remarked. Not at all. Even if I were to depart, I would have informed you. I merely entered another space and gained some fortuitous encounters. Xiao Zhan clarified. Could the disappearance of that colossal sword be related to you? Indeed, I have acquired all the formidable legacies of the divine sword sect. Xiao Zhan affirmed with a nod. Impressive. So, shall we return to the family, or continue our training in the outside world? Xiao Li inquired. Let us continue our external training for a while longer. We have spent quite a number of years in seclusion. Now that we are out, we should explore the world, and besides, I am preparing to break through to the celestial god realm soon. Xiao Zhan declared. What? You intend to break through to the celestial god realm? Xiao Tian exclaimed in surprise. Yes, I obtained some fortuitous encounters within the ruins. If I can digest them, they will aid me in breaking through. I truly envy you. This journey has been remarkably fruitful. Xiao Tian expressed his admiration. In the realm of divine beings, treasures that can assist one in breaking through to higher realms are exceedingly rare. The group then set forth towards a nearby city, eager to experience the culture and customs of the world. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiao Chen had been keeping a close watch on the situation after Xiao Zhan and the others entered the ruins. He had already learned everything concerning the Blood Sea. With Xiao Zhan inheriting the supreme legacy of the Divine Sword sect, it was only fitting that he should bear this karmic burden. Once he breaks through to the Divine King realm, he will possess the strength to vanquish that foe. Xiao Zhan was on the verge of breaking through to the Celestial God realm, and having gained numerous legacies from the Divine Sword sect, he could exchange them for ample contribution points, enabling him to enter seclusion once more. However, the 9-9 return to one divine array was indeed quite fascinating. It was among the few methods capable of crossing realms in battle, albeit at the cost of consuming tremendous resources, yet the potential rewards are certainly worthwhile. With his chin resting on his hand, Xiao Chen contemplated how to complete that battle array for Xiao Zhan. Otherwise, even if he scoured the entirety of the divine realm for refining materials, he would never be able to forge so many divine emperor artifacts. Young master, with us sisters by your side, why do you still seem so distracted? A stunning beauty beside him complained. Indeed, young master, is it not sufficient that we serve you well? Haha, not at all. I have been quite focused. Xiao Chen laughed heartily, gazing at the massive hand enveloping the mountain, grinning mischievously as he squeezed. This elicited a surprised gasp from the beauties beside him. Yet at that moment, with a resounding bang, the door to Xiao Chen's room was kicked open, and a burly man with a thick beard stormed in. He glared angrily at Xiao Chen and spoke in a deep voice. You brat, have you not had enough of monopolizing these two sisters? Isn't it time for me to have my turn? Su Meng's gaze was fixed upon the two stunning beauties nestled in Xiao Chen's arms, and he felt a rush of blood surge within him. Are these the two new courtesans in this place? They truly are breathtaking. Su Ming licked his lips, unable to contain himself. He had heard rumors of two exquisite courtesans arriving recently, and he had attempted to visit several times, only to find them occupied with the same individual, forcing him to leave in disappointment. But now, he could no longer restrain himself. It felt as if a cat were clawing at his insides, prompting him to burst in. Upon seeing the two beauties before him, Su Ming knew he had made the right decision. Moreover, with his countless years of experience with women, he discerned that these two exquisite courtesans were still untouched, which was precisely to his liking. Noticing the ravenous gaze fixed upon them, the two women, who had been attending to Xiao Chen with drinks and massages, shuddered involuntarily. They were acutely aware of the fate that awaited them in such a disreputable establishment, hence their earlier inclination to willingly offer their first time to Xiao Chen. After all, who could refuse a man so handsome, gentle, and wealthy? Yet now, falling into the clutches of this hulking brute, they could only dread the torment they might endure. Esteemed guest, I sincerely apologize, but we simply cannot endure this. The owner of the brothel hastily approached Xiao Chen, offering repeated apologies. It is quite all right. Xiao Chen waved his hand dismissively, unfazed. He turned to Su Ming and asked, so what is it you wish to do? Pretty boy. Here is a divine crystal for you. Now scram. These two women are under my control. Su Ming tossed a divine crystal towards Xiao Chen, speaking in a low tone. Ha ha ha. Do you think I am in need of divine crystals? Xiao Chen shook his head, laughing. To think that one day he would be dismissed with a divine crystal. Chapter 308. No agreement without a fight. Initially, Xiao Chen had no intention of engaging with Su Ming, but upon noticing the divine crystal thrown his way, a flicker of curiosity sparked in his eyes. This divine crystal seemed somewhat different from the others. He raised his finger, and the divine crystal immediately fell into his hand. What is this faint dragon aura entwined around the divine crystal? In the entire divine realm, aside from Xiao Li and the king of devourers, there should be no other dragon lineage present. Then, with his gaze filled with shimmering runes, he scrutinized the divine crystal, seeking to unravel the mystery of its origin. However, this scene was misinterpreted by Su Ming, who believed that Xiao Chen had accepted his divine crystal. Since you have accepted my divine crystal, hurry up and leave. Do not delay me from enjoying my beauties. Su Ming let out a hearty laugh. However, Xiao Chen interjected. Take me to the place where your family excavated the divine crystal. What? Su Ming was taken aback and replied solemnly. Kid, what did you just say? I said, take me to the location where your family unearthed this divine crystal. Xiao Chen toyed with the crystal in his hand. You're courting death. Su Ming fumed. Engaging in a conversation about women, and the other party was discussing divine crystals instead? And now he wanted Su Ming to lead him to his family's excavation site. How utterly absurd. Yet, Xiao Chen was disinclined to waste words. In an instant, he appeared before Su Ming. What do you intend to do? Before you make a move, it's best you inquire about the power of the Su family. Su Ming warned. But before he could finish, a terrifying force struck him, sending him flying. I have no interest in knowing the might of your Su family. But if you do not divulge the information I seek, your demise is certain. Clad in white, Xiao Chen regarded Su Ming with a faint smile. Devoid of any imposing aura, yet instilling a deep sense of dread in Su Ming. Yet Su Ming soon chuckled. Very well. If you wish to know the origins of this divine crystal, then accompany me to the Su family. This crystal was extracted by our clan, and only we know its precise location. But I wonder if you possess the courage to follow. Young master, you must not. The Su family is the mightiest divine family in this city, with several divine beings stationed within. Should you venture to the Su family, misfortune is inevitable. You should leave at once. The Su family is not one to be trifled with. A woman attending to Xiao Chen hastily warned. There is no need for concern. I am not an ordinary individual. Xiao Chen replied with an air of nonchalance. Since you are so bold, then follow me. Su Ming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He had already sent word to his family, and if the other party dared to come, he was surely doomed. Let us go. Observing this scene, the onlookers shook their heads in disbelief. Anyone who resided in this city knew that the Su family was the undisputed ruler. Who would dare provoke them? This young man was utterly oblivious to the gravity of his actions. Perhaps he had come from afar and was unaware of the Su family's terror. In the city, to challenge the Su family was to court death. This will be entertaining. Just wait and see how this young man meets his end, completely unaware of his fate. Many bored cultivators followed behind Xiao Chen, eager to witness the spectacle as they soared towards the Su family. Along the way, Xiao Chen played with the divine crystal in his hand, finding some amusement in this outing from the family. Before long, the two arrived at the Su family. Having already been notified by Su Ming, they were immediately surrounded by the Su family's formidable warriors upon their arrival. Young man, your courage is commendable. How dare you challenge the authority of the Su family? Do you not know our standing in this city? The Su family patriarch, Su Sheng, had not encountered anyone daring enough to challenge them in quite some time. However, they were not the only power in this city, and they aimed to seize this opportunity to make an example of this audacious youth. Upon receiving Su Ming's message, several divine realm cultivators were dispatched, and even the patriarch, Su Sheng, personally stepped forward. This spectacle sent a shiver through the onlookers outside. No one had anticipated that the Su family would mobilize several true gods, let alone that the patriarch would take personal action. While this incident was a provocation, it was ultimately a trivial matter. Why would the Su family go to such lengths? I am aware of your position in this city, but this world is not confined to just this one city. Do not be so short-sighted. Xiao Chen chuckled. Are you suggesting that my Su family is short-sighted? Su Sheng narrowed his eyes as he fixed his gaze on Xiao Chen. Isn't it true? In comparison to the vast expanse of the divine celestial realm and even the divine realm, this city is but a drop in the ocean. I trust you are aware of this. Xiao Chen replied with a smile. Do you truly believe that reigning supreme in this city makes you invincible across the entire divine celestial realm? In an instant, the Su family members were left blushing with rage. Kid, to survive in this world, one must possess power and backing. Which faction do you belong to? Su Sheng glared at Xiao Chen. My backing is insignificant, but I advise you to obediently take me to the location where you excavated the divine crystal, lest you suffer the consequences. Impudent! How dare you threaten my Su family? Su Ming shouted, emboldened now that he had returned to his family. Xiao Chen glanced at him, his eyes narrowing. With a thunderous crash, Su Ming was sent flying once more, spitting out blood as he collapsed into unconsciousness. Do you see? I have not killed him. That was me showing mercy, so I hope you will cooperate. I do not wish for anything else from the Su family. I merely seek to be taken to the place where this divine crystal was excavated. Is that too much to ask? I hope you do not force my hand, for the consequences will be dire. However, his counsel was perceived as provocation by the Su family. Very well, very well. I am eager to see just how dire your consequences will be. A furious elder of the divine realm sneered and suddenly struck out, launching a palm towards Xiao Chen. Radiant divine light burst forth from his palm, intertwining like a great river, emanating boundless might as it bore down upon Xiao Chen. Yet Xiao Chen merely shook his head. It seems you will not recognize reality until I thoroughly subdue your Su family. A wave of divine power radiated from him, rippling like golden ripples, swiftly expanding outward. The elder who had attacked Xiao Chen was instantly reduced to dust beneath this force. In the blink of an eye, the golden ripples enveloped the Su family estate, causing all cultivators above the divine realm to be pinned to the ground, unable to move. Spare us, esteemed elder. Please show mercy. We, the Su family, are willing to cooperate. A voice filled with terror emerged from deep within the Su family, belonging to their ancient divine ancestor. Chapter 309. The death of an elder brings silence. At this moment, the ancestor of the Su family was in a pitiful state, sprawled in the pond within the courtyard. After witnessing the fall of a fellow elder, he had intended to subdue Xiao Chen, but as he stepped outside, an overwhelming power swept over him, instantly pinning him to the ground. Caught off guard, he fell headlong into the pond. This made him realize immediately that the Su family had provoked an extraordinary individual. Thus, he promptly began to plead for mercy. Xiao Chen stood there, his white robes as pure as snow, exuding an ethereal presence. I was attempting to converse with you amicably, yet you refused to listen and insisted on taking action. Now that an elder has perished, you find peace? Was that elder's death in vain? Had you all agreed from the start, none of this would have transpired. I truly wonder how such a force survives in the divine realm. Xiao Chen lamented, looking at Su Sheng. Esteemed elder, we recognize our mistakes. We have failed to recognize your greatness. Please, spare us and let the Su family go. Su Sheng offered an apology. At this moment, he too lay prostrate on the ground, his visage making an intimate acquaintance with the earth. The other elders were similarly disheveled, their dignity shattered. Just awakening from a stupor, Su Ming beheld this scene and immediately tilted his head, succumbing once more to unconsciousness. Of course, this time it was not genuine unconsciousness, but rather a figurative death, for he was acutely aware that he had embroiled his family in grave trouble, and upon returning, he would undoubtedly face severe retribution. Good heavens, that young man is indeed a formidable force. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the ancestral figure of the Su family to plead for mercy. The multitude of cultivators who had come merely to spectate were struck with astonishment. Indeed, he appeared utterly unremarkable. A burly man with a face dotted with blemishes stroked his chin, convinced that he was far more handsome than his counterpart. Upon hearing this, all present regarded him as if he were a fool. It would be one thing to say that the other did not flaunt his prowess, but to claim he was unremarkable was sheer blindness. Enough. I had no intention of holding you accountable for anything. Xiao Chen waved his hand dismissively. Now, let us discuss the origin of this divine crystal. I can sense that your family possesses a considerable quantity of such crystals. Xiao Chen produced the divine crystal that Su Ming had previously tossed to him. As he retracted his aura, the immense pressure that had previously weighed upon the Su family's divine realm cultivators dissipated entirely. Su Ming received the crystal and sighed inwardly, realizing that this secret had been uncovered by others. Though his expression remained stoic, his mind raced with thoughts of how to discipline Su Ming. The family had strictly forbidden the dissemination of such divine crystals beyond their ranks, and yet he had dared to defy the family's decree. Indeed, this matter had now invited trouble upon the family due to this divine crystal, and it was possible that henceforth they would be unable to utilize such crystals again. Respectfully reporting, esteemed elder, this divine crystal was unearthed from a particular vein. Su Sheng replied, somewhat pained. This divine crystal was unlike ordinary ones. It bore a peculiar essence, containing pure divine energy and allowing for breakthroughs more effortlessly than typical crystals. Given this, lead the way. Xiao Chen instructed. Rest assured, I have no desire to covet your divine crystals. I am merely curious about the entity that imbues this crystal with dragon energy. Dragon energy? What is that? Su Sheng inquired, puzzled. He had never encountered a true dragon, nor did he understand the concept of dragon energy. Moreover, they had previously investigated its origin, but alas, they discovered nothing, ultimately resorting to mining the divine crystals from that location. You need not concern yourself with what it is, simply guide me. Understood. As Xiao Chen departed from the Su family, a fierce battle among ancient gods erupted above another city. You brat, I let you slip away before. But now I finally caught you. Let us see where you can flee this time. Have you broken through to the divine realm? It seems your fortunes are quite favorable. Hand over that broken sword at once, or you shall find it impossible to leave this place today. An elder blocked Xiao Zhan's path, a mocking smirk adorning his face. He was one of the ancient gods encountered atop the peak of Xinjianfeng, who had intended to act when he heard that the broken sword in Xiao Zhan's possession surpassed the rank of divine king artifacts. However, Xiao Zhan had been transported to that alternate space, thwarting his attempts. Indeed, during our last encounter, I was wary of you. But now, Old man, I offer you a chance at survival. Depart immediately, or you shall meet your demise. Xiao Zhan retorted coldly, fixing his gaze upon the elder. Do you truly believe that with merely a broken artifact, you can vanquish me? Even if that artifact possesses great rank, you cannot unleash its full potential. And why would you presume that I lack other means? The elder proclaimed, producing a jade butterfly that radiated a hazy white light above his head. Inscribed with mysterious runes that exuded a formidable aura, it was indeed a divine king artifact. Xiao Zhan narrowed his eyes and spoke in a low tone. If you possess such a powerful artifact, why then covet my broken sword? That is a flawed statement. What is mine is mine. Can I not also desire your possession? Might I not use it to exchange for cultivation resources? The elder chuckled. Very well. Let us engage in battle and see who prevails. Xiao Zhan declared resolutely. In an instant, both figures radiated divine light, surging toward one another. The clash of Xiao Zhan's broken sword against the elder's jade butterfly resonated with thunderous sound as divine power and divine principles collided, unleashing an explosion of divine light across the heavens, as if the world itself were on the brink of destruction. You clever brat. How can you hold your own against me? The elder was taken aback. He had not held back in his efforts to subdue his opponent and acquire the broken sword. Yet here he was, unable to overwhelm him, which was truly peculiar. Is this truly surprising? The best is yet to come. Xiao Zhan scoffed. Since the elder refused to retreat and insisted on coveting his broken sword, they had no choice but to engage in combat. Moreover, he felt no trepidation in facing the elder. What did it matter if he was an ancient god? What did it matter if he wielded a divine king artifact? Xiao Zhan too possessed the might of an ancient god. With the aid of his broken sword, he had no fear of the elder. Furthermore, he had allies at his back. Brat, do not grow too arrogant. Witness as I suppress you. The elder's expression darkened as he bellowed, unleashing a terrifying divine ability. The jade butterfly above the elder's head radiated a hazy white light, exuding an aura of invulnerability. Simultaneously, he formed seals with his hands, unleashing waves of dreadful divine abilities toward Xiao Zhan. In contrast, Xiao Zhan wielded his broken sword, while the 9 extremities sword formation swirled around him, its unparalleled sword energy seemingly ready to rend the heavens asunder. The two engaged in a fierce battle amidst the firmament, akin to 2 meteors colliding. As streams of divine light and energy rippled across the 4 corners of the world, Xiao Li and Xiao Tian watched intently from below, poised to intervene at any moment. The fierce struggle persisted for an extended time, with neither side able to gain the upper hand. The prowess of Xiao Zhan left the elder baffled. Logically, even if the opponent wielded an artifact surpassing the Divine King level, he should only possess the strength of an ancient god and should not be his match. Why then was he able to contend without faltering? After yet another prolonged exchange, the elder, exasperated, proposed, "Young friend, continuing in this manner serves no purpose. Shall we each take a step back? Let us end this matter here, as though nothing ever transpired? Indeed, continuing would only waste our energy. Let us cease hostilities." Xiao Zhan nodded. He voluntarily sheathed his broken sword and retracted the 9 extremities sword formation. Observing this, the elder likewise stowed away the Divine King artifact, the Jade Butterfly. Yet, in that fleeting moment, a sword formation enveloped the elder, as innumerable strands of sword energy pierced through his body, leaving nothing but ash in their wake. "Oh, you despicable brat!" The elder shouted in horror, astonished that his opponent had seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack while he had relaxed. A pure white jade butterfly appeared, upon which the spirit of an elder stood, consumed by an unparalleled fury. After living for countless millennia, how could it be that he would find himself ensnared by another? "Humph, you strike when you wish and cease when you desire. Who do you think you are?" Xiao Zhan sneered, a remnant sword materializing in his grasp, unleashing a piercing beam of sword light that surged toward his opponent. "You scoundrel! I possess a Divine King artifact to protect me. You cannot kill me. Prepare to live in eternal nightmare, for I shall pursue you relentlessly until your demise." The elder narrowly evaded Xiao Zhan's sword light, only to be met head-on by a jade rui descending upon him. Boom! A thunderous shockwave erupted. As if the very cosmos were collapsing, countless strands of divine light exploding from the point of impact, illuminating the heavens and the earth. Yet, the elder's countenance shifted dramatically, for countless fine cracks had marred his Divine King artifact upon being struck by the Jade Rui. This Jade Rui transcended the realm of Divine King artifacts. He instantly grasped this truth. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to shatter his Jade Butterfly. Although the previous remnant sword was also a divine artifact surpassing that of a Divine King, it was incomplete, its power significantly diminished, incomparable to the Jade Rui. Fear gripped the elder's heart. Had he known that his opponent had other allies, he would never have acted so recklessly. Without his Divine King artifact, he stood no chance against them. "You despicable wretch! To call upon assistance?" The elder bellowed, his spirit guiding the Jade Butterfly in a swift retreat. "Despicable? When you wield your might against the weak, did you not deem it despicable?" Xiao Zhan retorted, holding the remnant sword in his right hand, while his left grasped the sword formation obtained from the sword sect, effectively sealing the elder's escape route. Meanwhile, the Jade Rui wielded by Xiao Li surged forth once more, aiming to obliterate the elder's spirit. "I concede. Let us speak amicably," the elder cried out in terror. "After I eliminate you, we shall converse at length." Xiao Li replied coldly. The Jade Rui struck the Jade Butterfly once again, resulting in a thunderous explosion that obliterated the butterfly, akin to an entire world being annihilated. An unfathomable energy cascading outward. "No, no, no. Please spare me. I am willing to exchange treasures for my life," the elder screamed in horror, witnessing the descending Jade Rui and sword light. "Killing you means all your treasures become ours," Xiao Li stated with a calm demeanor. The Jade Rui descended, shattering the elder's spirit with a resounding crash. Xiao Zhan's sword light followed, eradicating all traces of the elder, leaving behind only a solitary pearl. What a pity. The elder's Divine King artifact was destroyed. Otherwise, it could have been exchanged for a considerable number of contribution points. Sighed Xiao Tian, expressing his regret. There was no choice. Without shattering the elder's Divine King artifact, we could not have vanquished him. Xiao Li shook her head in agreement. The three then gathered around the pearl, which remained unscathed even under such ferocious attacks. This pearl was undoubtedly extraordinary. Although it emitted no aura characteristic of divine artifacts, it was inscribed with enigmatic Tao patterns, the combination of which resembled a cosmic landscape. Regrettably, after much contemplation, they could not discern its secrets and ultimately decided to return it to their clan for the clan leader's appraisal. Meanwhile, the Xiao clan's divine city was once again surrounded, this time by the Star Hall. These factions in the divine realm truly have no shame. Is it not merely the slaying of one of their disciples that prompts such a grand mobilization against our city? Xiao Feng's expression darkened. Deputy clan leader, I propose we directly annihilate the Star Hall. Otherwise, they may truly believe the Xiao clan is easy prey. Xiao Yuanshan replied coldly. Whoever killed their disciple should bear the brunt of their anger. Why do these divine realm factions insist on seeking retribution from the underlying forces? They protect their disciples within the sect, yet allow them to venture out for trials. Eradicating them would be but a mere flick of the fingers. Yet the issue lies in the fact that Xiao Chen has decreed we refrain from meddling in such affairs, allowing the younger generation of our clan to resolve them. Xiao Tian remarked. The trio recognized that Xiao Zhan and his companions had already broken through to the celestial god realm, possessing the battle prowess of ancient gods. Moreover, Xiao Tian had witnessed Xiao Zhan slay the elder wielding the divine king artifact, indicating they had achieved divine king-level combat strength. It was best to let them handle this matter themselves. Inform Xiao Zhan that they must obliterate the Star Hall, ensuring that the surrounding factions comprehend the consequences awaiting those who dare to obstruct the Xiao clan. Elder Xiao Zhanfei's gaze was sharp as he spoke. Before long, Xiao Zhan and his companions received news of the Star Hall's blockade at the Xiao clan's gates. The Star Hall? Huh, they truly have no shame. Unable to find us, they dare to blockade our entrance. If that is the case, let us pay a visit to the Star Hall, Xiao Li said, her eyes cold. Indeed, those who dare obstruct the Xiao clan shall pay a bloody price, Xiao Zhan declared solemnly. As they made their way toward the Star Hall, Xiao Chen, accompanied by Su Sheng and others, arrived at their destination. Indeed, there is a surge of dragon aura emanating from here. Xiao Chen squinted his eyes. Interesting. The divine vein has undergone transformation, forming a dragon vein? Xiao Chen smiled as he stepped into the mine. Su Sheng and the others exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of what he meant, and could only follow him into the mine. Chapter 311. The Spirit of the Dragon Vein. Deep within the mine, the Su clan members continued to excavate divine crystals. These divine crystals were formed from the divine essence of the divine vein, coalescing over eons. As long as the essence of the divine vein remained intact, divine crystals would continuously emerge with the passage of time. See, Elder, there truly is nothing here, Su Sheng lamented as they reached the end of the mine. However, Xiao Chen took a step forward, disappearing from the sight of the others. Where did he go? The crowd wondered, their divine senses failing to locate his figure. Could he have left? An elder speculated. If he wished to leave, why would he come here? The Su clan's ancestor frowned. Let us wait here. At that moment, Xiao Chen had already descended to the depths below, a place far removed from the surface, where even divine beings would require time to reach. Here, he discovered a great river of spiritual energy, flowing with divine liquid. It was these fluids that spread outward, forming the divine vein above. Xiao Chen's figure flickered, appearing at the source of the spiritual river. There, the divine liquid had taken on a golden hue, and within it coiled a translucent golden dragon, basking in the essence. Yet, the dragon vein had formed but lacked sentience. Xiao Chen extended his hand, emanating a unique divine power. The golden dragon within the divine liquid let out a roar before soaring forth from the source of the spiritual waters, landing in his palm. From this day forth, you shall accompany me. I am in need of a companion, Xiao Chen said with a smile. The previous pets, the Devourer King and the Rainbow Phoenix, had become formidable forces for the Xiao clan. Now, Xiao Chen sought to nurture a pet, and this nascent dragon vein spirit was an excellent choice. The great dragon then spiraled around Xiao Chen, flying in playful loops around him. It was not a corporeal entity, thus not hindering his daily activities, and it appeared quite captivating. With a flick of his hand, Xiao Chen summoned a mirror before him, gazing at his strikingly handsome reflection. He could not help but nod in satisfaction before departing from that place. Upon his arrival, the Su clan members turned in unison, their eyes immediately drawn to the golden dragon that danced beside him. Did the elder come here solely for this? The ancestor of the Su clan inquired with a hint of confusion. Indeed, it is precisely for this, Xiao Chen affirmed. What purpose does this serve? To me, its greatest utility lies in its aesthetic appeal. Aesthetic appeal? The crowd gasped in astonishment. You went to such lengths, eliminating one of our divine elders, merely for the sake of beauty? Xiao Chen nodded, explaining, in truth, as long as the spirit of the dragon vein is integrated into any divine vein, it will undergo a metamorphosis into a dragon vein. The divine crystals birthed from the dragon vein, imbued with dragon energy, significantly aid cultivators in their breakthroughs. Though this utility was considerable, it was not Xiao Chen's true intention. Very well, that shall suffice. I must take my leave now. You may return to your own affairs. With a wave of his hand, his figure vanished from the sight of the Su clan members. Is that all there is to it? The ancestor of the Su clan was taken aback. So we have not suffered any losses? Reporting back to the ancestor, we have indeed lost a celestial elder. Su Sheng replied. Damn it, who has brought such calamity upon the clan? Was it not explicitly forbidden for such divine crystals to circulate outside the family? The ancestor of the Su clan fumed. The fall of a celestial cultivator was indeed a heavy loss for the Su clan. Yes. I shall immediately impose severe punishment on that scoundrel Su Ming upon my return. Su Sheng hastily agreed. The loss of a celestial elder was grievous, and even without the ancestor's insistence, he felt compelled to punish Su Ming. After parting ways with the Su clan, Xiao Chen settled upon a fluffy white cloud, drifting aimlessly while sipping on fine wine and admiring the picturesque scenery below. When fatigue overcame him, he would sleep, and upon encountering cities, he would rest within, indulging in music and merriment, embracing a life steeped in decadence. One day, while savoring delicacies in a tavern, he overheard discussions about the Xiao Clan. It was then that he learned of Xiao Zhan and others having obliterated the starry pavilion, which was under the protection of a divine king. How splendid! They have finally matured, possessing the strength to slay a divine king. Xiao Chen nodded in satisfaction. When they attained the strength of the creation realm, he would no longer need to worry about anything. In truth, he was already untroubled, spending his days checking in and wandering, relishing the beauty of the world. From the conversations he overheard, he learned that the Xiao clan had slain a prodigious figure from the opposing sect within the relics of the Divine Sword sect, leading the latter to seek vengeance through their affiliated families. Unable to breach the city's defenses, they resorted to blockading the entrance. In a fit of rage, Xiao Zhan and his companions stormed the starry pavilion, not only slaying the divine king-level ancestor, but annihilating the entire sect, leaving no one alive. Such ruthlessness! The entire sect, with 100,000 disciples, had been exterminated. The Xiao clan's bloodlust was undeniably excessive. Some among the crowd wore solemn expressions, pondering whether the rise of such a power would be beneficial or detrimental in the future. Not at all. I have heard that previously. Other factions had blocked the Xiao clan's gates, only to be subdued by them. Now, with yet another blockade, the Xiao clan has erupted in fury, thus wiping out their adversaries to set an example. One person recounted. It is said that a member of the Xiao clan who participated in the destruction of the starry pavilion declared, "We repay enmity with enmity, grievances with grievances. If you dare to block our gates, you shall be our sworn enemies." Indeed, that is how it should be. Nowadays, many factions, if they dare to slay their disciples, will readily attack the opposing powers behind them. This instills fear in many who venture out to train, which is hardly commendable. If they are so fearful of their disciples perishing, they might as well keep them sheltered like delicate flowers in a greenhouse instead of sending them out to train. Many expressed their indignation, lamenting the tyrannical behavior of those major powers that stifled the growth of talented individuals among the smaller factions. Numerous minor factions had been obliterated due to offending these larger entities. Now that a faction had risen, boasting a clan leader with the strength of a divine king, perhaps this could change the status quo. A faction with a divine king-level powerhouse was considered a superpower in the realm of divine xia. For beyond the divine king lay the creation god. Such entities were few and far between in the entire divine xia realm. Many now hoped the Xiao clan could shatter this oppressive rule, offering a glimmer of hope to the smaller families and factions. Furthermore, this event had significantly enhanced the Xiao clan's reputation, prompting many divine-level factions to seek their alliance and protection. However, some divine king-level powers were not pleased, perceiving this as a direct affront to their authority. Yet, as the Xiao clan had not directly provoked them, they were reluctant to engage in conflict at this moment. Xiao Chen smiled. It seems the road ahead for the Xiao clan will be fraught with obstacles. While creation-level powers were scarce in the divine xia realm, divine king-level factions were relatively more numerous. Under such pressure, Xiao Chen was keen to observe how the younger generation of his clan would navigate these challenges. Today, the system has successfully completed the automatic check-in. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the origin ancient artifact, the celestial clock. As the system's check-in concluded, an ancient clock imbued with profound mystery appeared in the system's space. However, Xiao Chen merely cast a glance before losing interest. At this stage, he did not concern himself with items unrelated to the Divine Emperor. During this period, he had acquired several origin ancient artifacts solely through check-ins, including the celestial clock, the All Things Cauldron, and the Xianhuang Tower, all of which he had stored within the system space. Additionally, he possessed origin-level techniques, divine powers, and various grades of Dao fruits and materials, with the system checking in daily. Sometimes he received splendid items, while at other times they were of lesser quality. But as time passed, he was confident that superior items would eventually emerge. Xiao Chen did not interfere with the system's check-ins. He was in no rush and saw no need to extract all the valuable items at once. However, he did place some potent divine herbs conducive to breakthroughs into the clan's treasury, which were far more precious than the Yuan Bloodsword Lotus that Xiao Zhan obtained within the Divine Sword sect. If anyone could exchange for them, they could assist in rapid advancement. As the reputation of the Xiao clan spread rapidly, it became evident that they were a force to be reckoned with, rivaling divine king-level factions and not mere minor powers. Once the news broke, those factions that had previously submitted to the Xiao clan felt a wave of relief. Such a grand power was not something just anyone could pledge allegiance to. What is happening with this family? How could they have a powerhouse comparable to a divine king? Pondered Jing Wuming, the leader of the Bijian Pavilion, with furrowed brows. Leader, It is said that the Xiao Zhan who visited our sect was one of the individuals who slayed the divine king ancestor of the Starry Pavilion. An elder reported. What? How is that possible? I recall he was not even at the true god level back then. Jing Wuming exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, at that time, he lacked true god cultivation, but according to our investigations, he indeed possesses divine king-level strength now. The elder responded solemnly. What a marvel! It appears that this family harbors numerous secrets. Jing Wuming exclaimed in astonishment. Their proximity to that formidable force is becoming increasingly distant. Sect leader. It seems that many divine-level factions are eager to ally with the Xiao family, yet our Bu Yun Pavilion lacks any divine realm experts. Might we be cast aside by them? An elder expressed his concerns. A sigh escaped Jing Wuming's lips. He had previously yearned for a force to annihilate the Xiao family, hoping to liberate himself from their grasp. Now, however, he found himself worrying that they might be abandoned instead. The rise of the Xiao family has captured the attention of numerous divine king-level factions, a phenomenon that has come rather abruptly, as they had never been mentioned before. Upon investigation, many were shocked to discover that this family had only recently been a force without even a true god among them, with their clan leader having been taken by other factions. Suddenly, this family erupted forth with formidable experts. Esteemed ones, I find myself quite curious about the Xiao family. Knight Songming, the elder of Songming's sect, remarked with a smile, addressing the divine king-level experts gathered before him, who hailed from various factions, invited to discuss matters concerning the Xiao family. After all, the presence of an additional faction of equal standing only heightens their competition. My Wuzhizong has also investigated the Xiao family. Indeed, it is quite peculiar, their emergence seemingly out of nowhere. The elder of Wuzhizong stroked his chin thoughtfully. It appears the Xiao family harbors great secrets. I observe that you all seem rather intrigued by them. Why not, while they have yet to fully rise? We convened to discuss how we might partition this family among ourselves. The elder of Songming's sect suggested with a smile. Their sect had suffered a fall at the hands of a Xiao family disciple, yet they remained uncertain about the family's true strength. Thus, he intended to rally other nearby divine king-level factions to collectively combat the Xiao family. The momentum of the Xiao family's rise is exceedingly fierce. I have heard that several members who killed the elder of the Xingshan Pavilion were not even divine kings themselves. Moreover, from my inquiries, it appears those who dispatched the elder possessed the ability to battle across realms without relying on artifacts. A divine king practitioner interjected. What? To possess the capacity to engage across realms without the aid of artifacts? Surely you jest. Someone exclaimed, their expression rife with disbelief. According to the intelligence gathered by our sect, this is indeed the case. The elder laughed heartily. If this is true, then eliminating the Xiao family would yield immense rewards. Knight Songming guffawed. The Xiao family must be eradicated. However, I suggest we meticulously investigate their true capabilities first. We must not end up like the Xingshan Pavilion, facing the loss of our sect. The elder of Wuzhizong proposed. Indeed, that is prudent. The assembly nodded in agreement, proceeding to return to their respective factions to make preparations. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhan and his companions had returned to their family, ready to exchange the spoils of their expedition for contribution points. Haha, this time I owe it all to you two for allowing me to acquire so many contribution points effortlessly. Xiao Tian beamed while looking at the vast amount of contribution points in his identity token. During this outing, he had hardly exerted himself. With these contribution points, he could redeem resources from the treasure pavilion and swiftly advance to the heavenly god realm. Yet, he was astonished to learn that the value of that pearl was exorbitantly high. Could it be hiding some secret? Xiaoli pondered. They had obtained a pearl from the elder they killed, but no matter their efforts, they could not discern its nature. Even Xiao Tian's chaos eyes could not penetrate its mystery. However, their Xiao family possessed specialized appraisal methods capable of accurately determining the value of every treasure. That pearl was the most valuable item among all their gains. No need to overthink. This implies that treasure is simply not meant for us. Some opportunities are not destined for us, and striving for them is futile. Xiao Zhan shook his head. After acquiring their contribution points, Xiao Tian promptly entered the treasure pavilion, selecting a divine herb before retreating to the time tower to enter seclusion, aiming to breach the heavenly god realm. Chapter 313, Strategic Interventions. Meanwhile, Xiao Lingtian and the others sensed the predatory gaze of those divine king-level factions upon their Xiao family, prompting them to inform the extraordinary geniuses within their clan of the impending threat. Subsequently, the divine realm cultivators who had not ventured out gathered to deliberate strategies. For their opponents were not merely a single divine king. Divine kings? As long as we reach the heavenly god realm and wield a powerful artifact, we need not fear them, Xiaoli asserted. Among their ranks, those in the heavenly god realm possessed the combat prowess of ancient gods. An ancient god wielding a formidable artifact could potentially contend with a divine king. If two such cultivators banded together, they would be fully capable of slaying a divine king. It was precisely through such cooperation that she and Xiao Zhan had previously vanquished the elder of the Xingqian Pavilion, aided by the overwhelming power of her jade scepter, catching their opponent off guard and inflicting grievous injury. Moreover, divine kings seldom possessed creation artifacts. Should they possess one, they would hesitate to deploy it for fear of drawing the attention of creation-level factions. Yet, the Xiao family bore no such concerns and dared to engage in fierce combat. While lacking powerful artifacts, they could borrow several from the clan's armory, which was hardly a significant issue. Presently, 5 heavenly god experts resided within the family. But with Xiao Yu and others absent, only Xiao Li and Xiao Zhan remained to face the threat of 2 divine kings. According to their intelligence, at least 4 divine king-level factions were preparing to strike at their clan, implying that at least 4 divine kings would be involved. Relying solely on Xiao Li and Xiao Zhan was utterly insufficient to withstand 4 divine kings. Moreover, they were determined not to experience the feeling of being cornered again. Let us send word to summon Xiao Yu and the others back. Given their combative nature, they will undoubtedly return upon hearing of divine kings. Xiao Li suggested. Yet, they are currently out training, and we cannot ascertain their circumstances. What if they are caught in a critical situation and cannot return? Yi Rumen cautioned. Ultimately, the assembly resolved to send messages to Xiao Yu and the others, hoping for their swift return. Simultaneously, they disseminated vague rumors suggesting that a divine king with an unparalleled divine body was stationed within the Xiao family, intending to buy time while those capable of breaking through to the heavenly god realm did so expeditiously. What? There may be a divine king with an unparalleled divine body within the Xiao family? This news swiftly spread, startling numerous factions in the vicinity. The several divine king-level factions investigating the Xiao family situation were also astounded. A divine king with an unparalleled divine body was virtually invincible among those of the same realm. Could they truly not act against the Xiao family? Knight Songming felt discontent. It was not merely the fall of Elder Kuaizong that troubled him, but his covetous gaze was also fixed upon the artifacts and the unparalleled secret techniques that allowed combat across realms. Yet, the Xiao family's conduct did not suggest the presence of a divine king guarding them. No, I must thoroughly investigate the specifics of this Xiao family. I cannot allow myself to be deterred by their reputation. Yi Songming departed from the Songming sect, determined to investigate the specifics concerning the Xiao family personally. The other major sects mirrored this sentiment. They were equally unwilling to relinquish their pursuits and dispatched formidable individuals to gather intelligence on the Xiao family. If the information proved accurate, all would be well. However, should it turn out to be false, they would unleash a tempestuous wrath upon their adversaries, seizing their family's opportunities for their own gain. Ironically, their actions coincided with the desires of the Xiao family. If they could delay their foes for several years, they would be able to strike decisively and suppress them. These young ones had even begun to employ strategy. The assembled elders observed the plans laid out by Xiao Zhan and others, and could not help but chuckle. As the saying goes, when in dire straits, one must employ cunning. In the absence of absolute strength, utilizing schemes remains a prudent strategy, Xiaoling Tian remarked. After all, these elders were only responsible for the family's regular operations. They could leave the rest to the younger generation, confident that no significant problems would arise. Where is Xiao Chen? What could that boy be doing? The Grand Elder inquired with curiosity. Several years had elapsed since Xiao Chen's departure. I do not know. If he desires to remain hidden, no one can locate him. Xiaoling Tian shook his head. Even with his integration of the origin realm Dao fruit, he could not discern the whereabouts of his own son. Let it be. With his strength, he is unlikely to encounter any peril. Let us quietly observe the growth of these youngsters within our family. At last, success. Xiao Chen gazed at the 72 long swords suspended before him, nodding in satisfaction. Each of these swords was crafted from divine-grade materials, but the most astonishing aspect was that they bore the imprints of his own Dao marks. Each of these swords could be likened to quasi-divine emperor weapons, if Xiao Zhan were to form a sword formation with them. The sheer terror of its power would be enough to instill fear. Just how many contribution points would be appropriate for such formidable quasi-divine emperor weapons? Perhaps it would be best not to pursue that thought, if he were to purchase them with contribution points. Even reaching the origin realm would not afford him the means to acquire them. Xiao Chen stroked his chin, a smile blossoming on his face. With a mere thought, the 72 long swords vanished from his grasp. Days later, in the Divine City, an elder approached Xiao Zhan. There exists a set of weapons in the Divine Armory that is well suited for you. Do hurry and take a look, lest another claim them first. A weapon suited to me. Does this elder imply that someone has obtained the divine sword? A surge of joy filled Xiao Zhan's heart. He had been troubled by this very matter, for he currently possessed only 9 divine swords, which had consumed a considerable amount of his contribution points for materials. Not to mention the mental effort expended due to the Tao imprints. He was pondering how to procure an additional 72 divine swords, preferably of higher quality, so that he could utilize them for an extended period. Constantly changing weapons was far too cumbersome. Originally, Xiao Zhan held little hope, as the formation of the 9 returns to 1 divine array required an excessive number of divine swords. 1 or 2 swords would be of little use. Yet upon arriving at the divine armory and beholding the 72 divine swords hovering there, he was utterly astonished. Exactly 72 divine swords, each radiating an aura of unfathomable terror. Could it be that these were prepared specifically for him? Xiao Zhan exclaimed in disbelief. However, upon seeing the contribution points marked below the 72 divine swords, his mind went blank. Infinite? He quickly inquired of the elder presiding over the divine armory. Elder, what does infinite mean? Infinite simply signifies boundless. It implies that this set of divine artifacts cannot be exchanged for any amount of contribution points. The elder explained with a smile. How can this be? Every divine artifact must possess some value. If it has value, there should be a limit. How can it be infinite? Xiao Zhan questioned, perplexed. Could it be that this item is a priceless treasure? Ah, you are correct. This item is indeed a priceless treasure. The elder continued. Do you know the level of this set of divine artifacts? Forgive me, I am unable to discern the true level of this item. Xiao Zhan shook his head. Haha, do not feel alone in your inability. Even in this vast divine realm, none can truly perceive its nature. The elder chuckled, stroking his beard. What do you mean, elder? Xiao Zhan asked, confused. Because this item was crafted by the patriarch himself. Each sword among the 72 is a supreme treasure of quasi-divine emperor grade. Even if shown to others, they would be blind to its true value. Now tell me, is this set of divine swords not a priceless treasure? Xiao Zhan stood frozen, his body trembling uncontrollably, murmuring, a complete set of quasi-divine emperor artifacts? If this were produced by someone else, he would never believe it, but if it were indeed crafted by the patriarch, it was entirely plausible. For the patriarch possessed such abilities. No wonder each sword exuded an unparalleled brilliance. It was forged by the patriarch's hand. But if that is the case, does it not mean that I can only gaze in envy, unable to obtain them? This truly is a priceless treasure. Beyond measure, no matter how many contribution points one possesses. Where is the patriarch? I must seek him out to discuss this matter, Xiao Zhan declared, unwilling to resign himself to the thought of not acquiring these artifacts. The patriarch has yet to return. The elder replied. What shall we do? Xiao Zhan queried, panic rising within him. Was there any instruction given when the patriarch placed these items here? These 72 quasi-divine emperor artifacts were clearly intended for him. Otherwise, the timing of their appearance was far too fortuitous. Ha ha ha. I knew I could not keep this from you. The patriarch stated that these 72 divine swords are temporarily entrusted to you, but should you dare to sully their divine might, he shall personally reclaim them. Rest assured I, Xiao Zhan, vow to never tarnish the honor of these divine artifacts. He proclaimed, excitement radiating from him. Do not make promises to me. Make them to the patriarch. The elder cautioned. Fear not. I shall not disappoint the patriarch. Otherwise, I would rather perish beneath the long swords. With the acquisition of the 72 divine swords, Xiao Zhan was utterly enchanted. These were quasi-divine emperor artifacts, and there were 72 of them. It was no exaggeration to say that, aside from the patriarch, no one in the entire divine realm possessed a more formidable foundation than he. He then eagerly entered the temporal tower to begin the process of refinement. These divine artifacts were all forged by Xiao Chen. Thus he found the refinement process to be quite swift. Otherwise, with his current cultivation at the celestial god realm, refining artifacts of this caliber would be exceedingly challenging. Before long, news reached that Xiao Tsungyun had returned, yet neither Xiao Yu nor Xiao Fan was present. Have they not returned? The elders inquired with concern. We did not train together. After leaving the family, we parted ways, so I cannot speak to their whereabouts. Xiao Tsungyun replied, shaking his head. Now, with only 3 celestial god realm members in the family, we still face significant pressure against 4 ancient god-level forces. Sighed Xiao Feng. Do not fret. Those forces remain suspicious due to the previous messages released by the Xiao family, and thus have not rushed to attack. After all, this is a matter of life and death, and they dare not act carelessly, as they awaited the onslaught. It was conceivable that someone from the family might once again breach the divine realm. Xiao Lingtian chuckled. This was precisely the outcome that Xiao Zhan and the others desired. For the members of the Xiao clan, what held the utmost value? Naturally, time was the most precious commodity. To those in the divine realm, mere years or even centuries might seem trivial, but to the Xiao family, those were akin to millions or even tens of millions of years. If that were the case, It would certainly become intriguing. I yearned to witness the spectacle of those supreme divine forces being besieged. Meanwhile, Yi Songming had arrived near the Xiao family's divine city. After a moment's contemplation, he unleashed a strike towards the city, eager to ascertain whether any divine kings resided within. As his palm descended, a colossal imprint enveloping the entire sky bore down upon the divine city. Yi Songming, however, swiftly retreated, fearing the emergence of an unparalleled divine body within the city. Should that occur, escape would be impossible. With a thunderous boom, the immense imprint crashed onto the divine city, only to be thwarted by an abruptly materializing barrier of light, rendering his assault utterly ineffective. A divine king-level defensive formation? Yi Songming's brow furrowed. Yet, this strike failed to reveal whether the Xiao family possessed any divine king-level powers. The existence of a divine king-level formation did not necessarily imply that a divine king resided within. With sufficient wealth, one could easily hire someone to establish such a formation. At that moment, he noticed an elder emerging from the heart of the Xiao family's citadel. Yi Songming's eyes narrowed as he discerned that the individual was merely at the celestial emperor level, prompting him to stealthily follow. Days later, Xiao Feng arrived in a neighboring city and entered a restaurant. Before he could even place an order, Yi Songming followed suit, inviting Xiao Feng to share a table. During their meal, he casually inquired about the Xiao family's circumstances. What? How powerful is our Xiao family? Hee, such confidential matters cannot be easily divulged to outsiders. Xiao Feng replied, sipping his drink and shaking his head. My friend, please do not misunderstand. It is simply that my faction wishes to submit to the Xiao family. Yet we remain uncertain about your family's specific capabilities, which leaves us feeling quite uneasy. You must also understand that submission to other factions is merely a quest for protection. If your Xiao family lacks that strength, how could we dare make such a decision? Yi Songming wore a smile, yet his heart was as cold as ice. If not for the need to probe the Xiao family's reality, a mere celestial emperor would not even qualify to converse with him, let alone be invited to dine. Oh, so you wish to submit to our Xiao family? In that case, allow me to divulge a few tidbits. Our Xiao family is indeed formidable. Xiao Feng chuckled. Just how formidable? Much stronger than you. Yikes. Yi Songming clenched his fists involuntarily, tempted to strike the man down. However, he maintained a facade of laughter, saying, naturally, if we were weaker, how could we command your submission? Yet we wish to know just how strong you truly are, as this would bolster our confidence. Chapter 315, The Divine War of the Heavens. Alas, to speak candidly, there currently exist two factions within our sect, one willing to submit, and the other opposing due to uncertainty regarding your Xiao family's true strength. If you could enlighten me about your family's capabilities, I would be better positioned to persuade them. Otherwise, your vague assertions leave me in a precarious position. Oh, I see. If there are those unwilling, why impose upon them? My Xiao family does not lack for your kind of power. You need not feel compelled to submit. Xiao Feng replied nonchalantly. Well, truth be told, they are still inclined to submit. They simply lack clarity about your family's strength, which breeds indecision. Yi Songming replied patiently. Very well, since you are so earnest. I shall reluctantly share this with you. Our Xiao family is indeed quite powerful. Xiao Feng whispered. Powerful? Just how powerful? Extremely powerful. But do you have any divine kings stationed? Yi Songming's eyes narrowed as he questioned. Divine kings? I'm not sure. Not sure? What does that mean? Yi Songming frowned. I'm just a mere gatekeeper for the family. I lack the qualification to delve into the family's secrets. However, I have overheard other clan members mention that our Xiao family does indeed have divine kings in residence, though that is merely hearsay. I cannot vouch for its truth. Xiao Feng devoured the sumptuous meal before him, quickly clearing the table. Rising, he patted Yi Songming on the shoulder, saying, if you wish to submit, then do so. Submitting to my Xiao family is not disgraceful, considering our immense strength. We could even annihilate the Starry Pavilion. Your submission would be an honor. Do not let the day come when all factions seek to submit to us, and you find yourself begging for our favor. That would be too late. With that, I take my leave. Remember to settle the bill. Xiao Feng chuckled. From the moment he left the family, he had known he was being followed, though he chose not to voice it. Indeed, he had just enjoyed a lavish meal at the other's expense. After departing the restaurant, Xiao Feng began to wander the city. Having spent some time in the divine realm, he had yet to explore this world. Meanwhile, Yi Songming was in a frenzy, feeling as though he had been toyed with. After so much inquiry, he still had not gleaned whether the Xiao family had any divine kings present. Damn it, a celestial emperor dares to play games with me. Fuming, Yi Songming sought to track down Xiao Feng and probe his soul, only to discover that his divine sense enveloped the entire city, yet failed to locate him. At that moment, a cold snort echoed. A mere divine king, utterly ignorant of the heaven's expanse, would audaciously intrude upon another's privacy with divine sense. Do you not realize how impolite this is? Uft. Yi Songming's face turned ashen, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Forgive me, esteemed elder. It was truly an unintentional act. I implore your forgiveness. He immediately apologized, his expression laced with fear, as he realized that his intrusion with divine sense had been perceived by a formidable presence, which had countered with enough force to grievously wound him. Indeed, one must not recklessly pry into others with divine sense. Not receiving a response, Yi Songming understood that the other had chosen not to pursue the matter, which left him shaken. However, after this encounter, he completely abandoned the idea of continuing his search for the Xiao family member who had mocked him. Turning to leave the city, just as he departed the city, he received a message from the sect master of Songming's sect, Ancestor. We have just received news that the divine war of the heavens will officially commence in 10 years. What? In 10 years? So soon? It has only been a few tens of thousands of years since the last. Yi Songming exclaimed in astonishment. The divine war of the heavens is a battle that determines the ranking of the top 100 forces in the divine realm. This signifies status, honor, and power. To place within the top 100 would undoubtedly attract countless factions seeking allegiance. Moreover, the top 100 divine king-level forces will receive protection from several of the primordial forces in the divine realm. This protection is not akin to submission, nor does it require the payment of resources. In times of peril, they need only call upon these protectors, who will undoubtedly intervene without charge. Although Yi Songming was unaware of the motivations behind the decisions made by those primordial forces, the reality of the situation was undeniable. In essence, as long as one entered the top 100, they would no longer need to fear annihilation at the hands of formidable adversaries. After all, to the eyes of these powers, those at the Genesis stage were deemed the mightiest. As for the origin-level forces, they were few and far between in the vast expanse of the divine realm. What were the odds of encountering them? Furthermore, there was an additional advantage. Once one secured a position within the top 100, the major Genesis forces would allocate territories to them. The current location of the Songming sect fell within the domain of a previous top 100 entity, as long as they resided within the bounds of another S influence. Any divine-level force was obligated to periodically pay tribute of resources. Should any refuse, they would face eradication by the Genesis forces. Just imagine the accumulation of resources over time. The last time that Songming sect failed to break into the top 100, this time they must succeed at all costs. However, gaining entry into the top 100 was no simple feat. If they could uncover the secrets behind the Xiao family's cross-border warfare, their chances would greatly improve. It seemed imperative to secure the Xiao family beforehand. He hastily returned to the sect to recuperate, for he would need to personally lead the charge in the forthcoming Divine Sky 100 battles. Meanwhile, Xiao Feng, who was leisurely strolling through the streets, scoffed at the thought of others seeking his whereabouts. After all, he had integrated the essence of the Genesis divine Tao. Nevertheless, he refrained from taking lethal action. The clan leader had decreed that the elders must not interfere in such matters, or else he could have dispatched his opponent 1,000 times over in the blink of an eye. Yet, what did the term Divine Sky 100 battles mean? Xiao Feng furrowed his brow, maintaining his spiritual awareness locked onto his adversary, and overheard them receiving news from the Songming sect. Their demeanor suggested they placed significant importance on this matter. Subsequently, Xiao Feng continued to wander the city, seeking information about the so-called Divine Sky 100 battles. Unfortunately, despite his inquiries, no one seemed to mention it. Could it be an event exclusive to the powerful forces? It was essential to investigate thoroughly. The Xiao family could not afford to miss such a grand occasion. While Yi Songming recuperated, the members of the Xiao family were diligently engaged in closed-door cultivation, striving for breakthroughs. After a million years of seclusion within the Time Tower, Xiao Yuan finally opened his eyes, brilliance emanating from his gaze and runes swirling around him. He had successfully integrated the infinite Tao into the formation, and his cultivation had smoothly ascended to the true God realm. The arduous effort he had invested in reaching this milestone was immense, yet the rewards were equally substantial. With a mere gesture, a colossal divine formation materialized, radiating the essence of the infinite Tao. Presently, the main array within Jinghai had successfully merged with the infinite Tao, while the other formations within him could be gradually integrated later. However, to incorporate the infinite Tao into more formations, a more robust physical body was required. The power contained within the infinite Tao was formidable beyond measure. Without a powerful physique, it would be impossible to bear its weight. Xiao Yuan sighed, realizing that as a formation master, he too required a formidable body. It seemed he must delve into a body refinement technique. Previously, he had focused solely on the study of formations, neglecting other disciplines, but now he had to prepare for the future. Upon leaving the Time Tower, Xiao Yuan learned that a divine king-level force was intending to target the Xiao family. With his current mastery of formations, he could contend with the ancient gods. But against a divine king, he would fall short. Had their family's enemies already escalated to the divine king level? It appeared he must intensify his efforts. He entered the scripture repository, utilizing contribution points to exchange for a divine-level body refinement technique, and then proceeded to the treasure pavilion to see if there were any artifacts that could aid his comprehension of formation Tao. Based on his instincts, he discovered a remarkable orb located within the formation area. At a glance, he recognized its extraordinary nature, and it was closely tied to the formation Tao. Upon infusing the orb with the principles of the formation Tao, the patterns on its surface suddenly radiated brilliance, unfolding like mountains and rivers around him, forming a colossal heavenly array. Moreover, above this celestial formation, numerous intricate symbols, comprehensible only to formation masters, shimmered with profound mystery. Was this a legacy of formations? Xiao Yuan was taken aback. As a divine-level formation master, he instantly discerned the clues of the inherited legacy. He could ascertain that the formation legacy here was immensely powerful. Subsequently, he decisively expended all his contribution points and incurred a debt to the family to acquire this orb. The 4 divine king-level forces were conducting thorough investigations into the Xiao family, but unfortunately, they had made little progress. The forces subdued by the Xiao family were equally unable to ascertain whether the Xiao family truly possessed a divine king to oversee them, for they had never witnessed such a being. As news of the Divine Sky 100 battles spread, the attention of several forces shifted, and they began to prepare for battle with fervor. Like the Tsangming sect, they aspired to secure a place within the top 100 to relish that esteemed honor. The elders of the Xiao family also received word from Xiao Feng, becoming aware of the situation surrounding the Divine Sky 100 battles. At that moment, numerous elders gathered to confer. This meant that any force was eligible to participate in the Divine Sky 100 battles. But whether they could survive on the battlefield and obtain the Divine Sky token would depend on their own abilities. Historically, only divine king-level forces had the capability to endure in such battlegrounds, while lower-level forces merely faced annihilation. So, should the Xiao family participate? Xiao Ling Tian inquired of all the elders present. The so-called benefits did not particularly concern them. The Xiao family did not require the protection of other forces. As for resources, they could wholly claim them for themselves, but this opportunity could serve as invaluable training for their clansmen. Why not participate? With several years remaining before the Divine Sky 100 battles commenced, the concept of years for the Xiao family was not something that needed elaboration. It was ample time for the family to elevate its strength. By then, not only would they be capable of contending against divine kings, but dominating the battlefield might also be within reach. Xiao Yuanshan asserted. Many elders nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of his reasoning. However, it was highly probable that this would attract the attention of several Genesis forces, leading to complications. The third elder, Xiao Zhenfei, furrowed his brow. You mentioned it would merely be a complication, not a crisis. In comparison to such trifling inconveniences, I believe the cultivation opportunities for our clansmen hold far greater value. Indeed, if those Genesis forces dare to harbor any notions against our Xiao family, let them come forth. Annihilating a few Genesis forces should yield substantial rewards. After extensive discussion, the assembly ultimately resolved to permit the family members to participate in the forthcoming Divine Sky 100 battles. Initially, Xiao Chen had proclaimed that the first task upon entering the Divine Realm for the Xiao family was to become the sole overlords of the Divine Sky Realm. This moment was indeed the opportune time to declare the rise of the Xiao family to the world. Subsequently, they disseminated this news, declaring that within the next decade, if anyone could break through to the ancient god realm, they would be allowed to participate in the Divine Sky 100 battles. Otherwise, they would lack the qualifications. The convergence of all the divine sovereign forces within the Divine Xiao realm. The moment this news spread, many warlike individuals, including Xiao Zhan and Xiao Tsungyun, were instantly electrified with excitement. After all, the Divine Xiao 100 battles is a grand event that transpires only once every several millennia within the Divine Xiao realm, gathering nearly 90% of the realm's divine sovereigns upon the battlefield. To miss such an occasion would indeed be a lamentable loss. However, a pressing dilemma confronted them. Their contribution points were woefully insufficient to ascend to the ancient divine level in such a short time frame. One must access at least the 5th level of the Time Tower, if not higher. The 5th level equates to a passage of 1 million years in the outside world, while the 6th level stretches to 5 million years. As one's cultivation deepens, the time required for breakthroughs elongates correspondingly. Furthermore, even though they are unparalleled prodigies with supreme divine bodies, their cultivation speed begins to wane upon reaching the divine realm, unlike the rapid advancements possible in the celestial realm. Transitioning from the heavenly divine realm to the ancient divine realm requires nearly 10 million years of effort. Of course, for other families or factions with supreme divine bodies, the time required for such a transition may be significantly shorter. However, for Xiao Zhan and his companions, they must comprehend the supreme, boundless divine path, which naturally demands far more time than others. Thus, it is imperative to reach the 5th or even 6th level to achieve this within such a constrained time frame. Otherwise, even they would find it impossible to make the breakthrough. Yet, the corresponding requirement would be an immense expenditure of contribution points. Currently, the contribution points they possessed had dwindled to a mere fraction due to previous breakthroughs and recent expenditures, leaving them with insufficient points to access the 5th or even 6th levels for seclusion. What to do? Xiao Zhan and the others were at their wits' end. Were they truly destined to miss the divine Xiao 100 battles? Xiao Li proposed. First, we should determine the participants for the divine Xiao 100 battles. Then pool all our contribution points together to allow one person to break through to the ancient divine realm. If that proves insufficient, we can borrow from other family members and repay them later. This was indeed a sound plan. The group promptly set to work, initiating their actions. This matter even invigorated Xiao Yu, who was currently embroiled in a life and death struggle with ancient divine beings. Chapter 317, The Fortunate Xiao Fan. The gathering of all divine sovereign forces in the divine Xiao realm? Ha ha ha, such a grand affair as one I, Xiao Yu, cannot afford to miss. He exclaimed with exhilaration. You dare to be distracted while facing 2 ancient divine beings? You must be courting death, bellowed an elder wielding a cane. With a flourish of his cane, a divine rainbow erupted forth, striking towards Xiao Yu like a celestial river. Break for me, he roared, golden radiance exploding from his fist as he charged at his adversary. In that instant, another ancient divine being approached from behind, wielding a wolf-tooth club. Hand over that divine blood ginseng and the secret technique that enables you to battle across realms. Dream on, Xiao Yu growled lowly, as the blood cauldron above his head soared forth to collide with the adversary's wolf-tooth club. Boom! In a heartbeat, the heavens and earth trembled, divine light soaring into the sky, shaking the very firmament. The clash of divine power and divine paths unleashed waves of cataclysmic energy, sweeping across the cosmos. Previously, during his explorations, Xiao Yu had seized a divine herb capable of enhancing vitality. This was an unparalleled treasure for a body-refining cultivator like him. Unexpectedly, 2 ancient divine beings had also taken notice of this moment, for it is said that treasures are claimed by the capable, leading to their fierce struggle. They soon recognized Xiao Yu's ability to battle across realms, mistakenly believing he possessed some secret technique, thus compelling him to reveal it, resulting in the current scene. At this moment, Xiao Yu had sustained some injuries. Although he was at the heavenly divine realm, he was still facing 2 ancient divine beings, proving to be an overwhelming challenge. No, I cannot linger in battle. I must hasten back, or I risk missing the divine Xiao 100 battles. For a divine realm cultivator, 10 years is an exceedingly brief span. Some have fought for thousands of years without a resolution. Therefore, after briefly repelling his foes with all his might, he activated his divine powers and soared towards the distance. Where do you think you're going? Surrender the treasure and leave the secret technique, and I might spare your life. The 2 ancient divine beings shouted in pursuit. Do not be arrogant. Within a century, I shall return to find you, and then you will be begging for mercy. Xiao Yu's figure vanished, leaving only his voice echoing in the vastness above. You cannot escape. The ancient divine beings were unwilling to let him slip away so easily, chasing after his departing form. Thus began a relentless game of pursuit. Meanwhile, Xiao Fan was in a frenzy, his ears tugged and nails scratched as he found himself trapped within an ancient bronze hall for an interminable duration, unable to escape. Gazing upon the multitude of corpses scattered across the path before him, he felt a chill run down his spine. Despite their demise, these bodies emanated an aura of unfathomable terror. Undoubtedly, they belonged to divine realm cultivators, and some exuded a presence that made even Xiao Fan quail in fear. These were undoubtedly beings who had surpassed the ancient divine realm. What manner of place is this? What grade of artifact is this ancient hall that even my heavenly divine cultivation cannot penetrate? He clutched the treasure-seeking compass forged by the clan leader, seeking treasures, only to discover this place within an underground divine vein. The moment he beheld the hall, he was overcome with excitement. After all, this was a divine artifact of considerable rank, and bringing it back to the clan could yield a bountiful exchange of contribution points. Yet, he found himself unable to take it, nor could he wield it, forcing him to enter the bronze hall, and now, he could not find a way out. Xiao Fan fixed his gaze upon the sole passageway before him. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to step inside. If death awaits, so be it. After all, I can be revived by the clan, and the worst that can happen is a slight expenditure of time, far better than remaining trapped here. With determination, Xiao Fan advanced forward. Before long, he arrived beside the first corpse, examining the intact remains. He suddenly reached out and extracted all the treasures contained within. As the treasures emerged, Xiao Fan's eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, the treasures within these bodies still exist. The divine corpses were uncorrupted, and even the divine energy within them remained intact, nurturing the treasures well. Moreover, the treasures of divine realm cultivators were of high caliber, and should he manage to leave this place, he would undoubtedly strike it rich. These divine corpses had their souls utterly obliterated, and many bore no expression of terror on their faces, indicating they perished without awareness. Collecting the treasures into his divine sea, Xiao Fan did not linger in thought and pressed on, for life and death could hinge upon a mere moment. Of course, he remained vigilant. The yin-yang 5 elements cauldron he acquired from the previous world floated above him, radiating divine light and enveloping him in a protective sphere. Now, this great cauldron had evolved into a divine artifact, exuding an ethereal aura. As he passed by the first corpse, he encountered no harm. He continued to scour the second corpse for treasures, even collecting the divine artifacts that had fallen to the ground. All of this was a source of contribution points in Xiao Fan's eyes. The deities within the artifacts had been eradicated. Xiao Fan traversed the hall, gathering treasures in abundance, yet danger had yet to befall him. Suddenly, the cauldron above his head trembled slightly, emitting a resonant sound. Xiao Fan was taken aback, his expression instantly tensing, the hair on his body standing on end. He summoned the primal divine body, golden vitality surging, forming a protective barrier around him. I'm not dead? A strange look crossed his face as he realized that the anticipated bizarre attack had not befallen him. Unlike the corpses strewn across the ground, who had clearly perished without sensing the attack, he had been acutely aware of it. The assault had struck the cauldron, yet he remained unharmed. What could be the reason for this? Unable to fathom the answer, Xiao Fan chose to dismiss the thought and pressed onward. Along the way, he collected all the treasures from the bodies, amassing an extraordinary bounty sufficient to exchange for a copious amount of contribution points. At long last, after what felt like an eternity, he reached the end of the passage. Before him lay a colossal hall. In the center of the hall stood 3 altars, each suspended with a singular object. As Xiao Fan's gaze swept from left to right, he was taken aback upon seeing the first item. Is this the primordial essence of all things? As a divine realm cultivator, his vision was extraordinary. Instantly recognizing the first treasure, it was said to be the foundation of all existence, capable of nurturing countless creations. There were even legends that the world itself was birthed from this essence in the beginning. To think such a treasure would exist here. Hastily, he approached to retrieve the item, but before his hand could make contact, a shimmering barrier materialized from the altar, blocking his palm. Unable to take it? Surely, it cannot merely be for my viewing pleasure. At that moment, inscriptions appeared on the altar, revealing to Xiao Fan that only by successfully comprehending the technique on the central altar could he obtain the treasures from the other 2 altars. Chapter 318. The Descent of the Divine King. Xiao Zhan's gaze shifted to the treasure on the far right altar, a pristine diamond crystal radiating ethereal divine light. He was unaware of its nature, but from the inscriptions on the altar, it was clear that only through grasping the inheritance from the central altar could one acquire that diamond crystal. Yet, a lingering doubt remained. Why had he not perished in the outer passage? Could it be that the clan leader had secretly intervened to protect him? He then settled himself before the central altar, extending his consciousness into its protective barrier to comprehend the inheritance within. Moments later, he opened his eyes, a look of realization dawning upon him. So that was it. This place held an inheritance exclusive to the primal divine body. Only those possessing the primal divine body could safely traverse the deadly outer passage, while others would find only demise within. Moreover, this inheritance was extraordinarily powerful, originating from a being at the origin level, indicating that this place was left behind by a primal divine body of that caliber. Xiao Fan stroked his chin in contemplation. It seemed that in this epoch, no primal divine body had reached the origin level, and even if there were, they would not leave behind an inheritance outside their clan's influence. Thus, the inheritance here was likely left by a formidable being from the previous epoch. After all, based on the signs from the previous world between the realms of yin and yang, there had been no shortage of origin-level beings in the divine realm of the last epoch. With this understanding, Xiao Fan's previously anxious heart finally eased. He then began to diligently delve into the inheritance present here. Regardless of the possibility of exiting, he was determined to claim the treasures, especially the primordial essence of all things. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiao Yu had spent several years evading the relentless pursuit of 2 ancient gods. Once I break through to the ancient god realm, it will be your demise, Xiao Yu declared grimly. He hastily returned to his clan. Upon his arrival, he sought out Xiao Zhan and the others, inquiring about the situation. We have compiled a list of participants for the Divine Sky 100 battles, pooling our contribution points together, and borrowed many from other clan members. Ultimately, we entrusted them to Xiao Li, allowing her to break through to the ancient god realm first. Xiao Li possesses the strongest foundation in the clan and is the most capable of achieving a rapid breakthrough. However, this has left the rest of us with no contribution points, forcing us to train outside. Yet, the years spent outside had not significantly advanced their progress. Count me in. I too have made some gains during my recent trials. I will first exchange my treasures for contribution points, and then hand them over to Xiao Li. Xiao Yu immediately set to work. Simultaneously, divine kings from several major factions, including the Songming sect, descended upon the Xiao family's divine city. After fruitless inquiries, a powerful figure from the Wuji sect resorted to soul-searching a member of the Xiao family, discovering that there was no divine king residing in the Xiao family. Their strongest member was merely at the celestial god level. They were currently exerting their entire clan's efforts to cultivate an ancient god. Damn the Xiao family for daring to mock us so. Knight Songming's expression darkened. Had it not been for the Xiao family, he would not have sustained injuries previously. Just a desperate struggle, chuckled the ancestor of the Zhongshuan sect. I heard you were injured, Knight Daoist. I hope you've recuperated well. We wouldn't want that to impede our efforts to seize the Xiao family. What's this? Do you wish to push me out of the game? Humph. If you wish to test that, I wouldn't mind sparring a few rounds with you. Knight Songming retorted coldly. How could that be? I was merely expressing concern for you, Knight Daoist. The ancestor of the Zhongshuan sect laughed. The other two joined in laughter, knowing that in this world, the strong prey on the weak. Should Knight Songming reveal any weakness, countless hungry wolves would leap at the opportunity to feast upon him. At that moment, the four gazed upon the Xiao family's divine city, exchanged glances, and, almost in unison, unleashed their might upon the massive and magnificent divine city. For hands radiated divine light, releasing boundless power as they reached for the city. In that instant, each of them shared a derisive smile, aware that the outcome of their efforts might depend on luck, each hoping to claim a greater share. The four hands descended like a cosmic force, enveloping the divine city, their overwhelming might instilling fear. Which knaves dare to assault the Xiao family's divine city? A resounding shout echoed from within the city, followed by several figures bursting forth. However, Knight Songming and the others paid little heed, as the newcomers were merely celestial gods, unworthy of their notice. Yet, in the next moment, a terrifying assault erupted from those figures, crashing against their hands. Boom, boom, boom. A series of earth-shattering sounds rang out as Knight Songming and his companions were forcefully repelled. They were all taken aback, casting incredulous glances at the figures that had emerged. Those figures were none other than Xiao Yu, Xiao Tsungyun, Xiao Fan, and Xiao Yan. Is it just the four of you, celestial gods? If it's merely you four, I advise you to leave quickly. You cannot breach the Xiao family's divine city. Xiao Yu remarked with a light chuckle. That is indeed the most delightful joke I have ever heard. Do you truly believe that 3 celestial gods and 1 true god can withstand the might of 4 divine kings? Knight Songming scoffed derisively. It's not a matter of whether you can be stopped. Rather, it is you who will meet your end. Come if you dare, Xiao Yan challenged. An extreme divine fire furnace hovering before him, surrounded by 12 distinct colored ethereal flames, radiating intense heat. Just moments ago, the clan leader had unsealed his extreme divine fire furnace, allowing this ancient artifact of origin to unleash its full power. Moreover, this ancient artifact of origin he possesses is distinctly different from ordinary divine tools. While other such artifacts may not be able to unleash their full potential, the one in his grasp is not only an ancient artifact of origin, but also contains 12 supreme. What does supreme mean? In the divine realm, the level of origin is supreme. Even a mere strand of divine fire from it could reduce these divine kings before him to nothing but ashes. Thus, Xiao Yan had the audacity to make such a bold proclamation. Since that is the case, let us see just how much strength you, a mere true god, possess to dare speak such grandiose words. The ancestor of the Wuzhizong laughed heartily, then transformed his palm into a fist, launching a devastating blow towards Xiao Yan. What appeared to be a fist the size of a sandbag in Xiao Yan's eyes transformed into a colossal mountain, and the force emanating from it firmly locked onto him, leaving no avenue for escape. Xiao Yan initially intended to summon a strand of divine fire to incinerate his opponent, but the voices of Xiao Yu and others reached his ears. Do not be hasty in eliminating them. Let us experience the power of the divine kings. The corners of Xiao Yan's mouth twitched. He dared not tempt the wrath of the divine kings. Instead, He could only wield the extreme Tao Divine Fire Furnace before him. Chapter 319, Confronting the Divine King. Boom. The ancestor of Wuzhizong's fist descended, crashing against the extreme Tao Divine Fire Furnace. Not only did it fail to budge the furnace, but the ripples it generated rebounded, shattering his fist. This left him astounded, gazing at the furnace with disbelief. What level of artifact is this, capable of such might? Meanwhile, Xiao Yu and others wielded formidable divine tools borrowed from their clan, engaging in combat with several other divine kings. Xiao Yu and Xiao Tsungyuan each held a creation artifact, while Xiao Zhan was even more formidable, adorned in a luxurious ensemble, wielding 72 quasi-divine emperor weapons alongside 9 heavenly artifacts. Such a foundation is unmatched throughout the entire divine realm. Any single quasi-divine emperor weapon could effortlessly cleave a divine king in twain, yet he chose not to do so. Instead, he employed a sword formation to ensnare the opposing divine king within. "Break for me," roared the divine king of Zhongshuan sect, striking one of the heavenly divine swords with a punch. Xiao Zhan furrowed his brow. This old fool possessed keen insight, immediately identifying the weaknesses of his heavenly divine swords and targeting them first. The opponent was a divine king who could shatter the heavenly artifact with a single strike. However, this sword formation was not as simple as he presumed. Xiao Zhan chuckled, forming hand seals, and the position of the heavenly artifact instantly transformed into a quasi-divine emperor weapon. Just then, the punch from the Zhongshuan sect divine king struck the newly transformed weapon. With a thunderous boom, the opponent's fist burst apart, scattering into a mist of blood that lingered in the air. "How does it feel? You are the first in this divine realm to dare strike a quasi-divine emperor weapon barehanded. Quite brave indeed," Xiao Zhan remarked with a grin. "Quasi-divine emperor weapon? What is that?" The Zhongshuan sect divine king frowned. He had never heard of such a thing. "You need not concern yourself with what it is. Just know that we have already given you an opportunity, but alas, you did not cherish it. Therefore, you will perish here, and your sect will be annihilated by my Xiao family," Xiao Zhan proclaimed, gazing at him. "Do you truly believe that possessing a powerful artifact makes one invincible? Young man, you rejoice too soon." The Zhongshuan sect divine king coldly sneered, then with a wave of his hand, a green flag materialized in his grasp. "Young man, let me show you the power of my annihilation flag." His expression turned fierce as he gripped the flagpole, violently swinging it. Boom. In an instant, the heavens and earth shifted, ominous thunderclouds enveloping the boundless sky, fierce winds howling, dark clouds billowing, and ominous rumbles reverberating through the clouds. As if they would tear apart this realm, Xiao Zhan glanced skyward, feeling a terrifying force converging beneath the heavens. The annihilation flag? It must be a divine king's artifact. A divine king wielding such an artifact should be an exceedingly formidable presence among equals. However, regardless of what artifact you possess, it must kneel before my quasi-divine emperor weapon. With a flick of his finger, a quasi-divine emperor weapon surged forth towards his opponent. "Young man, today I shall impart a lesson upon you, so you may understand that no matter how powerful an artifact may be, without commensurate strength, it cannot unleash its true might." The Zhongshuan sect divine king bellowed, brandishing the annihilation flag to meet the descending sword. As the great flag waved, it emitted the sounds of wind and thunder, exuding a sense of apocalyptic destruction and divine power that effortlessly shredded the surrounding void. Xiao Zhan's heart quaked. This aura was indeed overwhelmingly powerful. Without the quasi-divine emperor weapons forged by the clan leader, he would undoubtedly be unable to withstand even a moment against such an opponent. The strength of a divine king wielding a divine king's artifact was indeed formidable. Yet, I possess the quasi-divine emperor weapons crafted by our clan leader. Even if I cannot unleash their full power, a mere strand of sword energy is not something a single divine king can withstand. At that moment, the annihilation flag collided with the long sword, and in an instant, the flag was cleaved in two, taking the Zhongshuan sect divine king's body along with it. You are correct. Even the most powerful artifacts require a wielder with corresponding cultivation to unleash their battle prowess. However, you clearly do not comprehend the true level of quasi-divine emperor weapons. Even if my cultivation is insufficient, their might is not something you, a mere divine king, can resist. The Zhongshuan sect divine king let out a howl, his bisected body attempting to reconnect, but an inexplicable force impeded his restoration, gradually eroding his form as he dissipated into the void. "Young friend, what transpired previously was a misunderstanding. I implore you to spare me." The Zhongshuan sect divine king pleaded in terror, recognizing that this power transcended the divine king level, one he could not hope to withstand. At this moment, fear consumed him. He did not wish to die. He had lived for barely 100 million years and had not yet lived enough. Hence he begged for mercy. "It is too late. We have already granted you an opportunity. Xiao Zhan replied coldly. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu and Xiao Cong were also engaged in fierce combat with the two divine kings, Yi Songming, using the creation artifacts. Unfortunately, relying solely on their strength yielded no significant impact on the divine kings, as they could not breach their defenses. Yi Songming swung his spear, fracturing the void wherever it passed. He bellowed, thrusting the spear forward, an endless expanse of divine light enveloping it, akin to a white dragon piercing the void toward Xiao Yu. Go, the latter shouted, the pristine great cauldron hovering above him vibrating with a resonance, swiftly transforming into a massive mountain that surged forward. Boom. The two forces collided, unleashing a resonating explosion. A cataclysmic wave of energy instantly swept across the cosmos. Staggering back, Yi Songming felt a sharp pain in his hand, glancing at it only to discover it had been shattered. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu remained unscathed behind the great cauldron. Hee. How does it feel? Do you still believe you can flatten my Xiao family? Xiao Yu inquired with a smile. What exactly is your force? Why does such a terrifying artifact exist? Yi Songming gazed grimly at the colossal cauldron suspended before him, a creation of cosmic significance. How could the Xiao family possess such a supreme artifact? And not just one. The divine fire furnace and the sword array emanated an aura that could only be described as chilling. Did he not witness the severe injuries inflicted upon the divine kings of the Wujimin and Songming sect? He could only match them at best. If they were gravely wounded, he would be no exception. With such injuries, participating in the divine Xia 100 battles was out of the question. To venture forth would be tantamount to courting death. Chapter 320. The irresolvable grievance with the divine Dao sect. Heck, can you guess? Xiao Yu chuckled, once again manipulating the creation cauldron to strike at the opponent. Yet, Yi Songming no longer wished to linger in battle. The Xiao family was indeed peculiar. How could they possess so many immensely powerful artifacts? Was there truly a formidable figure safeguarding the family? Thus, he swiftly retreated into the distance. Moreover, the adversary wielding a creation artifact left him utterly powerless. Such artifacts would surely attract the interest of several creation-level forces, who could easily annihilate the Xiao family with their assistance. As Yi Songming pondered this, he no longer cared about the Xiao family's secret techniques. Annihilating this family was his foremost priority. After all, his initial goal was to eradicate the Xiao family and avenge Elder Kuei-song. You had your chance to escape, yet you chose to remain. Now why do you run? Xiao Yu bellowed, directing the divine cauldron towards him, only for Yi Songming to evade the attack. Do not be so arrogant, boy. Were it not for your possession of the creation artifact, do you truly believe you could stand against me? Yi Songming refrained from further entanglement and flew away into the distance. Haha, your words amuse me. In a fair contest, I would slay you as easily as one would butcher a chicken or dog. Xiao Yu taunted. Yi Songming snorted coldly. He could not deny that even without the creation artifact, the opponent possessed ancient god-level combat prowess. Such secret techniques ignited his envy. He chose not to retort and swiftly took flight into the distance. The speed of a divine king is astonishingly swift, capable of traversing boundless realms in the blink of an eye, vanishing entirely from Xiao Yu's sight. He certainly fled with remarkable speed. Xiao Yu chose not to pursue further, knowing that with his strength, he could not catch up. The moment Yi Songming escaped, Xiao Congyun immediately commanded Xiao Zhan and Xiao Yin to slay the divine king he was battling, ensuring that the opponent did not escape. Otherwise, without effective means to restrain the enemy, there would be no way to prevent their retreat. Xiao Yin formed hand seals, summoning a strand of ethereal divine fire, transforming it into a fire serpent that surged toward the adversary. This flame could merge seamlessly with the void, remaining undetected, an exceptional tool for ambush. The divine king engaged with Xiao Congyun, upon noticing Yi Songming's escape, also recognized the precarious situation of the divine kings of Songming sect and Wujimin, and immediately sought to flee into the distance. However, in that instant, the ethereal divine fire, merging with the void, suddenly emerged and ensnared the opponent. With a soft puff, the formidable divine king disintegrated into nothingness under the divine fire, offering no resistance. Subsequently, Xiao Yin and Xiao Zhan struck simultaneously, unleashing the might of their artifacts, swiftly annihilating the remaining two divine kings. It was now time to collect resources, and the four ventured to the three sects, planning to plunder the other three before finally approaching the Songming sect. After all, the elder of that sect was still alive. Should he flee with the sect, they would have no means to pursue him. The resources from these three divine king-level sects should suffice to clear our contribution debts, Xiao Yin remarked. They were currently destitute, with no contribution points to their name, and owed much to their kin. That should pose no problem. These sects have existed for countless millennia. Their foundations are unimaginably profound. Within the city, the elders observed the scene of their slaying of the divine kings, and Xiao Yu exclaimed in astonishment. The power of those artifacts is truly terrifying. If Xiao Yin and the others were permitted to wield them, no one on the battlefield would stand a chance against them. Indeed, the extreme Dao divine fire furnace wielded by Xiao Yin, the quasi-divine emperor artifact of Xiao Zhan, and Xiao Li's Jade Rui, these artifacts are nothing short of fearsome. Not even a divine king could withstand them, let alone a creation-level entity. The other elders nodded in agreement. Their participation in this great battle was intended for training. However, with such power at their disposal, the intended purpose of their training would be rendered moot. Then let us refrain from allowing them to use the artifacts. At least until the moment of life and death, they must not be employed, Xiao Lingtian declared. Days later, Xiao Yu and the others returned with a bountiful haul. They had plundered all treasures from the 4 major sects, committing minimal slaughter, save for a few obstinate sect masters and elders. Even the treasure vault of the Zongming sect was stripped bare, yet they had not anticipated that the divine king of the Zongming sect had not returned to his sect, vanishing without a trace. This was fortuitous. Aside from the slaying of their sect and several elders, they had acquired the vast heritage amassed over endless ages with relative ease. What a splendid harvest! Xiao Lingtian and the other elders arrived to tally the treasures. Such an abundance of artifacts would sustain the Xiao family for quite some time. Indeed, the spoils are substantial, considering they are from a divine king-level force. Xiaoyan chuckled. However, Vice Patriarch, we may have inadvertently brought trouble upon the family. Trouble? What kind of trouble? Xiao Lingtian inquired, puzzled. We killed an ancient god practitioner who claimed to hail from the divine Dao sect, which seems to be among the top 100 sects in the divine Xia 100 battles. Xiaoyan explained. What conflict transpired between you? That old fool attempted to seize our spoils, demanding tribute. When he acted against us, we swiftly dispatched him. Xiaoyu replied indignantly. The divine Dao sect? It was this very sect that pressured our patriarch to leave back then. It seems we cannot avoid this hurdle with the divine Dao sect. Xiao Lingtian chuckled, then added. Let it be. We've slain him, and our 2 forces have had prior grievances. Should they dare to stir trouble, we wouldn't mind reclaiming their resources as well. Patriarch, let us go after them now. Xiao Zhan exclaimed with excitement. They sought nothing but the resources of the opposing sect. Let us hold off until they make a move. After all, they are a top-tier force. If we were to annihilate them, we would surely attract the ire of the creation-level powers, which would be a nuisance. Xiao Lingtian waved his hand dismissively. Very well. We shall wait for them to act before striking. After this bountiful harvest, Xiao Yu and his companions accumulated a significant amount of contribution points. And after repaying the borrowed points from their kin, they still had plenty left over. This also led to an influx of treasures within the family's treasury, with many clansmen entering the treasury, eager to exchange for items beneficial to their cultivation. Many within the Xiao family had already reached the true god realm, as the great Dao Ocean had a profound effect on the talents of the clansmen. In the present day, the majority of the members of the Xiao family have attained the realm of immortality, with practitioners of the mortal realm becoming exceedingly rare. Xiao Cong, after his ventures abroad, has returned to his clan. Fortuitously favored by the will of the heavens, it seems that even stumbling on the path can lead him to serendipitous opportunities. Chapter 321. The Xiao family? Which Xiao family? This is no jest. Such occurrences have indeed transpired. As a reincarnation of the heavenly will, he is akin to a brother to this realm's celestial authority, and who could possibly be more favored than he? Even in the face of peril, he consistently emerges unscathed, transforming misfortune into fortune. Consequently, his experiences during his travels have yielded substantial rewards, and the contribution points he has accrued far exceed those of his peers. Xiao Cong scoured the treasure pavilion in search of resources beneficial to his cultivation, planning to subsequently retreat into the time tower for seclusion. As for the divine battle of the heavens, he had no intention of participating. With his current level of cultivation, engaging in such a battlefield would bear little significance. Before long, he had exchanged for numerous valuable resources, but just as he prepared to depart, he abruptly halted. Xiao Cong lifted his gaze towards the upper levels of the treasure pavilion, where it seemed as though something unseen was beckoning him. Could it be a treasure of immense benefit to him? He swiftly ascended to the 8th floor of the pavilion, and at a single glance, his attention was captivated by the southern heavenly gate standing prominently before him. The news of the Xiao family's annihilation of 4 God King-level forces swiftly spread throughout the surrounding regions, instilling awe in all who heard it. The God Kings. To the vast majority of practitioners, they were figures of unattainable reverence, yet the Xiao family had effortlessly vanquished 3 of them. The strength of the Xiao family was utterly astonishing. To simultaneously eradicate 4 God King-level factions had undoubtedly established them as the dominant power in the vicinity. In an instant, numerous factions arrived at the Xiao family bearing lavish gifts, while others remained cautious, awaiting the conclusion of the divine battle of the heavens. With the Xiao family's current strength, participation was inevitable, and should they secure a position among the top 100, it would not be too late to bestow gifts afterward. Within the Divine Path sect, upon receiving reports from disciples sent to gather information, sect leader Shueshangwu furrowed his brow, slamming his palm on the table, exclaiming, "What audacity this Xiao family possesses, daring to slay an elder of my Divine Path sect. It has been ages since such an incident occurred. Do they believe that with the divine battle of the heavens approaching, the top factions will change hands, prompting them to provoke us? Or do they think they can usurp our position?" Shueshangwu's mood was grim. First, powerful adversaries had seized their treasure vault and forbidden grounds, and now another faction had slain their elder. It seemed as though everyone believed they could bully the Divine Path sect. He was preparing to send someone to eradicate the Xiao family to relieve his anger when an elder interjected, "Sect leader, with the divine battle of the heavens imminent, it would be unwise to create unnecessary complications." What unnecessary complications? Eliminating a mere family that has never been heard of should not be considered a complication. Shueshangwu bellowed. "Ha ha ha, my friend, you are mistaken. This Xiao family is anything but ordinary." Just then, a hearty laugh resonated through the air. "Who dares?" Shueshangwu shouted, his figure suddenly appearing outside the main hall. He gazed at the figure beyond the sex barrier, puzzled. "Ah, it is you, Taoist Yi Songming." "Indeed, it is I." As the barrier dissipated, Yi Songming stepped inside. "My friend, why have you come to the Divine Path sect instead of preparing for the divine battle of the heavens?" Shueshangwu inquired, his brow knit in curiosity. "Ha ha ha, Taoist Shue, are you not inviting me in for a chat? Is this how your esteemed sect treats its guests?" Yi Songming replied with a smile. "In that case, please come in." After entering the grand hall and taking a seat, Shueshangwu regarded his guest and remarked, "Surely your visit is not merely for the divine battle of the heavens? Could it be that your Songming sect wishes to collaborate with my Divine Path sect? If so, I must candidly say, your standing is somewhat lacking." Yi Songming did not refute this. Indeed, he acknowledged that if it were a partnership for the divine battle of the heavens, that Songming sect was not sufficiently qualified, especially considering the presence of a half-step creation realm ancestor within the opposing faction. Such depth of resources was beyond their reach. Nevertheless, he shook his head and said, "My friend, you are mistaken. Although the divine battle of the heavens is imminent, I did not come for that purpose. I am here because of the Xiao family." "The Xiao family? Which Xiao family?" Shueshangwu frowned. "Which else could it be? Are you feigning ignorance, my friend?" Yi Songming chuckled, noting the grim expression on Shueshangwu's face. Yi Songming continued, "It seems your sect is unaware that this Xiao family has caused quite a stir in the surrounding area. They have already annihilated 4 God King level factions, including my own Songming sect, along with the God King ancestors of the Wujimin and Sangshuan sect, all of whom have perished at the hands of this Xiao family. Do you still think little of them? Is that so?" Shueshangwu mused. "I only knew that when our elder went to the Wujimin to collect tribute, he met his demise at the hands of the Xiao family, but I was unaware of any other developments." He turned to the other elders. "Indeed, this is true. We had not yet reported the matter to you." One elder replied, "I had no idea that this Xiao family possessed such strength. It seems we cannot underestimate them. The ability to slay God Kings is indeed formidable. Even our Divine Path sect, without the intervention of our ancestor, would suffer significant losses if we acted rashly." However, he mused, "But I have never heard of this Xiao family before. How did they rise so rapidly?" Shueshangwu frowned. Logically, such a force should have already come to their attention. Moreover, it seemed they had never collected tribute from this Xiao family. To be honest, the Xiao family's strength is merely average. The one who attacked me was merely a celestial." Yi Songming sighed. "You jest, surely? You are a God King, and a mere celestial forced you to retreat?" Shueshangwu scoffed inwardly, observing Yi Songming. "I swear to the heavens, it was indeed a celestial who forced me to retreat." Yi Songming reiterated earnestly. "Oh, pray do elaborate." Moments later, Shueshangwu exclaimed in astonishment, "Is what you say true? This Xiao family possesses several creation-level artifacts? And they also command bizarre secret techniques that transcend borders?" "Absolutely true. If I were to deceive, may the heavens strike me down." In an instant, Shueshangwu's expression shifted, his mind racing with contemplation. Several creation-level artifacts. If our ancestor possessed such artifacts, we would have no fear even against those at the creation realm. Thus, our Divine Path sect would effectively stand as a crownless creation-level power. As this realization dawned upon him, Shueshangwu's fervor ignited. "Sect leader, this matter requires further discussion. Should we not consult with our ancestor? It would be best to ask for his assistance," the Grand Elder of the Divine Path sect advised. Shueshangwu immediately grasped the situation. Their ancestor was currently absent from the sect, seeking clues to forbidden grounds. If he, as a God King, were to act recklessly, he might very well fall into the hands of the enemy. Chapter 322. Departure. Subsequently, he addressed Yi Tsongming. If an ordinary force were to be extinguished, it would be one matter. However, as you have rightly pointed out, the adversary wields several artifacts of creation. We must exercise utmost caution before taking action. Moreover, with the imminent arrival of the celestial battle, my divine path sect wishes to avoid unnecessary complications. Thus, this matter may require a postponement. Rest assured, since you have sought assistance from my sect, we shall not turn a blind eye. Once the celestial battle concludes, my divine path sect will undoubtedly intervene to reclaim the resources that have been unjustly taken from you. As for the creation artifacts belonging to the Xiao family, we shall divide them equally at that time. What say you? Very well. Your words bring me great comfort. Let us then await the conclusion of the celestial battle. And I extend my heartfelt congratulations to your esteemed sect for achieving remarkable results once again. Yi Tsongming clasped his fists in a gesture of respect. The celestial battle has yet to commence. It is indeed premature for congratulations. Shueshangwu replied with a modest smile. However, my friend, it is best to keep this matter confidential. Should those creation-level forces catch wind of it, they may intervene, and we would find ourselves bereft of even the slightest opportunity. He reiterated earnestly. Though those creation-level forces are transcendent, should they encounter treasures that pique their interest, their actions would undoubtedly be swift and formidable. Yi Tsongming nodded, rest assured. My friend, I am well aware of the implications at stake. Initially, he had considered reporting the Xiao family's intelligence to a certain creation-level force, but upon reflection, he realized that such a course would yield him nothing. The Divine Path sect, however, was a different matter. They possessed an ancestor at the half-step creation realm, with sufficient power to annihilate the Xiao family. Most importantly, the disparity between the Divine Path sect and his own force was not insurmountable, allowing him to reap some benefits in the process. After bidding farewell to Yi Tsongming, Shueshangwu promptly sent a message to the ancestors searching for the Forbidden Grounds. While the Forbidden Grounds were indeed crucial, the artifacts of creation held even greater significance. Once in possession of such artifacts, the ancestor would acquire strength comparable to that of the creation realm. At that moment, the voice of their sect within the celestial realm would surely command respect. Additionally, armed with the artifacts of creation, they would possess the means to contend with the formidable being that had seized their Forbidden Grounds. Otherwise, even if they located the individual, their efforts would be in vain. The ancestor of the Divine Path sect, upon receiving the message, comprehended the gravity of the situation and immediately returned to the sect to strategize. Within the Xiao family's divine city, Xiaoli emerged from her seclusion, having successfully ascended to the realm of the ancient deity. At long last, I am qualified to enter the battle of 100. Xiao Yu exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, without the presence of an ancient deity to stand guard, even entering the battlefield would merely render one fodder. Xiao Zhan added. At this moment, there remained approximately half a year until the commencement of the celestial battle. After a brief period of preparation, the group was ready to set forth. The distance to the battlefield was considerable, but under Xiao Li's leadership, they could make the journey in about 6 months. This time, with Xiao Li leading the charge, our elders possess insufficient cultivation to contribute meaningfully. Furthermore, we must use this time to strive for breakthroughs into the true God realm. So the decisions on the battlefield shall rest solely with you. Xiaoling Tian addressed the gathering. Deputy clan leader, you surely don't expect us to return with our cultivation having skyrocketed to the origin realm, do you? Xiao Yu inquired with a slight tremor of excitement. Origin realm? Do you think it is so easy to break through? Besides, wouldn't it be advantageous for us to reach the origin realm? Is it not better to have the support of powerful allies? Xiaoling Tian responded with a chuckle. Indeed, having powerful allies is certainly beneficial. However, you must realize the discouragement wrought by the thought of spending millions of years in secluded cultivation. Xiao Yu lamented. I can't say that I have experienced that. Xiaoling Tian laughed. Enough of this. We must not squander time. Attaining the origin realm is no simple feat, and we shall require a prolonged period of cultivation. Hurry and set forth, lest you miss the opportunity for the long-anticipated celestial battle. Xiao Yuanshan waved his hand dismissively. Xiaoli, I entrust the protection of these clansmen to you. Xiaoling Tian instructed earnestly. Rest assured, great ancestor, I shall ensure their safety. Xiaoli affirmed with a solemn nod. She then summoned the Jade Rui, which swelled to the size of a grand ship, allowing the group to ascend. Though the number of Xiao family members embarking was fewer than 100, each had attained the level of divine cultivation. Remember, unless a being of creation intervenes, neither Xiao Li nor Xiao Zhan are permitted to wield your formidable artifacts. At that juncture, Xiao Chen will undoubtedly be observing your performance on the battlefield. Should anyone rashly utilize an artifact, be wary, for he may reclaim it. Xiaoling Tian cautioned. While the artifacts of the other members had been returned to the clan, Those belonging to the two were their personal possessions, prompting Xiao Ling Tian's particular admonition. Rest assured, clan leader, we understand that our purpose this time is to undergo trials, and thus I shall not easily resort to wielding those artifacts. Xiao Zhan nodded in agreement. Very well. In that case, you may depart. With that, the Jade Rui transformed into a radiant arc, vanishing from the divine city in an instant. Meanwhile, a figure stood 100,000 miles away from the Xiao family's divine city, observing it intently. The ones who just departed must be the formidable members of the Xiao family. The elder at the forefront squinted his eyes. Is the ancestor preparing to take action? Shueshangwu inquired. Patience, let them distance themselves further first. Once the Xiao family is stripped of their main forces, they shall be easy to manipulate. The ancestor of the Divine Path sect sneered. While he held no fear of the Xiao family, the presence of creation artifacts would render him unable to breach their defenses. But what if they bring those artifacts into the battlefield? Yi Songming expressed his concern. The Divine Path sect is reputable, even when preparing to assault the Xiao family. They would surely have left behind some means of self-preservation. I am certain there are still creation artifacts hidden here. Furthermore, why would they take their artifacts to the battlefield? To flaunt them before the creation-level forces? I firmly believe they will not bring those artifacts along. The ancestor of the Divine Path sect declared with conviction. Days later, after confirming that those who had departed from the Xiao family had not returned, they boldly appeared before the Xiao family's divine city. Those troublesome fellows from the Divine Path sect are back. Xiao Ling Tian furrowed his brow. In that case, let us eliminate them quietly. Xiao Yuanshan said solemnly. What? Are you planning to act? Indeed. If we do not eliminate them, they may come to believe that our Xiao family is easy prey. Chapter 323. I've been deceived. But if you do this, won't your cultivation be exposed? Not at all. I will eliminate them under the guise of an outsider. The clansmen will remain none the wiser. With that, Xiao Yuanshan took flight towards the outside world. Outside the city, the ancestor of the Divine Path sect was preparing to issue a challenge when a figure suddenly appeared before him. Who goes there? The ancestor of the Divine Path sect narrowed his eyes. A member of the Xiao family. Xiao Yuanshan responded. Oh, how fortuitous. I have heard that your family possesses several artifacts of creation. I would like to borrow them for a closer examination. Might I inquire if that would be permissible? The venerable ancestor of the Divine Path sect sneered and inquired. If you possess the capability to withstand a single strike from me, then feel free to take whatever you desire. Upon uttering these words, Xiao Yuanshan unleashed a palm strike, radiant divine light emanating from his hand, resembling an eternal divine monument. Descending upon the opposing crowd, the ominous aura was unmistakable. This was the realm of creation. Shocked to the core, the ancestor of the Divine Path sect exclaimed in horror. Was it not said that the Xiao family only had beings of the heavenly god realm? How could a being of the creation realm possibly emerge? I've been deceived. In sheer terror, he cried out, yet unwilling to submit. He raised his hand to confront the attack. His fist radiated divine brilliance, akin to the sun, exuding dazzling light. As divine patterns interwove, emanating boundless might, and he launched a punch against the colossal hand descending to suppress him. With a thunderous boom, the heavens and earth trembled, and divine light erupted from the point of their collision. In the next instant, a cataclysmic energy storm swept across the expanse. However, the ancestor of the Divine Path sect could only withstand it for a fleeting moment. His fist exploded violently, and his entire being was reduced to dust by a single strike from Xiao Yuanshan, even his primordial spirit within the soul palace disintegrating. This was the realm of creation. Even a half step into that realm could only endure for an instant before such might. No, ancestor. Not far away, Xue Shangwu bellowed, his complexion paling instantly. Lord Xue, we must flee, Yi Songming shouted, before swiftly retreating into the distance. What the hell? The Xiao family actually has a creation realm powerhouse? Is this some kind of joke? If I had known that this family possessed such strength, even with 100 times my courage, I would not have dared provoke such a colossal entity. Regaining his composure, Xue Shangwu dared not linger, turning to flee as well. Leave them behind. Xiao Yuanshan struck decisively and fiercely, his hand morphing into countless vast worlds, boundless and overwhelming, capturing Xue Shangwu and Yi Songming in an instant. In the face of a creation realm, the two divine kings were but insignificant ants. After all, not everyone could traverse realms in battle. Spare us, esteemed elder. We shall never dare again, Yi Songming pleaded, but in the next moment, their bodies erupted with a resounding bang, completely dissolving into a rain of light, vanishing into the void, leaving not even a trace of their soul light. Did they truly believe my Xiao family to be easy prey? Each one of them coveting my family's treasures. Xiao Yuanshan snorted coldly. Soon after, the members of the Xiao family received word of a strong attack on their clan. only to discover that the assailants were swiftly dispatched by a passerby with a single slap. All were left in a state of trepidation. Now that Xiao Li and the other Divine Realm powerhouses were absent from the family, how could they defend against any further assaults? Ultimately, it was a matter of their cultivation being too weak. Many clan members lamented, redoubling their efforts and training. Why did you not seize their resources after the ancestors' demise? Xiao Zhenfei inquired of Xiao Yuanshan. What resources are there to collect? The treasures of the Zongming sect were already pillaged by Xiao Yu and his cohorts. And even the forbidden grounds of the Divine Path sect were uprooted by Xiao Chen. What else is left? Xiao Yuanshan shook his head. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhenan was grinning widely. Pour more, clan leader. Do pour more. His eyes gleamed as he gazed at his wine gourd. And only when it was filled to the brim did he finally express satisfaction. After taking a sip, he revealed an expression of rapture, exclaiming, "Your wine is truly exquisite. Clan leader. Indeed, my gourd can brew the essence of all things in this world. It is certainly not ordinary wine that can compare," Xiao Chen remarked. After spending some time outside, he returned to the family to indulge in his reclusive lifestyle. Clan leader. Why have several creation-level forces in the Xianxiao realm initiated the so-called Xianxiao 100 battles? Xiao Zhenan asked, puzzled. Certainly not out of boredom. They have their own motives. In truth, the reason they have selected powerful factions is solely to jointly explore an ancient relic. Xiao Chen explained cryptically. What? Explore a relic? They are actually willing to share such a significant opportunity with other forces? Are these creation-level factions truly so benevolent? Xiao Zhenan was taken aback. How could it be? They are merely at a loss regarding that relic, hoping to see if any other fated individuals might assist. Moreover, that relic is exceedingly perilous, with a high mortality rate. They do not wish for their disciples to suffer excessive casualties, thus seeking assistance from other forces. Xiao Chen chuckled. However, should anyone uncover treasures that pique their interest, they will not hesitate to seize them. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. It is merely others having their own agendas. With our Xiao family strength, can we breach the top 100? Xiao Zhenan queried. There should be no problem. Xiao Chen nodded, confident in Xiao Li's prowess. By the way, I have yet to see Xiao Fan. Under normal circumstances, given his character, he would have rushed back as soon as he received word. Why has there been no sign of him? This is quite uncharacteristic of him. Could something have happened? Xiao Zhenan voiced his concern. What could possibly happen? He has left a strand of his divine soul within the family. Even if something were to occur, he could be revived here, so there is no need to overthink. Xiao Chen had not focused on the clan members' external training during this period, as long-term surveillance of others was not prudent. In reality, Xiao Chen's choice of this location in the Divine Realm was deliberate. The Xianxiao realm possessed numerous legacies from the previous epoch, which could serve as opportunities for the clan. Furthermore, through his investigations, he discovered that the relic of the ancient heavenly court was also situated within the Xianxiao realm. This could almost be regarded as the most formidable force in the Divine Realm from the previous epoch, housing exceptionally powerful legacies, rivaling those found in the previously discovered sites in the Yin and Yang realms. Most importantly, it was laden with abundant cultivation resources. Thus, upon descending into the Divine Realm, he ensured that the Xiao family was established in this Xianxiao realm. After several months of travel, Xiao Li and the others finally reached the city where the Xianxiao 100 battles were to be held. Chapter 324, Seizing Opportunities. This was a city standing atop a mountain peak. Though not as grand as the divine city of the Xiao family, it was still an imposing structure. At this moment, the city was bustling with activity, a cacophony of voices filling the air, as Xiao Yu and the others lightly scanned the surroundings with their divine senses. Their hearts jolted with surprise. This place was truly a gathering of powerhouses. Not to mention the numerous ancient gods, even divine kings were plentiful. Indeed, the last time we accompanied the clan leader into the divine realm, it felt rather mundane, but now, with our broadened perspectives, we comprehend the true might of the divine realm. Xiao Zhan marveled, recognizing that this was merely the Xianxiao realm, yet so many strong individuals were present. If all the powerhouses of the divine realm were to converge, the spectacle would be utterly unimaginable. Xiao Li and the others had never witnessed such a grand occasion. So they began to meander through the city, eager to broaden their horizons. This event was not only unprecedented for Xiao Li and her companions, but also for the vast majority of cultivators who had never witnessed such a congregation of powerful beings. Moreover, there are no restrictions in this place, leading numerous cultivators to gather here to partake in the festivities, with many setting up stalls. Various cries and calls resonate in the air. Use your eyes to see if you can uncover a hidden treasure, Xiao Yu said to Xiao Tian with a smile. The latter nodded. His chaotic heavy pupils opened wide as he strolled along the street, and it wasn't long before he indeed discovered a concealed treasure. Vendor. How much for this black tower? Xiao Tian inquired, pointing at a tall black tower that was already covered in cracks. This tower stood about the height of a person, its surface marred by thumb-thick fissures, as if it might shatter at any moment. Are you certain this is what you desire? Xiao Yu and the others questioned, their expressions filled with curiosity as they leaned in to examine it. However, even with their divine patterns manifesting and shining brightly, they failed to discern its true nature. Yes, I sense this is a remarkable treasure, Xiao Tian affirmed. Hey, you mustn't be mistaken. This appears to be nothing more than a damaged artifact, utterly worthless. Xiao Yu cautioned, young man, do not speak carelessly. What do you mean by utterly worthless? Even fragments of broken artifacts can be treasures for certain earthly or celestial factions. Moreover, this isn't completely shattered. It still holds significant value. The vendor replied with a smile. This was indeed once a complete artifact, but it sustained damage during a great battle when it collided with another artifact. Otherwise, it could not be sold. Now how much divine crystals for it? Xiao Tian asked. Considering the sincerity in your gaze, I shall let it go for 1,000 low-grade divine crystals. The vendor responded. 700. Xiao Tian countered. Deal. The vendor's smile grew even more radiant. Alas, you have undoubtedly been deceived. Xiao Yu sighed. However, just as Xiao Tian paid the divine crystals and acquired the shattered black tower, a voice suddenly rang out. Might I ask this esteemed friend to part with this item? Xiao Tian and the others turned to see several figures approaching, with a young man at the forefront whose pupils gleamed with a golden hue, the one who had just spoken. Are these individuals from the Piao Miao sect? The vendor's expression changed slightly upon recognizing the insignia on their attire, for this was a powerful faction ranked within the top 100 of the Divine Sky Battle. Ah, it seems you have discerned the secrets of this black tower. Do you genuinely believe I would part with it for you? Xiao Tian remarked with a faint smile. My friend, let us be comrades. I offer 10,000 low-grade divine crystals. Guanqing said, hands clasped behind his back, grinning. 10,000 divine crystals? You must be jesting. Xiao Tian chuckled, shaking his head. Do not think I am being ungracious. Even if you offered 1,000,000 or 10,000,000 divine crystals, I would never sell. The surrounding members of the Xiao family looked at Xiao Tian with confusion. Was this broken tower truly worth such a sum? The vendor also began to doubt, wondering if there was something within the broken tower that he had failed to detect. It shouldn't be, he thought. He had fought several battles using this tower, and if there were any secrets, he would have known. The vendor furrowed his brow. So, you refuse to part with it? Guanqing's eyes narrowed. Apologies, but this item is not for sale. Xiao Tian replied, shaking his head. Very well. I see that you travel in numbers. You must be preparing for the Divine Sky Battle, correct? Guanqing inquired. What? Are you attempting to intimidate us? Xiao Li asked. Not at all. How could the Piao Miao sect, a prominent faction, stoop to such despicable tactics? However, should we encounter each other on the battlefield, the Piao Miao sect will not show mercy. I hope you can still retain this treasure by then, Guanqing said, casting a deep glance at Xiao Tian. His words veiled with a tone of threat that was unmistakable. Isn't that still a threat? Very well. I look forward to seeing how you intend to seize this item from me, Xiao Tian declared, unperturbed. Let us see. Guanqing snorted coldly, turning away with the disciples of the Piao Miao sect. Once they had departed, Xiao Yu and the others curiously examined the Black Tower. Yet they still could not comprehend what secrets it held that would warrant such contention. My esteemed friend, might you unveil the mysteries of this object, so that I may understand the reason behind it? The vendor respectfully clasped his fists. The two who had just clashed both possessed unique eyes, clearly having discerned something others had missed. Are you certain you wish for me to divulge this? You may find yourself so enraged that you bleed. Xiao Tian laughed. Even so, I still wish to know. The vendor sighed. Very well. Xiao Tian nodded, suddenly exerting force as he struck the nearly shattered black tower with a palm. With a resounding boom, the already fragmented tower exploded, disintegrating into powder scattered across the ground. As the outer layer of the black tower shattered completely, a terrifying wave of energy erupted, causing the surrounding crowd to shudder, as if a powerful being were emerging. In the next moment, a brilliant white light radiated from the center of the black tower, revealing a pristine white divine tower before all. Is this a half-step creation artifact? Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd, with some eyes gleaming with excitement. Had the backdrop not been a convergence of creation-level factions, there would have undoubtedly been attempts to seize it. Impressive, Xiao Tian. Xiao Yu patted his shoulder, marveling at the half-step creation artifact he had just revealed. The Xiao family members were filled with joy. Only the vendor collapsed onto the ground, eyes wide in disbelief. So it is. Only by shattering the exterior could the true artifact be revealed. How foolish of me to worry about its destruction, for I was blind to its true value. The vendor pounded the ground with his hands, weeping bitterly. Chapter 325, A Request. Xiao Tian smiled, stowing the white tower, and departed with the Xiao family. After all, he had already purchased it for 700 divine crystals, and the vendor could not reclaim it. Yet, the ripple effects of this incident were far from over. A half-step creation artifact is a treasure even for divine king-level factions, and it is a rarity even among creation-level powers. Thus, upon learning of the emergence of a half-step creation artifact, many factions began to investigate the Xiao family's affairs, with some extending enticing offers to Xiao Tian, all of which he declined. Our Xiao family has drawn attention, Xiao Zhan lamented as they walked down the street. Wherever they went, countless eyes seemed to be watching. If he retained this item, even if those factions refrained from action in the city, they would likely strike once on the battlefield. In truth, a half-step creation artifact was not considered significant within the Xiao family, but outside, it was a rare treasure. No need. Within the divine king realm, I fear no one. Should a half-step creation deity dare to approach, I would not hesitate to show them the might of the Jade Rui. Xiao Li declared nonchalantly. The elders had previously stated that if a creation deity intervened, they were permitted to utilize those super artifacts. In their eyes, a half-step creation deity was still a creation deity. Subsequently, the crowd continued to meander within the city, seeking opportunities that would prove beneficial to them. As an event that occurs only once every several millennia, no cultivator present would dare to miss such a chance, not only to witness the top 100 of the Divine Sky 100 battles, but also to discover their own fortunes. A few days later, however, Xiao Daoqing purchased a piece of divine gold at a high price. Divine gold? What purpose do you have for such a thing? Our Xiao family currently does not possess a divine-level artifact craftsman. Xiao Li inquired with curiosity. Although divine gold may seem useless at the moment, it harbors something of great value, particularly for body-refining cultivators like Xiao Yu and others. Xiao Daoqing chuckled. What is it? Xiao Yu and his companions immediately leaned in with intrigue. Inside, there lies a fragmented elixir, which contains pure essence of blood and qi. Although incomplete, its significance for body-refining cultivators is immense. If one possesses a sufficiently robust foundation in the heavenly god realm, breaking through to the ancient god realm is certainly within reach. Xiao Daoqing found a secluded spot, melted the outer layer of the divine gold, and revealed a mostly intact crimson elixir. Waves of powerful blood and qi radiated from the elixir, akin to the aura of an immensely strong body-refining cultivator escaping into the air. This incomplete elixir, while red, was translucent and pure, resembling agate, devoid of any impurities. Such a treasure. The eyes of Xiao Yu and Xiao Tsungyun, both body-refining cultivators, sparkled with excitement. This elixir was undoubtedly a prized possession exclusive to their kind. Who among you desires it? Xiao Daoqing inquired. Ultimately, Xiao Yu and Xiao Tsungyun decided the matter through a game of rock, paper, scissors, with Xiao Yu emerging victorious and claiming the elixir. Upon obtaining the elixir, Xiao Yu eagerly retreated into seclusion, as there remained some time before the battlefield was to commence, and he wished to break through as much as possible. Meanwhile, in the central area of the city, several elders were kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down their faces as they implored the 5 major founding forces to act on their behalf. Who are you? Is it true that the half-step creation-level ancestor and sect leader of your divine path sect have perished? A god king seated on a chair inquired, astonished as he sipped his tea. To slay a half-step creation god must mean that the assailant is a creation god themselves. It seems that, after several millennia, a powerful being has finally emerged in the divine sky realm. Yet, will they choose to participate in the divine sky 100 battles? Indeed, our ancestor met a most tragic end, leaving no remains. We beseech the esteemed elders to take action and deliver justice for our divine path sect. An elder from the divine path sect knelt, requesting the assistance of several creation-level forces to annihilate the Xiao family. After all, they were among the top 100 forces of the previous generation, receiving protection from several creation-level powers. However, one of the god kings shook his head, saying, I deeply sympathize with your plight, but in essence, your divine path sect has only lost 2 members and has not been exterminated. If every force that lost a few members required our intervention, then we would be overwhelmed with obligations. We only extend our aid to those sects facing severe threats. While it is true that your ancestors were slain, your sect has not been destroyed, thus we lack justification to intervene. This statement instantly chilled the heart of the elder from the divine path sect. They had been outright rejected. Resolutely, he thought, if you are willing to avenge our ancestors and sect leader, I shall divulge a tremendous secret, one that even the creation gods behind you would find intriguing. Oh, what secret? The god kings of the various forces perked up with interest. Yet, they did not believe the secret would hold any real allure. Might the secret of the creation artifacts pique your interest? The elder of the divine path sect smiled. What did you say? Creation artifacts? The eyes of the god kings narrowed immediately. The elder from the Divine Path sect smirked inwardly. Even if you are creation-level forces, what of it? Faced with the prospect of creation artifacts, your expressions remain the same. Where are these creation artifacts? The elder from the Sun and Moon Divine Palace urgently inquired. The other four forces god kings cast penetrating gazes in his direction. I have stated that as long as a force is willing to avenge our ancestors and sect leader, I shall share this information with them. The elder from the Divine Path sect declared firmly. Are you issuing us an ultimatum? A god king asked sternly. No. I merely present this as a reward, hoping someone will seek vengeance for our ancestors. I would never presume to negotiate conditions with esteemed elders. The elder from the Divine Path sect asserted. If your information proves true and is not a deception, then avenging your ancestors is indeed a possibility. However, should you dare to provide false information, do not blame us for our ruthlessness. The elder from the Sun and Moon Divine Palace warned. Even if I had 100 lives, I would not dare to deceive you all. The elder from the Divine Path sect insisted. Speak. Who is the foe that killed your ancestors? What cultivation level do they possess? The elder from the Sun and Moon Divine Palace inquired. Wait, should we not discuss this matter further? The god kings of the other creation level forces frowned. Discuss what? Did you not just express your reluctance to intervene? The elder from the Sun and Moon Divine Palace replied. When have we ever claimed such? The other god kings rolled their eyes in unison. Upon hearing of creation artifacts, they were intent on claiming them for themselves. Such aspirations were rather fanciful. Chapter 326. Entering the battlefield of the 100 battles. The elder from the Sun and Moon Divine Palace chuckled. If that is the case, let us act together. As for the distribution of the creation artifacts, let the esteemed ancestors decide. Excellent. The other four forces nodded in agreement. You may disclose your information. All 5 of us will take action. A god king addressed the elder from the Divine Path sect. With this response, the elder from the Divine Path sect felt an immense sense of relief with their assistance. How could the Xiao family hope to survive? Esteemed elders, the creation artifact is in the possession of the Xiao family. They relied on it to slay our sect's ancestor. On another front, the members of the Xiao family discovered that within this city, there existed cultivation locations akin to their family's time and space pavilion, albeit significantly less effective, only benefiting ancient gods and yielding no results for those of the god king level. Nevertheless, for Xiao Yu at this moment, it was akin to a timely blessing, for he was in dire need of time. If he could break through to the ancient god realm before the 100 battles commenced, the Xiao family's chances of entering the top 100 would be greatly enhanced. Upon arriving in this city, they realized the number of formidable forces was truly overwhelming. Among them were even those with half-step creation god-level strength. Aside from these powerful entities, many forces boasted multiple god kings, making it a considerable challenge for the Xiao family to secure a position among the top 100. Half a month later, a colossal leaderboard materialized above the Divine City, inscribed with rules for the upcoming Divine Sky 100 battles. Any force may enter, but life and death are not guaranteed. Xiao Zhan gazed solemnly at the characters on the leaderboard. The crowd continued to read, discovering that the so-called Divine Sky 100 battles was, in essence, a contest for the possession of tokens. The 5 great primordial forces have placed 1,000 tokens within a newly established spatial realm, igniting fierce competition among all factions for these coveted artifacts. Ultimately, the top 100 entities that secure the most tokens shall ascend to the prestigious ranking of the Divine Sky 100 battles. The tokens emit beams of blinding light, rendering any attempts at deception virtually impossible. Only sheer, unassailable strength can either seize or safeguard these tokens. Furthermore, the battlefield will remain open for an extensive duration of 6 months, with the final tallies only to be determined after this period. It seems that entering without a formidable prowess would be tantamount to courting death. Xiao Tsungyun gasped in realization. It is evident that those who rank within the top 100 are not merely fortunate, but possess authentic strength. This is an opportunity to prove the might of the Xiao Clan. It is also a chance to substantiate our family's worth. Xiao Li spoke in a grave tone. Indeed, this is our moment to elevate the Xiao family's name to renown. Others echoed her sentiments with palpable excitement. When the leaderboard materializes, it becomes clear to all that the battle for supremacy is about to commence. Xiao family, do not cross my path on the battlefield, or I shall annihilate you, coldly declared Guanqing of the mysterious Cloud sect. It is not just the mysterious Cloud sect. Numerous factions have set their sights on the Xiao family. The allure of the half-step primordial artifact is not to be underestimated. Such a treasure is beyond the Xiao family's worth, murmured a half-step primordial deity. The forces behind this city are the 5 great primordial powers, thus none dare to act recklessly here. However, once on the battlefield, it is an entirely different matter. Days later, a luminous portal manifested above the city they occupied, revealing glimpses of another world, the very battlefield for this contest. As the portal swung open, numerous factions within the city surged toward it, eager to enter the fray. "What shall we do if Xiao Yu remains in seclusion?" inquired Xiao Zhan. "Let us wait. There is no rule mandating immediate entry. We may lose the initiative, but that is all," replied Xiao Li. "Very well, we shall delay for a time. But it must not exceed 3 months. Otherwise, we may truly run out of time. 3 months mark half the duration of the Divine Sky 100 battles. By then, the tokens may very well have fallen into the hands of other factions." Just then, Xiao Yu's voice resonated in the ears of the Xiao Clan. "You all proceed first. I will assuredly break through within 3 months and will seek you out." He was determined not to let his family miss their opportunity due to his own circumstances. Hearing this, Xiao Li wasted no time, leading the Xiao family into the world beyond the portal. Trailing behind them were dozens of other factions, all intent on seizing the half-step primordial artifact possessed by Xiao Tian, eager to follow closely and make their move for the treasure. Xiao Li noticed this development, but felt no fear. She led the Xiao family into the portal without hesitation. The world beyond the portal mirrored that of the outside, revealing a vast expanse of shattered mountains. This land bore the scars of numerous prior Divine Sky 100 battles, its environment now fragmented. Upon stepping into this realm, Xiao Li urged the Xiao family to soar toward the horizon. "Leave the artifact," cried a pursuing deity, whose enormous hand transformed into a vast celestial canopy, descending upon the Xiao family. "Begone!" Xiao Li shouted in anger, countering with a powerful strike. The clash echoed with thunderous roars, divine light illuminating the heavens, blinding all eyes. As the sound resonated like thunder, shaking the very earth, obliterating myriad laws around them, a spherical wave of energy surged outward, annihilating everything in its path. Harnessing the immense power from the opponent's strike, Xiao Li and her family vanished from their original location in an instant. "You cannot escape," bellowed the deity. At that moment, numerous powerful beings descended from behind, but alas, they had already lost the Xiao family's trail. "In 6 months, we shall see where you flee." The powerful entities were unwilling to give up the precious artifact so easily and immediately set off in pursuit, seeking both the tokens and the whereabouts of the Xiao family. "Xiao family, you cannot elude us," declared an elder from the Divine Path sect, accompanied by several formidable followers, each wearing expressions of fury. As one of the previous year's top 100 forces, the Divine Path sect boasted numerous powerful warriors, including several living deities. Reclaiming a place among the top 100 this year was not beyond possibility. Although the primordial forces had previously vowed to take vengeance and obliterate the Xiao family, they had agreed to wait until the 100 battles and subsequent matters concluded before taking action. Until then, they planned to extract some interest from the Xiao family by eliminating all members present on the battlefield. Meanwhile, Xiao Li and her companions had arrived in a desolate region. "This world is vast indeed. It must be a creation of the primordial deities," exclaimed Xiao Zhan. "Indeed," replied Xiao Li, her eyes shimmering with divine patterns, the dual forces of yin and yang coursing within her as she surveyed the surroundings for the tokens. Chapter 327, The Onset of Turmoil. This is merely the beginning. She was not yet prepared for a final confrontation with the other factions, as the immediate priority was to locate the tokens. Simultaneously, Xiao Tian and Xiao Daochen opened their divine eyes, radiating divine light as they scanned their surroundings. Not long after, Xiao Li spotted the first token in the distance. She led her companions swiftly toward it, landing near the token. The token radiated a mesmerizing spectrum of colors, drawing their attention. Xiao Li secured it, only to discover that regardless of whether she placed it in her storage ring or within her spatial sea, the brilliant aura it emanated could not be concealed. This was designed to compel everyone to fight with all their might. Xiao Li paid it no further mind, placing the token within her spatial sea, whereupon she began to emanate a resplendent 7-colored divine light. "Let us continue searching for more tokens. There are a total of 1,000 tokens. Yet the number of factions entering the battlefield is certainly far greater than 1,000. Although the Divine Sky Realm is but a corner of the Divine Realm, it houses many formidable forces. Thus, they must seize as many tokens as possible, lest they be pushed out of the top 100 by rival factions." Meanwhile, all the forces assembled in the city to participate in the Divine Sky 100 battles had entered the battlefield, and fierce battles began to erupt in various locations. Outside the battlefield, the 5 great primordial forces, along with those factions and practitioners that had not participated in the 100 battles, watched intently, even placing bets on which factions might secure a place among the top 100. The entire city was abuzz with excitement. Within the battlefield, Xiao Li and her group soon discovered another token. However, This time they encountered adversaries. This was also a deity-level faction, led by an ancient god. Oh, what a delightful surprise to encounter an ancient divine faction. Truly, a stroke of fortune. The ancient god cackled ominously. Young one, surrender the token you possess and depart. Do not compel me to take action, or you shall face dire consequences. The ancient god stood with arms crossed, exuding an air of arrogance. Such arrogance. Taste my palm. Without hesitation, upon witnessing the ancient god's demeanor, Xiao Li retaliated fiercely. The pristine, jade-like palms emanated an unparalleled, awe-inspiring force, suppressing all in its wake like an immense celestial dome. How audacious! A mere ancient deity dares to strike against our esteemed ancestor? At the very moment when Xiao Li made her move, a middle-aged man, positioned behind the ancient god king, suddenly materialized. With a cold snort, he unleashed a palm strike, aimed directly at Xiao Li's elongated hand. A powerful aura erupted, revealing him to be an ancient deity himself. Yet, before his hand could even approach, it was instantly obliterated under Xiao Li's overwhelming might, exploding into a mist of blood that dissipated into the air, utterly unable to withstand her force. The ancient god king's expression darkened upon witnessing this. He quickly intervened, relocating the ancient deity to the side, before launching a punch forward. Boom! The two hands collided midair, producing a deafening sound, and an immeasurable energy radiated from the point of impact, tearing apart the heavens and the earth. Thud, thud, thud. The ancient god king staggered back several steps. With each footfall, the ground erupted violently, forming a massive crater. Once stabilized, he felt a tumultuous surge of blood within him, as if he were on the verge of spitting blood, yet he forcefully suppressed it. At that moment, he cast a glance at Xiao Li, his gaze tinged with a hint of trepidation. Those who wish to live, depart. Xiao Li proclaimed in a low voice. You are indeed formidable. The ancient god king replied, his voice barely restrained. With a wave of his sleeve, he whisked away those behind him, vanishing from the spot in an instant. Only once he was a considerable distance from the Xiao family did he succumb to the urge, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. Ancestor! The crowd exclaimed in shock. Their ancestor had sustained injuries in the recent confrontation? Fear not, it is not a grievous wound. The ancient god king waved dismissively. I merely never anticipated that an ancient deity, without the aid of divine artifacts, could possess such combat prowess. Truly astonishing. He turned to the others behind him, inquiring, do you know what faction those individuals belong to? However, the others shook their heads. Not everyone was familiar with the name of the Xiao family. Remember this. Once we exit, inquire further. If you encounter that faction in the future, do not provoke them lightly. The ancient god king instructed earnestly. Yes, we shall heed the ancestors' command. They all nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, having successfully repelled her adversaries, Xiao Li stowed away the coveted token. In that instant, the seven-colored radiance enveloping her grew even more luminous, attracting animosity. This is undoubtedly a magnet for hatred, Xiao Lang remarked, clicking his tongue. This is the strategy of the 5 great factions, ensuring that the token's bearer has nowhere to hide, becoming the target of all factions. Xiao Li explained. However, the factions that emerge through such a selection undoubtedly possess sufficient weight to compel submission from all others. Subsequently, she continued leading her companions in search of more tokens, unaware that the 5 great primordial factions beyond the battlefield had already taken note of her. To fend off a god king with nothing but her ancient deity prowess? How could this individual possess such formidable strength? The god king of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace, responsible for the divine battles, expressed his astonishment. Indeed peculiar. Let us observe further. I did not pay close attention to the methods employed by the opponent. Another god king furrowed his brow. In an instant, the god kings of the several primordial factions within the city found their attention drawn to Xiao Li. Of course, amidst the battlefield, Xiao Li remained oblivious to the fact that she had already attracted the gaze of others. Even if she were aware, it would not deter her from seizing the tokens. With the entry of all factions, the conflict had escalated to a fever pitch. Wherever a token appeared, a battle would ensue. Naturally, some smaller factions lingered in remote areas, hoping to gather a few tokens by sheer luck and ultimately secure a place among the top 100 factions, thereby averting the risk of annihilation. Before long, Xiao Li and her companions engaged in fierce combat with others. This time, their adversaries were not only after the tokens, but also coveted a half-step primordial artifact. At this moment, Xiao Li found herself single-handedly opposing 2 god kings, yet even so, she managed to suppress them. As the supreme divine body, she remained invincible even within the divine realm, and when paired with the limitless path, she was equally unmatched across boundaries. Thus, she harbored no fear of her opponents. In other words, as long as they resided within the god king realm, barring those who were also supreme divine bodies, She was capable of overpowering anyone. Xiao Li's strikes were swift and decisive, accompanied by resounding dragon roars. Her palm transformed into a fist, then back into a palm, unleashing unparalleled might. The two god kings opposite her roared in defiance, exerting their utmost efforts, unleashing various divine powers that manifested as terrifying beams of light aimed at her. Yet all were effortlessly neutralized by Xiao Li. 9 Dragons' Divine Palm. With a powerful strike, Xiao Li unleashed a colossal palm beneath which 9 golden dragons spiraled, roaring ferociously and radiating an awe-inspiring presence, instantly enveloping the two god kings. I harbor no intent to kill. Surrender your tokens, and I shall spare your lives. Xiao Li declared. Never. You, a mere ancient deity. I refuse to believe you possess the capability to slay us. One god king bellowed. Ensnared beneath the 9 dragons' grip of Xiao Li's palm, despite his attempts to use divine powers to escape, he found himself trapped. Ultimately, he resorted to summoning his god king's weapon to break free from her assault, yet he emerged gravely wounded, his body ravaged by the 9 dragons' force. His bones beginning to dissolve. Just as the two managed to escape, Xiao Li's onslaught resumed, this time far more ferocious, imbued with lethal intent. Since they refused to relinquish the tokens, she had no choice but to seize them by force. At this moment, her left hand summoned the Azure Dragon Seal, a dragon coiling above her palm. As she struck downward, the massive Azure Dragon roaring towards one of the god kings. Simultaneously, her right hand wielded the Yin-Yang Seal, the limitless path manifesting as the Yin-Yang Taiji diagram, descending upon the other. The god king wielding the divine artifact let out a mighty cry, channeling all his divine energy into his weapon, launching a fierce thrust at the approaching Azure Dragon. Boom! A tremendous quake reverberated, the surrounding space fracturing inch by inch, time and space collapsing, as immeasurable divine light engulfed the area entirely. In contrast, the other god king, lacking a divine artifact, was struck by Xiao Li's Yin-Yang Taiji diagram. His body shattered into countless pieces, raining down like a torrential bloodstorm, collapsing the mountains beneath. Meanwhile, the rest of the Xiao family battled fiercely against the cultivators beneath the god kings of their opposing faction. Xiao Zhan wielded the 9 extreme sword array. Xiao Lang brandished a long spear, and Xiao Ran swung a bloody blade, engaging in combat with the ancient deities across from them. Xiao Zhan and Xiao Ran relied solely on their own strength, eschewing the use of their quasi-divine imperial artifacts, as well as the creation artifact, the 6 paths of reincarnation mirror, wielded by Xiao Daoling. Yet this revelation left the 5 primordial factions observing the battlefield in astonishment. Previously, they believed only Xiao Li could traverse boundaries in combat, but now they realized that many among her group possessed the strength to do so. What exactly was going on? How did they all possess such terrifying combat prowess? The elder god king of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace exclaimed in surprise. It appears this faction harbors secrets. The elder of the Qingyuan Palace mused, stroking his chin. In that moment, all present began to ponder their own thoughts. You all should temper the greed in your eyes. Until you have investigated the background of the opposing faction, I advise you to think twice. The god king of the primordial sword sect warned solemnly. What is there to investigate? Can their strength possibly surpass our own? The elder god king of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace scoffed. I refuse to believe that the primordial sword sect does not covet such an enigmatic secret technique. Sighed the elder of the primordial sword sect, a god-level powerhouse. Well, since it has come to this, let us wait until our opponent emerges from the battlefield, or until they step into that ancient battleground before we make our move. We must not leave any room for reproach. Indeed, that is only natural, echoed several others with laughter. At that moment, the battlefield was under the scrutiny of many. Any reckless action could lead to unwanted attention. Yet, within the heart of the primordial sword sect elder lingered a hint of unease, as though an ominous event was impending. He inhaled deeply, suppressing this unsettling feeling, and once again focused his gaze on the battlefield. At this juncture, Xiao Li had managed to seize a token from one of the god-level beings. Yet another god was forced to flee in a disheveled state due to the presence of a divine artifact. Xiao Li did not pursue, for it would be futile to chase after a god wielding such power if their sole intent was to escape. She continued with the members of the Xiao family in search of more tokens, deliberately avoiding any encounters with half-step creation realm powerhouses, choosing instead to engage only with those of god level or beneath. Unless absolutely necessary, Xiao Li was unwilling to confront a half-step creation realm powerhouse. After all, facing such a formidable opponent would compel her to unleash artifacts surpassing the half-step creation level to achieve victory. For a considerable period, Xiao Li guided the Xiao family members in their quest to seize tokens, encountering dozens of factions along the way. Eventually, Xiao Yu made his appearance on the battlefield, though regrettably, he had yet to break through to the ancient god level. The cultivation environment here pales in comparison to that of our Xiao family. Xiao Yu lamented with a shake of his head. Nevertheless, he was now but a single step away from the ancient god level. Each breakthrough beyond the god realm demands a significant investment of time. I spent nearly 10 million years transitioning from celestial god to ancient god. Even with the aid of elixirs, one would require several 100,000 years. Xiao Li remarked. If we were within the family, sending someone to the 8th or 9th levels of the time tower would make it a breeze to break through to the ancient god level in such a short span. However, the time tower in that city outside is woefully inadequate, utterly incomparable to the time tower of our family. Can you contend with a god king now? Inquired Xiao Zhan. No, without breaking through the barrier of the ancient god level, I cannot face a god king. Xiao Yu replied, shaking his head. Ultimately, he was still merely a celestial god, albeit capable of wreaking havoc among ancient gods. Even the two supreme god kings who had previously pursued him no longer instilled fear. Not a concern. As long as we do not encounter a supreme god king, I fear no one else, Xiao Li asserted, continuing her pursuit of tokens. But unexpectedly, they soon confronted a half-step creation realm powerhouse, one belonging to a faction aware of the half-step creation artifact they possessed, the mysterious Cloud sect. Oh, I did not expect to encounter you so soon. I wonder if you still possess the ability to protect that half-step creation artifact? Guanqing sneered at Xiao Li. Whether I can protect it will be revealed when you try, Xiao Li replied, her voice resolute. Haha, very well. Let me see how much weight this ancient god carries. Guanqing bellowed, launching an assault towards Xiao Li. Among this group, he was undoubtedly the strongest, directing his attention solely at her. Do you think a mere ancient god like you is worthy of battling Xiao Li? Xiao Yu scoffed, his body radiating golden light as he instantly teleported before Guanqing and struck with a powerful punch. Guanqing was incensed. How dare a celestial god speak to him with such audacity? With that, he lunged at Xiao Yu, aiming to seize him by the head. Xiao Li regarded the half-step creation realm powerhouse from the mysterious Cloud sect and declared, I have no desire for conflict with you. I hope you do not force my hand, so please depart. What? Little girl, what are you saying? The elder of the mysterious Cloud sect chuckled, feeling as though he had heard the most absurd joke. I might consider leaving, but you must relinquish that half-step creation artifact and the token you possess. Otherwise, the notion of me leaving is sheer fantasy. It appears there is no room for negotiation. Then let us see how it unfolds. Xiao Li announced, a pristine white tower manifesting above her head. Oh, is this the half-step creation artifact? The elder of the mysterious Cloud sect gazed at the white tower with eyes ablaze with greed. Anyone who beheld such an artifact would be unable to suppress their yearning. If you desire it, you must demonstrate your strength, Xiao Li asserted, confident in her command of the half-step creation artifact, deeming it sufficient without resorting to her quasi-divine imperial artifact. Ha ha ha, the youth of today. They truly possess an audacity that defies reason. An ancient god dares to challenge me with merely a half-step creation artifact? Have I been in seclusion too long to be ignorant of the world's changes? Or are today's youths truly oblivious to their own limitations? The elder of the mysterious Cloud sect laughed heartily, his gaze toward Xiao Li laced with contempt. Unfazed, she maintained her silence, simply observing him, clad in a flowing white gown, her black hair billowing, her face adorned with a confident smile. Witnessing her lack of trepidation, the elder's demeanor shifted to one of irritation, and he ceased his banter, opting instead to display his true prowess. With a swift motion, he struck towards Xiao Li with a palm. Confronted by a half-step creation realm opponent, she dared not underestimate him, guiding the white tower above her to collide with the descending hand. A deafening roar echoed, reverberating through the air as time and space fractured. Faced with such a formidable adversary, she could only rely on the half-step creation artifact for defense, for she was no match for him otherwise. Divine light erupted. The void collapsed, and the white tower transformed into a radiant stream, controlled by Xiao Li, crashing into her opponent. Each descent harnessed the power of countless realms, capable of annihilation, yet all were thwarted by the elder's various divine abilities. The elder of the mysterious Cloud sect continuously unleashed powerful techniques in an attempt to suppress the half-step creation artifact. His palm pulsated with divine light, embodying supreme might as he grasped the white tower. However, with Xiao Li incessantly channeling divine energy into it, the tower erupted with terrifying power, breaking free from his grasp. This cycle repeated several times, yet he could not fully subdue the white tower, each attempt proving fruitless. Ultimately, he abandoned the notion of suppressing the tower and instead turned his ire towards Xiao Li. As long as he eliminated her, the tower would still belong to him. His form morphed into an afterimage, launching attacks from all directions towards Xiao Li, the energy generated by each assault inundating her position. Yet, despite this overwhelming onslaught, Xiao Li emerged unscathed from the sea of energy. At that moment, she spoke, "I am shielded by the half-step creation artifact. You cannot harm me. So it would be wise to relinquish your efforts." She possessed terrifying combat prowess, rivaling that of a supreme god king, capable of unleashing the full might of the half-step creation artifact. "Young one, do not be so arrogant." The elder of the mysterious cloud sect's voice turned grave. Did he truly risk a downfall here? Countless pairs of eyes from beyond the battlefield were fixed upon this confrontation. Should he withdraw now, his lifelong reputation would be tarnished. Must we truly continue to exhaust ourselves in this manner? Just as he was engulfed in anxiety, a resounding burst of laughter echoed. "The Xiao family? Ha ha ha, at last. I have found you." Accompanying the laughter was an overwhelming, terrifying aura that descended like an immense celestial canopy, followed by the arrival of a group of figures. With the laughter emanating from their leader, Xiao Li furrowed her brow. Another half-step creation realm expert had appeared. "If you seek death, then do not blame me," she thought grimly. "Ha ha ha, Taoist friend from the mysterious cloud sect. Who would have thought you would arrive before us to find the Xiao family? However, this concerns a half-step creation artifact, and I shall not relinquish it lightly." The newly appeared elder from the Thunder God sect, wreathed in crimson lightning akin to a gigantic serpent, radiated a destructive aura as he spoke with a smile. "Ah, so it is a friend from the Thunder God sect. Feel free to act as you wish. As the saying goes, treasures belong to those with the strength to claim them. If you truly possess the capability to seize it, I will not say a word." The elder from the mysterious cloud sect chuckled, as he had been struggling to breach the defenses of the White Tower. With their combined efforts, they should be able to overcome its defenses. "Ha ha ha, splendid. With your assurance, I am at ease." Thundercloud Tian, the elder from the Thunder God sect, laughed heartily before abruptly turning his gaze to Xiao Li and sternly demanded, "Girl, will you not hand over that artifact? Such a supreme treasure is not something a mere ancient deity like you should possess." Yet, Xiao Li stood unafraid and retorted, "Is this truly the demeanor of a half-step creation realm powerhouse? To rob an ancient deity of a treasure, this is your so-called strength? How shameless you are. Do you not fear being seen by those outside? Humph, since ancient times, treasures have been claimed by the powerful. What is wrong with that? If you are aware that you are but a minor ancient deity, you should not lay claim to this treasure. It is sheer ignorance to insist on hoarding what you cannot defend." Thundercloud Tian scorned, and without any visible movement, the crimson lightning around him surged violently, transforming into 9 lightning serpents that lunged toward Xiao Li. "Go!" Xiao Li exclaimed, summoning the White Tower above her like a colossal mountain that crashed downwards. Boom! The 9 crimson lightning serpents collided with the White Tower, resulting in an earth-shattering explosion that unleashed billions of divine rays in all directions, obliterating everything they touched. In that very moment, the elder from the mysterious cloud sect charged into the blinding divine light, aiming to strike down Xiao Li. Yet, in the next instant, a flash of red light flickered, and with a resounding bang, the elder's body exploded, his very soul shattered, dispersing into a mist of blood that lingered in the air. Thundercloud Tian, who had also intended to join the fray, was taken aback, halting in his tracks, his expression one of sheer terror as he gazed at Xiao Li. The elder from the mysterious cloud sect had perished? What had just transpired? Do you wish to know? Why not come and find out for yourself? Xiao Li replied with a smile. Yet, Thundercloud Tian was filled with dread. For only a true creation realm expert could obliterate a half-step creation realm being in a single strike. Could it be that she possessed the means of a creation realm powerhouse? Was that why she appeared so confident? From what force do you hail? Thundercloud Tian inquired solemnly. Do you not already know? I hail from the Xiao family. Xiao Li responded. Chapter 330. They hail from that Xiao family. Faced with a half-step creation realm expert, even a half-step creation artifact could only serve as a means of defense. It was nearly impossible to eliminate the opponent. Thus, when besieged by 2 half-step creation realm experts, Xiao Li unhesitatingly summoned her Jade Rui, regardless of whether she could unleash its full power. The sheer force of the origin artifact was sufficient to slay a half-step creation realm being. Ah, so it is the Xiao family. I shall remember this. And I will certainly pay a visit when I have the opportunity. Thundercloud Tian declared gravely before swiftly departing with the disciples of the Thunder God sect. Xiao Li did not pursue. Her intent was not to eradicate them, but rather to ensure that these half-step creation realm experts would not trouble her. As for the death of the elder from the mysterious cloud sect, that was purely a matter of unfortunate luck. Meanwhile, the battle between Xiao Yu and Guan Qing raged on, with the latter's heart tumultuous. Despite not employing powerful divine weapons, how could he, with his celestial deity cultivation, contend evenly with an ancient deity, and even seem to hold the upper hand? He was not merely an ancient deity, he was a divine body. And apart from the supreme divine bodies of the same realm, he feared no one. Yet now he found himself overshadowed by a celestial deity, which left him utterly perplexed. Ha ha ha, were you not intent on seizing the treasures of the Xiao family? You shouted so boisterously before, and I thought you were formidable. Yet this is all you can muster? Xiao Yu continued to unleash golden fists, employing his extraordinary divine abilities to assault his opponent. With each punch releasing physical attacks and verbal taunts, Guanxing's forehead throbbed with veins in response. He bellowed, forming seals with his hands, conjuring destructive attacks that turned into beams of light to counter Xiao Yu's overwhelming punches. He even summoned an ancient artifact, a battle spear, only to see it shattered by Xiao Yu's fist. Following this, another punch imbued with the laws of power struck, causing half of Guanxing's body to explode. Flesh and blood scattering as his form was sent hurtling like a meteor, crashing through countless mountains below. With a fierce roar, Xiao Yu charged downward like a ferocious beast. In a critical moment, Guanxing shattered a jade talisman in his hand, vanishing from the battlefield and reappearing in the city outside. This was a life-saving measure provided by their sect, allowing for an easy escape when the opponent was unprepared. The battlefield did not restrict entry or exit. But until the time limit was reached, the token could not be taken out of the arena. What? The elder has fallen? Upon entering the city, Guanxing learned of this devastating news from fellow disciples, standing frozen like a statue. Who killed the elder? He was a half-step creation realm expert. Guanxing's voice trembled with disbelief. It was inconceivable that even another half-step creation realm expert could cause such a rapid demise. It was that woman from the Xiao family. She must have employed some despicable means to utterly slay the elder, whispered a member of the mysterious Cloud sect. That woman from the Xiao family? Guanxing's body stiffened. How could it possibly be her? Was she not merely an ancient deity? Those who witnessed the elder's fall speculated that she might have utilized the techniques of a creation realm expert. For it was impossible to slay the elder with a single strike otherwise. That force must belong to a powerful hidden sect containing creation realm experts, which would explain her capabilities. We have likely provoked a powerful force we should not have. Upon hearing this, Guanxing cursed vehemently. Despicable. He had entirely forgotten the scene of their elder bullying an ancient deity with his half-step creation realm cultivation. At this moment, the elder gods of the 5 paramount forces displayed expressions of astonishment. An elder from the primordial sword sect remarked, "It seems that acquiring their secrets is not a trivial endeavor." Previously, the speed at which Xiao Li summoned the Jade Rui was astonishingly swift, leaving them unable to discern the details. All they witnessed was a fleeting crimson light, and then the ancestor of the mysterious mist sect perished right there. The ability to vanquish such a formidable foe in an instant undoubtedly belonged to a being of divine origin. Considering how few origin gods exist within the entire divine realm, it is improbable that one could appear here. If the opponent truly belongs to a hidden family, we would be in grave trouble. An elder from the Sun and Moon Divine Palace furrowed his brow. Even they, as established forces, would hesitate to provoke an entity of equal standing. It should not be a hidden family. The elder from the Qingyuan Palace spoke solemnly. I have already dispatched someone to investigate the origins of this group. As fate would have it, you are the Xiao family previously mentioned at the gates of the Divine Path. What? They are the Xiao family with the divine artifact? The elder from the Sun and Moon Divine Palace exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, they hail from that very Xiao family. The elder from Qingyuan Palace confirmed with a nod. Hee. What an intriguing coincidence. A divine artifact and such mysterious techniques that allow for cross-border combat. This Xiao family's secrets are indeed plentiful. The elder from the Sun and Moon Divine Palace chuckled softly. Ah, my friend, do you intend to take action against the Xiao family? The elder from the primordial sword sect inquired, his brow furrowing. Why not? Do you not covet the divine artifact? If you choose to refrain, then this opportunity shall be seized by us. The eyes of the elder from the Sun and Moon Divine Palace gleamed with avarice. Their palace lacked a divine artifact to bolster their strength. If they could seize the artifact from the Xiao family, it would undoubtedly elevate their power to new heights. This matter requires consultation with my sect before a decision is made. The elder from the primordial sword sect replied gravely. He harbored an inkling that the Xiao family was extraordinary. Merely the mysterious techniques of the woman on the battlefield were not to be underestimated. Even if they were to confront the Xiao family, it would likely require the intervention of an ancestor of divine origin, for those of their rank. It would only lead to their demise. What about the rest of you? If you wish to withdraw, I am entirely in favor. The elder from the Sun and Moon Divine Palace turned his gaze toward the other factions. We too must communicate with our sects before making a decision. The others echoed in unison. Very well, I await your resolutions with anticipation. At that moment on the battlefield, Xiao Yu was infuriated. How could the opponent simply flee amidst the fray? What ancient gods? Nonsense. He cursed vehemently, relishing the battle only to find that the adversary had vanished without a trace. Perhaps they were frightened by your prowess. Xiao Li and the others approached him. Humph, if one lacks the strength, they should not be so arrogant from the outset. Xiao Yu scoffed. He then turned to Xiao Li and asked, have you resolved your troubles? Yes, 2 half-step origin gods. One was dispatched by my Jade Rui, while the other fled in terror. Xiao Li responded, hasn't your origin ancient artifact been exposed then? If a mere half-step divine artifact can attract so many enemies, what chaos would ensue should the origin ancient artifact be revealed? Chapter 331, Approaching Conclusion. Not at all, my speed was quite swift, and I was situated at the energy center, so those observing outside likely did not notice. That's fortunate, otherwise, we would have to contend with those of divine origin. With our current cultivation, relying solely on our own strength would still be somewhat inadequate. In that case, let us continue our quest for the tokens. Having recently acquired a token from the ancestor of the mysterious Mist sect, Xiao Li now possessed over a dozen tokens. Yet, in the eyes of the Xiao family, this was still insufficient. They needed to acquire more to secure their chances of entering the top 100. Consequently, Xiao Li led the Xiao family in their quest throughout this realm. Intense battles erupted periodically, shaking this space to its core. Aside from the clashes involving Xiao Li and Xiao Yu, every member of the Xiao family who had entered was engaged in combat against their rivals. Here, there were no personal grievances, only the allure brought forth by the tokens. For any faction that had participated in the Divine Sky 100 battles and made a name for themselves knew that competing for tokens was tantamount to vying for the opportunity to enter another realm of fortune. In that place, even beings of divine origin and even more formidable entities could manifest. Of course, inheritance was merely one aspect. Artifacts, elixirs, and other extraordinary treasures awaited. Occasionally, acquiring a single elixir could even lead to a breakthrough in one's realm right then and there. Despite the inherent dangers, when faced with such fortuitous prospects, everyone yearned to take a chance. This information had naturally reached Xiao Li and her companions, and they too aspired to gain the qualification to enter that realm of opportunity. Thus, when confronted with tokens, none showed any mercy. Naturally, should they encounter half-step origin gods, they would not initiate conflict. However, if those adversaries sought to provoke them, they would not hesitate to retaliate, unleashing their formidable artifacts without reservation. Thus, they traversed this world, continually gathering tokens. During this time, Xiao Yu unexpectedly encountered the 2 ancient gods who had once pursued him. These 2 were not from the same faction, yet each was immensely powerful, both possessing unparalleled divine bodies. Such a caliber of physique was rare even within the divine realm. As the saying goes, enemies meet with heightened hostility. Xiao Yu clashed with one of them, yet he could not overpower his opponent. As beings with unrivaled divine bodies, they were invincible within their realm. Although Xiao Yu's strength was also unmatched among ancient gods, the encounter of 2 invincible forces inevitably led to a stalemate. After a prolonged struggle, both emerged battered and bruised. Yet neither could best the other. Ultimately, it was Xiao Li who intervened to halt their conflict. Our objective this time is the tokens. If you must settle your scores, do so once we emerge from here. Xiao Li refrained from slaying the opponent, knowing that they were Xiao Yu's foes. Xiao Yu's nature disdained anyone meddling in his affairs. Wait until I break through to ancient god, then we can settle this once and for all. Xiao Yu declared toward his adversary. As you wish. The ancient god, Chen Shitian, replied. Yet he knew full well that once the other broke through to ancient god, he would stand no chance against him. The capacity to engage in cross-border combat was something he could never match. However, despite this, he felt no fear, for as an unparalleled divine body, he held his own pride. The battlefield of 100 battles was vast, yet skirmishes erupted incessantly across all corners. As time progressed, tensions continued to escalate among the various factions. For many, securing a position within the top 100 was not merely an honor, but a life-preserving talisman. Hence, all factions fought with fervor. The clashes on the battlefield were relentless, with countless cultivators falling, including even elder gods from esteemed factions. After extensive searching, the Divine Path sect finally located the Xiao family half a year later. Without further ado, the elder gods among them sprang into action, intent on annihilating the Xiao family and avenging their fallen ancestors. Regrettably, the outcome did not align with their expectations, despite the involvement of 2 ancient gods among them. Xiao Li's combat prowess was on par with the Invincible God King, rendering them utterly unthreatening. Indeed, a confrontation ensued. However, Xiao Li, intent on acquiring more tokens, did not squander time with them, swiftly summoning the White Tower to subdue the 2 God Kings from the Divine Path sect. The other disciples of the sect were no exception, as this faction had previously abducted their clan leader, although the leader had merely been toying with them. This transgression was intolerable. Now that they had encountered their adversaries, there was no chance of letting them escape. Thus, Xiao Li executed them mercilessly, annihilating the faction that had come to participate in the Divine Sky 100 battles, and naturally seizing a number of tokens in the process. Over 100 tokens, accounting for 1/10 of all available, should suffice to secure a position within the top 100, Xiao Li mused, gazing at the tokens in Jinghai. At that moment, a resplendent rainbow glow emanated from her, soaring into the heavens, visible from a considerable distance. This should be adequate. Now, we merely need to seek a tranquil spot to await the final moments, after which we shall be qualified to enter that realm of opportunity. However, the winds of fate are unpredictable. On the very day the final moments arrived, the Xiao family found themselves encircled by several factions. Each of the incoming forces was among the most formidable, with their leaders all being half-step Genesis realm experts. Well, if it isn't you, the defeated one dares to show up? Xiao Li remarked, frowning at an elder ensconced in crimson lightning, the very one who had fled earlier. Lei Yuntian of the Thunderous Lightning sect. Humph, merely relying on external forces, what is there to be so arrogant about? Lei Yuntian scoffed. His return was fueled by intelligence gathered about the Xiao family. It became evident that they lacked any true Genesis realm powerhouse, with their strongest member being this ancient god realm woman before him. Now, faced with so many half-step Genesis realm experts, the old man was eager to witness just how many tricks she had left up her sleeve. The factions assembled here were of equal standing with the Thunderous Lightning sect, each boasting their own half-step Genesis realm elders. With such a formidable lineup, he had little doubt that the Xiao family could muster any significant resistance. Even if she possessed some extraordinary abilities, there were limitations to their use, rendering unrestricted application impossible. So, have you all resolved to wade through this murky water? Xiao Li inquired, addressing the half-step Genesis realm experts surrounding them. Child, you exhibit remarkable courage, maintaining your composure in the face of so many formidable opponents. I admire you for that. How about this? If you marry into my Qingmu Island, I can guarantee your safety. What say you? An elder suggested with a smile. What? The astonishment was palpable, not only for Xiao Li, but for the other members of the Xiao family as well. This old man dared to coerce Xiao Li into marrying into Qingmu Island. Did he not fear the wrath of their clan leader, whose mere thought could obliterate their faction? I find it far more convenient to annihilate your so-called Qingmu Island than to marry into it. Xiao Li retorted with a cold laugh. Child, I hope you will think twice before speaking, lest you invite calamity upon yourself. My grandson possesses extraordinary qualities. You two would be a perfect match. Marrying into Qingmu Island would bring unimaginable benefits to both you and your family, and you certainly would not wish for your kin to perish here today, would you? Yuanmu. The elder from Qingmu Island narrowed his eyes, a hint of menace seeping forth. Grandpa, I find this girl quite appealing, especially her pair of horns, which possess a unique charm, unlike any other women I have encountered before. A fair-skinned youth holding a folding fan emerged behind Yuanmu, assessing Xiao Li with interest. Ha, splendid. As long as you like her, I shall see to it that your wishes are fulfilled. Yuanmu laughed heartily. I say, Yuanmu, do you truly believe you can disregard us so easily? You may take the girl, but that artifact she possesses must remain. Lei Yuntian asserted sternly. Indeed. You may take the girl, but the artifact must stay. Several other half-step Genesis realm experts concurred. How can you think so? If this girl marries into Qingmu Island, then that artifact will naturally become part of her dowry, belonging to our Qingmu Island. How could it possibly remain with you? Yuanmu shook his head at the other elders. Very well, I suspected you were scheming, but given the number of us present today, your attempt to monopolize that artifact will not be so easily accomplished. Lei Yuntian sneered. Ha, then let us see if you can withstand my might. Yuanmu asserted confidently. I ask you all, have you finished your prattle? Xiao Li interjected, her brow furrowed, her voice rising in anger. This scene evoked memories of a time before she met her master in the celestial realm, when it felt as though others were dictating her every action, a sensation she found quite unsettling. Oh, indeed, let me first subdue her, Yuanmu declared, turning his gaze to Xiao Li, his fingers curling into claws, lunging toward her. In that instant, his fingers resembled colossal pillars supporting the heavens, radiating divine light, with the patterns on his skin transforming into powerful Dao marks, accompanied by the emergence of divine runes exuding a terrifying aura. Yuanmu was aware that the ancestor of the Miao sect had fallen at Xiao Li's hands. Thus, he dared not be careless, unleashing his full power to thoroughly subdue her. Wishful thinking. You shall not succeed in monopolizing anything. The other elders present were equally unwilling to stand idly by as Yuanmu attempted to seize the White Tower from Xiao Li. You old fools, she is my granddaughter-in-law. You must not harm her. Yuan Mu struck out with both hands, one reaching for Xiao Li while the other defended against the others. Humph, granddaughter-in-law. Merely your pretext to obtain that artifact. If you truly desire a granddaughter-in-law, my sect has no shortage of beautiful women. Simply find one, provided you withdraw from here. Are you willing? One elder mocked. Humph, those withered fruits from your sect are hardly worthy of my grandson. They wouldn't even be fit to carry his shoes. Yuan Mu retorted. Old scoundrel Yuan Mu, you are becoming insufferable. In an instant, several elder-level experts not only reached for Xiao Li, but also directed their attacks toward Yuan Mu, who had drawn their ire. The white tower materialized above Xiao Li, radiating pure white light, shielding her from the onslaught of the elder-level experts. She refrained from immediately summoning the Jade Rui, to avoid drawing the attention of the Genesis realm powers outside. Xiao Li decided to wait until they were locked in battle before making her move, ideally resolving the situation swiftly. This time, she resolved to hold nothing back. Yet, there remained one individual who had yet to take action, the previously apprehensive Lei Yuntian. He stood a short distance away, not out of fear of these adversaries, but rather due to his concern regarding the peculiar methods wielded by Xiao Li. Such techniques possessed the terrifying capability to obliterate a half-step Genesis realm expert in an instant, instilling within him a profound sense of dread. Thus, he resolved to bide his time until the others had thoroughly exhausted Xiao Li's strange powers before making his move. He was not alone in his observation. Many formidable figures within the city beyond the battlefield were also watching intently. After all, the congregation of so many half-step Genesis realm experts in one location was a rare spectacle. Curiosity abounded regarding the fate of the Xiao Clan amidst the onslaught of such powerful beings. Come now, let me witness the nature of that enigmatic technique in your grasp, murmured an elder from the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. Having resolved to take action against the Xiao family, it would be prudent to gather as much intelligence as possible about their capabilities. They would not wish to meet a fate as inexplicable as that of the elder from the Misty Sect. Eliminate them. Eradicate every last one of the Xiao clan. Gu Qing of the Misty Sect, intoxicated in a nearby tavern, felt the weight of their elder's demise profoundly. He could almost foresee the tumult that would ensue once the news of this battle reached their sect after the dust settled. Those powers they had once trampled upon would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to strike while they were down, plunging the Misty Sect into despair. Thus, upon witnessing the Xiao clan surrounded by a cadre of half-step Genesis realm experts, Gu Qing was filled with exhilaration, eagerly anticipating the moment when the Xiao family would be utterly annihilated. In the midst of the battlefield, Xiao Li stood at the center of a surging ocean of energy, her white hair billowing as she shielded herself from the violent energy fluctuations arising from the clashes of nearby half-step Genesis realm experts. The others had retreated to a safe distance, without Xiao Zhan revealing the presence of a quasi-divine artifact. They knew they could not withstand the terrifying energies unleashed by these formidable opponents. Chapter 333. If you disregard the code of combat, do not blame me for resorting to unconventional means. At this moment, the air was rent with explosive sounds that shook the heavens and the earth. Were it not for the presence of this Genesis divine power, the vast world would have been utterly shattered. Boundless divine light and divine pathways intertwined. Blinding rays emanating from the center, transforming the area into a source of transcendental power, rendering those outside unable to discern the events unfolding within. And it was precisely at this moment that Xiao Li made her move. The Jade Rui was summoned, piercing through the fabric of time and space, striking abruptly at the Yuan Mu, who was currently fending off attacks from other ancestral-level experts. Unlike the impulsive elder from the Misty Sect, Yuan Mu was keenly aware of his surroundings. The moment the Jade Rui manifested, he sensed it, yet assumed it was merely the attack of another and did not ponder further, countering with a palm strike. With a thunderous impact, Yuan Mu's fist collided with the Jade Rui, his radiant fist exploding in an instant, transforming into a mist of blood. What is this? Yuan Mu gasped in shock, his gaze fixated on the red light rushing toward him once more. This time, he dared not meet it head-on, swiftly evading to the side. Could this be the mysterious technique spoken of by Lei Yuntian? Yuan Mu was astounded. No wonder it could lead to the fall of the Misty Sect's elder. Such terrifying power was beyond his ability to withstand. Yuan Mu, weren't you quite arrogant just now? Why the retreat? A senior ancestral-level expert barked, swiftly pursuing him. Yet, with a resounding crash, the Jade Rui struck him instead. In that instant, even his half-step Genesis body was unable to withstand the assault of the Jade Rui. The impact obliterated him, scattering his form like brilliant fireworks amidst the blinding divine light, dissolving into countless drops of blood. Despite this being merely the collision of the Jade Rui, this artifact was nearly on par with quasi-divine status. A single strike was sufficient to annihilate both the opponent's soul and all spiritual essence within, eradicating any possibility of resurrection. However, the fallout from the demise of an ancestral-level expert reverberated powerfully, instantly alarming the other experts engaging Yuanmu. As their expressions turned to sheer horror, they realized that a peer among them had fallen. In that fleeting moment, the Jade Rui surged toward the nearest ancestral-level expert. That individual, witnessing the oncoming threat, did not evade but instead unleashed a low growl, his aura surging with overwhelming might, seemingly capable of suppressing the very heavens themselves, and struck out with a powerful fist. Yuanmu, not far away, smirked disdainfully. Even he had just suffered a significant loss, and yet this individual dared to confront that peculiar object head-on. Boom. The Jade Rui clashed with the opponent's fist, and in an instant, immeasurable divine light radiated in all directions, causing the very fabric of time and space at the collision point to collapse into a black hole. Like a tidal wave, the energy surged back, crashing into the half-step Genesis expert, shattering his bones and pulverizing his organs, leaving countless cracks resembling porcelain across his body, blood gushing forth. As he continuously spewed forth blood mixed with chunks of his internal organs, the scene was nothing short of tragic. Yet, Xiaoli showed no signs of relenting. Atop her head was a white tower, commanding the Jade Rui, which bore the power to obliterate all, as it struck once more. This time, the opponent dared not withstand it head-on, his body retreating in haste. Unfortunately, he was already grievously injured, and despite his desperate attempts to flee, he was struck on the shoulder by the Jade Rui. With a resounding boom, half of his body was annihilated. The half-step Genesis expert let out a wretched scream as his form was hurled away. However, before he could regain his balance, the Jade Rui descended upon him once again. "No, Yuanmu, save me," he cried in terror. But how could Yuanmu come to his aid? Like Lei Yuntian, he too was waiting for others to expend more of their strength, for they believed that such methods could not be sustained indefinitely. It would be the opportune moment for them to act. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Xiaoli had no intention of sparing anyone present. As they watched the spectacle unfold, an inexplicable sense of danger arose, and even the ever-watchful Lei Yuntian felt a chill run down his spine. What was happening? Alarmed, Lei Yuntian, a relic who had survived for over 1 billion years, understood that such feelings did not arise without cause. He immediately extended his consciousness outward, scanning for any lurking threats. Yet, he found nothing amiss. The other ancestral-level experts experienced similar sensations. Having cultivated to such heights, they had faced countless dangers, their vigilance ingrained in their very bones. Like Lei Yuntian, they discovered nothing amiss. Little did they know, outside the battlefield, Xiao Yan had already set his sights upon them. Under normal circumstances, they would not resort to using artifacts of such caliber, but if their adversaries chose to act without honor, they could hardly blame them for unleashing their full potential. Just moments ago, Xiaoli realized that her ambush would not be sufficient to eliminate all of their adversaries. Thus, she instructed Xiao Yin and Xiao Zhan to prepare for the summoning of their divine artifacts, vowing to eradicate every last one of them. However, should Xiao Zhan employ the sword formation, it would undoubtedly draw the attention of the outside world. Only Xiao Yin's void fire could silently incinerate their foes, leaving not a trace behind. The reason Yuan Mu and his companions sensed danger was that Xiao Yan's void fire had already stealthily manifested beside them. This flame was peculiar, merging seamlessly with the void, and due to its elevated rank, Yuan Mu and the others remained oblivious to its presence. At the very moment Xiao Li succeeded in subduing the elder-level powerhouse, the void fire under Xiao Yan's control surged forth, enveloping Yuan Mu and Lei Yuntian in an instant. By the time they perceived anything unusual, it was already too late. The void fire surrounded them like a blazing sphere. Yuan Mu roared, his divine energy surging, a force that could shake the heavens, as he attempted to tear apart the unknown entity that ensnared him. Alas, the moment his divine energy made contact with the void fire, it was rendered null. Furthermore, the imperceptible void fire swiftly traveled along the direction of energy transmission, incinerating Yuan Mu's arms within moments. The others fared no better, all of them howling as they unleashed their full strength to break free from this bizarre assault. Lei Yuntian, engulfed in crimson lightning, seemed to transform into the very source of the thunder, an unending torrent of lightning erupting from within him, crashing against the flames. Yet, even this proved futile. His lightning was instantaneously consumed by the invisible fire, evaporating into the void. Chapter 334, Departing the Battlefield. Soon, the intangible flames began to scorch Lei Yuntian's arms, and wherever they passed, flesh and bone were reduced to nothingness. Was this truly fire? Could such a terrifying flame exist in this world? Lei Yuntian cried out, casting a glance towards Xiao Li at the center of divine light, only to find her standing there calmly, devoid of any further action. This implied that she was not the one behind this. Who, then, was orchestrating this attack from the shadows? Regrettably, as he uttered this question, his life reached its conclusion. The void fire had completely engulfed him, and his body dissipated into the void. Even at the moment of his demise, he remained unaware of who had struck him down. The others were no exception. Even Yuan Mu, the strongest among them, found himself helpless, having summoned his own half-step creation artifact, only to be incinerated in an instant. Who could it be that attacked us, these sneaky rodents? If one possesses such ability, they ought to emerge and engage in a fair battle. Yuan Mu howled, unleashing his terrifying divine powers in a desperate bid to strike out at his surroundings, yet it yielded no results. Even when he unleashed his most potent creation-level divine technique, it was entirely consumed by the void fire before it could reach its target. The power of the origin-level flame was beyond the capacity of a mere half-step creation god to withstand. Even a true creation god would find it impossible to withstand the unparalleled might of such extraordinary fire. Not far away, Xiaoyan smirked, a fair battle? Had they not acted without honor first, he would not have resorted to using the extreme Tao divine fire furnace. In mere moments, all the elder-level powerhouses who had besieged the Xiao family met their demise here. Xiaoyan retracted that. For within the extreme Tao divine fire furnace resided 12 supreme divine lights, each possessing power comparable to that of an origin realm powerhouse. He would never utilize this artifact unless absolutely necessary. The Xiao clan remained composed, yet the cities outside erupted into chaos. Due to the unique nature of the void fire, onlookers could not perceive any signs of attack on the elder-level powerhouses. They merely witnessed these figures vanish into nothingness in an instant. Guanqing of the Miao Miao sect was left utterly dumbfounded. He had anticipated that these individuals would completely annihilate the Xiao clan, yet such an unforeseen event had transpired. It was over. Could the Xiao clan truly be a formidable force? A chill coursed through Guanqing's heart. If so, how could they exact their revenge? Nevertheless, they could not let the Xiao clan off the hook. This enmity was irreconcilable. They intended to eradicate the Xiao family while they were still vulnerable, allowing them to taste the agony of losing their kin. After all, those present were undoubtedly the most powerful members of the Xiao clan. Moreover, he had already sent word to the Miao Miao sect for a response, and it was said that the sect had dispatched individuals to gather specific intelligence about the Xiao clan. If possible, they would not hesitate to obliterate the foundations of the Xiao family. What on earth had transpired? The elder gods of the 5 great creation forces felt a chill run down their spines as they beheld the scene on the battlefield. Aside from the initially flickering red light, they had seen no indication of Yuan Mu and his companion's demise. Was this yet another manifestation of the Xiao clan's methods? The elder of the primordial sword sect exclaimed in shock. Impossible. How could a clan without a single god king possess such enigmatic capabilities? Perhaps some powerful entity had entered the battlefield. The elder of the sun and moon divine hall frowned. That would be too coincidental. Moreover, what kind of powerful being could so easily slay half-step creation realm powerhouses? Surely only a creation realm powerhouse could achieve such a feat. But why would they intervene to aid the Xiao clan at this moment? Could it be that the Xiao clan had the backing of a creation realm powerhouse? Thus, upon witnessing half-step creation realm beings targeting their kin, they chose to act? The elder of the Qing Yuan Palace pondered. Impossible. According to the divine path gate, the Xiao clan's ability to slay their half-step creation realm elder relied solely on a creation artifact. How could they possess such a powerful being? The elder of the sun and moon divine hall shook his head. Furthermore, if they had a creation realm powerhouse stationed, why would they remain so low-key? The Xiao clan is not some hidden family, yet he could not explain the events unfolding on the battlefield. If it were not the Xiao clan's doing, who else could have intervened at such a critical moment to save them? With this thought, the elder of the sun and moon divine hall began to devise a plan. Since it was uncertain, why not test it? Before long, the god Xiaobai battle concluded. The members of the Xiao clan emerged from the battlefield, satisfied. This time, with Xiao Li at the center, nearly all clan members had participated in the conflict. Other factions, like the Xiao clan, also brought along several disciples of lower cultivation for training, ensuring that the god Xiaobai battle served its purpose for the higher-ups of the Xiao clan. As for the opportunities that lay ahead, they had become of little concern. Upon returning to the city, all eyes turned towards the Xiao clan. Curiosity piqued regarding how the half-step creation realm powerhouses had met their demise during the battle. Xiao clan, you shall perish. Someone shouted with a fierce countenance. It was a god king wrapped in terrifying lightning, glaring furiously at the leading Xiao Li. From the Thunder God sect, is it? What now? Is the death of your ancestor not sufficient? Do you wish to perish here as well? Xiao Li remarked coldly, her gaze fixed on the other party. The Xiao family will not let this matter rest. The voice of her adversary was thick with animosity. The fall of their ancestor, a half-step creation god. and the insufficient collection of tokens meant that they had now been relegated to the status of a God-King level force, without the protection of a creation-level power. The likelihood of their demise had significantly increased, especially given that the subordinate forces within the territories allocated by the 5 major creation-level factions would not let them off so easily. The powerful figures from forces such as Qingmu Island glared at the Xiao family, their resentment palpable, yearning to flay them alive. Regrettably, they were left with no choice but to vent their fury verbally, too fearful to take any actual action. If your 10,000 Thunder sect is not afraid of annihilation, feel free to come after us, Xiao Li retorted with a mocking smile. Subsequently, they submitted their tokens and, surprisingly, emerged as the victors of this round of the Divine Sky 100 battles. The members of the Xiao family were astonished. How could they claim the first position with merely a little over 100 tokens? It must be that the tokens held by several other half-step creation-level forces had been incinerated by Xiao Yan. Xiao Zhan speculated. Although those tokens were crafted by experts of the creation realm, they could not withstand Xiao Yan's supreme, otherworldly flames. Indeed, this was the reality. The factions such as Qingmu Island had held a considerable number of tokens, all of which were reduced to ashes by Xiao Yan. In comparison, the tokens possessed by other God-King level forces paled in number against those of the Xiao family. How splendid that our first participation has resulted in claiming the top spot. Henceforth, the name of the Xiao family shall surely resonate throughout the Divine Sky realm, bringing us a step closer to the Patriarch's aspiration of becoming the sovereign of the Divine Sky. Xiao Yu exclaimed with joy. Indeed, they had made progress. Yet further advancement would pose significant challenges. The time required for a breakthrough was unfathomable, Xiao Li remarked. Even though they possessed the supreme divine body, subsequent breakthroughs demanded an immense amount of time. While there was the time tower, the contribution points required were astronomical, making it no simple task to accumulate such a vast sum. Isn't there a place of opportunity here? I wonder what kind of fortune it might hold. Hopefully, it will yield some precious resources for us, Xiao Zhan suggested. Do not entertain such thoughts. How could the opportunities they choose to reveal be anything of value? I suspect they are merely chances they themselves deem unworthy. Xiao Yu shook his head. Nevertheless, they resolved to explore the opportunity-laden location, for they had already arrived. And even the smallest morsel is still sustenance. Just as they were preparing to return to the inn for rest, representatives from the 5 major creation-level forces approached them. Esteemed friends of the Xiao family, our elders from the 5 forces request your presence. The envoy clasped his fists and addressed Xiao Li, who led the group. Is this invitation extended to all forces ranked within the top 100? Xiao Li inquired. The events unfolding on the battlefield were known to the cultivators outside. The demise of several half-step creation realm experts would undoubtedly attract considerable attention, and it was possible that the 5 factions sought to interrogate them. That I cannot clarify. I am merely here to relay the message. Very well, we shall proceed at once. Xiao Li nodded, undeterred by the motives of their visitors. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Li and her companions encountered the God-King experts from the 5 factions, and it was evident that no other forces were present. The Xiao family realized they had been summoned specifically. Xiao family, do you not owe us an explanation? The elder from the Yingyang Divine Hall demanded sternly upon their arrival. Xiao Li narrowed her eyes, sensing the hostility. However, they bore no grudge against this faction. Had they perhaps slain someone connected to them? I do not comprehend your words. We harbor no enmity between us that warrants an explanation, Xiao Li responded with an indifferent demeanor. Humph, you dare to feign ignorance. You have slain the ancestors of several major forces, inflicting great losses upon the Divine Sky realm, and now you speak of needing to provide no explanation? The elder from the Yingyang Divine Hall rebuked sharply. Such statements cannot be made lightly. What do you mean by claiming we have slain the ancestors of various factions? Surely you can see that our strongest member is merely at the ancient god realm. What capacity do we have to slay half-step creation realm experts? As the other party's attitude became increasingly aggressive, Xiao Li's tone lost all traces of deference, sparing not even a respectful title. Preposterous. Do you think we are blind? Did we not witness the events of the battlefield? The Yingyang Divine Hall elder slammed the table in anger. Oh, so, you claim to have witnessed us slay several half-step creation gods. Might I inquire as to the methods by which we supposedly dispatched those ancestral-level experts? Or do you believe that our cultivation could allow us to kill such beings? A derisive smirk graced Xiao Li's lips. You dare to be insolent. The elder from the Yingyang Divine Hall bellowed, divine power surging within him. Enough. Just as he was about to erupt in fury, others finally intervened, which quelled the elder's rising emotions. The elder from the primordial sword sect turned his gaze toward Xiao Li and asked, the red light that previously appeared must have been your doing, correct? Moreover, how did you manage to engage in cross-border combat? So, that was your intent. Xiao Li chuckled coldly. She had anticipated that this would attract the attention of many factions outside the battlefield. Yet she had not expected the first to approach them would be these 5 forces. How we achieve this should not concern you. What audacity! The Xiao family is indeed the first to display such boldness before our 5 forces. The elder from the Qingyuan palace remarked with a frown. Do you not realize that we can revoke your ranking at any time? Revoking our ranking? That is your prerogative, for this divine sky 100 battles was orchestrated by you. How you choose to act is your right. However, if you think that such threats will compel us to capitulate, you are gravely mistaken. Xiao Li replied nonchalantly. Their mission had been successfully accomplished. Whether or not they ventured to that so-called place of opportunity was of little consequence. As for the ranking in the Divine Sky 100 battles, they held no regard for it. Xiao Li's response astonished the 5 elders. For those factions participating in the Divine Sky 100 battles, the opportunity was secondary, while securing a position within the top 100 was their primary goal. After all, being within the top 100 would grant them the protection of the 5 major forces, shielding them from annihilation. Observing the unwavering stance of the Xiao family, the elder from the primordial sword sect stated, "We 5 sects have previously declared that any faction ranked within the top 100 qualifies for entry into that place of opportunity. We shall not go back on our word. Since the Xiao family has met the criteria, you may enter at your discretion. However, I must caution you that the area is exceedingly perilous. Even experts of the creation realm have met their demise there, so you must think carefully. There have been many who faced total annihilation. Thank you for the warning, esteemed elder. When the opportunity arises, we shall certainly investigate." Xiao Li replied with a respectful gesture. Such an opportunity could not be missed. Moreover, upon hearing that even creation realm experts could fall, Xiao Li felt a surge of excitement within her. Given the inherent dangers, it is inevitable that the areas explored are exceedingly scarce, and such locales are likely to harbor rare opportunities. If places were accessible to all, one would hardly expect any significant fortuity to arise. Upon hearing that they would indeed venture forth, the elders of the 5 great powers could not help but display faint smiles. Their greatest fear was that the Xiao family would refrain from participating. Only with the Xiao family entering that realm of fortune would they find it convenient to make their move. The intentions of these factions were far from pure. After departing, Xiao Lang murmured. The opposing party was not only curious about their secrets of cross-border warfare, but also intrigued by the techniques they possessed. What of it? Let them not provoke us, lest they find the Xiao family rising to become the sovereign of the divine sky realm. Xiao Zhan scoffed. Chapter 336. Xiao Chen takes action. How can the Xiao family possibly remain unafraid of the pressure exerted by our 5 great powers? Could it be that they truly feel invincible? The elder of the primordial sword sect furrowed his brow. The demeanor of the Xiao family members was exceedingly peculiar. In the entire divine sky realm, who would dare adopt such an attitude before the 5 great powers? Unless, of course, they genuinely harbor no fear of them. The elder of the Yinyang divine palace wore a grim expression, had it not been for the utility of these Xiao family members, or their apprehension towards those enigmatic techniques in their possession. He would have struck them down in an instant. External forces are ultimately just that, external. Before true strength, all techniques are but futile endeavors. Regardless, the secrets of the Xiao family shall surely fall into the hands of the Yinyang divine palace. As for the rest of you, make your own decisions. The elder of the Yinyang divine palace huffed coldly and turned to leave. In preparation for this expedition to the realm of fortune, the Yinyang divine palace had dispatched numerous formidable individuals, including several at the half-step creation realm, with even ancestors of the creation realm potentially making an appearance. At that time, it would become the burial ground for these Xiao family members. Before that moment arrives, I shall suppress this annoyance within. The elder of the primordial sword sect shook his head. News had reached their sect as well, indicating that the primordial sword sect wished to avoid unnecessary complications, preferring instead to quietly explore that perilous location. As Xiao Li and the others awaited the opening of the realm of fortune, the Wanlei divine sect, along with Qingmu Island and several other factions whose ancestors they had slain, swiftly gathered together. They intended to seize the opportunity to obliterate the Xiao family's stronghold before the return of their formidable members, making them feel the anguish of this world. Normally, those participating in the Divine Sky 100 battles would be the strongest members of a faction, making this the weakest moment for the Xiao family's stronghold. But the Xiao family was anything but ordinary. To be cautious, these factions amassed all their powerful individuals, vowing to eradicate the Xiao family entirely. Gentlemen, we cannot allow a single member of the Xiao family to escape. I intend to eradicate every last one of them within this city, declared Lei Yunxiao, the leader of the Wanlei divine sect, as he gazed at the floating city in the distance, his eyes ablaze with crimson fury, veins bulging, and dark thunder coiling around him like a colossal dragon, exuding an aura of annihilation. Is this even a question? replied Lu Wanshan, the leader of Qingmu Island. His fists clenched, hair wild and unruly, resembling a frenzied beast. The leaders of the other factions echoed his sentiments. Slaying their ancestors was a grievance that could not be forgiven. Today, they vowed to exact a blood price from the Xiao family. To this end, each faction had mobilized their utmost resources, including all the divine sovereigns, along with their divine sovereign artifacts. Their determination to extinguish the Xiao family was abundantly clear. In the next instant, they roared in unison, radiating boundless divine light that obscured the sun above, saturating this space-time with a kaleidoscope of divine brilliance. The overwhelming might erupted from within them, an unfathomable torrent of energy surging forth like a celestial river, crashing towards the divine city ahead. In that moment, they unleashed their most formidable powers, intent on annihilating the city and its inhabitants, the Xiao family. As they focused on the divine city, several elders of the Xiao family sensed the impending threat. Xiao Ling Tian quickly grasped the situation from their conversation. It was Xiao Li and her companions who had slain several ancestors of rival factions. And now those factions sought to obliterate the Xiao family, while their powerful members were still absent. Were it not for Xiao Chen's presence, any ordinary faction would indeed struggle to withstand such an onslaught. He shook his head with a wry smile. However, this is quite fitting. The youth should indeed act recklessly. I shall go out and deal with them, declared Xiao Feng. Allow me to take care of this. A voice interjected, and Xiao Chen's figure materialized in the midst. What? The clan leader is taking action? The elders exclaimed in astonishment. It is merely a side endeavor. I intend to join Xiao Li and the others in exploring that realm of fortune, Xiao Chen remarked, wielding a folding fan, a semi-transparent golden dragon coiling around him. Oh, is there something particularly extraordinary about that place that warrants your personal involvement? Inquired Xiao Yuanshan, astonished. The opportunities within are quite promising, though not enough to necessitate my presence. The primary reason is that I wish to ensure they do not overlook the most profound opportunities without guidance. Xiao Chen replied, and with that, his figure vanished from the divine city. As Lei Yunxiao and the others bellowed like madmen, the divine energies surging within them coalesced into a radiant beam aimed at the Xiao family. Just as it was about to strike the city, a golden energy barrier appeared before the divine city, intercepting the combined assault of all. A figure clad in white emerged before the golden veil, advancing towards them. And the once mighty energy beam began to be forced back step by step. What? The Xiao family possesses such a powerful being? Lu Wanshan of Qingmu Island gasped in astonishment. Shouldn't all the Xiao family's strong members be absent? Xiao Chen gently swayed his folding fan, the golden dragon flitting about him, a smile gracing his features. He walked as if an ordinary person, yet with every step, the energy beam receded as if drawn back by the tide. Witnessing this scene, Lu Wanshan and the others were naturally filled with trepidation. The existence of such a powerful entity within the Xiao family exceeded their expectations, yet at this moment, there was no turning back. Everyone, do not hold back, otherwise, we shall undoubtedly perish. Lei Yunxiao snarled with a savage expression. In the next moment, a round pool emerged from his brow, within which an endless sea of thunder surged, twisting like a great dragon and emanating an incomparably terrifying aura. This was a divine sovereign artifact, derived from the very essence of thunder, a true artifact birthed from the heavens and earth, the foundation of their Wanlei divine sect. It had been obtained by their ancestor, Lei Yuntian, and all divine thunder of the Wanlei divine sect originated from this thunder pool. Without this artifact, their sect would not exist. As the thunder pool materialized, multicolored lightning surged forth, transforming into a colossal, thunderous giant that charged toward Xiao Chen. Lu Wanshan and the leaders of the other factions simultaneously summoned their divine sovereign artifacts, directing them to suppress Xiao Chen. Since you have gone to such lengths to offer me your divine sovereign artifacts, I shall graciously accept, Xiao Chen remarked with a smile. And with a gentle wave of his folding fan, all incoming attacks were instantly rendered void, dissipating into nothingness. With a gentle wave, the divine artifacts summoned by several factions of the Thunderclap divine sect suddenly materialized before him. Subsequently, Xiao Chen collected these divine artifacts with ease. Witnessing this spectacle, the formidable leaders of the various factions were utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 337, Ready to Depart. These artifacts had been refined by them for countless years, and now they had been effortlessly seized by the opponent. At this moment, they finally comprehended that within the Xiao family resided a power far beyond their imagination. Could it be that this was a true being of the creation realm? Lu Wanshan exclaimed in horror. At this instant, all of them involuntarily halted their actions, and the surging energy dissipated completely. In the face of such a formidable force, what use was their myriad of tactics? Amidst the astonished gazes of all, Xiao Chen approached them. Might I inquire who the esteemed elder is? Why do you seek to thwart our efforts to obliterate the Xiao family? Perhaps in a bid to seek a glimmer of hope, Lei Yunxiao posed this question. As long as the other party was not a member of the Xiao family, there remained a possibility for reconciliation. Why should I impede you? Xiao Chen retorted, his gaze fixed upon them with an expression of incredulity. Should I simply stand by and watch as you assault my family as sanctuary? The sheer ignorance in such a question left him astounded. A chill swept over Lei Yunxiao at those words. Could it be that he truly was a member of the Xiao family? Impossible. The mightiest from the Xiao family have yet to return from the Divine Sky 100 battles. How could such a powerful figure be present to protect the family? Someone exclaimed in disbelief. Who informed you that the strongest from our family participated in the Divine Sky 100 battles? Xiao Chen replied with a hint of mockery. Such warfare merely necessitates the dispatch of some younger members. The outcome bears little significance for the Xiao family. Yet you, ha ha ha, after suffering defeat on the battlefield, dare to besiege our family. Does this not seem rather despicable? Xiao Chen's eyes narrowed as he surveyed the assembly before him. Elder, we were momentarily bewitched, and in our folly, acted thus. We implore you to grant us a chance for redemption. Lu Wanshan immediately knelt, cupping his fists in supplication. They merely wished to annihilate the Xiao family, never intending to face death. A dog cannot change its nature. Even if I were to grant you another opportunity, you would undoubtedly make the same choice. Your momentary folly is your concern. Whether to kill or not is my prerogative, and the two matters are not directly related. Xiao Chen cast a glance at them. Then with a gentle flick of his folding fan, an intangible energy enveloped everyone. Under this energy, the bodies of Lei Yunxiao and the others instantaneously dissolved into nothingness, devoid of any resistance, leaving no trace of suffering. With a flick of his hand, Xiao Chen collected the treasures left behind by those individuals. After all, he was not like Xiao Yin and the others, capable of meticulously controlling his strength to retain useful items. The divine kings of these factions were nearly all annihilated. You shall visit these factions and bring back their foundations. Xiao Chen communicated telepathically to the elders of the clan, then departed to seek out Xiao Li and the others. With the demise of these factions, it would not be long before their remnants were divided among other powers. It would be better for them to benefit the Xiao family. Soon, several elders of the creation realm, including Xiao Feng, soared in various directions to execute the task assigned by Xiao Chen. Patriarch, what brings you here? In the inn? Upon seeing Xiao Chen's arrival, Xiao Yu and the others displayed expressions of astonishment. I had nothing better to do, so I came to have some fun. Xiao Chen replied with a smile. Could it be that the fabled land of opportunity truly harbors great fortunes? Otherwise, master, you likely would not have come here. Xiao Li inquired with curiosity. Hee, you are quite astute. Indeed, the land of opportunity possesses certain remarkable fortunes, and I intend to seize them all. Xiao Chen chuckled. Haha, with the patriarch presiding, this venture is assured. Xiao Yu exclaimed with excitement. Do not expect me to intervene. I am merely a bystander. Xiao Chen clarified. Although he said this, the others remained exhilarated. With the patriarch present, it seemed that the so-called land of opportunity would likely be claimed by the Xiao family. Master, during the 100 battles, we disobeyed the elders' orders and utilized forbidden artifacts. You do not harbor any resentment towards us, do you? Xiao Li asked, entwining her arm with Xiao Chen's. How could I blame you? It was they who acted without martial virtue. However, those factions have been nearly eradicated. They sought to strike at our family while you were absent, and fortuitously, I was prepared to come here and dealt with them. Xiao Chen explained. What? Those individuals actually found our family? Such despicable scoundrels. The expressions of the group darkened. Had this been any other faction, they would have likely been obliterated by now. Fear not. The Xiao family's foundation is most resilient against trouble, so you need not worry. Xiao Chen reassured them. Now, let us rest well in preparation for the forthcoming land of opportunity. Understood. Days later, the top 100 factions from the Divine Sky 100 battles were gathered by 5 major forces, subsequently entering a desolate mountain range through a teleportation array. Here, numerous disciples and formidable beings from the 5 major forces awaited their arrival. Master, among them are a few individuals of considerable strength. Xiao Li remarked quietly, observing the leaders of the major factions. The auras of the elder figures leading the group were even more potent than those they had encountered in the 100 battles. And those who surpassed them were undoubtedly beings of the creation realm. It seems even their elders of the creation realm have arrived. Xiao Chen chuckled. The disciples of the 5 major factions did not direct their attention toward the Xiao family, for no matter how strong they were, they could not surpass the might of their own factions. However, the high-ranking powerful figures from these factions could not help but cast glances toward the location of the Xiao family. This faction, which had performed exceptionally in the Divine Sky 100 battles, had captured their interest. Especially the ancestor of the Yin Yang Divine Temple, whose piercing gaze scrutinized the Xiao family. seemingly intent on memorizing the visage of each individual present. As a being of the creation realm, he had no interest in the half-step creation artifacts. Yet, the mysterious methods employed by the Xiao family to traverse realms and slay those half-step creation beings piqued his curiosity. It appears everyone has arrived. An elder bearing a long sword remarked, his eyes lowered. Reporting to the ancestor, all are present, responded the divine king elder of the primordial sword sect, overseeing the divine sky 100 battles. Very well, in that case, let us proceed. Subsequently, the ancestors of the 5 major forces summoned their respective tokens. 5 tokens hovering above the desolate mountain range, radiating a ghostly light that illuminated the surrounding area. Wherever the ghostly light passed, a formation was laid out across the surface of the entire desolate mountain, unfurling outward. Such formations exist in this world? Xiao Li and the others expressed their astonishment. The formations they had previously encountered resembled mere flat diagrams. Yet this formation was entirely different. Meanwhile, among the crowd, upon witnessing this formation, Xiao Yuan's eyes suddenly brightened. Chapter 338, The Ancient Battlefield. During this time, he had also been studying the formation legacy inscribed on the orb, which contained similar formations. This formation possessed even greater power. It not only harnessed the intrinsic strength of the formation itself, but also drew upon the might of the heavens, enabling warfare across realms. As the ethereal glow emanating from the 5 tokens spread throughout the desolate mountain range, the entire enigmatic array materialized in its full glory. At the very center of this grand formation, a colossal vortex emerged. Although this location serves as a reward for your entry into the divine sky 100 battles, it is imperative to state beforehand that despite the countless opportunities it harbors, it is fraught with peril. Should anyone wish to withdraw, they must vacate this place immediately. Otherwise, should they fall within, do not blame us for failing to issue a warning. The venerable ancestor of the primordial sword sect addressed the crowd. Observing that no one flinched, he was the first to lead his followers into the vortex. The other 4 factions simultaneously followed suit. Let us proceed. Xiao Chen beckoned to his kin, guiding the Xiao family into the swirling abyss, while the other factions likewise entered in succession. Upon traversing the brief vortex passage, they arrived in a realm of desolation and ruin. Is this an ancient battlefield? Xiao Li inquired, frowning at the scene before her. This was indeed a world steeped in chaotic energy, and though countless eons had passed, remnants of the cataclysmic battles still lingered. Indeed, this is an ancient battlefield, Xiao Chen affirmed, perceiving the boundless aura of slaughter that permeated the area. Some energies were remnants left by formidable beings, imbued with the power to obliterate worlds. Should they be triggered, they could annihilate those of the creation realm as easily as one would slaughter livestock. This was the most terrifying aspect of this battlefield. Where have those other factions gone? Xiao Yu scanned the surroundings, noticing the absence of the 5 creation realm powers. Xiao Chen chuckled, do not concern yourselves with them. We need only focus on our own path. Why would the 5 major factions allow others to enter this domain? It was not out of benevolence, but rather to utilize them as a means to carve a safe passage deeper into the abyss. Reluctant to spill their own blood, they instead compelled others to do so. Thus, they had ventured deeper based on prior experiences, seeking opportunities while keeping a vigilant eye on the movements of other factions. Should these factions navigate further without triggering the residual energies, the 5 major powers would follow in their wake. Master, are we still within the divine realm? Xiao Li asked. Upon passing through the passage, she sensed a shift in the environment. No, we have transcended the divine realm. We are now amidst the chaos. Once, titans clashed here, their energies shaping this world. Xiao Chen replied, leading the Xiao family in a particular direction. There are numerous dangers ahead. I shall not intervene. You must navigate on your own. Should you encounter a fleeting opportunity, I will provide guidance. A few factions that had entered alongside the Xiao family chose to follow them, as the Xiao family had ranked first in the 100 battles, ensuring a measure of safety. After all, what could be more valuable than preserving one's life? Pursuing opportunities while safeguarding one's existence was the wisest course of action. Nevertheless, the majority of factions opted for independent exploration. Those who qualified for the 100 battles each boasted their own divine monarch, viewing the Xiao family, lacking such a figure, with a degree of disdain. Suddenly, after a brief flight, the Xiao family heard a chilling scream nearby. Turning, they beheld a figure plummeting from the sky, a gaping blood hole visible in their forehead. How terrifying! A primordial being has perished here with but a glance. Xiao Tian exclaimed in astonishment. The soul within the assailant's soul palace had been obliterated, their essence scattered. At that moment, a beam of light emerged from the void, exuding an overwhelming aura. This was the consequence of that individual triggering an attack while traversing the void, leading to their catastrophic demise. This sight instilled fear in the other factions that were advancing, causing them to halt in their tracks. "Master, is there danger ahead?" Xiao Li whispered. "Heck, can you guess? I mentioned that I typically refrain from intervening. Whether danger awaits, you must discern for yourselves." Xiao Chen chuckled. "Humph. Master is so stingy." Xiao Li huffed, her pride shining through. Subsequently, she summoned the White Tower, which expanded to the size of a room, hovering above the group. Divine inscriptions glimmered upon the tower, releasing a radiant white light that shielded them as they pressed onward. After a short while, without any reaction from Xiao Li and the others, the tower emitted a sharp sound as it trembled violently, causing the Xiao family members beneath it to sway precariously. "Retreat." Xiao Li's expression shifted, and she commanded everyone to fall back. As for Xiao Chen, he naturally followed suit, adhering to his vow of non-interference. Once they steadied themselves, they beheld a skeletal arm emerging from a rift in the void. However, this skeletal remnant was no ordinary one. It gleamed like white jade, adorned with divine inscriptions, still radiating a chilling power. Was that what struck the tower? The group pondered, rendered speechless. "What? Do you look down upon this artifact? This is the skeletal arm of a creation realm being. Had it not suffered significant energy loss, that collision would have been sufficient to shatter this semi-creation artifact." Xiao Chen gestured towards the tower above them. "A creation realm skeletal remnant? Is it of any use?" Xiao Zhan inquired. "It may be useful to others, but for our Xiao family, it holds little value." Xiao Chen shook his head. This arm, at best, amounted to a fragment of a semi-creation artifact. The Xiao family had no need for such an item, let alone a mere bone fragment. He regarded it with disdain. "Since Master deems it useless, there's no point in wasting time here. Just a skeletal remnant. It truly holds no significance for the Xiao family." Following this, Xiao Li led her companions around the site of the skeletal arm and departed. However, the indifference of the Xiao family did not extend to the other factions. Those trailing closely behind, upon witnessing the Xiao family abandon the skeletal remnant, erupted into conflict. After all, this was akin to a semi-creation artifact. Should they seize it and return to their sect, it would undoubtedly become a treasured possession. After the Xiao family departed, they gradually ventured deeper into the battlefield. Though this was an ancient battleground, they could still perceive that their initial position was relatively safe. However, deeper within lay an aura of profound terror. Moreover, the chances of discovering treasures in uncharted territories were significantly heightened. As the Xiao family delved further, they frequently encountered powerful corpses and dismembered remains drifting through the chaotic void. Despite the passage of countless years, many of the corpses remained intact, preserving the state they were in at the moment of their demise. This could only signify that those who perished here were all formidable beings, capable of retaining their form even in death. What kind of battlefield is this? How could it attract such a multitude of powerful entities? The Xiao family members were astonished. "This is not a battlefield from this epoch." Xiao Chen elucidated. "Not from this epoch?" The others gasped in disbelief, wondering if it belonged to the previous epoch. Recalling the relics of inheritance from the earlier world, they began to grasp the implications. "Patriarch, what transpired during the last epoch?" Xiao Yu inquired with curiosity. "Do not ask so many questions. When your cultivation reaches a more formidable level, I shall naturally divulge the details. For now, even if you were to learn of it, it would serve no purpose." Xiao Chen shook his head. Their strength remained insufficient. Even if they were to step onto such a battlefield, it would alter nothing. At this moment, the 5 great primordial forces had already delved deeper into the chaos. The Yuan Sword sect halted in an area shrouded by chaos, where an unknown object shimmered with resplendent radiance deep within. Suddenly, the chaos surged, and a figure burst forth, standing before the members of the Yuan Sword sect. However, his condition was dire. Countless holes pierced through his body, and blood flowed like a river. More alarmingly, a fissure marred his brow, revealing a glimpse of a golden soul palace within. "Ancestor!" The crowd gasped, staring at the battered elder before them, incredulous that their ancestral figure from the creation realm had sustained such grievous injuries. It was utterly terrifying. The remnants of the assault they left behind were at least from a half-step origin realm being. Sword Wuming, the ancestor of the Yuan Sword sect, felt a chill run down his spine. Moreover, what is more alarming is that the surrounding residual energy is so dense that it is impossible to navigate around it to reach the treasure at the center. Is it destined that our Yuan Sword sect is fated to be forever estranged from this treasure? Sword Wuming lamented, a tinge of unwillingness in his voice. That is undoubtedly a supreme treasure surpassing the creation realm, and it remains relatively intact. We previously explored this area, but returned empty-handed, and it appears we are fated to do so once again. Sword Wuming retrieved a somewhat damaged pill and consumed it. His injuries began to mend swiftly. This pill was also a treasure obtained from this battlefield, of a high grade, possessing remarkable healing properties. "Ancestor, what shall we do now?" Shall we explore other regions, or? An elder, a half-step creation realm powerhouse, inquired. There is no other recourse. Continuing here would merely squander our time. Let us venture elsewhere, Sword Wuming declared. His gaze swept over the crowd, and he furrowed his brow. Where's Linglong? Reporting to the ancestor, Linglong has gone to another location with a portion of the disciples. Accompanied by an elder, someone answered. The speaker was a disciple favored by the ancestor. Very well, then let us split up. Each half-step creation realm cultivator shall take a group of disciples to explore separately. Remember, do not let the allure of treasures cloud your judgment. Act within your means. Sword Wuming cautioned the assembly. Understood, ancestor. By the way, how are the other forces faring? As in previous years, the casualties are grievous. What of the Xiao family? The Xiao family? They are, like the other forces, also searching for various opportunities, an elder from another major force replied. Have you noticed their mysterious methods of slaying half-step creation realm beings? Sword Wuming continued to inquire. Despite his reluctance to stir trouble, he was curious about the Xiao family's tactics. We have not observed them employing such methods. Perhaps they have yet to encounter any life-threatening dangers. Or perhaps their mysterious techniques have been exhausted. Continue to monitor them, and report any anomalies immediately. Sword Wuming instructed. Yes, ancestor. Sword Wuming cast a glance at the artifact surpassing the creation realm within the chaos, sighed in resignation, and departed from the area. Meanwhile, the members of the Xiao family had once again come to a halt. Xiao Li gazed sorrowfully at the white tower now marred with cracks. This half-step creation artifact had been destroyed. This is far too perilous. It is truly fraught with danger. Xiao Yu exclaimed, shaken. Just moments ago, they had been flying forward normally when a pitch-black void whirlwind suddenly emerged in the emptiness, shattering the half-step creation artifact in an instant. Had it swept over them, it could have caused their very souls to scatter. What lurks within the void? Xiao Daoqing's eyes sparkled with dreamlike brilliance as he observed the dark rift ahead. Where faint light flickered, it appears there may be treasures within. Master, can we utilize those forbidden weapons here? Xiao Li inquired. Indeed, it is quite dangerous here. You may freely employ those artifacts. Xiao Chen nodded. Certain areas of this battlefield could cause even creation realm beings to perish in an instant. Without the use of those artifacts, they would find it impossible to navigate through the myriad challenges. Seeing her masteress' approval, Xiao Li immediately summoned the Jade Rui. Let us proceed and investigate. She urged the others. All ascended upon the Jade Rui and entered the void rift. The space was engulfed in darkness, devoid of any light, save for a faint glow emanating from deep within. Xiao Chen surveyed the surroundings. Whirlwinds spun through the void, tearing at everything nearby, while countless remnants of energy laden with terrifying power exuded an ominous aura. The Jade Rui traversed the void, producing sounds of incessant collisions as it struck the residual energies. With each impact, a horrific explosion erupted, as if the very heavens were being cleaved asunder and the cosmos reborn. The Xiao family members were filled with trepidation, fearing that the Jade Rui might not withstand the explosions and topple over. However, the power of the origin artifact was formidable, regardless of how dreadfully the explosions raged. The red light emanating from the Jade Rui held the chaos at bay, causing only a slight tremor to ripple through the artifact. After all, the residual energy here had endured the ravages of time, diminished from its former might. Under Xiao Li's deft control, the Jade Rui soon arrived at their destination, revealing a single drop of golden blood to the astonished gazes of the crowd. After all this effort, it's merely a drop of blood. Xiao Yu grumbled. What? Do you disdain this drop of blood? This is the blood of a being from the origin realm, were it not for the essence within being extinguished. This single drop could revive an origin realm powerhouse. Xiao Chen cast a sidelong glance at him. Moreover, this blood not only contains immense energy, but also encapsulates the insights of the owner regarding their divine path. If one cultivates the same divine path, it could aid in the comprehension of that path. It was indeed a treasure, and bringing it back could yield substantial contribution points. Chapter 340, the Yin-Yang Divine Hall. Upon hearing that it could be exchanged for numerous contribution points, the crowd immediately became intrigued. I'll do it. Xiao Yan promptly summoned his extreme Dao Divine Fire Furnace and collected the drop of blood. Although the essence within the blood had perished, the vast energy it contained was not something the average person could withstand. Only an origin artifact could successfully gather it. The first treasure is a drop of blood from an origin realm powerhouse. I eagerly anticipate what further rewards await. Xiao Yu exclaimed with excitement. Given that there were only a handful of origin realm beings in the divine realm, the value of their blood was unimaginable. Simultaneously, the 5 great primordial forces, who had been attentively observing the movements of various factions, took note of the Xiao family's activities. After all, To venture into such perilous territory was beyond the capabilities of ordinary forces. The leaders of the major factions promptly reported this development to their superiors. Are you saying that the Xiao family entered a perilous realm that we could not access? The elder of the Yinyang Divine Hall narrowed his eyes. Indeed, ancestor. Not only did they enter, but they also emerged unscathed, with all members intact. The elder responsible for monitoring the various factions responded, "Oh, it appears that the Xiao clan indeed possesses unimaginable treasures. Otherwise, with the strength of their members, it would have been impossible for them to retreat unscathed." Another elder analyzed. "Indeed, the Xiao clan possesses significant artifacts. I witnessed a woman summon a crimson jade rui before their entrance, which certainly sheltered them. Moreover, that jade rui must be the treasure they acquired by eliminating several half-step creation realm beings on the battlefield." The elder in charge of overseeing those factions remarked. "A treasure capable of withstanding the chaotic whirlwinds and residual energies in such a perilous location must surely surpass the creation level." Injuyang, the venerable ancestor of the Yinyang Temple, furrowed his brow. Such a faction should not possess artifacts of this caliber. Even if they did, would they dare to display them so openly? Are they not concerned about other factions coveting them? Injuyang pondered. No matter how powerful the artifact, it requires a strong individual to wield its might. Could it be that the Xiao clan is not as simple as it appears? An elder suggested. Even if they are not simple, what can they do? At most, they are on par with us. Injuyang scoffed. Many treasures in this perilous realm have piqued their envy, yet they remain unable to enter. Even if he possessed half-step origin-level treasures obtained from this region, there are places that remain beyond their reach. Ancestor, are you considering taking action against the Xiao clan? An elder inquired. If they willingly surrender their treasures, I might spare their lives. However, should they refuse, they must not blame me for my ruthlessness. Injuyang stated solemnly. If I am not mistaken, the treasures they possess could not merely be half-step origin level, but are truly origin level. For they explored that perilous location before, and with his half-step origin ancient artifact, he could not reach the destination. Yet now, the Xiao clan has achieved it, which speaks volumes. Continue your exploration. After uttering this to others, Injuyang vanished from the scene. Almost simultaneously, the other four factions received the news. Interesting, it seems the depth of the Xiao clan is not to be underestimated. Jian Wuming muttered. Ancestor, shall we take action? An elder asked. Patience, let that old Injuyang probe the waters first. Jian Wuming replied with a smile. But ancestor, should we not worry that Injuyang might obtain the Xiao clan's artifact? If they acquire that treasure, they could truly dominate this ancient battlefield. At that point, other treasures may very well fall into their hands. An elder of half-step creation realm expressed concern. There are numerous treasures within this ancient battlefield, especially those surrounded by terrifying energy remnants. If there is a way to withstand that energy, they could certainly claim those treasures. But how can it be so easily obtained? The Xiao clan is no fool. If they dare to present it, they likely have their own countermeasures. We should observe before making any decisions. Moreover, even if Injuyang truly obtains it, we can still join forces with the other two factions to act. Jian Wuming declared. He too coveted the mysterious artifact of the Xiao clan, but now was not the time to act. Otherwise, should they falter, the consequences would be dire. Continue to monitor the Xiao clan's every move. If Injuyang succeeds, inform me at once. Jian Wuming instructed the elder responsible for surveillance. Understood. A similar scene unfolded among the other factions. While they too desired the Xiao clan's artifact, none were as impatient as the Yinyang Temple. The Xiao clan, having obtained the drop of blood, continued their search for various treasures in this ancient battlefield. At this moment, Xiao Chen's role became evident. Any artifact that caught his discerning eye would be relayed to Xiao Li and the others for pursuit. Missing out would indeed be regrettable. Soon, they entered a forbidden area, where endless chaotic sword light flowed, each ray shimmering with the terrifying power to rend the heavens. Upon the arrival of the Xiao clan, they unexpectedly discovered disciples of the primordial sword sect also exploring this place. Who are you? An elder of half-step creation realm inquired sternly as he gazed at Xiao Chen and the others. Naturally, we are here in search of treasures. Xiao Li replied from atop the jade rui. This place has already been claimed by my primordial sword sect. You should depart. The elder waved his hand, commanding the Xiao clan to leave. Although he did not recognize the members of the Xiao clan, he disregarded all other factions aside from the 5 major ones. Senior, why must you be so exclusionary? You explore your path while we explore ours. Alternatively, we could wait until you finish before proceeding. Xiao Li responded with a smile. Recognizing that the elder was the host and one of the masters of this ancient battlefield, and thus wished to avoid conflict. Just as the elder was about to refuse, a stunningly beautiful woman, holding a long sword, interjected, Elder, there is no need to drive them away. Destiny favors the worthy. If they truly acquire something, it would simply mean it is not meant for us. Why force the issue? Clad in a flowing white gown, her demeanor was cold yet elegant, and the terrifying sword intent surrounded her, resembling a celestial sword immortal. Very well, if that is the case, let them remain here. The elder acquiesced. Chapter 341. The Struggle for Supremacy. Xiao Chen was somewhat astonished. This woman's identity was extraordinary. She was able to persuade a half-step creation realm elder to compromise. Thank you, everyone. Xiao Li expressed her gratitude with a bow. Subsequently, they began searching for treasures within this forbidden area. This place was indeed exceptional, as evidenced by the endless sword energy swirling within, indicating a deep connection to the sword path. This was also the reason why Ling Long and other strong members of the primordial sword sect were present. The primordial sword sect, masters of the sword path, found such a forbidden area irresistibly enticing. All members of the primordial sword sect proceeded with caution, avoiding the rampant sword energy within the forbidden area. We can search separately. As long as we do not provoke the sword energy here, there should be minimal danger, Xiao Chen advised. The Xiao Clan then divided into several groups, led by Xiao Zhan, Xiao Yin, Xiao Ran, and Xiao Li, each moving in different directions to explore. Each possessed the ability to protect the others, ensuring timely rescue should any issues arise. I did not expect that other factions would have explored this place. In the forbidden area, the half-step creation realm elder of the primordial sword sect, Elder Xiaojin, gazed at the Xiao Clan members in astonishment. Each time the forbidden area opened, their 5 major factions would come to explore, yet thus far, they had only reached this location, and that was at great cost. How could this faction, whose strongest member was merely an ancient god, achieve such a feat? We need not concern ourselves with them. Let us seek our own opportunities, Ling Long remarked, indifferent to the other factions. Moreover, she was unaware that the other factions were aiding them in paving the way. Master, where is the most valuable treasure within this forbidden zone? Asked Xiao Li, trailing closely behind Xiao Chen. The expanse of this forbidden land was vast, shrouded in swirling sword chi and chaotic light, rendering any attempt to probe with divine consciousness perilous. A mere brush against the residual energy could incite a violent eruption of sword energy. The most valuable treasure? Xiao Chen glanced around and pointed in a specific direction. Without hesitation, Xiao Li led the group towards where Xiao Chen indicated. As they ventured deeper, the density of sword chi intensified, and the very aura emanating from it became increasingly formidable. Xiao Li refrained from recklessly relying on the jade talisman, guiding her companions with utmost caution. After all, such a forbidden artifact was intended for life and death situations, and it was best to conserve its use under normal circumstances. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of blades echoed as the sword light crisscrossed, resonating with a crystalline clarity, as if a divine sword master were secretly unleashing their blades. The surrounding void was incessantly rent asunder by the sword chi, leaving a chaotic landscape behind. Upon nearing the center, the sword chi converged, forming a colossal sphere of pure white sword light that rotated slowly, emanating a terrifying aura that swept outward like a tidal wave. What a terrifying sword chi! If one were to find themselves amidst it, their very soul would be instantly obliterated. Xiao Li exclaimed, her eyes wide with horror. Even before entering, the overwhelming sword chi had already left numerous wounds on their bodies. Save for Xiao Chen, the others bore lacerations from the sword chi, blood dripping relentlessly. What treasure could possibly exist here to generate such fearsome sword chi? Xiao Tian marveled. You shall find out once we enter, Xiao Chen teased enigmatically. Just as Xiao Li prepared to summon the jade talisman to force their way in, a rumble reverberated as the sword chi near the perimeter seemed to be ignited by some unseen force, erupting violently. The once docile sword chi unleashed its boundless might, akin to disturbing a hornet's nest, scattering wildly in all directions. Swish, swish, swish. Countless strands of sword chi surged towards Xiao Li and her companions. With imminent danger approaching, Xiao Li decisively activated the jade talisman, shielding them from the onslaught. The successive strikes of sword chi collided with the talisman, producing a series of sharp, ringing sounds. Who has incited the sword chi here? Xiao Li frowned. Looks like a scuffle has broken out. Xiao Chen chuckled. Who is fighting? Xiao Zhan. With whom? Naturally, with those from the primordial sword sect. Master, should we intervene? Xiao Li inquired. Let us take a look, after all. The opportunities here cannot be claimed by the primordial sword sect. Xiao Chen nodded. Before long, they arrived at the source of the commotion, where 2 figures were locked in combat, Xiao Zhan and Ling Long of the primordial sword sect. Both wielded long swords, their potent sword intent erupting forth, casting beams of sword light that swept across their surroundings, heightening the already perilous atmosphere. How did they come to blows? Xiao Li wondered aloud. At that moment, both fighters stood resolute, allowing the surrounding sword chi to pierce their forms, their gazes locked in fury. The clang of their swords reverberated, sending sparks flying and shaking the heavens. Upon noticing Xiao Chen and the others, the elder of the primordial sword sect, Xie remarked, "I advise you not to meddle in our affairs." Xiao Li chuckled, "As long as you refrain from attacking, we shall not intervene." Despite the formidable prowess of the primordial sword sect's female disciple, defeating Xiao Zhan seemed nearly impossible. Xie furrowed his brow, curious about the source of Xiao Zhan's extraordinary strength. After all, Ling Long was no ordinary fighter, possessing an unparalleled divine physique. She should have been invincible within her realm. Yet, here they were, evenly matched. Could these individuals be from the Xiao family? When the realization dawned upon him, he recalled their ability to transcend boundaries in battle. Clang! A clear sound of swords clashing echoed as both bloodied figures staggered backward. "You truly are shameless. We have shown restraint by not expelling you. Yet you dare to seize the treasures discovered by my sect's disciples." Ling Long glared at Xiao Zhan, fury evident in her tone. "What do you mean we seized your treasure? It was clearly we who discovered it first." Xiao Zhan retorted, "Nonsense. It was clearly my sect's disciple who made the discovery first." Ling Long responded with a huff. "Very well, if you claim it was your discovery. Let the person who found it step forward and clarify before everyone." Xiao Zhan sneered. "Humph. Could it be that a disciple of the primordial sword sect would unjustly frame you?" Just then, a fair-skinned young man stepped forward. Xiao Zhan looked at him and asked, "So, are you the one who discovered this treasure?" He opened his palm, revealing a resplendent golden pill that floated above his hand, perfectly round and inscribed with mysterious symbols, exuding an aura of esoteric energy. A creation-level elixir. Xiao Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Xiao Zhan and his companions were fortunate indeed. They had barely ventured out and already stumbled upon such a treasure. Xie Jian's eyes gleamed with excitement. Such a high-grade elixir was exceedingly rare, even within the ranks of the primordial sword sect. "Indeed, I discovered it first, yet I was careless and allowed you to snatch it away. Since you claim it was your discovery, do you dare to swear an oath to the heavens?" Xiao Zhan asked solemnly. "You? Humph. As a distinguished disciple of the primordial sword sect, my status is far too lofty to require an oath to someone from an inconsequential faction." The fair-skinned youth scoffed. "Oh, so you are unwilling then?" Xiao Zhan laughed coldly. "What do you mean unwilling? I simply find it beneath me." Yet, as his words fell, it became evident to all who was in the right. Ling Long's beautiful eyes narrowed at Luon Wan. She had been deceived. "All right, senior sister Ling Long. It is indeed I who deceived you, but what my primordial sword sect desires is rightfully ours. How dare they refuse?" Luon Wan protested. "Luon Wan speaks wisely. Even if that treasure was discovered first by them, if my primordial sword sect desires it, they must willingly relinquish it to us," Xie Jin declared, his tone devoid of emotion. As one of the 5 great creation-level powers of the divine sky realm, the primordial sword sect had such confidence. "Very well. Then handle this matter yourselves," Ling Long stated, casting a glance at Xiao Zhan before she sheathed her sword. "Senior sister," this Luon Wan panicked. He was certainly no match for Xiao Zhan, yet his backing was formidable, so he boldly declared, "I care not from which faction you hail, but hand over that pill immediately, or face the consequences. Moreover, do not forget, without our factions, you would never have had the opportunity to enter this place. So it's essential to be grateful." Luon Wan first employed the pressure of the primordial sword sect against Xiao Zhan, then invoked moral high ground. Believing that Xiao Zhan would not dare refuse, Xiao Zhan stood firmly amidst the chaotic sword chi, which lashed out around him, carving vicious wounds into his flesh. Yet, with a mere disdainful smile, he pointed his long sword at his opponent, stating, "Opportunities are not bestowed upon us by you. Rather, they are earned through our own strength. Furthermore, you must be aware of the underlying reasons for allowing other factions to enter this place. There is no point in further discourse. Prepare for battle. Do you truly wish to oppose the primordial sword sect?" Luon Wan's expression darkened to an extreme. Apart from the other 4 major factions, he had never encountered anyone who dared to disregard the dignity of the primordial sword sect in such a manner. "I have never sought enmity with any faction. It is you who initiated this unreasonable stance," Xiao Zhan retorted. "Reason? This world has never been one governed by reason." A deep voice resonated. As the ancestor of the primordial sword sect, Xian made his move, ignoring the tumultuous sword energy swirling around him. He reached forth with a colossal hand toward Xiao Zhan. Upon realizing the opposing party hailed from the Xiao family, and having witnessed their uncanny secret techniques capable of crossing realms in battle, coupled with that creation-level elixir, encountering them now felt like destiny. Countless sword energies collided against his massive hand, producing a cacophony of clinks and clatters, accompanied by splashes of fire and violent explosions erupting upon contact. Yet, None of it inflicted any harm upon the ancestor of Xianxian. This was not the epicenter. The sword energy here was insignificant and could not harm a half-step creation realm expert. Seeing their ancestor take action, smiles broke out on Luo Nuan and the others' faces. Humph. Utterly deluded. Do you truly believe that a modicum of strength grants you the audacity to look down upon the primordial sword sect? Let us see what you can wield in defense. Unbeknownst to them, Luo Nuan himself was gambling on the notion that the opponent would hesitate to strike against the primordial sword sect. Otherwise, he would not dare to act. For the Xiao family had slain several half-step creation realm experts. As the massive hand approached, an oppressive aura threatened to crush Xiao Zhan's very being. Yet his gaze remained sharp, suffused with killing intent, as he prepared to summon a quasi-divine imperial artifact to vanquish his foe. However, just as the hand was about to close in on him, it suddenly halted, immobile. Xiao Zhan was taken aback. Could it be that the clan leader had intervened? But in the next moment, he beheld a figure materializing upon the massive hand, and it was not the clan leader. Senior Yin Zhuoyang? The ancestor of Xianxian exclaimed in shock. How could he appear here? Was he also targeting the Xiao family? Standing there, cloaked in gray, with his robe billowing without a breeze, Yin Zhuoyang's presence rendered the surrounding sword energy null and void as he fixed his calm gaze upon Shaoli. Senior, our 5 sects have previously agreed not to encroach upon the territories of other factions. The primordial sword sect is currently exploring this area. May I inquire as to your purpose in descending here? The ancestor of Xianxian asked anxiously. He was prepared to shatter the jade talisman at any moment to convey the situation to the nameless ancestor. For only an equal of the same realm could balance the scales against such an opponent. Rest assured, I shall not interfere with your affairs. I am merely here to claim something from the Xiao family. Yin Zhuoyang replied, hands clasped behind his back, addressing Shaoli directly. Hand over that item. What item? Shaoli frowned. Do not feign ignorance with me. I have no time to waste here. I seek the supreme treasure you acquired from slaying several half-step creation realm experts on the 100 Battles battlefield. I shall only say this once. Should you continue to play deaf, do not blame me for my ruthless hand. Yin Zhuoyang's eyes narrowed, a dangerous glimmer igniting within. So, he covets the treasures of the Xiao family. Yet, if you desire something from the Xiao family, you might as well forget it. Shaoli retorted with a cold laugh. I was careful to conceal it, yet it seems I have been exposed. The onlookers from the primordial sword sect stood agape, astonished that the creation realm expert had arrived, only to find the Xiao family still refusing to concede even an inch. You seek your own demise. Yin Zhuoyang scoffed, raising his hand, whereupon yin and yang energies spiraled around his index finger, transforming into a beam of light that shot towards Shaoli. Truly, why must you creation realm experts insist on making your move? Xiao Chen sighed, lightly waving his folding fan, summoning an unparalleled divine force that shattered Yin Zhuoyang's attack. I did not anticipate that there would be another expert here. Yin Zhuoyang's eyes narrowed, revealing a flicker of surprise amidst the intertwining yin and yang energies in his gaze. However, despite the presence of a skilled fighter, it would not alter the outcome. Yin Yang Great Hand Seal. He slapped his palm down, transforming it into a realm of yin and yang, adorned with divine patterns, radiating supreme might as it pressed down upon Xiao Chen. You truly are relentless. If that is the case, then so be it. Xiao Chen's patience wore thin for those who were not involved. With a gentle raise of his hand, brilliant golden divine light erupted from his fingertip, piercing through the void and crashing against the descending palm. Chapter 343. The Fall of Yin Zhuoyang, the Heart of the Sword. With no obstacles in his path, Yin Zhuoyang's palm was pierced by the divine light of Xiao Chen's fingertip, exploding into a mist of blood. The sudden turn of events elicited a cry of horror from Yin Zhuoyang, whose previously squinting eyes widened in shock as he gazed at Xiao Chen. This individual possesses formidable strength. Yet, before he could utter another word, his body was uncontrollably drawn towards Xiao Chen, as if an invisible force were ruthlessly guiding him. However, his reaction was swift. He bellowed, with yin and yang energies swirling and intertwining as he unleashed his strongest divine ability, manifesting a colossal yin-yang path diagram aimed at pressing down upon Xiao Chen. Disperse. Nonetheless, Xiao Chen merely spoke gently, causing the enormous diagram pressing towards him to instantly disintegrate. How is this possible? Yin Zhuoyang exclaimed in disbelief. Was this the power of word becoming law? He was a creation realm expert himself, possessing the ability to manifest law through speech, yet that was only applicable to those beneath the divine realm. It was inconceivable for such power to exist against a divine realm practitioner, let alone himself, a creation realm expert. He growled, unleashing all the power inherent to the creation realm, obliterating the surrounding sword energies. Yet, all his efforts were in vain. His body continued to be pulled uncontrollably forward. until Xiao Chen seized his head in his grasp. This spectacle rendered all members of the primordial sword sect frozen in place, a chill coursing from their feet to the crown of their heads. Yin Jiuyang was a creation realm expert, a being of the same caliber as their ancestor, now utterly defenseless against his adversary. Who are you? Yin Jiuyang stammered, terror etched across his features, as he could clearly see through the gaps in Xiao Chen's fingers that the latter's eyes were trembling violently. You dare provoke the Xiao family without knowing who I am? What gives you the audacity? Xiao Chen regarded him with an impassive expression. You are a member of the Xiao family? Yin Jiuyang's body shuddered. How could the Xiao family possibly harbor such a powerful individual? To reach this level, one would require transcendent cultivation of the origin realm. Yet how could an obscure Xiao family possess such a being? Moreover, there were only a few of such experts in the vast divine realm. How could the Xiao family possibly yield an origin realm expert? Isn't that a redundant question? If I weren't a member of the Xiao family, would I concern myself with your matters? Xiao Chen chuckled coldly, exerting a slight pressure, causing Yin Jiuyang's entire being to disintegrate into countless shards of light, vanishing from existence. In the next life, remember not to be so arrogant. One must acknowledge that there are always greater forces beyond oneself, and the realm of creation is still far from true invincibility. Xiao Chen remarked. At this moment, the members of the Yuan Shi sword sect trembled involuntarily. Could it be that the esteemed Yin Jiuyang had fallen? Master, by acting in this manner, do you not risk exposing your true strength? Should we silence these witnesses? Xiao Li suggested, her striking beauty matched only by her fierce resolve to eliminate the members of the Yuan Shi sword sect. In that instant, fear enveloped the Yuan Shi sword sect. Against those capable of slaying Yin Jiuyang, even their ancestors would likely meet a bitter end. There is no need for that. They shall not remember a thing that has transpired here, Xiao Chen declared. As long as he wished for their memories to fade, they would do so. Patriarch. While the others from the Yuan Shi sword sect may depart, that individual cannot. Xiao Zhan pointed to one among them, none other than Luo Wan, who had previously slandered him by claiming he had stolen his treasures. Luo Wan felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, his entire being suffused with a chilling dread, casting a desperate glance towards the ancestor of the sword. The latter could only sigh, despite his desire to protect the youth. His own limitations rendered him powerless, fearing that any action might invoke even greater calamity. Esteemed ancestor, the previous incident was indeed the fault of my sect's disciple. We are willing to offer resources in exchange for your mercy upon his life. Upon our return, I shall ensure he is rigorously disciplined to prevent such errors from occurring again. The ancestor of the sword, unwilling to abandon his kin, made his plea. The meager resources you offer are beneath the Xia family's notice. Xiao Zhan scoffed, stating, either he dies, or everyone here perishes. Choose. At this, the ancestor of the sword resignedly closed his eyes. Witnessing this scene, Luo Wan sank into utter despair. He had never envisioned that he would one day be driven to his death by others, a tactic he had previously employed against smaller factions. Oh, how wonderfully the wheel of fate turns. Luo Wan let out a hollow laugh before unleashing a roar, his body colliding violently, exploding into nothingness, his spirit shattered. In that moment, all disciples of the Yuan Shi sword sect bowed their heads in silence, overwhelmed by a profound sense of injustice. They had always been the bullies, and were now tasting the bitterness of oppression. Ling Long bit her lip, glaring at the Xia family, her grip tightening around her sword, the sound of its unsheathing echoing as she yearned to charge forth and confront them. Let all remember this day. It must serve as a warning against emulating Luo Wan, lest you regret it too late. The ancestor of the sword intoned solemnly. Xiao Zhan, noticing Ling Long's fiery gaze, chuckled. What? Are you unsatisfied? If so, why not step forward for a duel? We can engage in a proper discourse on the sword path. Ling Long coldly retorted before turning to leave. The other disciples of the Yuan Shi sword sect followed suit, departing the forbidden ground. Yet, in that very moment, all memories of Xiao Chen vanished from their minds. Such was the power of his words. Once the Yuan Shi sword sect had vacated, only the Xia family remained, free to explore without concern. They eventually arrived at the very heart of this forbidden zone, where they beheld the astonishing treasure at its center. What is this? A heart? Xiao Zhan gazed in astonishment at the golden, glass-like heart that emanated a terrifying sword intent, astonishing in its presence. Surrounding this heart were extraordinary phenomena. A hazy silhouette wielding a celestial sword, exuding an aura that commanded the ancients and the moderns alike. The figure swung its sword, unleashing countless strands of sword light that pierced through the rivers of time, obliterating foes beneath its radiant brilliance. How terrifying! Could this be the heart of a formidable being? Yet Xiao Chen shook his head, explaining, this is not merely anyone's heart. It is the sword heart birthed from this unique environment. As for the phenomena, They are but remnants from countless eons past. A sword heart? One that rivals the supreme divine body. Xiao Zhan exclaimed in surprise. Indeed. Whoever merges with this object will essentially be integrating with the essence of the supreme divine body of the sword path. Xiao Chen affirmed. We've struck gold. This time, we truly have. This item will undoubtedly yield a vast amount of contribution points, enabling us all to experience a minor fortune. Xiao Yu was the first to think of the family's contribution points. Xiao Chen shook his head in disbelief. How could these individuals, confronted with such a treasure, still be preoccupied with contribution points? If another faction were to acquire this treasure, they would surely be elated, for it was a relic comparable to the supreme divine body. Yet, considering their circumstances, it was understandable that their foremost concern was time. Thus, the thought of contribution points naturally arose. Xiao Li safely stowed the sword heart, and, under Xiao Chen's guidance, collected the other treasures within this forbidden zone. Having come this far, it would be folly to let any treasures slip away. The members of the Yuan Shi sword sect fled the forbidden ground in a state of panic, their faces pale with terror, for in their minds, the esteemed Yin Zhuoyang had perished within this very place. Thus, losing a few disciples seemed trivial in comparison. When the ancestor of the sword reported the events to Jian Wuming, the latter's pupils contracted involuntarily before he sighed. I never anticipated such a conclusion. This is the first creation realm powerhouse to fall since the battlefield was discovered. And to think it was against my old rival. How bittersweet. Sometimes, Jian Wuming pondered. His own greed had led him to pursue the unattainable, resulting in an unforeseen demise. He speculated that within that forbidden ground lay a treasure too tempting for Yin Zhuoyang to resist, which ultimately led to his downfall. The ancient battleground was rife with forbidden areas, each brimming with countless opportunities, many of which could provoke envy even among those in the creation realm, igniting a desire for risk. By the way, what of the Xia family? Jian Wuming inquired of the elder tasked with monitoring the other factions. Reporting to the ancestor, the Xia family has emerged safely from the forbidden ground. The observing elder responded. They are indeed fortunate. Yin Zhuoyang ventured into that forbidden ground because of them. And yet, he perished while they remained unscathed. Truly, fate plays its games. Jian Wuming sighed. It appeared that Yin Zhuoyang had not obtained the treasure in the Xia family's possession. Continue to observe the Xia family's every move. I wish to ascertain the true power of that treasure they hold. Jian Wuming commanded. Yes, ancestor. Just then, an elder hurriedly reported, Ancestor, the Xia family has entered that forbidden ground where you were previously injured. At this, Jian Wuming's eyes narrowed. Let me see if they possess the capability to retrieve the treasure from that place, one that even I could not obtain. In the ensuing period, Jian Wuming personally monitored the Xia family. The energies within the forbidden ground surged, obscuring his view of the precise occurrences within. Days later, as the Xiao family departed from the forbidden realm, Jian Wuming once again ventured into the very place he had previously explored, yet failed to procure any of its treasures. To his astonishment, he discovered that the coveted artifacts he had long sought had mysteriously vanished. Had the Xiao family taken them? Was it truly possible that the Xiao family's treasure possessed such formidable power that it could withstand the terrifying energies lingering in this land? At that moment, even Jian Wuming felt a stir of ambition. If individuals of the Xiao family's relatively modest strength could traverse this ancient battlefield's perilous forbidden zones with such ease, what might he achieve if he were to obtain it himself? In this instant, Jian Wuming succumbed to the same avarice that had once gripped Yin Zhuoyang. The extraordinary relics from this ancient battlefield were simply too enticing, igniting a longing within him that even his formidable Genesis realm could not quell. However, he refrained from immediate action, opting instead to observe and gauge the responses of the other three factions. For beings of their caliber, recklessness was not an option. As for the Yin-Yang temple, stripped of the presence of Yin Zhuoyang, it had fallen from grace, no longer worthy of his regard. At this moment, he chose not to explore other perilous territories, but to closely monitor the Xiao family's every move. Master, must we absolutely acquire the Xiao family's treasure? Ling Long inquired with a furrowed brow. Though devoid of memories, she sensed that the Xiao family was anything but ordinary. If we provoke them, it may lead to insurmountable troubles. Fear not, Ling Long. I am well aware of my course, Jian Wuming replied, his gaze fixed on the direction of the Xiao family. In the ensuing days, the Xiao family traversed the treacherous realms of this battlefield, acquiring one treasure after another. This spectacle ignited palpable envy among the other Genesis-level forces. Many of the forbidden zones explored by the Xiao family had previously been ventured into by these factions, yet they had failed to claim the powerful relics within due to their inherent dangers. Now, all those treasures had fallen into the hands of the Xiao family. Yet, no faction dared to make the first move. They were all waiting for the proverbial first bird to poke its head out. The earlier demise of Yin Zhuyang had been rather peculiar. He had existed for countless ages, and it was unfathomable that he could be ensnared by the allure of treasure. Yet he had indeed perished. Some speculated whether this had any connection to the Xiao family. It cannot be. Our ancestor would never meet such a fate. He is a Genesis realm powerhouse, invincible. Upon learning of their ancestor's demise, the members of the Yin Yang Temple roared in despair. They ultimately received a definitive answer from the disciples of the primordial sword sect. Their ancestor had fallen while seeking treasures within the forbidden realm. Impossible. Our ancestor claimed he was merely going to the Xiao family to retrieve that artifact, not to seek treasures. How could one perish in the pursuit of treasure? The members of the Yin Yang Temple trembled, their faces pale. Without their ancestor's guidance, their future was ominously predictable, whether you believe it or not. I witnessed it with my own eyes, the old ancestor of the Xiaojian declared solemnly. Upon receiving this stark revelation, the members of the Yin Yang Temple felt a chill run through them, their enthusiasm for exploring the ancient battlefield evaporating as they quickly retreated to their sect, eager to ascertain the condition of their ancestor's life token. Should it be intact, all would be well. If shattered, their prosperous days as the dominant force in the Divine Mist realm would likely come to an end. Their supremacy over the 5 titans of the Divine Mist realm had always been anchored by their ancestors' presence. Over the years, they had frequently leveraged this power to subjugate other factions, even if those oppressed factions chose not to retaliate. The other 4 Genesis-level forces would undoubtedly relish the opportunity to divide their spoils. Though the Yin Yang Temple departed, the other factions remained, continuing their exploration. The Xiao family remained the focal point of interest among the 4 major forces. Yet, they remained undeterred, heedless of how others perceived them, seizing every unclaimed treasure they desired. The Xiao family traversed the ancient battlefield, delving into one forbidden zone after another, unearthing artifacts from the distant past. Chapter 345, The Path of the Ruined God. After a period of exploration, they had ventured into the depths of the ancient battlefield, realms previously untouched by other factions. Here, the energies left behind from ancient times intertwined chaotically, with the chains of order resembling colossal serpents ensnared within, the void perpetually torn asunder by these energies, unable to heal, transforming into an abyss of darkness. Only origin-level artifacts could survive in this tumultuous environment. Within this realm, the Xiao family encountered severed remnants, some belonging to humanity, others to various races. The presence of such remnants in this perilous terrain undoubtedly indicated that they belonged to origin-level powerhouses. What calamity had the previous era endured to witness the fall of so many origin realm beings? Xiao Yu furrowed his brow deeply. The sheer quantity of remains in this place far exceeded that of the current era's origin realm, and the formidable legacies contained within the liminal space between the Yin and Yang realms only served to underscore the superiority of the prior age. Yet, such a flourishing era had met its demise, with origin-level beings perishing here, a notion that left them incredulous. There are always those stronger than oneself, and unless one attains the Divine Emperor realm, the possibility of decline looms for all. Xiao Chen stated calmly. Master, who could possibly have wrought such devastation upon the previous era? Could it have been a Divine Emperor? Xiao Li queried, bewildered. Who but a Divine Emperor could achieve such devastation? Yet Xiao Chen shook his head, stating, not at all. If it were a Divine Emperor, such a catastrophic scene would be impossible. In the presence of a Divine Emperor, origin realm beings could be reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. There would be no room for such brutal warfare. Then does that imply these individuals were slain by origin-level beings? Is it possible that beyond the divine realm, there exists an even larger and mightier world? Someone exclaimed in astonishment. Who can say? If you wish to uncover the truth, you may venture beyond the divine realm to explore. Xiao Chen chuckled. The energies here were exceedingly volatile. Even Xiao Li's Yuru-Yi was subjected to violent turbulence, akin to a fragile boat tossed upon the stormy seas. Master, can Yuru-Yi withstand this? Xiao Li inquired. Rest assured, it will endure. Do not underestimate Yuru-Yi. It is on the verge of transforming into a quasi-divine emperor artifact. At that moment, a luminous orb appeared before them, its surface etched with mystical patterns that formed a celestial map, depicting various life forms and exuding an aura of profound mystery, clearly extraordinary in nature. Another treasure. The eyes of the crowd gleamed with excitement. A treasure that could endure in such an environment would undoubtedly yield a significant amount of contribution points. Xiao Chen, gazing at the artifact before them, addressed the others. Now that we recognize this as a treasure, can any of you discern to which divine path its emanations belong? His question left the assembled Xiao family members momentarily speechless. Many among them practiced various divine paths beyond the path of the infinite and the path of force. Yet after a moment of contemplation, they exchanged puzzled glances, realizing they had never encountered such a divine path before. A divine path we have never even seen? What could this be? They exclaimed in astonishment. Moreover, Xiao Li, Xiao Yu, and others sensed that this divine path bore a strength that seemed to rival their own. Could it be another path leading to the realm of the Divine Emperor, the Void Divine Path? Xiaolang speculated. If such a path exists that they are unaware of, it might only be the Void Divine Path, akin to the Wujia Divine Path and the Path of Strength. This is a divine way they have never encountered before. Indeed, the divine aura emanating from this artifact is unmistakably that of the Void Divine Path. Xiao Chen affirmed with a nod. The crowd was astonished. They had long been curious about the true nature of the Void Divine Path, and were taken aback to encounter it here. It is indeed formidable, rivaling the Wujia Divine Path in strength. Xiaoli gasped in admiration. Not to mention the terrifying power radiating from the artifact, the Void Divine Path itself is exceptionally potent. It surpasses other divine paths by a considerable margin. The Void Divine Path is one of the avenues leading to the Divine Emperor. Does this imply that a Divine Emperor once emerged in the divine realm of the previous era? Someone exclaimed in shock. Impossible. If a Divine Emperor had existed, how could the last era have met its demise? The crowd found themselves engulfed in confusion, all eyes turning towards Xiao Chen, eager for his elucidation. Do not overthink it, Xiao Chen advised. Whether it is the Void Divine Path, the Wujia Divine Path, or the Path of Strength, they are merely tickets to the realm of the Divine Emperor. They do not guarantee one will reach that pinnacle. Thus, you must not exhibit any semblance of complacency. Do not presume that mastering the Wujia Divine Path or the Path of Strength will inevitably lead you to the Divine Emperor's realm. Xiao Chen cautioned the assembly. Indeed, we shall not disappoint the clan leader. They responded in unison. However, the divine realm of the previous era did not give birth to a divine emperor. Xiao Chen continued. With the strength to easily perceive the events of the bygone era, a quasi-divine emperor did arise, namely the individual who initially inherited the golden divine tree. Yet, our Xiao family has never had a practitioner of the Void Divine Path. Does this treasure hold no significance for us? Xiaoli frowned, gazing at the orb before her. Who says it is of no use? Just because there have been no practitioners of the Void Divine Path in the past does not imply there will not be in the future. Xiao Chen replied with a smile. The system has consistently been signing in, and there are numerous physiques among them, including one specifically suited for the Void Divine Path, which is the quintessential physique for cultivating it. Moreover, I also plan to establish a secret realm for the Void Divine Path within the family. Perhaps some clan members may comprehend its mysteries and successfully grasp the Void Divine Path. Upon hearing that the treasure before them was indeed useful, the crowd's faces lit up with joy, realizing this could yield a significant contribution. After accepting the treasure, they continued onward, delving deeper into the ancient battlefield in search of various artifacts. Meanwhile, the other four major foundational forces took note of the Xiao family's movements, observing their relentless advance into the depths of the battlefield. At this moment, their desire to search for treasures had dissipated. They convened to discuss everything concerning the Xiao family. We have explored for so many years, yet we can only go this far. How has this Xiao family managed to penetrate depths beyond our reach? It appears the treasures in their possession are truly extraordinary. The elder of Qingyuan Palace squinted towards the direction of the Xiao family. That area lies deep within the ancient battlefield, a place they dared not enter. Yet the Xiao family can traverse it using the treasures in their possession, the caliber of which is not hard to imagine. Clearly, they possess an origin-level treasure. Jian Wuming exclaimed in astonishment. While they had made considerable gains in their explorations, they had yet to acquire any origin-level treasures. Thus, the various factions felt an insatiable itch for what the Xiao family possessed. Chapter 346. Encountering the Void Divine Path Practitioner again. Furthermore, since entering the battlefield, the Xiao family has reached numerous areas they dared not venture into, including treasures that made them envious. With the Xiao family in possession of an origin-level treasure, it stands to reason that the artifacts within those forbidden zones have already been claimed by them. At this moment, the Xiao family could be described as exceedingly affluent. To the eyes of the major factions, they are akin to a moving treasury. It seems all of you have thoughts on the matter. In that case, once the Xiao family emerges, shall we suppress them and divide their spoils? The elder of Qingyuan Palace proposed solemnly. That sounds splendid. The various factions could not help but echo in agreement. Since ancient times, treasures have captivated hearts. The reason they allowed other factions to enter was not truly to enable them to acquire treasures, but merely to use them as scouts. Now that the Xiao family has emerged, although they cannot replicate the paths the Xiao family has traversed, acquiring the treasures is what truly matters. Simultaneously, they also kept a watchful eye on the other factions that had entered, fearing the emergence of another Xiao family. However, their concerns were clearly excessive. Not every faction possesses the capability to delve into such depths as the Xiao family. In fact, some had already suffered substantial losses or even total annihilation due to triggering residual energies at the periphery. This is the typical fate of those who dare to enter this place. Of course, some factions did reap certain fortunes. But those items were of little interest to the four major foundational forces. Their focus was solely on the Xiao family. At this moment, the Xiao family had penetrated to the deepest part of the battlefield, where energy storms converged like vast oceans. Every inch of space was saturated with terrifying power, capable of obliterating entire worlds with ease. Is this the power left behind by the battles of the Origin Realm? Even the mere aura seeping in sends chills down one's spine. Xiao Zhan exclaimed in terror as he stood atop the Jade Rui. At this moment, the Jade Rui radiated a resplendent crimson glow, forming an energy shield that enveloped them all. Without it, their current strength would render them unworthy of stepping foot in this place. Here, they unexpectedly beheld 9 indistinct figures seated in the void. Their forms appeared exceedingly ethereal and transparent, as if they were on the verge of dissipating at any moment. This resembles the form of the ancestor of the Divine Sword sect encountered within its ruins. Could it be that they too have exhausted their primal powers in the suppression of something? Xiao Zhan wondered. He had witnessed such a phenomenon once before and understood the general situation. The ancestor of the Divine Sword sect had similarly exhausted his essence to suppress the malevolent cultivator who annihilated their sect, resulting in his semi-transparent state, ready to vanish into thin air. However, the plight of these 9 individuals is evidently far more severe. They are nearly on the brink of dissolution, leaving only their illusory images behind. About right. Xiao Chen nodded. Those present here must be Origin Realm powerhouses. What could possibly exist that would compel 9 Origin Realm practitioners to unite in suppression? Xiao Zhan marveled. Not just that. These 9 individuals rely on a formation as their foundation to suppress the opponent. Xiao Chen clarified. What? 9 Origin Realm practitioners require a formation to subdue their adversary. The crowd gasped in astonishment. What kind of being could provoke 9 Origin Realm practitioners to join forces in such a manner? Could it be that individual of the Void Divine Path? Or perhaps, Xiao Lang furrowed his brow. Aside from the Void Divine Path practitioner, who else at the same realm could compel 9 Origin Realm beings to risk their lives for suppression? Your speculation is astute. Their adversary is indeed the Void Divine Path practitioner. Xiao Chen affirmed with a nod. At this revelation, the crowd was taken aback. These individuals were actually contending with the Void Divine Path practitioner? No wonder the situation is so dire. The Void Divine Path practitioners are invincible among their peers, and it's clear that ordinary Origin Realm beings cannot stand against them. But has that individual perished? Xiao Lang inquired. If they had died, I wouldn't be here. Xiao Chen replied with a smile. Patriarch, have you come here for the sake of the Void God practitioners? Are you planning to strike him down, thereby eradicating the potential threat to the Divine Realm? To safeguard the Divine Realm? The crowd expressed their astonishment. Safeguard the Divine Realm? Ha ha ha, that is your duty. While my purpose is to indulge in the pleasures of life. Xiao Chen replied with a smile. Indulge in life? So, master, you have come here solely to revel in life's pleasures? Xiao Li's eyes widened in disbelief. She surveyed the desolation surrounding them, the pervasive aura of destruction. What joy could possibly be found in such a place? You do not understand. I have come here in search of a delicacy, Xiao Chen declared, as he waved his right hand through the void before him. With a sharp sound, a rift in the fabric of space opened, revealing a chaotic realm within. This place is... The crowd gasped, astonished that another world lay hidden here. Just as their bewilderment peaked, an overwhelming aura seeped from the chaotic world, imbued with an insatiable thirst for slaughter, instilling fear in everyone present, save for Xiao Chen. Living beings exist within. A chill ran down the spines of the onlookers. The sound of footsteps echoed, reminiscent of an ancient lineage, resonating in their ears and stirring their spirits. Soon, a vague silhouette emerged from the rift, drawing closer with each moment until, in the blink of an eye, it became distinct. When the figure was fully revealed, Xiao Yu suddenly exclaimed, "Is it him?" Before them stood a figure clad in a black robe, its long limbs obscured by a mask of white bones. "Do you know him?" Xiao Zhan inquired, puzzled. "Yes. I encountered him long ago, but it must be a different entity. It cannot possibly be the same being. The one I knew perished at the hands of the Patriarch. His heart transformed into a delicacy by him. You've seen this race before? Where did you come across them?" The crowd was filled with curiosity, as they had never encountered such beings in their world. "Once, while fishing in the Patriarch's lake, I inadvertently fell into another world and encountered these creatures." Xiao Yu frowned. If not for this sight, he would have nearly forgotten them. But now, it dawned upon him that the world he fell into was likely the Divine Realm. Realizing this, He was even more astonished by the patriarch's might. That tranquil fishing lake could connect to the divine realm. What a treasure it must be. Having been suppressed for so long, he had idly entered seclusion, even forgetting that he was still confined here. However, judging by the circumstances, those 9 ancient beings must have perished by now. The being adorned with the bone mask spoke, its voice gravelly, akin to iron scraping against stone, piercing the air. Its hollow gaze swept over the 9 indistinct figures, resembling an eternal, placid abyss without the slightest ripple. Yet, its words astonished everyone. That 9 origin realm experts had expended their lives to suppress it here, and yet it regarded this feat as trivial, nearly forgotten. How absurd. Chapter 347, Invincible? Yet, this also indirectly illustrated the formidable strength of the Void God practitioners, transcending the ordinary capabilities of the Origin Realm. Even with the combined efforts of 9 Origin Realm experts and arrays, they could not extinguish their presence. Master, he appears unscathed? Xiaoli whispered, gazing at the Void God practitioner emerging from the rift. Could it be that the 9 Origin Realm experts were insufficient to inflict harm upon him? Indeed. He bears no injuries. Xiao Chen nodded. Nonetheless, this is preferable. If he were wounded, it would adversely affect the flavor of his heart. Injured? I have indeed been harmed. Once, dozens of Origin Realm beings joined forces against me, inflicting some injuries. However, that was long ago. Do you know where the corpses of the Origin Realm on this battlefield came from? They were all slain by me. Yet here I stand, alive and well. While they lie dead, what a solitude it is to be invincible, yearning for a worthy opponent, yet finding none. The Void God practitioner, Xiao Lan, spoke in a raspy voice, tinged with a sense of lament. It was merely due to the long silence that he engaged in conversation upon encountering living beings. Had it been any other time, beings of their caliber would not have been worthy of his discourse. Invincible? While I acknowledge that the Origin Realm is formidable, it hardly reaches the level of invincibility. To my knowledge, there must exist other realms beyond the Origin Realm. Have you grown so arrogant as to dismiss those realms? Xiao Yu retorted fearlessly, emboldened by the presence of the patriarch, displaying a hint of audacity in his words. Other realms beyond the Origin Realm? Oh, quite astute of you to recognize that such realms exist. However, while I have not yet attained that level, I am undeniably invincible within the Origin Realm. This is irrefutable. Upon mentioning that realm, a flicker of ripples appeared in Zhu Lan's hollow gaze. For beings of his caliber, only the God Emperor realm remained their aspiration. Invincible? Who dares to proclaim invincibility? Who would dare to claim they are undefeated? Is it merely based on your mastery of the Void God path? Finally, Xiao Chen interjected with a cold laugh, breaking his silence. Remarkable. Has the era truly changed? Not only do you recognize that realm, but you are also aware of my Void God path. Xiao Lan looked at Xiao Chen, only to find him unremarkable, his cultivation seemingly pitiful. Yet, as he surveyed the others, he discovered some among them practiced extraordinary divine paths that eluded his comprehension. This unsettled him, once. A formidable being had emerged in the divine realm, one whose divine path he could not penetrate, a quasi-god emperor of terrifying strength, whose mere gaze had struck fear into his heart. Yet, in the end, he had still perished at the hands of the mightiest of their clan. Since you question my invincibility, I shall demonstrate the terror of my Void God path. These beings must perish. With that, the sudden surge of hostility manifested. The divine consciousness belonging to the Origin Realm transformed into a tangible mountain, descending upon Xiao Chen and the others. The disparity in realms was so vast that he need not lift a finger. A mere thought could obliterate them. Though it was merely a manifestation of divine consciousness, it instilled an unprecedented sense of death within the Xiao family. This was an existence capable of annihilating them. Moreover, the speed of the attack was swift, suppressing their divine consciousness, leaving even Xiao Zhan and the others without a chance to summon their divine artifacts. Yet, they felt no fear, for the patriarch stood beside them. Indeed, in the very next moment after the attack enveloped them, it dissipated into the void. Are there other experts present? Xiao Lan squinted, perplexed that he had not perceived how the opponent had struck. Then he made his move, slapping his palm toward the Xiao family. Since he had not seen clearly, he would repeat the action. However, this time, as his palm descended, Xiao Chen intervened to block the strike. How peculiar. Just moments ago, you seemed unremarkable. Yet now you possess the power to withstand my assault. It appears you've concealed your strength. Xiao Lan regarded Xiao Chen with newfound intrigue. Haha, I have never deemed it necessary to conceal my power. The truth is simply that you lack the ability to perceive my strength. Xiao Chen replied with a smile. You lack the ability? In this current divine realm, there are still those who dare utter such words? Ha ha ha. Very well, let me demonstrate my true prowess. Xiao Lan sneered, for even those of the Origin realm from back in the day would not dare speak to him in such a manner. With a thunderous roar, The power of the origin realm surged forth from within him, erupting with full force as he aimed to crush this arrogant individual before him, to show him just how formidable his strength truly was. Yet, despite this, his assault was effortlessly thwarted by Xiao Chen, who remained utterly unmoved, unable to penetrate even a fraction. This scene left him in a state of horror. Had he unleashed his full strength only to find that he could not even harm his opponent? How could one with such meager abilities dare to proclaim themselves invincible? Xiao Chen mocked. I will slay you. Xiao Lan, feeling deeply humiliated, roared as the white skeletal mask upon his face shattered explosively, transforming into radiant white light that enveloped his being. It was only at this moment that the onlookers could discern his visage, which was a pitch-black face forged from the power of the abyss, save for a pair of eyes. His mouth resembled a slowly swirling dark vortex, devouring all the surrounding laws of the universe. Quite an eccentric appearance indeed. Xiao commented. Human, even when besieged by dozens of origin realm beings in the past. I was never driven to such a desperate state. To die by my hand now, you may take pride in that. Julan bellowed. The power of the abyss swirling around him, a cataclysmic aura erupting as he once again hurled his fist toward Xiao Chen. Boom. The void shattered. Time and space fell silent, and the residual energies of the origin realm dissipated instantaneously, becoming naught but emptiness. At that moment, neither time nor space existed. All laws had vanished, and his colossal fist, radiating boundless divine light, surged toward Xiao Chen's head. Were it any other being of the origin realm, they would find it nearly impossible to withstand such a strike. However, before a deity-level powerhouse, all means of the origin realm were rendered futile. Xiao Chen, with a mere flick of his left hand, effortlessly blocked the attack, while his right hand shone with brilliance, with a soft pop. He easily pierced through Xiao Lan's chest, seizing his heart and tearing it out. This was the very target he sought. The disappearance of a heart meant little to a being of the origin realm. As long as there remained traces of their existence over time, they would not perish. Yet, Xiao Lan's body froze in place, as he glanced down at the hollow cavity where his heart once resided, incredulously looking back up at Xiao Chen. You actually is my body of the origin realm merely made of paper? How could he so effortlessly pierce through and extract my heart? Until one reaches the deity level, one should refrain from uttering such grandiose claims of invincibility. Chapter 348. Has the Xiao Clan fallen? Xiao Chen stowed away the freshly acquired heart, gazing at Xiao Lan as he spoke. The heart of that abyssal being from before was exceptionally delectable when cooked, and I have long yearned for such a taste. Now, I can savor it once more. Could it be? The previously unflappable gaze of the abyssal being suddenly trembled violently. He was absolutely confident in his strength, and the only possibility of someone so effortlessly overpowering him was that they were a being beyond the origin realm. It seems you have not yet become foolishly arrogant. Xiao Chen chuckled. I never anticipated that a being of your caliber would emerge in this era's divine realm in such a short span, but what of it? When the day of the grand ceremony of my abyssal clan arrives, the entire boundless chaotic universe shall be obliterated. Even if you are a quasi-deity, you shall not escape the fate of sacrifice. Though only a brief moment has passed since my emergence from the suppressed chaotic world, as an invincible powerhouse of the origin realm, I have comprehended everything. This era's divine realm appears quite immature compared to that of the previous age. Yet characters like Xiao Chen have already appeared. The potential is indeed vast, but it matters not. My abyssal clan shall intervene. A quasi-deity, you say? It makes little difference. Your sole purpose for existing is to provide me with this heart to satisfy my cravings. Xiao Chen had no desire to engage in further dialogue with such an inconsequential being. With a flick of his fingertip, a beam of golden divine light shot forth, striking Xiao Lan between the brows. In an instant, his form began to disintegrate, transforming into countless motes of light that scattered into the void. Once a being that numerous origin realm entities could not vanquish, now so effortlessly perished at Xiao Chen's hands. It truly speaks to the whims of fate. Master, what is the abyssal clan? And what is this so-called sacrifice? Xiao Li inquired, puzzled. From the words of the other, it was clear that this abyssal clan seemed to require sacrifices from the boundless chaotic universe at intervals, and the annihilation of the previous era's divine realm appeared to be linked to such sacrifices. You wish to know? Then strive to cultivate diligently, and seek the answers yourself. Xiao Chen replied with a smile. Master is stingy. Xiao Li pouted. Enough. My objective here has been achieved. Let us hastily search for the remaining treasures and return. Xiao Chen waved his hand, eager to return and delve into his culinary pursuits. Meanwhile, on the periphery of the ancient battlefield, the Yuan Shi sword sect and other major factions continued to await patiently, for the treasures of the Xiao clan were worth their time. As for those other factions that had entered alongside the Xiao clan, most had suffered considerable losses, with only a few gleaning decent opportunities. Years swiftly passed. Yet the forces of the Yuan Shi sword sect remained without a glimpse of the Xiao Clan, causing them to grow increasingly anxious. Surely they have not encountered some dire crisis and perished within. The ancestor of the Qing Yuan Palace frowned. That would be the outcome they least wished to see. Surely not, for they possessed the origin ancient artifacts. Their self-preservation should be assured. Jian Wuming pondered. It's hard to say. No one can guarantee what lies deep within this ancient battlefield. We can only pray that they emerge alive. Otherwise, the years of waiting may well turn to naught. Thus, the ancestral beings of the four great factions waited for nearly a decade, yet still saw no sign of the Xiao Clan. Ultimately, they concluded that the members of the Xiao Clan may have perished here, returning empty-handed. Meanwhile, the realm of Xianxiao outside the ancient battlefield had erupted into chaos. For the forces of Qingmu Island and Wanlaishan sect had all been annihilated. While these factions were not to be compared with the Yuan Shi sword sect and Qing Yuan Palace, they were certainly not to be underestimated. Some even housed half-step creation gods among their ranks, yet such forces had been entirely obliterated. Furthermore, subsequent investigations revealed that these factions had nearly all perished on the same day. Aside from a few major creation-level factions, who else possessed such capabilities? However, the Yuan Shi sword sect and others were utterly baffled. They had not been responsible for this incident. Who could possibly have framed us? Find out immediately. For these great powers, reputation is of utmost importance. Otherwise, who would dare venture into the ancient battlefield to scout for them in the future? At this moment, within the divine city of the Xiao Clan, Xiao Chen was relishing the heart of the abyssal being alongside his father and several elders. This was far more delectable than the innards of spirit beasts. The Grand Elder, Xiao Feng, picked up a piece of braised meat and savored it carefully, nodding in admiration. This is the essence of nature. The mere creation of this culinary masterpiece has consumed several years of my life. The preparation of braised meat alone demands considerable time, especially when it originates from the heart of the realm. They returned quietly several years ago, unnoticed by the factions awaiting them. Yet, it is the clan leader who will indulge. The fifth elder, Xiao Zhenan, savored a piece of braised meat paired with exquisite wine, feeling that nothing in the world could surpass this exquisite delight. However, after this retreat, Xiao Li and the others will undoubtedly experience tremendous growth and strength. Even if we do not intervene, the position of our Xiao family in the Divine Sky realm should remain unassailable, Xiao Lingtian remarked. Indeed, during this expedition to the ancient battlefield, they have amassed significant rewards, exchanging them for a multitude of contribution points, sufficient for an extended period of cultivation within the temporal tower. By the time they emerge from their seclusion, there will be no one in the Divine Sky realm capable of standing in their way. Xiao Chen nodded. For Xiao Li and the others, what they require most is the accumulation of time, and the temporal tower will save them a considerable amount of it. The contribution points they obtained are ample for prolonged cultivation. It is merely uncertain whether they will reach the level of the Creator God. It is unfortunate that young Xiao Fan did not enter the ancient battlefield. Otherwise, our Xiao family would have gained another formidable ally. I wonder what that lad is occupied with. Xiao Lingtian sighed. Xiao Fan possesses the same extraordinary talent as Xiao Yu and the others. Yet after this, he will undoubtedly be left far behind. This is certainly a significant regret. Perhaps not, for by the time he returns, he may have surpassed Xiao Li and the others in prowess. Xiao Chen chuckled. Xiao Yu and Xiao Li? That seems implausible, no matter the opportunities he encounters. It should be impossible for him to surpass those who have entered the temporal tower for cultivation. Xiao Feng frowned. Ha ha ha, do not be so quick to judge. Once he returns, you shall see. Xiao Chen laughed. The opportunities Xiao Fan has encountered are substantial enough to propel him to great heights. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, curiosity sparked among the group. Could there be opportunities surpassing the chance to cultivate within the temporal tower? Chapter 349, The Leisurely Life of a Great One. After relishing the delectable cuisine, Xiao Chen began to engage in his endeavors. As previously stated, he intends to establish a realm for comprehending the void divine path. He had already created realms for the infinite divine path and the path of strength. If he were to establish the void divine realm, the three methods to attain the status of a divine emperor would converge within the Xiao family. This is something beyond the imagination of others. While most can only discover a single path, our Xiao family has gathered three. Once revealed to the world, countless individuals will likely kneel before the Xiao family, pleading for a chance to enter all three sanctuaries of cultivation. Although Xiao Chen cultivates the infinite divine path, at his level, all paths converge into divinity, and the void divine path is no exception. In a remarkably short time, the realm for understanding the void divine path was successfully established. Infused with rich principles of the void divine path and his insights into it, While the Void Divine Path is also ranked among the 3 supreme divine paths, it is not something just anyone can comprehend. A slight misstep could lead to being consumed by the Void's principles. Compared to the other 2 divine paths, it indeed bears a greater danger. This was the reason Xiao Chen had not previously established a realm for the Void Divine Path. However, now that the system has granted him a unique physique capable of cultivating the Void Divine Path, creating such a space for the growth and cultivation of his clan is imperative. After successfully establishing the realm, Xiao Chen turned his gaze towards Xiao Li and the others, who were currently in seclusion within the temporal tower. Each of them had amassed a significant amount of contribution points, allowing them to ascend to high levels. Particularly Xiao Li and the others, who directly entered the 7th floor. It is essential to note that while a year passes in the external world, an astonishing 10 million years elapse within. Since their entry, several years have passed externally, translating to tens of millions of years internally. Indeed, their cultivation has seen significant advancement. Observing the diligent practitioners within the temporal tower, Xiao Chen nodded in satisfaction. However, he felt a sense of relief. Fortunate was he that the system had directly bestowed upon him invincible cultivation. Otherwise, he too would have to endure a monotonous existence of seclusion for millions of years. A life he did not desire. In his past life, he toiled endlessly. Now that he has traversed to this realm, should he not revel in enjoyment? Nevertheless, breaking through to the Creator God level may still require several years. The higher the realm, the more time-consuming the cultivation becomes. Those who achieve the Creator God status have all devoted extensive epochs to their practices. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Chen headed to the orchard. Even in the divine realm, he has not relinquished his passion for collecting various celestial roots. It remains one of his cherished hobbies. Presently, his orchard is abundant with a variety of celestial roots and spirit plants, including many top-tier spiritual roots, their fragrant aromas permeating the land. Good day, Master. Upon his arrival in the orchard, several sentient celestial roots immediately expressed their excitement. Greetings to you all. Xiao Chen responded with a smile, beginning to inspect the orchard. Master, these are the fruits I have borne. Please have a taste. A strawberry vine, exuding a rich divine aura, raised several vividly colored strawberries toward Xiao Chen. Excellent. Xiao Chen collected the strawberries, savoring them before nodding in satisfaction. Delicious indeed. Thank you for your praise, Master. Came the joyful response from the strawberry vine. Master, my fruits have also ripened. I humbly request you to taste them. Other spirit fruits eagerly presented their offerings to Xiao Chen. One must not underestimate these spirit fruits. Even Xiao Li and the others took numerous spirit fruits into their seclusion, as these items greatly assist in their cultivation. Of course, aside from this, various supplementary resources for cultivation are indispensable. These auxiliary treasures can save them considerable time, highlighting the stark contrast between small factions and major powers, where the latter is overwhelmingly superior in all aspects. Even if a genius emerges, their speed of cultivation pales in comparison to that of the prodigies from larger factions. In the orchard stood 2 towering trees. One was a peach tree of immortality, and the other was the world tree. The peaches and world fruits produced by these trees are exceedingly rare treasures, although the peach tree is a creation of the lower realms. After Xiao Chen enhanced its roots and nurtured it with the divine vein of the orchard, it has undergone a qualitative transformation, rivaling any divine-level spiritual plant in the divine realm. After a leisurely stroll through the orchard, Xiao Chen harvested some spirit fruits to place into his wine gourd before returning to his courtyard, reclining on a lounge chair while munching on sunflower seeds. The life of a great one is indeed so simple and unpretentious. Currently, the Xiao family is bustling with activity, as numerous factions have come to pay their respects. For it is widely known that the Xiao family has achieved first place in the Divine Sky 100 battles. This is an unparalleled honor within the Divine Sky realm. Not only will they receive vast territories and resources allocated by several creator-level powers, but for the next several millennia, or even longer, they will enjoy the protection of these creator-level factions, with no one daring to extinguish them. The Xiao family is destined to rise during this period, establishing itself as a formidable force. However, regarding these matters, Xiao Chen could not be bothered. He deemed it sufficient to leave them to the elders for resolution. After all, once Xiao Li and the others emerged from their seclusion, they would undoubtedly suppress the other creation-level forces with great fanfare. At that time, the Xiao family would reign as the singular sovereign of the divine mist realm. Meanwhile, within the ancient bronze palace, Xiao Fan remained seated before the 3 altars. However, the barriers surrounding 2 of the altars had now dissipated. Above his head, a square cauldron of primordial essence floated, showering down countless strands of primal energy. Xiao Fan had fused the source of primal essence with his former Yin Yang 5 elements cauldron, transforming it into a new innate divine weapon. At this moment, he was facing a diamond-shaped crystal, absorbing the energy within it. His aura steadily intensified, now radiating the formidable presence of a half-step creation realm. Even those who entered the Time Tower, such as Xiao Li, could not compare. What? The Divine Path sect has been annihilated? 3 figures loomed above the ruins of the Divine Path sect. How could it possibly be destroyed? Even if it were to be vanquished, it could only fall at the hands of me, Xiao Li. One of the young men screamed in a frenzied manner. After being imprisoned by the Divine Path sect for a millennium, he had summoned clan elders to exact vengeance, only to discover that this force had been utterly obliterated. How could this be? Who exactly brought about the downfall of the Divine Path sect? Xiao Li gnashed his teeth in frustration, unable to take revenge himself. He felt a deep anguish within. There seemed to be no remnants of the heavenly court here. It appeared to have already fallen into the hands of those who sought to extinguish him. An elder behind Xiao Li squinted and murmured. Avenge the younger generation of the clan was merely one task among many. The paramount objective remained to acquire treasures related to the heavenly court from this force. Based on their covert investigations over the years, Chapter 350, Draw the Sword. The heavenly court was the most formidable power of the previous era, and anything associated with it was extraordinary. The Xiao family had risen from humble beginnings to become the mightiest force in the Sun Realm, relying on the remnants of the heavenly court's legacy. Yet now, it seemed that treasures related to the heavenly court had changed hands. Subsequently, they inquired among the cultivators surrounding the Divine Path sect and learned that shortly after the conclusion of the Divine Mist 100 battles, the Divine Path sect had been obliterated. However, who was responsible for this was shrouded in mystery. An elder behind Xiao Li calculated with his fingers, only to furrow his brow, stating, "The opponent's presence is utterly nebulous, impossible to discern." "Oh, even you cannot predict?" Another elder exclaimed in astonishment. It was said that a master of divination had been dispatched from the clan upon hearing of the news related to the heavenly court. Yet now even he could not uncover any clues about the heavenly court's whereabouts. It is very vague. The opponent must be exceptionally powerful. The calculating elder replied solemnly. So, does this mean that the clues regarding the heavenly court are irretrievably lost? Indeed, this journey has been in vain. What a pity. The 2 elders sighed heavily. If the opponent possesses such strength, achieving their goals would be exceedingly difficult. Meanwhile, Xiao Li continued to curse and complain. Who could he take revenge upon now that the Divine Path sect had been destroyed? Who could he vent his grievances upon after suffering for a millennium? Recently, the Divine Mist realm had been in turmoil, with the likes of Qingmu Island and the Thunder God sect being successively annihilated. Now, an even more explosive piece of news had emerged. The ancestor of the Yinyang Temple, a creation realm powerhouse, had actually fallen. This was indeed a matter of grave significance, as there were only a few creation realm experts across the entire Divine Mist realm. Although the Yinyang Temple endeavored to conceal the truth, one cannot contain fire with mere paper. The news inevitably leaked out. I had been pondering why so many powerful forces had fallen in the ancient battlefield, only to discover that even a creation realm expert had perished. That battlefield is truly fearsome. Who would dare to argue otherwise? It is said that each time the ancient battlefield opens, numerous strong individuals meet their demise within it. Yet this marks the first time a creation realm expert has fallen. Who knows what lies within that ancient battlefield? Nonetheless, it is true that treasures exist there. If luck is on one side, obtaining a single item could elevate one to great heights. As the news of Yin Jiuyang's fall spread, it further ignited curiosity about the ancient battlefield. However, apart from the members of the Xiao family, no one knew that Yin Jiuyang had met his end at the hands of Xiao Chen. Time passed quietly amidst the discussions of the people, and finally, after several years, Xiao Li and the others emerged from seclusion. In an instant, a terrifying and powerful aura permeated the divine city, seemingly heralding their arrival. Xiao Li and the others had finally broken through to the creation realm. Xiao Ling Tian, who had been playing chess with the Grand Elder, looked up and smiled. Indeed, it is time to draw our sword against the entirety of the Divine Mist realm. Xiao Feng chuckled. They had all long anticipated the arrival of this day. After all, this was the first task assigned to the clan by the patriarch upon entering the divine realm. When the numerous clan members of the Xiao family sensed the aura of Xiao Li and the others, they immediately erupted in cheers. From this day forth, our Xiao family shall no longer be bullied by any force. Remembering the times when they were cornered by various powers, the members of the Xiao family felt a wave of pent-up frustration. But such circumstances would never occur again. At this moment, outside the Time Tower, Xiao Li and the others appeared. Although only a decade had passed in the outside world, an entire epoch had elapsed within the Time Tower, rendering their gazes significantly deeper than before. The batch of prodigies led by Xiao Li and Xiao Yu had all broken through to the creation realm. In truth, If it were not for their cultivation of the supreme path of the Wuji divine path and the path of strength, they would have long since surpassed the creation realm. Typically, they would have been delayed by several million years compared to others. However, the combat prowess they had gained from crossing realms was undoubtedly worth it. Patriarch, we have emerged from seclusion. Should we announce our presence to the other forces of the divine mist realm? Xiao Yu and the others immediately sought out Xiao Chen. They now felt an unprecedented sense of strength. In the face of creation realm experts, they no longer needed to rely solely on divine artifacts for defense. An announcement is essential. However, only a few individuals need to confront those 4 creation-level forces. As for the others who have broken through to the creation realm, they should venture to the ancient chaos realm. Xiao Chen addressed the group. The ancient chaos realm? What purpose would that serve? Xiao Zhan inquired, puzzled. You will understand once you go there. Do you not relish the thrill of battle? There, you will find endless combat. Xiao Chen replied. Endless combat. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu's eyes instantly lit up. It seems I must go to this ancient chaos realm. Having now broken through to the creation realm, they felt invincible within the divine realm. It was indeed time to explore places beyond the divine mist realm. The others felt the same enthusiasm, having attained invincibility. It was certainly time to traverse the world. Patriarch, can those of us below the creation realm also venture to the ancient chaos realm? A clan member asked. After all, those who had broken through to the creation realm were but a fraction. Many remained at the levels of ancient gods and divine kings. Xiao Chen shook his head. It would be wise for those who have not yet broken through to the creation realm to refrain from venturing to the ancient chaos realm. It is far too perilous for you. However, you may train in other realms, and once you attain the creation realm, it will not be too late to journey to the ancient chaos realm. Understood. With Xiao Chen's guidance, the clan members began to take action. Xiao Zhan and Xiao Lang, along with 2 others, set forth to the 4 great primordial forces, while the remaining members of their family awaited their return, as the journey would not consume much time. Upon their eventual return, they could venture together into the chaotic ancient realm. Xiao Zhan soared through the skies towards the primordial sword sect, tasked with announcing the resurgence of the Xiao Clan, ensuring that those once lofty powers would bow their heads before them. However, midway through his journey, he encountered a familiar face. Is it truly you? Ling Long exclaimed, astonished to see Xiao Zhan. Did not my master proclaim that the Xiao Clan had perished on the ancient battlefield? How can you possibly be here? Their previous encounter on the ancient battlefield had forged a bond of familiarity. Ah, I thought it was someone significant. But it's merely a distinguished disciple of the primordial sword sect. Xiao Zhan chuckled. What a coincidence. I am en route to your esteemed sect. Might I trouble you to guide me? Humph, you possess quite the audacity. Are you aware that the 4 major sects waited nearly a decade on the ancient battlefield for your Xiao Clan? And now, you dare to approach the primordial sword sect? Ling Long regarded the valiant figure before her with narrowed brows. Oh, I've heard from our clan leader of your prolonged vigil. It must have been quite arduous for you, Xiao Zhan replied with a smile. Thus, you must comprehend our sect's stance towards your clan. If you dare to show your face before us, I assure you, you shall never depart. Chapter 351, Journey to the Primordial Sword Sect. Ling Long furrowed her brow. If he was aware of the sect's sentiments towards the Xiao Clan, why did he appear so unfazed? Are you not from the Primordial Sword Sect? What compels you to share such information with me? Could it be that our previous battle has ignited a spark within your heart? Such words were unthinkable. If your sect were to discover how you regard me, they might very well impose punishment upon you. How could I bear such a thought? Xiao Zhan jested. You speak nonsense. Very well, if you seek death, I shall oblige. You wish to visit my primordial sword sect? Then I shall escort you, Ling Long retorted, her expression a mix of indignation and ire. To think she had been teased. After joining the primordial sword sect for so long, this was her first encounter with such insolence. Yet, amidst her annoyance, a peculiar sensation stirred within her. Then I extend my gratitude, fair lady. Xiao Zhan beamed. You shall regret this soon enough. Ling Long scoffed before turning to lead the way. I, Xiao Zhan, never engage in actions I would later regret. He replied with a grin, following closely behind her. During their journey, Ling Long inquired with curiosity, I am intrigued. How did you manage to evade the gaze of those primordial experts and escape the ancient battlefield? Their perception is not to be trifled with. We simply flew out in plain sight. Xiao Zhan answered nonchalantly. If you prefer silence, then remain so. The divine consciousness of those at the origin realm is not easily obscured. Even without your admission, I deduce that you possess some treasure capable of shielding your presence, enabling your escape from beneath their very noses. Otherwise, with the capabilities of your Xiao Clan, such a feat would be impossible. Ling Long declared with a cold snort. Oh, you are mistaken. We indeed departed the ancient battlefield openly, accompanied by our clan leader, whose strength surpasses that of your esteemed ancestors, rendering their inability to perceive him entirely normal. Xiao Zhan replied confidently. Humph. Ling Long scoffed coldly. The mightiest in the divine Xiao realm are those few. To suggest that another surpasses them is utterly unbelievable. As Xiao Zhan followed her, what should have been a brief journey was inadvertently prolonged. Upon arriving at the primordial sword sect, they were greeted by towering mountains and countless islands suspended in the heavens, where divine light radiated, illuminating the skies and exuding an awe-inspiring pressure that commanded respect from all living beings, rendering the place sacred and extraordinary. Well, how does this compare to your Xiao clan? Are you not astonished? Do you still wish to enter my primordial sword sect? Ling Long teased. It cannot compare to my Xiao clan's celestial city, Xiao Zhan retorted. Ling Long nearly burst into laughter from exasperation. How could the Xiao clan, a force without even a divine king, presume to boast such depth? Their primordial sword sect had stood resilient through the ages, unmatched among any forces in the divine realm, save for those few led by origin realm powerhouses. What is your purpose for coming to my primordial sword sect? Ling Long inquired sharply. To pay a visit. To pay a visit? Huh. My primordial sword sect is not a place that just anyone can visit. I ask you one last time, are you certain you wish to enter our sect? Once inside, no one can guarantee your safety. Ling Long pressed once more. Thank you for your concern, fair lady. My safety is assured. But you ought to be wary of your fellow sect members. Should their attitudes fail to meet my satisfaction, their safety may very well be compromised. Xiao Zhan smiled. You humph. Very well, do as you wish. Ling Long conceded, leading Xiao Zhan into the depths of the primordial sword sect. Due to her status, Xiao Zhan was granted an audience with the sect leader, Jian Dao Yi. You are still alive? Upon Xiao Zhan's appearance in the great hall of the primordial sword sect, an elder recognized him and gasped in astonishment. He was the elder responsible for overseeing the divine Xia 100 battles, having previously encountered the Xiao clan, thus retaining a vivid memory of Xiao Zhan. Ah, it is you. Elder, your words are rather peculiar. What do you mean by still alive? Should I have perished? Xiao Zhan retorted coldly. Not at all. Was it not said that your entire clan perished on the ancient battlefield? How is it that you stand before us? The elder's face was filled with shock. With this revelation, the other elders and sect members of the primordial sword sect turned their gazes toward Xiao Zhan, an invisible pressure emanating from them, locking onto him. Even Ling Long felt the weight of their collective aura, struggling to breathe. In times past, such an overwhelming presence would have rendered Xiao Zhan powerless, collapsing to the ground. Yet now, he stood unshaken at the center of their pressure, regarding them as inconsequential. Jian Dao Yi and the others were taken aback. Surely, the Xiao clan possessed no formidable warriors. What was the secret behind this man's composure? Could he possess a treasure that shielded him from their might? Since you have emerged alive, I assume you must have acquired considerable treasures from your ordeal? Jian Dao Yi inquired. That is of no concern to you. My visit is not to bestow treasures upon you. Xiao Zhan replied. Then what brings you to visit my primordial sword sect? Jian Dao Yi demanded from his elevated seat. In truth, it is not a matter of great significance. I merely wish for your primitive sword sect to acknowledge my Xiao family as the sole sovereign of the divine sky realm, henceforth bowing in submission to us. As these words echoed, a palpable stillness enveloped the grand hall, leaving Ling Long utterly astounded, her mouth agape. Was the other party out of their mind? How dare they utter such words to the primitive sword sect? Now, there would be no one to rescue him. Ling Long shook her head, perplexed at the emergence of such a foolish clan member from the Xiao family. Not only would he suffer the consequences, but the forces backing him would also be implicated. For our primitive sword sect to bow to your Xiao family? Ha ha ha, how amusing. Sword Dao Yi burst into laughter, though a frigid air accompanied his mirth. This was a jest he had never encountered before. The expressions of the other elders darkened as they regarded Xiao Zhan. How could their primitive sword sect be so brazenly provoked by an insignificant force? There are limits to what one can endure. If you lack the authority to speak, summon your ancestor. Was he not waiting for us at the ancient battlefield for quite some time? I believe he would be quite pleased to see you, Xiao Zhan declared. Chapter 352, Confrontation in the Creation Realm. The crowd was taken aback. The other parties still desired to meet their ancestor? Sword Dao Yi narrowed his keen eyes, scanning Xiao Zhan with his spiritual sense, yet he found nothing amiss. However, he could not fathom the intent behind the other's actions. Although your Xiao family possesses no standing to meet our sect's ancestor, you are correct. He would indeed be delighted to see you. Sword Dao Yi fixed his gaze upon Xiao Zhan. Ever since returning from the ancient battlefield, their ancestor had lamented the fall of the Xiao family members there, for they possessed an abundance of coveted treasures. Their demise in the depths of the ancient battlefield indicated. Subsequently, he dispatched someone to inform ancestor Jian Wuming. Before long, Ancestor Jian Wuming and several other half-step creation realm ancestors appeared in the hall, their expressions brimming with excitement. Is this truly a member of the Xiao family? The crowd's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Ha ha ha, what a divine providence. I am fortunate enough to meet a member of the Xiao family who emerged alive from the ancient battlefield. One of the half-step creation realm ancestors exclaimed with fervor. Young man, do tell, did you acquire a plethora of treasures in the depths of the battlefield? That elder leaned forward, unabashedly inquiring, his gaze sweeping over Xiao Zhan, as if searching for treasures upon him. Ancestor Jian Wuming's profound eyes also scrutinized Xiao Zhan, his mind swirling with curiosity about why he would visit their primitive sword sect at this juncture. Could it be that other members of the Xiao family remain trapped in the ancient battlefield, and he seeks their assistance? Yet Xiao Zhan spoke once more, reiterating his previous statement. I come on behalf of my family to implore your primitive sword sect to acknowledge my Xiao family as the singular sovereign of the divine sky realm. Henceforth, bowing in submission before us. Ling Long gazed at Xiao Zhan in shock. How could he dare to utter such words in front of the esteemed ancestors? Such audacity was truly unfathomable. The elders too were taken aback. Young man, one must be cautious with their words. Even if you were to present treasures to our primitive sword sect, should you speak out of turn, be wary of my might. An elder spoke sternly. Do you truly believe I jest with you? Xiao Zhan replied gravely. In an instant, the atmosphere within the hall turned ominously tense. If that is the case, then allow me to subdue you first. The elder closest to Xiao Zhan bellowed, his fingers curling into 5 formidable pillars. The intricate patterns on his skin glowing with the radiance of the great Tao as they enveloped Xiao Zhan. His strike was executed with astonishing speed. Even a divine king would find no means of resistance against such a blow. However, Xiao Zhan had undergone remarkable transformation. With a mere wave of his sleeve, a torrent of energy surged forth, crashing like tumultuous waves against the elder's hand. With a resounding explosion, the elder's palm disintegrated, a rain of crimson cascading throughout the hall. A cry of anguish escaped him as he stumbled backward. All present were taken aback. The sect master, Sword Dao Yi, felt his pupils constrict, while the other elders trembled in shock, and Ling Long's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Unable to comprehend how Xiao Zhan had managed to injure a being of half-step creation realm, a near-invincible existence in the divine sky realm, with such apparent ease. It appears that you have amassed remarkable fortune in the ancient battlefield. Jian Wuming sighed. He recognized the individual before him. Prior to entering the ancient battlefield, his strength had certainly not reached the ancient god realm, yet in a mere decade or so, he had risen to such heights. It was utterly astonishing. Nonetheless, even if your power is formidable, you are still far from being able to act recklessly before my primitive sword sect. Jian Wuming scoffed, pointing a finger at Xiao Zhan. And in an instant, a brilliant divine light surged forth, imbued with the laws of creation, shooting toward Xiao Zhan's brow. Do not be deceived by the simplicity of this gesture. The power contained within could establish a vast world amidst the chaos. Yet, facing this strike, Xiao Zhan remained unfazed. Also extending a finger, unleashing a chilling sword chi that pierced through the void, meeting the attack head-on. With a thunderous crash, it was as if heaven and earth were being rent asunder, sending shockwaves that left the onlookers' eardrums bleeding, their souls trembling. Had the grand hall not been fortified with the divine runes of the creation realm, it would have surely crumbled to dust. The 2 beams of divine light collided in the void, sending shockwaves of energy rippling outward. The creation-level divine runes inscribed within the hall radiated brilliant light, shielding the structure. How powerful! This individual dares to spar with my master? Ling Long was engulfed in astonishment. They had clashed previously, and while she had been impressed by his combat prowess, it paled in comparison to the current display. Yet, just as her shock peaked, the sword light at Xiao Zhan's fingertips swiftly extinguished the divine light emitted by Jian Wuming. The piercing brilliance shooting forth, piercing through the elder's palm and shoulder, causing half of his body to explode in an instant. At this moment, expressions across the hall shifted dramatically. Even the elders of the creation realm had sustained injuries. This individual is of the creation realm as well. Indeed, you have broken through to the creation realm. The fortune bestowed within the ancient battlefield is truly tremendous. Jian Wuming, now only possessing half a body, wore an expression of profound astonishment. Just moments ago, Xiao Zhan had effortlessly negated the attack of a half-step creation realm elder. He had assumed Xiao Zhan had at least reached that realm, yet they were of the same level. This revelation was utterly unexpected. He could scarcely fathom what kind of fortuitous encounter could facilitate such a rapid transformation. How now? Is there any longer a question regarding my Xiao family status as the sole sovereign of the divine sky realm? Xiao Zhan inquired. Even if you are of the creation realm, what difference does it make? Do you truly believe that you can rival me? The elder's blasted half-body rapidly regenerated. returning to its former state in the blink of an eye. Subsequently, a pitch-black sword, radiating an intense and formidable sword aura, suddenly materialized in Jian Wuming's grasp. A terrifying aura, capable of tearing the heavens and earth asunder, erupted from him, transforming him into a peerless divine blade. Boundless sword energy surged forth from his being, as if he were on the verge of recreating the universe itself. "Come forth and engage in battle," Jian Wuming bellowed, propelling himself into the skies above, his piercing gaze illuminating like twin beams of light that tore through the surrounding cosmos. "It appears that only by defeating you into submission will you comprehend the vast gulf that lies between us." Xiao Zhan's figure promptly emerged in the celestial heights, hands clasped behind his back, facing Jian Wuming directly. Meanwhile, the others within the grand hall hastily rushed outside to witness the battlefield. Their ancestor was their strongest trump card. Should he fall to the Xiao family, it would spell the subjugation of their original sword sect, which had endured for countless epochs. Such an eventuality would undoubtedly be an unspeakable humiliation for their faction. At that moment, amidst the celestial expanse, the two figures clashed, their boundless sword energies colliding and coalescing into a vast sword aura, with each stroke of the celestial sword wielded by Jian Wuming. The very fabric of creation seemed to tremble, imbued with immeasurable might. Conversely, Xiao Zhan wielded his fingers like a sword, unleashing a terrifying torrent of sword energy that clashed fiercely against the light of his opponent's blade. The energy produced by their confrontation rendered the heavens pale, transforming the surroundings into a chaotic void, as if the very fabric of reality was on the brink of unraveling. "Did you not venture deep into the ancient battlefield? Why can you not even produce a single celestial sword? Surely, the Xiao family is not so miserly towards a being of the creation realm." Jian Wuming roared. "With your abilities, you are unworthy of forcing me to draw my sword." Xiao Zhan's retort ignited a furious rage within Jian Wuming. How dare a mere junior speak so boldly before him? He had immersed himself in the creation realm for countless years. As his hidden power was revealed, Jian Wuming exuded an even more terrifying aura, akin to a primordial beast intent on tearing Xiao Zhan into shreds. The two engaged in a fierce battle amidst the celestial heights, causing the river of time and space to fracture, obliterating myriad paths and reducing the area to a state of nothingness. After a prolonged struggle, Jian Wuming transitioned from initial disdain to astonishment and finally to shock. He realized that the man before him had not utilized any divine artifact yet displayed an effortless demeanor, seemingly dismissing him as an opponent. This revelation left him astounded. Although he could not fathom how his adversary had ascended to the creation realm in such a brief span, he was certain the depth of Xiao Zhan's accumulation paled in comparison to his own. Yet why did Xiao Zhan exhibit such confidence? Thunderous sounds rumbled across the celestial expanse, reverberating like ominous thunder as the two sword energies clashed. Observers well-versed in the sword arts could discern the shifting tides of battle. Their ancestor was gradually falling into a disadvantageous position. At long last, after a brief moment, accompanied by a radiant sword light descending from Xiao Zhan, a resounding thud echoed as Jian Wuming's form was cleaved in two. Brilliant blood rained down from the heavens, painting the sky crimson. "Ancestor! Master!" The onlookers gasped, their expressions filled with horror. The invincible ancestor of the creation realm had been defeated today. Yet Xiao Zhan did not pursue annihilation. This was also the intention of Xiao Chen. As long as the opponent recognized the situation, there was no need for total extermination. Xiao Zhan also discerned the true capabilities of the creation realm warriors outside. Overall, they were remarkably weak. He could easily slay them. At that moment, he understood why the origin realm being from the ancient battlefield had caused so many from the divine realm to perish there. The disparity was simply too great. During his seclusion, he had sparred with Xiao Yu and others, where they were evenly matched. Thus, he had not truly grasped the extent of his own strength until he fought Jian Wuming, which provided him a clearer understanding of the gap between himself and others of the same realm. "Now, do you believe the Xiao family possesses the power to make you submit?" Xiao Zhan inquired, his demeanor exceedingly domineering. "Huh. I never imagined that the Xiao family could produce a powerhouse of your caliber in such a short span. Yet, as one of the paramount sects of the divine sky realm, how could my original sword sect submit to another's might? Such an act would be utterly devoid of spirit. Moreover, if we were to bow to your Xiao family, how would other factions perceive us? I fear we would forever lose our face within the divine sky realm. Therefore, having been defeated by you today, you may do as you wish, but to compel us to submit is utterly impossible." Jian Wuming lamented, unwilling to yield despite his defeat. The pride of a dominant sect remained intact. He could only resent the fact that his original sword sect had failed to acquire the fortuitous treasures within the ancient battlefield. Otherwise, this scene would never have unfolded. Having spirit is commendable, but stubbornness and ignorance may lead to the loss of one's survival. Our clan leader has issued a command. Henceforth, there shall be one sovereign in the divine sky realm, and that shall be the Xiao family. Furthermore, I shall be frank with you. When I came to your original sword sect, my Xiao family also dispatched several individuals to the Qingyuan Palace and the other 3 major factions. Their outcomes will be no different from yours. Either submit or face annihilation. As Xiao Zhan articulated these words, Jian Wuming stood frozen in place. He had assumed the Xiao family had only sent a few individuals to their original sword sect, given that there were only a handful of creation realm beings throughout the divine sky realm. Even among their dominant sects, each faction possessed but a single creation realm warrior. However, upon hearing Xiao Zhan's declaration, he finally comprehended that the Xiao family harbored several creation realm experts. How can you possess so many creation realm experts? What secrets lie within that ancient battlefield? Jian Wuming asked, his voice trembling. He understood the arduousness of reaching such a realm. Without the requisite aptitude, comprehension, and opportunities, one could never hope to ascend. Indeed, our rapid advancement to the creation realm is related to the ancient battlefield, yet it is not the crux of the matter. Even without the ancient battlefield, our ascension to the creation realm is merely a matter of time. Therefore, I wish to know your answer now. Xiao Zhan's patience was wearing thin. He needed to reunite with his clan and proceed to the chaotic ancient realm. Upon realizing that the Xiao family had dispatched creation realm warriors to other factions, what more could Jian Wuming say? The disparity in strength was not merely a slight advantage, but an overwhelming chasm. They were utterly incapable of resisting the Xiao family, no matter how they allied. Thus, they could only bow their heads in submission and acknowledge the Xiao family's supremacy, pledging to follow their lead henceforth. Having received a definitive response, Xiao Zhan, just as with other factions, collected a portion of resources from the original sword sect. It must be said that a faction with such a long-standing legacy possessed abundant resources, sufficient to sustain the Xiao family for a considerable duration. Shortly after Xiao Zhan's departure, a piece of news swiftly reached the ears of the members of the original sword sect. The Qingyuan Palace has been annihilated, and the other 2 factions have made the same choice as the original sword sect, submitting to the Xiao family. It is truly astonishing to witness the Xiao family's iron-fisted methods. This news has left everyone in shock. Even Jian Wuming could not help but sigh upon hearing it. In a mere few decades, the once 5 great primordial powers of the xianxia realm have dwindled to just 3. Subsequently, events among the primordial powers swept through the xianxia realm like a hurricane, and all factions became aware of the rising Xiao family. The fact that they could compel primordial powers to submit or even eradicate them has undoubtedly astounded everyone. A faction that recently triumphed in the Xianxia 100 battles has suddenly ascended to the status of a superior force over several others. How could this not pique curiosity? Chapter 354, The Chaotic Ancient Realm. In an instant, the entire power structure of the Xianxia realm gravitated towards the Xiao family's divine city. Eager to behold the nature of this burgeoning faction that could subjugate primordial forces, many sought to forge connections with the Xiao family, for any association with such a power would grant them considerable leverage in the Xianxia realm. However, it is unfortunate that they could not even gain entry into the Xiao family's divine city. Those factions that had once submitted to the Xiao family sighed deeply. They had once contemplated how to extricate themselves from the Xiao family's grasp, but now, with the Xiao family reigning supreme over the Xianxia realm, even those smaller factions are no longer regarded. They have lost the qualifications to become direct subordinates of the Xiao family. It is truly unexpected that the Xiao family has become the sole sovereign of the Xianxia realm in such a short span of time, even compelling the original sword sect to bow their heads. Jing Wuming, the leader of the Biyun Pavilion, sighed. After the Xiao family ascended to supremacy, they disbanded their former subordinate sections. After all, the entire Xianxia realm is now under the Xiao family's dominion. What need do they have for these smaller factions? Yet, Jing Wuming felt a twinge of regret, sensing that he had missed out on an extraordinary opportunity. Had he forged ties with the Xiao family before their rise, the status of the Biyun Pavilion would surely have soared to unprecedented heights. Alas, he had previously been preoccupied with escaping the Xiao family's control, and aside from timely resource tributes, he had never considered nurturing a relationship with them. Now, it is too late to seek such connections. At this juncture, he could only look skyward and lament. Outside the Xiao family's divine city, throngs of cultivators congregated, gazing at the magnificent city from afar. Yet none dared to fly above it. Is this truly the divine city of the Xiao family? Several primordial power experts have also arrived, including Jian Wuming, who gazed at the divine city from a distance, feeling the overwhelming might radiating from it, exclaiming, "This city is extraordinary." Indeed, the trails of Tao above it elude even my comprehension. Could it be an existence that surpasses the primordial artifacts? The primordial experts could not help but take a deep breath, their expressions filled with awe. The Xiao family is indeed excessively extravagant. How could they reside in a treasure that surpasses primordial artifacts? What manner of faction possesses such capability? If this were in their hands, they would surely enshrine this city. However, the activities of those outside the city were of no concern to the Xiao family members. They proceeded with their own affairs, some cultivating, others venturing out. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhan and the others had already departed from the divine city, making their way toward the chaotic ancient realm. Given their strength, they found it difficult to encounter adversaries elsewhere in the divine realm. Only in the chaotic ancient realm could they unleash their full potential. Shortly after their departure from the Xianxiao realm, Xiao Long and Xiao Cong also left the family to undergo training. They started their journey a bit later than Xiao Yu and the others and had not yet reached the primordial realm, thus could not venture to the chaotic ancient realm like Xiao Zhan. They could only train in the vicinity of the Xianxiao realm. However, that was already sufficient for them. Xiao Zhan and the others experienced the vastness of the divine realm for the first time, even though they were now at the primordial realm. Traversing the immense divine realm to reach the chaotic ancient realm still required a considerable amount of time. It was not until several years later that they finally arrived at their destination. I truly did not expect it would take us years just to reach this place. For us, the Xiao family, years can feel like an eternity. Xiao Yu exclaimed. For the Xiao family, while several years may pass in the outside world, within the time tower, it could equate to millions of years or even longer. Such an extensive duration would undoubtedly allow their cultivation to progress significantly. This realization weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. Now that we are here, why dwell on such thoughts? Xiao Lang remarked, turning his gaze toward the so-called chaotic ancient realm. The patriarch must have his reasons for sending us here. In fact, as they approached the chaotic ancient realm, they had already sensed the presence of terrifying energies, indicating that formidable beings were indeed at play. Upon their arrival in the chaotic ancient realm, this sensation became even more pronounced. There were definitely primordial experts taking action, and not just one. Yet, this revelation only heightened the excitement of Xiao Yu and the others. After all, they had come here precisely to seek battles. They proceeded deeper into the chaotic ancient realm. However, before they could reach the innermost depths, they were confronted by several primordial experts who had come to intercept them. Who are you? What brings you to the chaotic ancient realm? An elder asked sternly. What? Do we need to report our presence to you for entering the chaotic ancient realm? Even if you are the rulers here, you lack such authority. Xiao Yu furrowed his brows and retorted. Please do not misunderstand. This is indeed a special time. And your sudden arrival with so many powerful figures compels us to be vigilant. A portly middle-aged man behind the elder interjected. Special time? What sort of special time? Xiao Yu inquired curiously. Could this be the reason the patriarch sent us to the chaotic ancient realm at this moment? Shouldn't you first clarify who you are and why you have come to our chaotic ancient realm at this time? The elder insisted. We hail from the Xiao family of the Xianxiao realm. You may not have heard of us, but that is of little matter, as our rise has been relatively recent. As for our purpose here, naturally, it is for battle. We seek to engage in combat, yet there are no worthy opponents left in the divine realm. Our patriarch has sent us to the chaotic ancient realm, indicating that there are indeed beings here who can challenge us. Xiao Yu's words deepened the frowns of the figures before him. If they were here for battle, would they be enemies or potential allies? That remained uncertain. As for the Xianxiao realm, they had not heard of it. The divine realm was overwhelmingly vast, and even as an ancient origin clan, they could not know everything. You seek to battle? With whom do you intend to fight? The portly middle-aged man inquired. Unknown. Our patriarch did not specify against whom we are to engage. Xiao Zhan responded. Could it be that there are many powerful factions within the chaotic ancient realm? The portly middle-aged man responded. Not many. Merely two. One belonging to the ancient clan and the other to the chaotic ruin clan. Particularly concerning is the latter, which incessantly harbors thoughts of invading our divine realm. More crucially, this clan boasts an abundance of formidable warriors. Were it not for the presence of several origin gods stationed here, our divine realm would likely have succumbed to their invasion long ago. Chapter 355, The Origin of the Chaotic Ancient Realm. The Chaotic Ruin Clan? The members of the Xiao family expressed mild surprise. One inquired, what connection does this chaotic Ruin Clan have with the Return to Ruin Clan? You are indeed aware of the Return to Ruin Clan? The ancient clan members were immediately astounded. This clan had never manifested in the divine realm during this era. How could these individuals possess such knowledge? Instantly, the ancient clan members became alert, fearing that the Xiao family might be linked to the Return to Ruin Clan. Should that be the case, they would not hesitate to eliminate these individuals here and now. Otherwise, if they were to collude with the chaotic Ruin Clan, the resulting treachery could impose unimaginable calamities upon the ancient clan. We once encountered a being from the Return to Ruin clan on an ancient battlefield, but our clan leader swiftly dispatched it, which is how we became aware of such a race. Xiao Zhan elucidated. You have encountered beings from the Return to Ruin clan? The slightly overweight middle-aged man was taken aback. Even in the chaotic realms, such beings were exceedingly rare. Yet, each of these beings possessed an awe-inspiring strength that could not be underestimated. Could it be that the beings from the Return to Ruin clan have infiltrated the divine realm from elsewhere? The elder of the ancient clan, Mi Hong, turned pale. They had guarded this territory for countless ages. Was it all in vain? Moreover, should the beings from the Return to Ruin clan appear in mass, it would signify the impending end of this era. The being we encountered from the Return to Ruin clan was a remnant of the previous epoch. Xiao Zhan continued. Previous epoch? The members of the ancient clan exchanged glances, their faces illuminated with realization. They had been stationed here to prevent beings from the chaos from entering the divine realm, and upon hearing the Xiao family's remarks, they initially feared their efforts had been in vain. You have yet to enlighten us on the relationship between the chaotic Ruin clan and the Return to Ruin clan. Xiao Yu pressed. The chaotic Ruin clan was actually birthed from the Return to Ruin clan. The Ruin power within the Return to Ruin clan fused with the chaotic energy over eons, eventually giving rise to the chaotic Ruin clan. They revere the Return to Ruin clan as their supreme deity and have aimed to invade the divine realm, resulting in an endless stalemate with our ancient clan. Elder Mi Hong explained. Ah, I see. So, there are indeed many powerful warriors within the chaotic Ruin clan? Xiao Yu inquired, his curiosity piqued. Indeed, they are numerous. Even the Origin Realm warriors outnumber those in our divine realm by a significant margin. The only reason our ancient clan has endured thus far is due to favorable circumstances. Without the remnants of certain means from the previous epoch, we would have been unable to withstand their onslaught. Mi Hong sighed internally. Originally, their divine realm had 7 origin gods, but one had fallen to the hands of a legendary figure in the divine realm, resulting in a significant loss of combat power for them. Now, facing the formidable warriors of the chaotic Ruin clan, their plight had become even more dire. The chaotic Ruin clan. It seems our objectives should be quite clear. Upon hearing the overwhelming number of adversaries, Xiao Yu could not suppress his excitement. Yes, the clan leader has indicated that there are scarcely any rivals left within the divine realm. Thus our opponents must originate from beyond it. It appears this chaotic Ruin clan is indeed our target. Xiao Zhan nodded in agreement. Esteemed friends of the ancient clan, may I request permission for us to meet these chaotic Ruin clan members? Rest assured, we will not engage in any actions detrimental to the divine realm. Xiao Lang clasped his hands respectfully. Mi Hong and the others surveyed the Xiao family members, and judging by their previous demeanor, they did not appear to be in league with the chaotic Ruin clan. Moreover, if they truly were allied with the chaotic Ruin clan, they would never have been so brazenly open in front of the ancient clan. Very well, then, let us proceed together into the chaotic ancient battlefield, Mi Hong proclaimed. In truth, they were in dire need of assistance. As a barrier opened, an expansive battlefield unfolded before the Xiao family members, with terrifying waves of energy emanating from its depths, instilling a sense of dread. Do you know why this place is referred to as the chaotic ancient realm? Mi Hong inquired. That is something we are unaware of. This area has been plagued by relentless and horrific battles for years, resulting in a distortion of time and space. The conflicts of both past and future converge here, creating a chaotic amalgamation of ancient and modern, hence the name chaotic ancient realm. Mi Hong elucidated. I see. At this moment, the Xiao family members had entered the barrier, revealing an endless expanse of towering city walls. Within the void inside the walls floated grand cities inhabited by the ancient clan beings. Upon arriving, the Xiao family sensed powerful auras emanating from the cities. Belonging to the creation realm, the strength of the ancient clan was not to be taken lightly. Among these, 6 auras stood out, exuding a might capable of commanding the heavens and earth. Clearly, these belong to the 6 origin gods stationed here. Beyond the city walls lies the territory of the divine realm, while outside the walls belongs to the chaotic world. Mi Hong explained. The Xiao family nodded, having sensed that the terrifying battles were occurring beyond the city walls. These city walls are indeed remarkable, Xiao Yu exclaimed. The inscriptions upon the walls were extraordinary, bearing a resemblance to those on their Xiao family's divine city. This is a remnant of the previous epoch. No one knows how it was forged, but it possesses the power to withstand the chaotic Ruin clan. Were it not for its existence, even our ancient clan would be incapable of withstanding the onslaught of the chaotic Ruin clan. Xiao Ran furrowed his brow, feeling an incessant tremor from his artifact ever since he laid eyes upon the city walls. The cause of this tremor was none other than the golden divine tree from earlier. That golden divine tree had merged with his long knife, yet at this moment, He distinctly felt that it was the part belonging to the golden divine tree that was causing his artifact to quiver. Could it be that the city walls have some connection to the golden divine tree? At this moment, Mi Hong turned to the group and asked, "Shall we first enter the city to rest, or proceed directly to the battlefield?" He understood that these individuals had come specifically for battle, so he refrained from being indirect. Visiting the city is necessary to pay our respects to a few seniors of the Origin realm. However, we are presently unarmed, which makes it rather inappropriate to approach. Instead, why not venture beyond the city walls to acquire a few enemy heads as gifts? I believe such offerings would please the seniors of the Origin realm. Xiao Yu proposed, his eagerness to engage the chaotic Ruin clan's warriors and test his true strength palpable. That is a sound suggestion. Others nodded in agreement. Then let us proceed. Chapter 356, The Chaotic Ruin Clan. At this moment, the ancient ancestors were also on guard against this group from the Xiao family, for it was inconceivable to ascertain, based solely on a few utterances, that these individuals had no collusion with the Chaos Ruins clan. What if they truly sought to infiltrate the ancient clan and conspire with the Chaos Ruins clan at a critical juncture? Should such treachery exist, their caution would need to be heightened even further. Fortunately, the opposing party chose to engage on the battlefield outside the city walls at the earliest opportunity. If they could indeed vanquish the Chaos Ruins clan, it could serve as a testament to their loyalty. Upon reaching the city walls, Xiao Ran felt the vibrations of his divine artifact intensifying, as if it were on the verge of leaving his very being. The city walls radiated divine light, soaring toward the chaos beyond, partitioning the realms into two distinct worlds. It was this divine light that repelled the incursion of the Chaos Ruins clan. Standing atop the walls, Xiao Yu exchanged glances with the other members of the Xiao family, each reflecting astonishment in their eyes. The aura emanating from the city walls was none other than that of the infinite divine path. Perhaps others would fail to recognize it, but for the Xiao clan, it was all too familiar. Remarkably, someone from the previous era had comprehended the infinite divine path. Xiao Yu communicated telepathically with his kin, brimming with incredulity. It was indeed astonishing. Xiao Zhan nodded in agreement. Yet, Xiao Ran cautioned, "Let us not forget what our clan leader once articulated. The master of the golden divine tree is a quasi-divine emperor. Moreover, since our arrival here, my artifact, forged from the golden divine tree, has been incessantly vibrating, indicating that this city wall is undoubtedly linked to that quasi-divine emperor." Upon hearing this, the others swiftly recalled the clan leader's words. It was thus no surprise. Achieving the status of quasi-divine emperor requires mastery of one of the three supreme paths. It now appeared that the quasi-divine emperor must have practiced the infinite divine path, thereby causing this place to emanate its essence. At that moment, Mi Hong summoned a command medallion, which levitated above the city walls. In an instant, within that divine light, a golden divine gate materialized, revealing a passage leading into the chaos beyond. "Esteemed ones, let us venture forth together," Mi Hong proclaimed. Very well. Xiao Yu and the others promptly followed him into the world beyond the city walls barrier. Concurrently, Mi Hong dispatched word of the Xiao family's presence to their origin deity, ensuring they could discreetly monitor the Xiao clan for any signs of treachery. No sooner had they departed the city wall than the members of the Xiao family felt as though they were immersed in the river of time and space. Terrifying temporal forces surged forth, crashing upon them like tumultuous waves. Only due to their extraordinary strength could they maintain their footing in this realm. Normally, the river of time and space lay concealed within the void, only revealed during cataclysmic battles. Yet, here, the river was perpetually exposed, a testament to the unceasing nature of the conflict that raged in this place. Just then, with a resounding crash, the river of time and space rolled back, accompanied by an ancient aura, as two blurred, towering figures plunged down from its upstream. They were locked in fierce combat, unleashing supreme divine abilities. Their divine runes intertwining amidst cataclysmic explosions, generating horrifying scenes of creation and destruction. The surging energy fractured the entire river of time and space, as if it were on the verge of reshaping the cosmos. These were two formidable beings from the Origin realm engaged in battle. Mi Hong and the ancient clans had grown accustomed to such occurrences, for they were a frequent spectacle in this domain. They do not belong to our era. We can only observe and must never intervene, lest we face the backlash of causal and temporal forces, which even those of the Origin realm cannot withstand. Mi Hong reiterated to the gathered crowd. Rest assured, we possess this basic knowledge. Xiao Yu replied. If the clan leader were here, he could intervene at will. With their strength, they would not dare to act recklessly in the river of time. Thus, they could only remain as mere spectators, witnessing the unfolding battle. At that moment, a colossal hand suddenly emerged from the river of time and space, reaching out toward Xiao Yu and the others. Yet, Meeting that hand was a radiant golden fist of Xiaoyu. This hand originated from the present world, not from the past or future of the river of time and space. With a resounding impact, the soaring fist collided with the palm, instantly vaporizing it. Subsequently, Xiaoyu tore apart the void, yanking a figure from the ether. Before him stood a being radiating chaotic light, resembling the Ruins clan in some respects. Tall and shrouded in chaos, with a bone mask adorning its face. It bore a hint of the Ruins' divine path's essence, but was predominantly infused with chaotic energy. Xiaoyu narrowed his eyes. No wonder they are called the Chaos Ruins clan. They indeed appear to be a hybrid of two clans. Yet their power is significantly weaker compared to the Ruins' divine practitioners of the same realm. An unfamiliar face. It seems you have summoned some reinforcements. The emerging figure from the Chaos Ruins clan scoffed. But all your efforts are in vain. Before my clan, your divine realm will eventually meet its demise. With the Xiao family present, do you truly believe you can annihilate the divine realm? Such delusions. Xiaoyu stepped forward, his golden vitality surging skyward, extending through the river of time and space. Xiao family. What a trivial name. I have never heard of it. The being retorted with a mocking laugh. Its exploded arm swiftly restoring itself, followed by a forceful strike aimed at Xiaoyu. As a member of the Chaos Ruins clan, their strength inherently surpassed that of ordinary beings, and those of the same realm from the ancient clans would require at least two individuals to contend with them. Thus, it dismissed Xiaoyu, a mere creation realm practitioner, with contempt. Be cautious, my friend. The Chaos Ruins clan possesses formidable strength. Mi Hong hastily warned, intent on assisting Xiaoyu to prevent him from being caught off guard. Fear not, Xiaoyu can handle this. Xiao Zhan and the others restrained the anxious ancient clans from intervening. A mere Chaos Ruins clan, just a group of hybrids. Even if the true Ruins clan were to descend, we would not falter. You remain blissfully ignorant of the Chaos Ruins clan's might. Their attacks harbor a mysterious power capable of effortlessly subduing divine realm practitioners of the same level. Mi Hong sighed. Indeed. Even if you may wield considerable combat prowess in the divine realm, you must not maintain the same attitude when facing the Chaos Ruins clan. Otherwise, you shall suffer greatly. The plump middle-aged man, Blood Moon Demon, chimed into caution. Rest assured, all will be well. Xiao Zhan replied nonchalantly. You lot. You will soon learn your lesson. Observing the Xiao family's demeanor, the ancient clans could not help but scoff, internally chastising them for their naivety. Chapter 357. Slaying the Chaos Ruins clan's creation realm. Yet at this moment, Xiaoyu had already engaged in battle with his opponent, unleashing an incredibly fierce assault. His fist surged forth, the golden light slicing through the air. And with a resounding impact, he obliterated half of his adversary's form. The chaotic light erupted, accompanied by the aura of the void, enveloping the surroundings and transforming everything into a realm of utter nothingness, where myriad paths ceased to exist and all laws faded away. Then, a colossal hand descended like a vast firmament, seizing the head of the adversary. With a sudden and forceful grip, a resounding pop echoed as the head of the Chaos Ruin clan member was wrenched free, along with the spine within. Chaotic blood gushed forth, staining the entire void. Such a horrifying spectacle left the ancient clan members nearby utterly stunned. Their astonishment stemmed not only from Xiaoyu's ruthless nature, but also from the terrifying might he displayed. How could a Chaos Ruin clan member at the Genesis realm fall before him without even a semblance of resistance? What kind of terrifying power was this? Die! Xiaoyu uttered a single word, and in that instant, the laws of force enveloped the foe, obliterating his very soul in the blink of an eye. Mi Hong and the Blood Moon Demon, among others, stood there gaping in shock, their bodies frozen in place. A Chaos Ruin clan member had just perished so easily? How could this be? The might of the Chaos Ruin clan was reputedly unmatched, formidable even against multiple divine realm powers. So how could they fall so effortlessly? This scene was utterly beyond their comprehension, as they were intimately familiar with the prowess of the Chaos Ruin clan. Without the concerted effort of several at the Genesis realm, it was impossible to threaten them, let alone eliminate them, which would require an exorbitant cost. Yet, what was unfolding before their eyes was inexplicable. Had these Chaos Ruin clan members deliberately held back? Otherwise, how could such a bizarre scene occur? And to suggest that Xiaoyu's strength surpassed theirs was equally implausible. They were all at the Genesis realm, and no matter how powerful one was, how much stronger could they truly be? I never imagined that such powerful beings existed within your divine realm. You have certainly taken us by surprise. Just after Xiaoyu had slain a Chaos Ruin clan member at the Genesis realm, another voice resounded. Several figures emerged from the chaos, standing tall as they gazed down upon Xiaoyu. Return. You are no match for me. If you wish to avoid death here, summon your origin deity. Xiaoyu declared. tossing aside the severed head of the Chaos Ruin clan member. The words struck terror into Mi Hong and the others. He was openly challenging the origin deity of the Chaos Ruin clan. Although their two clans were eternal enemies, respect for powerful beings was still paramount. Just you? A mere Genesis Realm cultivator thinks he is worthy of our supreme being's attention? One Chaos Ruin clan member looked down upon Xiao Yu with disdain, as a black spear materialized in his hand, crackling like lightning. In an instant, he thrust the spear towards Xiao Yu's head, the dark tip resembling a black dragon, infused with the power to rend the heavens. Words alone are insufficient. Xiao Yu's voice resonated deeply as he unleashed a punch. A magnificent and grandiose fist of light surging forth, overwhelming in its might, and pushing towards the adversary. The golden radiance obliterated all in its path, reducing everything to nothingness. The black spear aimed at Xiao Yu shattered into fragments, and the Chaos Ruin clan member wielding it met the same fate. Subsequently, the celestial punch surged towards the chaotic expanse beyond the divine realm, targeting several other Chaos Ruin clan members. Kill! They collectively shouted, their eyes ablaze with murderous intent as they summoned divine artifacts that erupted with resplendent light. Chains of order manifested, radiating unparalleled might as they hurtled towards the fist of light. Boom! In the next moment, the two forces collided, producing a cataclysmic explosion that illuminated the chaos with brilliant light, carving out an expanse of emptiness in the boundless chaos. When the fist's radiance dissipated, the figures of the Chaos Ruin clan members had vanished, completely annihilated beneath Xiao Yu's might. At that moment, Mi Hong and the others were left dumbfounded. The power of a single punch was astoundingly terrifying. If Xiao Yu's effortless slaying of a Chaos Ruin clan member at the Genesis realm had already left them incredulous, they were now utterly lost in bewilderment, unable to grasp the reason behind such an overwhelming display of strength. Meanwhile, within the ancient clan city walls, an Origin Realm powerhouse observed the battle unfolding beyond the walls. How could there be a being in this world possessing such terrifying strength? Even those at the Origin Realm felt a sense of shock, for at such levels, engaging in cross-realm combat was nearly impossible. Even determining a victor among peers was a daunting task. How then could these individuals achieve such feats? As an Origin Realm cultivator, he too was perplexed by the circumstances. I suppose I shall first observe the situation. Just then, amidst the chaotic expanse beyond the walls, divine light surged and thunder crackled, heralding the arrival of a formidable presence, the Origin Realm member of the Chaos Ruin clan. Indeed, the enigmatic appearance of the Xiao Clan had drawn forth the Chaos Ruin clan's origin deity. Mi Chun's figure vanished from within the city walls, silently materializing on the battlefield outside. He refrained from revealing himself immediately, wishing to ascertain the capabilities of these Xiao Clan members, who dared to brazenly challenge the origin deity of the Chaos Ruin clan. At long last, you show yourself. I previously called for your origin deity. Yet it took the death of several Genesis Realm members for you to emerge. Facing the Origin Realm being, Xiao Yu exhibited no fear. Rather, he appeared invigorated. To him, Genesis Realm opponents were merely fodder. It was the Origin Realm that piqued his interest. And it wasn't just Xiao Yu who felt this exhilaration. The other members of the Xiao Clan shared in his thrill. This revelation left Mi Chun, who had just arrived, astounded. These individuals seemed unafraid of the Origin Realm. The Xiao Clan? What kind of force was this? His curiosity was thoroughly ignited. To annihilate several of my clan's Genesis Realm members with a single strike, you must undoubtedly be a prodigious talent from the Divine Realm. My greatest delight is to slay the prodigious beings of the Divine Realm, offering your corpses as sacrifices to the might of the Void God clan. The Origin Realm member of the Chaos Ruin clan, radiant with chaotic divine light, fixed his gaze upon Xiao Yu, his face alight with unbridled murderous intent. The Void God clan was simply another name for the Ruin clan. To kill me, you must first prove your worth. Xiao Yu met the other's gaze, unflinching. How delightful. In all my endless years, no Genesis Realm cultivator has dared to speak such bravado in my presence. Boy, you have successfully roused my ire. Today, I shall flay your skin, extract your tendons, use your soul as a lantern, and make your blood a fine wine, boiling your bones for soup. Chapter 358. The might of the Origin Realm. Your prattle is excessive. Xiao Yu bellowed, his form flickering, instantly appearing before his opponent, unleashing a barrage of divine fists. Such a scene left the onlookers astounded. He truly dared to strike at an Origin Realm being? Where did he find such audacity? Mi Hong and the other Genesis Realm members of the ancient clan trembled in fear. After all, the Origin Realm was an invincible force wherever it appeared. And now a Genesis Realm cultivator dared to confront it. This was simply unimaginable. Yet, the expressions of the other members of the Xiao family remained remarkably composed. devoid of any semblance of surprise. Mi Hong and the others grew increasingly intrigued by this Xiao clan, pondering what manner of family could cultivate such fearless descendants. In the next instant, the two sides clashed, and an infinite surge of energy collided with divine laws, accompanied by a resounding explosion that illuminated the surroundings with divine radiance, shaking the very fabric of chaos itself. Astonishingly, in the wake of this strike, Xiao Yu not only survived but appeared to be thriving, showing no signs of being at a disadvantage whatsoever. Mi Hong and his companions were left agape. This scene was utterly beyond their belief. Even the hidden figure of Mi Chun, a being of the origin realm, found his breath momentarily suspended. They had never merely encountered, nor even heard of, a creator realm individual capable of contending with an origin realm being. These were two entirely disparate levels, utterly incomparable. In the following moment, the two figures within the chaos resumed their fierce battle, golden fist lights and chaotic energies intertwining as supreme divine abilities were unleashed, clashing relentlessly. Cataclysmic explosions erupted in waves, each powerful enough to carve out worlds, only for them to vanish in the wake of terrifying detonations. These were not mere ordinary spatial realms, but rather complete worlds imbued with the essence of the six paths of reincarnation. Yet under their might, they were reduced to nothingness in an instant. Mi Hong and his companions felt utterly silent when Xiao Yu had previously slain several creator realm beings. They had even speculated whether the Xiao clan was colluding with the Chaotic Ruins clan, allowing their adversaries to hold back. However, witnessing this spectacle, they finally grasped that Xiao Yu's ability to easily slay creator realm beings stemmed from his overwhelming combat prowess that could trample upon them. The battle here also attracted the attention of several formidable origin realm members from the ancient clans who descended upon the battlefield. Upon seeing the unfamiliar figure amidst the fray, astonishment flickered across the faces of all five. When had such a powerhouse emerged in the divine realm? One elder, marked by a vertical eye on his forehead, exclaimed in disbelief. For once an origin realm appeared, its presence would undoubtedly stir the entirety of the divine realm. Yet, in recent times, there had been no signs of any births of origin realm beings. No, he is not of the origin realm, but rather of the creator realm. An origin realm observer gasped, his expression shifting alarmingly as he drew the attention of the others. Suddenly, everyone's countenance changed. How could it possibly be a creator realm being? They had presumed that an origin realm powerhouse had emerged, only to discover it was merely a creator realm. Yet how could a creator realm individual possibly engage in battle with an origin realm adversary, and at such an evenly matched level? Moreover, the origin realm being from the Chaotic Ruins clan had engaged them several times before, and their battle prowess was well known. Despite the incredibility, it was indeed a creator realm being. Mi Chun appeared beside them, speaking in a grave tone. What exactly is happening here? The elder with the vertical eye inquired, astonished. You ask me, and I ask whom? I only know they hail from the Xiao clan of the Divine Cloud Realm, and have come here to battle. Beyond that, I am not particularly informed. Mi Chun shook his head. Divine Cloud Realm? Xiao clan. The others exchanged glances, all indicating their unfamiliarity with this place. The divine realm is vast beyond measure. Even as origin gods, they could not possibly know every corner. At that moment, a crescent-shaped flying wheel, imbued with the power to annihilate all, emerged from the depths of chaos, cleaving through the void and hurtling toward Xiao Yu. This is bad. A member of the Chaotic Ruins clan is launching a surprise attack. As Wen Guang prepared to intervene, he witnessed a crimson light streaking through the chaos, hurtling toward the crescent flying wheel. With a thunderous crash, the scarlet radiance collided with the pitch-black divine light, tearing the chaos asunder. How disgraceful for an origin realm to resort to such underhanded tactics. Come forth and meet your demise. Xiao Li soared into the air, advancing towards the point of collision between the two divine artifacts. Wen Guang and the others exchanged glances, each reflecting the astonishment in the other's eyes. Could this creator realm woman truly possess the combat strength of an origin realm? Otherwise, how could she dare confront an origin realm powerhouse alone? What a mystery! What a marvel! The divine realm has given birth to such anomalies. A voice laced with disbelief echoed from the chaos, and a figure materialized. The moon will spun, emitting a gentle chime as it appeared beside the adversary. It is merely a confrontation with an origin realm. Why such alarm? Xiao Li retorted coldly, immediately forming hand seals and charging towards her opponent. Then let me see just how much weight you, a creator realm being, truly carry. The opponent waved a massive hand, and the moon wheel erupted with black light, slicing through the chaos and advancing towards Xiao Li. Thus, the two engaged in fierce combat. Although Xiao Yu and his companions possessed the ability to battle across realms, defeating an origin realm adversary was no simple feat. Hence, this would undoubtedly be a protracted struggle. She indeed possesses strength rivaling that of an origin realm. Wen Guang and the others gazed in shock at Xiao Li, who was equally unyielding in her battle against the origin realm. What they had never heard of before was now witnessed right before their eyes. Mi Hong, dispatch someone to seek out this divine cloud realm and uncover the secrets of the Xiao clan that could nurture such extraordinary descendants. Mi Chen commanded his younger clan members. He turned his gaze towards the other members of the Xiao family, harboring a bold hypothesis. Could it be that all these creator realm beings possess the combat strength of the origin realm? If this is true, then the Xiao clan is indeed terrifying. Yes, ancestor. Mi Hong nodded and departed, intending to handle the matter personally, as anticipated by Mi Chun and the others, with the continuous eruptions of battle. Ever more origin realm powerhouses from the chaotic ruins clan emerged. Yet, for each origin realm powerhouse that appeared, a member of the Xiao clan from the creator realm would step forth to engage them in battle. This further corroborated the speculations of the ancient clan's origin gods. Eventually, even Mi Chun and the other origin gods joined the fray. This was an unprecedented battle of this era. In the past, the most that could be mobilized were 7 origin gods from the divine realm, but now, with the addition of the Xiao clan members, over 20 origin realm beings from the divine realm had mobilized. Chapter 359, The Great Battle, Xiaofans Return. The fierce melee continued, divine artifacts clashing and divine techniques colliding, each strike imbued with the supreme might of life and death. Yet, the foundational strength of the Chaotic Ruins clan exceeded everyone's expectations, as even with all their efforts, origin realm powerhouses continued to emerge from the Chaotic Ruins clan, surging towards the divine realm. Everyone retreat. Mi Chun and the others cried out, one-on-one. They were helpless against their opponents, and if surrounded, they would find themselves in an extremely perilous situation. Xiao Zhan, contain those origin gods. Xiao Yu and the others shouted. They could only manage one-on-one combat. Anything beyond that was unfeasible. After all, they were merely creator realm beings, not true origin realm entities. Under the enhancement of the infinite divine path and the path of power, being able to engage across realms was already their limit. The sword array rise. With a resounding shout, Xiao Zhan conjured a colossal sword formation that materialized from his brow, instantly manifesting upon the battlefield. A terrifying aura emanated from it, sending shivers down the spines of all origin realm cultivators present. What an overwhelming presence. What level of sword formation is this? The likes of Mi Chun and others were taken aback, suddenly feeling a profound unfamiliarity with this divine realm. They had believed themselves to be well-versed in all matters, only to realize they knew nothing at all. The existence of origin realm genesis cultivators and such spine-chilling sword formations was entirely unknown to them until now. Go. In the midst of battle, Xiao Zhan retreated a short distance, uttering a low command. 72 long swords burst forth with resplendent divine light, instantly vanishing into the chaos and transforming into a wall of sword energy that thwarted the advancing Chaos Ruins clan reinforcements. These 72 long swords were all semi-divine imperial weapons personally forged by the clan leader. Thus, the fearsome nature of this sword formation did not stem from the formation itself, but rather from the semi-divine imperial weapons. As the sword formation, composed of semi-divine imperial weapons, emerged, boundless sword energy erupted into the heavens, completely cleaving the chaos into 2 separate battlefields and effectively halting the Chaos Ruins clan's reinforcements. I can't believe you possess such means, Xiao Zhan's adversary remarked coldly. Curious as to why I haven't employed it against you until now, are you? In my eyes, you are merely an opponent to hone my skills against. Until you unleash such divine artifacts, I shall refrain from deploying my sword formation. Am I not being fair? Xiao Zhan responded with a smile. You underestimate me. I shall slay you. The words of Xiao Zhan pierced the ears of his opponent, inciting furious wrath. For a Genesis realm cultivator to utter such words was nothing short of a blatant insult. In an instant, his attacks grew even more ferocious. Meanwhile, on the other side of the wall of sword energy, dozens of origin realm cultivators found themselves obstructed. What kind of divine artifact is this? The members of the Chaos Ruins clan gazed in horror at the wall of sword energy before them. Witnessing the long swords radiating formidable sword energy, such a divine artifact left them trembling with dread. This seems to resonate with the divine artifact from the abyss, one origin realm cultivator stated solemnly. The crowd exchanged astonished glances, recognizing the shock reflected in each other's eyes. The artifact from the abyss was left behind by a powerful member of their clan, a being of supreme status. Impossible. If there were 1 or 2 such divine artifacts in the divine realm, I might believe it, but 72 of them? That seems utterly implausible. 72 semi-divine imperial weapons? No one could fathom the reality of such a claim. Yet, The wall of sword energy standing before them indeed barred their advance, rendering them unable to proceed. Meanwhile, far away in the celestial realm, Xiao Chen sipped fine wine while also observing the battlefield in the chaos ancient realm. This level of conflict was infinitely more captivating than those of lower realms. Clan leader, Xiao Fan has returned. Suddenly, the Grand Elder appeared, accompanied by the long-absent Xiao Fan. Ah, it seems your expedition was quite fruitful. Xiao Chen chuckled. Nothing escapes the clan leader's keen eye. I indeed made significant gains this time, acquiring a legacy of the ancient divine body, which encompasses not only cultivation techniques and the essence of all things, but also a portion of Dao fruit inheritance. Xiao Fan affirmed with a nod. Dao fruit inheritance. No wonder you've advanced to half-step origin realm in such a short time. It's due to the Dao fruit inheritance. Xiao Feng exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. It makes sense now. I was puzzled as to how Xiao Fan could ascend so many realms in such a brief span. In truth, it was originally Dao fruit from the origin realm. But since my path differs from theirs, I did not inherit their origin realm cultivation upon absorbing their Dao fruit. I merely reached half-step origin realm. Xiao Fan explained. That's only natural. Your cultivation of the path of power allows you to contain more energy than the average origin realm cultivator. Otherwise, how could you be invincible among those of the same realm? Xiao Chen remarked with a smile. I share that belief. Xiao Fan nodded. Now that you've returned, rest for a while before seeking out Xiao Yu and the others. Xiao Chen instructed. Xiao Yu and the others? Where have they gone? Xiao Fan inquired. They are currently engaged in battle with a group of origin realm cultivators. What? They are fighting against origin realm cultivators? Have those few from the divine realm come to trouble our Xiao clan? Xiao Fan clenched his fists tightly. No, their adversaries are different. Moreover, the number of origin realm cultivators on the opposing side is quite considerable. Xiao Fan's excitement surged. He was eager to face strong opponents and sharpen his skills. Let us wait a while longer. Soon, our clan will have another batch of Genesis realm cultivators ready to join you on the battlefield. Previously, only Xiao Yu, Xiao Zhan, and others went. But there are still many talented individuals who have yet to accumulate as much as they have, such as Wen Zhong and others. They are currently in the Time Tower, and it won't be long before they emerge as Genesis realm cultivators, ready to join the fray against the Chaos Ruins clan. All right, I shall wait for them. Xiao Fan nodded. After some idle chatter, as Xiao Fan prepared to depart, he suddenly turned to the Grand Elder with a puzzled expression. Grand Elder, how did you know I reached half-step origin realm? Huh, did I say you were half-step origin realm? The Grand Elder feigned ignorance. Absolutely. Grand Elder, could it be that you have quietly broken through to origin realm as well? Xiao Zhan remarked incredulously. To so easily declare one's status at half-step origin realm indicated that the Grand Elder's cultivation must have surpassed his own. How could that be? The origin realm is not so easily breached. Enough speculation. You should return and rest quickly. I too must go cultivate. The Grand Elder hastily departed, determined to keep the news of his breakthrough to origin realm from the younger generation to prevent them from feeling discontent. Chapter 360, Xiao Chen in the River of Time and Space. Reflecting on the arduous years of cultivation, only to find upon glancing back that the elders were already waiting for them at an even greater distance. If this were to happen frequently, it could very well unbalance their mentality. Thus, it was better that they remained unaware. Xiao Fan stroked his chin, reasoning that the elders likely had not advanced so swiftly. After all, breaking through to origin realm was no simple feat. However, how had Xiao Yu and the others managed to ascend to Genesis realm in such a short time? Had they ventured into the higher echelons of the Time Tower? Yet, the contributions required to enter there and achieve a breakthrough to Genesis realm were no small sum. Where could they have obtained such a vast amount of contribution points? Finally, several years later, Xiao Zhan returned to the Chaos Ancient Realm with a contingent of Xiao Clan members. This time, their numbers far surpassed the last. Upon their arrival on the battlefield, Xiao Zhan immediately dismissed the sword formation that had obstructed the Chaos Ruins clan. In an instant, both sides clashed fiercely. Yet, unlike before, this time there were casualties among the Origin Realm cultivators. For the Divine Realm now boasted a half-step Origin Realm Xiao Fan among their ranks. This entity is undoubtedly far more formidable than Xiang Yu and his contemporaries of the Creation Realm. While Xiang Yu and his peers can engage in a stalemate with those of the Origin Realm, the half-step Origin Realm powerhouse, Xiao Fan, is even more terrifying. Moreover, he has exchanged a considerable number of contribution points for the treasures he acquired within the previous Bronze Temple. Thus, he has been diligently cultivating in the Tower of Time over the past few years. Although he has yet to break through to the Origin Realm, his strength has undeniably progressed further. At this moment, above Xiao Fan's head hovers the cauldron of all things, from which a nurturing aura cascades down, enveloping him in protection as he unleashes his fist seals, relentlessly striking at the three Origin Realm experts besieging him. Indeed, to contend with him, the Chaos Ruins clan has dispatched 3 Origin Realm warriors. The magnificent radiance of his fists, interwoven with the profound runes of the Path of Power, is awe-inspiring. With a single punch, he obliterates half of an Origin Realm warrior from the Chaos Ruins clan, a display of sheer terror. He then manifests a divine ability, transforming his golden life force into a colossal dragon that devours one of the Origin Realm foes. Although the adversary manages to escape, he is left grievously injured. Remarkably, they had thought they had left Xiao Fan far behind, only to discover that he had surged ahead. What fortuitous opportunities has this fellow encountered during his disappearance? Xiang Yu and the others gaze on enviously. However, the shock felt by the ancient ancestors of the Origin Realm, such as Mi Chun, has reached an unparalleled magnitude. The presence of over 50 Creation Realm warriors, each possessing the combat prowess of the Origin Realm, instills a sense of dread within them. What kind of force is the Xiao Clan that has nurtured so many formidable beings comparable to the Origin Realm? Wen Guang trembles as he speaks, unable to fathom how so many powerful figures could emerge from a single family. Wen Guang, it seems there is a member of your three-eyed divine clan among the Xiao Clan. You might inquire about the particulars, someone remarks, observing Wen Zhong engaged in combat with the Chaos Ruins clan. Indeed, that is a member of our three-eyed divine clan, yet I have never encountered him. Let us wait until the battle concludes before I seek information about the Xiao Clan. They had previously sent individuals to the Divine Sky Realm to gather intelligence on the Xiao Clan, but to no avail. Thus, they must rely on these members of the Xiao Clan. The battle rages on, but a shift begins to manifest. With a resounding boom, the river of time and space fractures, leading to a chaotic distortion. A terrifying aura surges forth from the river of time, as if an unparalleled emperor has descended, imparting an indescribable pressure upon all present, causing the previously fierce battle to momentarily stall. Subsequently, 3 indistinct figures emerge from within, traversing the river of time towards the present, as if they are admiring the flow of time. Upon recognizing one of the figures, the members of the Xiao Clan erupt in excitement. The clan leader? Almost in unison, they exclaim in astonishment. They had not anticipated that the fearsome battle would trigger a distortion in time and space, allowing the visage of their clan leader to materialize within the river of time. Xiao Chen waves at them with a smile, before continuing alongside 2 others along the river of time, as if strolling by the riverside to appreciate the scenery. What is the clan leader doing? Someone inquires in confusion. Perhaps he is merely enjoying himself. Yet, I am curious about the identities of the 2 companions beside him. Could they be equally formidable as the clan leader? The 2 figures remain elusive, radiating a resplendent glow that obscures their forms, shrouded in the power of temporal space, rendering them inscrutable. They don't appear to be so. According to my perception, they resemble companions of the Tao. Shaoli muses thoughtfully. Companions of the Tao? Impossible. The clan leader has always remained solitary, devoid of any companions. Xiao Yu vehemently shakes his head. Just because he is alone now does not mean he will always remain so. Did you not see that the clan leader is arriving from the future? Who can predict what may transpire in the future? The group remains in speculative uncertainty. Meanwhile, Mi Chun and the others are struck by astonishment. The aura emanating from the recently appeared figure sends chills down their spines, even from across the river of time. Such a powerhouse is indeed the clan leader of the Xiao Clan? Wait, the Xiao Clan? The surname Xiao? Wasn't he the individual who felled that Song Shun, also surnamed Xiao? Mi Chun suddenly recalls. Song Shun was one of the 7 origin gods of the Divine Realm, who fell recently due to the contest over the Golden Divine Tree, and those involved bore the surname Xiao. Furthermore, the aura radiating from this being, who traversed from the future through the river of time, surpasses that of the Origin Realm and has undoubtedly reached the legendary tier. Since the fall of Song Shun, the legend regarding this figure has circulated throughout the Divine Realm, encountering such an existence, surpassing the Origin Realm among the Xiao Clan immediately evokes thoughts of the emperor they have long sought. Prompted by his recollection, the others tremble in realization. If this figure is indeed the emperor, then the formidable prowess of the Xiao Clan members could be explained. Is the emperor about to reveal himself? The group is filled with exhilaration. They have never before encountered such a powerful being. As the silhouettes of Xiao Chen and his companions vanish from the river of time, the oppressive aura from the powerful entity dissipates entirely. The Chaos Ruins clan, sensing this scene, dares not linger any longer and retreats into the depths of chaos. The aura exceeds that of the Origin Realm, and the means possessed by such an existence are beyond their comprehension. Should the individual truly break free from the river of time and descend here, they would face certain doom. Nowhere to escape. Xiao Yu bellows, launching himself forward with a punch. Before long, the group vanishes into the depths of the Divine Realm, fully entering the chaotic abyss. Chapter 361. The opportunity to unveil the heavenly court. Within the divine city, Xiao Chen also observes his own figure emerging from the river of time. Yet he is surprised to find two women by his side, and judging by their appearance, they are a pair of twins. Intriguing. This is truly intriguing. Xiao Chen chuckles. He then gazes at the clan members plunging into the chaos, who are pursuing the Chaos Ruins clan. Xiao Chen pays them little mind. The number of powerful figures within the Chaos Ruins clan is limited, and without an emperor among them, they serve as suitable adversaries. Moreover, the Chaos Ruins clan seeks to obliterate the divine realm, making them the antithesis of the divine realm. Their demise is merely the consequence of their own actions. Xiao Chen refocuses his attention, continuing to lead a leisurely life. Years pass in this manner, and one day, the elders of the clan receive a message from Xiao Clan. Subsequently seeking out Xiao Chen, clan leader, Xiao Clan has sent word that while he was honing his skills in the Tianyang realm, the Southern Heaven Gate he carried responded, leading to his discovery by the dominant power of the Tianyang realm, the Xiao Clan, and he is now besieged in a certain location. The Grand Elder hastily informs Xiao Chen of the news contained in Xiao Cang's letter. The Tianyang realm? The Southern Heaven Gate? Xiao Chen's eyes narrow slightly. Has the ancient heavenly court finally begun to manifest? Let several elders accompany some of the younger generation. He commands. The heavenly court is on the verge of revealing itself, and perhaps we may attain significant fortune therein. The heavenly court is about to manifest? Patriarch, should we not take action to seize it? The Grand Elder inquired urgently. The Nantian Gate had been established within the clan for quite some time, and they were naturally aware of the existence of the celestial realm. No need. With Xiao Cang present, the position of the celestial realm's ruler is rightfully his. Xiao Chen replied with a smile. Xiao Cang, why is that? The Grand Elder asked in confusion. Xiao Cang possesses great fortune, favored by the heavenly Tao, and has also received the recognition of the Nantian Gate. Thus, he is destined to inherit the entirety of the celestial realm's legacy. However, the forces from the Tianyang realm will certainly not let the celestial legacy slip away, which is why several elders have been dispatched to ally with them in unlocking the celestial inheritance. Of course, should they turn against us, we will take decisive action. Understood. Patriarch. Xiao Feng promptly began to make arrangements. Before long, several elders, accompanied by some of the younger generation from the Xiao Clan, set forth towards the Tianyang realm. Having signed in for such an extended period, most of the elders from the Xiao Clan had reached the origin realm, with only a few remaining in the creation realm, thus equipping them with the capability to manage the clan's affairs. Consequently, Xiao Chen no longer needed to concern himself with these matters. In the Tianyang realm, Xiao Cang found himself within a circular barrier, while outside it loomed the formidable members of the Xiao Clan. Boy, hand over the Nantian Gate immediately, or this place shall become your grave. An elder declared fiercely. Assembling the four divine gates of the ancient celestial realm would enable the successful unlocking of its legacy. The Xiao Clan had already gathered the eastern, western, and northern gates, leaving only the southern gate to complete the set. And the Nantian Gate was firmly in the hands of the individual within the barrier. Thus, it was imperative that they obtain that treasure. If you desire the treasure I possess, you're sorely mistaken. Prove your worth by breaking through my defensive barrier. Xiao Cang retorted with a cold laugh. This barrier was a fortuitous acquisition from an ancient secret realm during his travels, possessing formidable defensive capabilities that even a creation realm individual could not breach. Hence, he felt quite confident. Moreover, given your despicable nature, I fear that even if I were to surrender the Nantian Gate, you would not spare me. Therefore, you shall never obtain it. At that moment, an elder leaning on a cane suddenly appeared outside the barrier, his aged voice resonating. Young man, do not think that a mere barrier can ensure your safety. The Xiao Clan has never desired something they could not attain. As he spoke, the elder raised his gnarled hand, slowly reaching towards the barrier. The next instant, a series of cracking sounds echoed as fissures began to spread across the barrier. Xiao Cang, who had been as steady as a rock, felt a sudden chill. This elder's power was formidable, undoubtedly transcending the creation realm. His suspicions were confirmed. This elder was the Xiao Clan's ancestor, xianxiaaudiobooks, a genuine half-step origin realm powerhouse. If it weren't for the matters concerning the celestial realm, he would never have intervened. Just then, with a resounding crash, the barrier protecting Xiao Cang shattered. As he gazed up at the looming hand, a wave of despair washed over him. Yet, in the next moment, his body inexplicably shifted sideways. Who was making a move? Xiao raised his aged visage. Noticing a group of individuals who had appeared seemingly out of nowhere, his calm eyes narrowing. These individuals were capable of concealing their presence to arrive here. Among them were undoubtedly formidable beings. Esteemed elders. Xiao Cang's expression brightened. The elders had arrived so quickly. As long as they were safe, all would be well. The elders nodded in agreement. How amusing. A half-step origin realm individual daring to lay hands on a junior. You truly have no shame. The third elder, Xiao Chen, directed his piercing gaze at the elder. Who are you? Xiao demanded. The members of the Xiao clan behind him adopted aggressive stances. The Nantian Gate is of immense significance. It is something we must obtain. You need not concern yourself with my identity. I come on behalf of the celestial realm. Xiao Zhenfei stated plainly, disinterested in further discussion. A chill ran through the Xiao clan members. The opponent was aware of the celestial realm? Had the secrets of the celestial realm been leaked? What do you intend to do? Xiao Chen could no longer remain calm and asked in a grave tone. Join forces to unlock the celestial realm. As for the inheritance within, it shall be claimed by those with the capability. Xiao Zhenfei declared. And if I refuse? Should you refuse, then you will surrender all matters pertaining to the celestial realm, and we shall take the lead in unlocking it. Xiao Zhenfei's tone was exceedingly domineering. Impudent. Who do you think you are to speak to my Xiao clan in such a manner? A member of the Xiao clan pointed at Xiao Zhenfei. Xiao Zhenfei met his gaze, and in the next moment, with a loud bang, the man's body inexplicably exploded, leaving not even a trace behind. Such a mere creation realm individual dares to act arrogantly before me. Xiao Zhenfei scoffed. Xiao Qianxiao's body trembled. He had failed to react when the opponent struck? Could this person be an origin realm powerhouse? Impossible. He had encountered several origin realm individuals, and none had matched this person, at most. He was merely a peer of the same realm. With that thought, Xiao Qianxiao ceased to worry. He nodded in agreement. Your words hold merit. It is indeed an opportunity not to be missed to fully unlock the celestial realm's legacy. If these individuals had not arrived, he could have easily seized the Nantian Gate from Xiaocang. However, since a powerful individual of equal standing had appeared, a change of strategy was in order. Otherwise, should the opponent depart with the Nantian Gate, Xiao Qianxiao could only wonder when the next opportunity would arise. Seeing the other party's acquiescence, Xiao Zhenfei nodded at Xiaocang, who, amidst the sea of light, unveiled a golden radiance, revealing a swirling vortex from which a grand portal adorned with dragons and phoenixes emerged. The Nantian Gate. At the moment the portal materialized, the members of the Xiao clan could not restrain their exclamations of astonishment. Without a doubt, this was the genuine Nantian Gate, nearly indistinguishable from the other three gates acquired by the Xiao clan, each emanating an aura of supreme uniqueness. For countless epochs, the Xiao clan had endured untold hardships in pursuit of the celestial realm, and now, they had finally gathered the four gates. For only with the assembly of the four divine gates could the celestial realm's inheritance be fully unlocked. That was the coveted treasure they had long yearned for. At this moment, the Xiao clan members could hardly contain their eagerness to seize the Nantian Gate before them. However, since the ancestor had already spoken, they had no choice but to comply. Not just them. Even Xiao Qianxiao found himself overwhelmed with emotion, feeling an inexplicable surge of tears. It is your turn, Xiao Zhenfei urged. With a grand gesture, Xiao Qianxiao summoned the three portals from his sleeves, the eastern, western, and northern gates. Such precious artifacts had been carried by him at all times. As the four divine gates appeared simultaneously, they erupted in a dazzling golden light. The ethereal traces on the four celestial gates began to manifest, the intricately carved beings seemingly coming to life, casting their illusory shadows while resonating with the resounding echoes of dragon roars and phoenix cries that reverberated through the heavens. Countless phantoms perched upon the four celestial gates, safeguarding them. Were these the specters of the myriad races from a bygone era? Among them, many beings bore an uncanny resemblance to those of the present day, yet numerous others were entirely unfamiliar. This suggests that the races of the previous epoch far exceeded those of the current age. The cataclysm that befell the last era resulted in the obliteration of numerous races, leaving them to vanish like smoke in the wind. The members of the Xiao family were presently aflame with excitement. Having merely acquired a fragment of the heavenly court's legacy, they had ascended to become the most formidable sovereigns of the Tianyang realm. If they could obtain the entirety of the heavenly court's inheritance, the Xiao family would have the opportunity to reign supreme over the divine realm, standing tall at its pinnacle. We must secure the heavenly court's legacy, Xiao Qianxiao declared solemnly to his kin. Rest assured, the legacy of the heavenly court shall belong solely to our Xiao family. The others nodded in agreement. In stark contrast, the demeanor of the Xiao family remained rather subdued. Their clan possessed an abundance of treasures, and the patriarch periodically unearthed powerful legacies. As the four celestial gates settled into stability, a flickering divine light emerged at their center, and amidst the hazy illumination, an ancient edifice seemed to materialize, as if it had traversed the boundless ages from a time long past into the present. It has appeared, it has appeared. Many within the Xiao family trembled with excitement. Yet a number of them cast glances toward the Xiao family, their eyes brimming with hostility. Such a fortuitous occurrence should not be monopolized by the Xiao family alone. It would be a grievous oversight. Naturally, Xiao Zhenfei noticed the shift in their expressions, yet he paid it no heed. The sole reason for their participation was merely due to their contributions in collecting the other 3 celestial gates. Were it not for that, how could the Xiao family ever hope to share entry into the heavenly court with the Xiao family? As time progressed, the ancient architectural phantoms between the 4 celestial gates became increasingly distinct, ultimately solidifying before the eyes of the onlookers. Before them lay a dilapidated ancient palace, adorned with pavilions and towers, small bridges and flowing waters, golden tiles and glazed roofs, radiating divine brilliance to the utmost degree. These were merely conjectures regarding the palace's former glory. For now, it lay in ruins, as if it had endured a cataclysmic battle that left it shattered. When the ancient heavenly palace materialized, a golden radiance coalesced into a pathway that unfurled from the southern gate, as if inviting everyone to enter. Xiao Chuanxio's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he approached the passage. Yet, as he attempted to step forward, an unseen force barred his entry. What is happening? I cannot enter? Xiao Chuanxio was momentarily taken aback, and upon trying again, he still found himself unable to cross the threshold. Even the elder generation of their Xiao family, those of the creation realm, were similarly prevented from entering. What in the world was going on? The members of the Xiao family were bewildered. However, when Xiao Zhenfei and his companions attempted to step inside, they too were halted by an invisible force. Although their strength could have allowed them to force their way in, they chose to halt their advance. Is entry forbidden for those of our caliber? Xiao Zhenfei furrowed his brows. Subsequently, he directed the younger members below the creation realm to attempt entry, and indeed, they could easily step onto the golden pathway emanating from the ancient heavenly court. How can those above the creation realm be barred from entering? Why must the selection of inheritors depend on cultivation level? The expressions of the Xiao family turned grim, for the fortuitous event they had long awaited was now denied to them. Alas, fate plays cruel tricks. It seems we can only allow the younger generation to enter. Xiao Chuanxio immediately commanded. Yet, upon seeing members of the Xiao family beginning to enter, he swiftly moved to obstruct them. No member of your clan may enter until our Xiao family's prodigies have arrived. On what grounds? A member of the Xiao family retorted angrily. On the grounds that this is our Tianyang realm. Xiao Chuanxio replied coldly. When it came to the inheritance of the heavenly court, he had to ensure absolute certainty. You. Someone from the Xiao family attempted to retort, but was interrupted by Xiao Zhenfei, who looked at him and smiled. This is the final warning. The Xiao family members were left in confusion regarding his words, yet they had already begun to arrange for their clan's prodigies to enter. Elders, this is the Tianyang realm. They will undoubtedly bring a multitude of their kin, and we will be at a disadvantage. Xiao Cang expressed his concerns. Their family had only a few dozen young prodigies. Not many at all. No matter, fortune favors those with destiny. If one lacks affinity. The next day, after the prodigies of the Xiao family entered, the members of the Xiao family finally stepped onto the pathway, while others remained outside, awaiting their return. Just as Xiao Cang had predicted, a great number of Xiao family's prodigies had arrived, over 10,000 in total. As an ancient clan, their population was indeed vast. In contrast, the young talents of the Xiao family were far fewer. Yet, shortly after all the prodigies had entered, several members of the Xiao family were teleported back out. What is happening? Xiao Chuanxio inquired. Reporting to the ancestor, we do not know what transpired. We just entered a plaza, and then were teleported back out. The Xiao family's prodigies wore puzzled expressions. Chapter 363. Entering the Heavenly Court, the Decree of the Heavenly Emperor. At the end of the golden pathway lay a well-preserved plaza, filled with numerous altar-like structures, upon which each individual was teleported. Yet, before they could prepare themselves, they were once again cast back out by the altars. As time passed, more and more members of the Xiao family were returned, while not a single person from the Xiao family had emerged. What was truly happening? Could the Heavenly Court be deliberately targeting my Xiao family? One of the Xiao family's strong members remarked with a grim expression. No, that should not be the case. Have you not noticed that all those being returned are of inferior constitutions, below the divine body? Xiao Chuanxio stated gravely. Only then did the others scrutinize closely, and indeed, it was so. This indicated that the ancient heavenly court was conducting a selection of talents. Those who did not meet the criteria would be expelled from the heavenly court. It seems the heavenly court is indeed in search of inheritors. With this realization, many within the Xiao family became agitated. For among this batch of prodigies, many had cultivated the legacy of the heavenly court. Would this not make it easier for them to obtain the heavenly court's inheritance? In the very first trial, the Xiao family had already witnessed several hundred of their members being teleported out. Not long after, more members of the Xiao family began to be returned in succession. Is this trial also testing the purity of one's heart? Xiao Chuanqiu's countenance darkened. In a similar trial, not a single member of the Xiao family had emerged. Yet so many from the Xiao family had been expelled. Did this not imply that the Xiao family was inferior to the Xiao family? By the time the second trial had concluded, nearly half of the members of the Xiao family had been teleported out, while not a single member from their clan had reappeared. After all, within the Xiao family's ancestral hall, there existed a dedicated space for honing one's resolve. That was indeed the work of Xiao Chen, and the trials he endured were far more terrifying than those in this realm. One by one, members of the Xiao family were eliminated, leaving an ever-dwindling number of their kin behind. This inevitably caused a wave of concern among the Xiao clan. There is no need for worry. The legacy of the heavenly court shall undoubtedly belong to the Xiao family, Xiao Chuanqiu declared solemnly. Xiao Cong and the others entered the heavenly court, first encountering an altar, followed by a dense fog filled with various trials testing their resolve. Now, they found themselves in a peculiar square, before which lay 9 passageways, each leading into an impenetrable darkness, the ultimate destinations unknown. What does this mean? Are we to choose a passage at random? The crowd hesitated at the threshold of the passageways. Perhaps only one of these paths holds the key, while the others may harbor danger. Let fate decide, Xiao Cong proclaimed, without a moment's hesitation, as he strode into one of the passages. Observing his decisive action, the other members of the Xiao family followed suit. They could not linger indefinitely in this place. Each member of the Xiao family must have a Xiao family member at their back, lest they seize the most powerful legacy here, asserted Xiao Bubi, the leader among the Xiao prodigies. He promptly set forth, trailing behind Xiao Cong. Indeed, in that instant, each Xiao family member found themselves shadowed by a Xiao family member, a strategic maneuver to prevent the legacy from falling into Xiao hands. Xiao Cong glanced back at the Xiao family members trailing him, but chose to ignore them, continuing his advance. Before long, they arrived at yet another crossroads, where 9 more passageways awaited them. This is entirely a matter of luck. Yet, as the saying goes, luck is a component of strength. Thus, without a hint of hesitation, he chose a passage and stepped inside. The Xiao family members who followed him did the same. In truth, this situation was not unique to Xiao Cong. Practitioners in the other passageways faced similar circumstances, with 9 new passageways emerging at the end of each one. With no guidance or markers, they could only trust their instincts. After a considerable time, Xiao Cong finally reached the end of his passage, where a plaque awaited him, inscribed with the words Heavenly Emperor's Order. Heavenly Emperor's Order? Xiao Cong murmured, somewhat disheartened. He had anticipated a legacy of great treasure, only to find a mere plaque. Just then, a figure flashed past him, reaching for the plaque. Xiao Cong surmised it to be a Xiao family member who had been following him. And without a second thought, he launched a powerful punch in retaliation. As the son of the Xiao family patriarch, Xiao Bubi possessed greater knowledge of the heavenly court than others, having encountered references to the heavenly emperor's order in ancient inscriptions. It was said that this item served as a control token for the heavenly court. Whoever possessed it could wield authority over the entire realm. Thus, upon seeing the heavenly emperor's order, Xiao Bubi nearly erupted with exhilaration, realizing that the individual he was trailing had led him to this very place. Without a moment's pause, he sought to seize it for himself. However, just as his hand was about to make contact, a radiant barrier emanated from the plaque, thwarting his approach. In that instant, Xiao Cong's attack struck true, sending Xiao Bubi hurtling backward, a mouthful of blood escaping him. How audacious! You dare to lay hands on me! Xiao Bubi spat as he collapsed to the ground, glaring at Xiao Cong with fury. What are you, that I cannot act against you? Do you truly believe that the Xiao family can continue to act as they please in this place? Xiao Cong retorted fearlessly. The elders had instructed them to act without concern for others, to show no mercy when necessary, and should trouble arise, the patriarch and elders would bear the burden. At that moment, a resounding voice emanated from the plaque. The victor shall claim the heavenly emperor's order. The one who possesses the order shall become the sovereign of the heavenly court, commanding all therein. Even Xiao Cong, who had been oblivious to the significance of the heavenly emperor's order, comprehended its value now. Just then, 2 more members of the Xiao family surged into the scene. The strongest legacy of the heavenly court lies here. Eliminate this Xiao scoundrel immediately, Xiao Bubi bellowed upon seeing his kin arrive. Initially, he had felt a flicker of despair upon hearing the proclamation from the heavenly emperor's order. If a confrontation were to occur now, his injuries would render him incapable of facing his opponent. The strongest legacy? Upon hearing Xiao Bubi's words, the 2 Xiao prodigies were taken aback. But without a moment to ponder, they lunged at Xiao Cong with ferocity. Ha ha ha, the strongest legacy shall belong only to the Xiao family. Xiao Bubi laughed. Yet his laughter abruptly ceased as the 2 assailants were sent flying, blood spewing from their mouths upon their first strike. How can this be? They are of the same realm as I. Xiao Bubi gasped in horror. This individual's combat prowess is utterly terrifying. Chapter 364. You are of the Origin Realm? I graciously grant you a measure of respect, yet you truly believe yourselves to be formidable. Xiao sneered coldly. He then unleashed a series of strikes, dispatching the two Xia family members with ease. You dare to slay my kin? You shall pay dearly. The Xiao family will be obliterated. Xiao Bubi exclaimed in terror, resorting to threats, as he was acutely aware of his own injuries rendering him incapable of facing his foe. The fate of the Xiao family is not yours to dictate, and you shall not witness what lies ahead for us. Xiao Cong declared with unwavering resolve, striking down his adversary without mercy. With the elder's assurances, he felt emboldened, unafraid of any repercussions. Having dispatched all three of his opponents, he successfully claimed the Heavenly Emperor's order, becoming the master of the Heavenly Court. Upon attaining this status, he gained a clear vision of the events transpiring in the other passageways. Many Xia family members had encountered fortuitous opportunities at the ends of their paths, while those trailing the Xiao family engaged in fierce battles over the treasures at stake. Each passageway's end held a chance for fortune, albeit with slight variations. The Heavenly Court had instituted these trials to ensure the continuation of its legacy. However, now that he was the sovereign of the Heavenly Court, such legacies would not fall into the hands of the Xiao family. He was one who bore grudges. He vividly recalled the earlier encirclement by the Xiao family. Subsequently, he activated the Heavenly Emperor's order, unleashing an overwhelming force that erupted from the fractured Heavenly Court, instantly expelling all Xia family members from its confines, leaving their garnered legacies behind. I spare your lives, a gesture of my utmost benevolence. Meanwhile, the Xia family outside felt an ominous premonition as they beheld all their prodigies suddenly materialize before them. What has transpired? Xiao inquired at once. Reporting back to the ancestor, we are equally perplexed by the events that have unfolded. Initially, I had acquired the inheritance, yet inexplicably, I was suddenly transported away by an unseen force, leaving behind the precious legacy I had just obtained. A bewildered clan member responded. I was in the midst of contesting for a legacy with the Xiao Clan, when out of nowhere, I found myself here. Another added. After a series of inquiries, Xiao finally comprehended the situation. The Xiao Clan had not secured any inheritance within the Heavenly Court. In other words, our Xiao Clan, having devoted countless epochs to gathering 3 celestial gates, has ultimately crafted a bridal gown for others? Veins bulged on his forehead, and his eyes blazed with fury as he glared at the Xiao Clan. It was evident by now that the inheritance from the Heavenly Court had been seized by the Xiao Clan, as none of their members had yet emerged. Just then, Xiao Zhenfei threw back his head and erupted into laughter. Ha! It seems the clan leader was indeed correct. The inheritance from the Heavenly Court has likely been acquired by Xiao Cong. Yet, at that moment, a fierce attack suddenly hurtled toward the spot where the Xiao Clan stood. With narrowed eyes, Xiao Zhenfei turned to face the assailant, who was none other than the ancestor of the Xia Clan, Xiao. At this moment, he wielded his staff to strike at Xiao Zhennan. This was an ancient artifact, a remnant of the inheritance obtained by the Xia Clan, typically concealed by Xiao and only unleashed in times of dire necessity. Now he had activated this ancient artifact. The inheritance from the Heavenly Court was of utmost importance to the Xia Clan. It could never be relinquished lightly. The staff in Xiao hand radiated a verdant light, the paths of Tao resurfacing, unleashing boundless might, as if a formidable Origin Realm expert had descended upon the world, instilling terror in all. No one shall take the inheritance from the Heavenly Court. It rightfully belongs to the Xia Clan. Xiao bellowed, swinging his staff in a fierce assault against the members of the Xiao Clan. The green light surged forth, crashing ahead like a chain of stars. Upon witnessing their ancestor wielding the ancient artifact, the members of the Xia Clan instantly displayed expressions of excitement. Such an artifact was equivalent to half an Origin Realm expert. And now, with the ancestor unleashing its power, only an expert of the Origin Realm could withstand its might. However, before they could revel in their exhilaration, they saw Xiao Zhenfei strike out with a palm, colliding with the ancient artifact. The resounding blast echoed like thunder, shaking the very fabric of the world. Had he lost his senses? This was the thought that coursed through every member of the Xiao Clan. How could someone dare to physically clash with an ancient artifact? Did he truly believe himself to be an Origin Realm expert? Just as the Xia Clan members were convinced that Xiao Zhenfei was doomed, they witnessed their ancestors suddenly spew blood and fly backward, while the ancient artifact he had held was now firmly in Xiao Zhenfei's grasp. In that moment, the minds of the Xia Clan members went blank. They could not fathom how their ancestor's weapon had been taken from him. Wasn't the other party on the same level as their ancestor? How could such a feat be accomplished? No, you are not merely a half step into the Origin Realm. You are indeed an Origin Realm expert? Xiao having been sent flying thousands of meters, struggled to maintain his battered form as he swiftly returned. His expression etched with terror, for he feared his descendants might inadvertently offend the opponent. That was an Origin Realm expert, capable of annihilating all with but a thought. Before the situation escalated into something dire, he had to intervene and prevent his juniors from provoking the adversary. An Origin Realm expert? Upon hearing their ancestors' words, many Xiao Clan members froze in place, paralyzed by disbelief. Ancestor, you are not mistaken. He truly is an Origin Realm expert? An elder questioned uncertainly. How could an Origin Realm expert appear here? Moreover, none of the major Origin Realm experts were known to be present. Xiao paid them no heed, disregarding his injuries, and hastily approached Xiao Zhenfei, clasping his fists in respect. I was unaware of your esteemed presence and acted rashly. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. In the presence of such formidable power, what was the Xiao Clan? If the adversary wished to obliterate them, it would merely be a matter of thought. So swiftly you concede. I had expected you to rise in defiance. Xiao Zhenfei chuckled. I dare not. Even if you granted me 100-fold courage, I would not dare to be impudent before you. Xiao responded with utmost reverence. Considering your wisdom, I shall spare your life today. Depart. The matters here do not concern you. Xiao Zhenfei declared. Yes. Xiao had not even the courage to retort, despite the myriad of grievances within his heart. He could only depart with his clan, not daring to look back. This fellow is quite perceptive. I had thought he would demand the ancient artifact from you, remarked an elder of the Xiao Clan, smiling at Xiao Zhenfei. Should he have dared, all the members of the Xiao Clan present today would have remained here forever. Xiao Zhenfei replied, gazing at the ancient artifact in his hand with a smile. Shortly after the Xiao Clan's retreat, Xiao Tsang and others emerged from the heavenly court. Their bounty substantial. Chapter 365. One wave subsides, another rises. As the Xiao Clan fled in disarray, news of the initial events spread, leading many factions to become aware of the existence of a powerful family in the Divine Sky Realm, with an Origin Realm deity among their ranks. The repercussions of this revelation established the Xiao Clan as the true supreme power in the surrounding realms. However, the Xiao Clan was indifferent to this outcome. They no longer needed to remain low profile. With these factions visiting them, they would bring substantial resources. Why not welcome it? It was only at this juncture that the primitive sword sect and other forces in the Divine Sky Realm realized that the Xiao Clan possessed not only a creator deity, but also an Origin Realm deity. It appeared that the rise of the Xiao Clan was not merely due to the ancient battlefield. Jian Wuming sighed. While the opportunities within the ancient battlefield might be extraordinary, it was improbable for them to elevate someone to the Origin Realm. Yet, he remained apprehensive. Fortunate was he that he had chosen to submit before the might of the Xiao Clan, or the primitive sword sect might have been obliterated. Meanwhile, within the chaos, under the leadership of the Xiao Clan, the Chaos Ruins tribe had been cornered into their lair, reluctant to emerge. Before them lay a chasm within the chaos, resembling the maw of a colossal beast, evoking dread in all who beheld it. The group found themselves barred from advancing beyond the abyss. The depths of the chasm emanated an aura of unimaginable terror, a presence surpassing the Origin Realm. Merely standing at the edge instilled profound trepidation. If I am not mistaken, a quasi-divine emperor-level expert must reside below the chasm. Xiao Zhan voiced gravely. The aura emanating from below bore a striking resemblance to that of the quasi-divine emperor artifacts he had forged, thus he was nearly certain. Xiao Ran nodded in agreement. Quasi-divine emperor? Mi Chun and the others could not help but gasp in astonishment. This marked their first offensive to this location. They had anticipated a decisive victory to eradicate the Chaos Ruins tribe once and for all, only to encounter such an unforeseen turn of events. Were they destined to return empty-handed? Mi Chun and the others felt a swell of dissatisfaction. They are unlike the members of the Xiao family. Having battled against the Chaos Ruins tribe for countless years, their enmity runs deep, and they naturally yearn to eradicate it completely. Unaware of the circumstances at hand, we dare not launch a reckless assault. Xiao Zhan shook his head. Although he wielded a quasi-divine imperial artifact, who could discern what lay beneath the abyss? What if a quasi-divine emperor lurked below? Should they charge in recklessly, they would surely meet their demise here. The most prudent course of action would be to summon the patriarch to intervene. Xiao Yu suggested. Indeed, your Xiao family possesses that formidable patriarch, if he were to act. He could undoubtedly quell the threat posed by the Chaos Ruins tribe. The eyes of Wen Guang and the others brightened. That individual is a true divine emperor. A veritable invincible force. While it is true that should our master intervene, he could effortlessly resolve the issues here, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that it is improbable he would do so. Xiao Li shook her head. Indeed, these challenges are but sharpening stones left for us by the patriarch. We must resolve them ourselves. Xiao Yu nodded in agreement. They were all too aware of the patriarch's character, especially since the presence beneath the abyss had yet to strike at them, granting them ample time to cultivate and address the issues themselves. Mi Chun and the others dared not voice their opinions. After all, it was not their place to advise such powerful beings. In light of this, let us return to our cultivation. Remaining here serves no purpose, Xiao Zhan declared. They had already been out for several decades. However, some desired to postpone their return, wishing to explore the chaos. They longed to discover what lay beyond the chaos. Others sought to ascertain the vastness of the divine realm. After all, their current prowess rendered them nearly invincible, leaving them with little to fear. Thus, the members of the Xiao family split into several groups to embark on their respective journeys. Years later, Xiao Long returned from his excursions, bringing with him a figure that astonished everyone, a person whose legend they had heard long ago, the former heavenly emperor of the inner world's South Celestial Court. In his time, he had battled fiercely against the most powerful being of the underworld, the king of shadow corruption. Their intense clash inadvertently opened a pathway to the divine realm. And at the moment of his entry, the king of shadow corruption was met with the judgment of the heavenly Tao, turning to ash in an instant. However, the victorious heavenly emperor, wishing to return to the inner world, found himself unable to locate the way back, ultimately remaining in the divine realm. Recently, while training outside, Xiao Long sensed the presence of another being who practiced the same techniques as he, which led him to encounter the heavenly emperor. Upon learning that the chaos of the underworld and the inner world had been completely quelled, the heavenly emperor finally relaxed. Subsequently, he allied himself with the celestial forces led by Xiao Tsang. This alliance came with the consent of Xiao Chen, as Xiao Tsang had inherited the entirety of the celestial court's legacy, making it a pity not to utilize it. In the ensuing millennia, visitors from the divine realm flocked to the Xiao family, including Mi Chun and others without exception. During this time, Xiao Zhan and the others retreated into seclusion. In this retreat, they aimed to break through to the origin realm, or even, if possible, to the quasi-divine emperor realm. After all, they possessed the tickets to enter this domain. Furthermore, the Xiao family's abundant resources could easily support their training in the higher echelons of the Time Tower. Yet, the tranquility of their lives did not endure for long. Approximately 3,000 years later, a bloodstained sleeve drifted from the depths of chaos into the divine realm. Discovered by several ancient ancestors guarding the chaos ancient realm, they dared not be negligent and promptly delivered this item to the Xiao family, for it belonged to Xiao Yu. They had fought alongside one another for many years and were well acquainted. Patriarch, could it be that Xiao Yu has encountered some peril? The Grand Elder furrowed his brow and inquired. That sleeve must not have appeared here without reason. The most probable explanation is that he is seeking aid from the divine realm. Holding the bloodied sleeve, Xiao Chen gazed toward the chaotic depths beyond the divine realm and nodded. Indeed, Xiao Yu is embroiled in a bloody battle. He is facing an assault from the Return to Ruins tribe. Notify all those at the origin realm within the family to immediately provide support to Xiao Yu. Understood. Although they were unaware of Xiao Yu's specific circumstances, how could they possibly refrain from assisting a family member in distress? The Time Tower, which had remained closed for over 3,000 years, now opened its higher levels. At the command, Xiao Li, Xiao Zhan, and others emerged, exuding an aura so formidable that a faint imperial radiance shimmered upon them. This was a sign of their impending ascension to the quasi-divine emperor realm, where the brilliance of an emperor is impervious to all forms of attack and indestructible through all tribulations. Given a little more time, they would undoubtedly break through to the quasi-divine emperor realm. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu, drenched in blood, returned to an ancient hall. It appears that our era is nearing its end. Fellow cultivator, you are not of our world. There is no need for you to risk your life for our sake. So please, depart. Within the hall, the aura of divinity was extraordinarily dense. An elderly man, sitting on the ground with a waning presence, addressed Xiao Yu. Chapter 366, The Battle of Another World. Even in their world, no existence comparable to Xiao Yu, who could contend with beings of the origin realm using his creation realm prowess, had emerged. Given his potential, he might one day ascend to legendary heights, and thus the powerful beings of this world wished to see Xiao Yu survive. Yet, Xiao Yu shook his head. Since I have already intervened in this matter, how could I depart midway? Moreover, I am unable to leave now. However, rest assured, I have sent a distress signal to our world. Upon seeing it, they will undoubtedly act. Not long ago, while wandering through the chaos, he stumbled upon this world besieged by the Return to Ruins tribe. As a martial enthusiast, Xiao Yu could not stand idly by. However, he had underestimated the strength of the Return to Ruins tribe. This race is exceedingly formidable, particularly as many among them possess the ability to confront beings of the origin realm with their creation realm might. Thus, Even here, he could not act freely. Alas, the assault of the Return to Ruins tribe is relentless and far different from before. It seems they intend to annihilate our world. And even if your family were to descend, it would likely be insufficient to resist them. Kuchan could not help but sigh. Like the divine realm where Xiao Yu resided, their world faced destruction by the Return to Ruins tribe every few epochs. Yet, aside from the presence of Xiao Tsong, their world's strength far surpassed that of the divine realm, possessing nearly 100 beings at the origin realm. Still, they could not fend off the attacks of the Return to Ruins tribe. Do you, esteemed elders, understand why the Return to Ruins tribe relentlessly sacrifices one universe after another in the chaos? Xiao Yu inquired, puzzled. Unlike the spectral beings of the inner world, who attack the earthly realm to devour yang energy and enhance their cultivation, what is the purpose of these sacrifices by the Return to Ruins tribe? The specifics remain unclear to us. We only know that they offer these beings as sacrifices to a certain location within the chaos. Yet the reasons behind it elude our understanding. Kuchan and the others shook their heads. This knowledge was gleaned only after countless epochs of exploration. They had initially considered destroying the source, but that location was guarded by the mightiest of the Return to Ruins tribe. Even those at the origin realm would be directly slain upon detection before they could approach. Such an entity undoubtedly surpassed the origin realm in strength. Upon witnessing the somber expressions of Kukin and the others, Xiao Yu reassured them, saying, "Rest assured, esteemed seniors, once our kin arrive to provide assistance, we shall undoubtedly withstand the onslaught of the Xiao Clan. After several millennia, Xiao Li and the others have surely reached the origin realm. Even if there are Su God practitioners among the Xiao Clan, Xiao Li and the others can still hold their ground. Fear not, we have anticipated the worst-case scenario, which is simply to fight to the death. Even so, we shall not allow the Xiao Clan to easily trample upon our world." Kukin's expression was resolute, for there was no retreat for them. Subsequently, Xiao Yu entered a location within this world known as the Time Cave to meditate. Although the flow of time here was far slower than that of the Time Tower, it was still crafted by the hands of an origin god and held some benefit for him, a being of creation realm. While he was in seclusion to heal, a titanic battle erupted at the boundary where this world met the chaos. A large contingent of the Xiao Clan clashed with the cultivators of this world. Countless cultivators fell in this place, their blood staining the heavens crimson. Yet, many from the Xiao Clan also perished. The battle was nothing short of brutal. Leading the Xiao Clan were two Su God practitioners of the origin realm. They refrained from intervening, merely observing their kin engage in combat with the cultivators of this world. For them, was this not a form of tempering? This world had birthed a creation realm being capable of transdimensional warfare, yet regrettably, he lacked the time to grow further. One origin god spoke calmly. Even if he were to grow, what of it? Was there not a quasi-god emperor born in the divine realm? Ultimately, did he not fall? Another origin god scoffed. Our Xiao Clan's strength is not something they can withstand. Their presence of two origin gods was not indicative of their clan being limited to merely two. Rather, it was a reflection of this world's unworthiness to deploy more than two. Yet, despite this, the Xiao Clan still held the upper hand, for they possessed several half-step origin realm Su God practitioners. In a world devoid of quasi-god emperors, such beings were invincible. Thus, when Xiao Yu emerged from the time cave after a span of 1,000,000 years, this world had already succumbed to devastation. Countless cultivators had perished, their corpses collected by the altars suspended above this world, sacrificed to that unknown, mysterious domain. As Xiao Yu's consciousness swept across the battlefield, he let out a furious roar, his head adorned with the blood cauldron, soaring into the sky, his fists radiating light as they cleaved through the heavens. Joining forces with Kukin and the other origin realm powerhouses to fight. Having been in this world for many years, he had formed many friendships, yet now, they all lay fallen. How could he not be enraged? Moreover, the current state of this world mirrored the future of the divine realm, did it not? Had the time come for humanity to engage in cross-border warfare? Let me behold what secrets you truly harbor. The moment Xiao Yu appeared on the battlefield, the origin realm practitioners of the Xiao Clan sensed his presence and immediately extended their long hands toward him. This seemingly light touch, however, instilled within Xiao Yu an inescapable sense of dread. Be careful. Kukin, already gravely injured, shouted, his head adorned with an origin divine artifact, instantly appearing beneath that hand, bellowing as his entire being ignited with vitality, transforming into a beam of light that surged toward that hand. With an explosive sound, Kukin's body and the ancient artifact atop his head erupted, scattering endless blood and bone in all directions. Survive. Kukin's voice echoed in Xiao Yu's ears. Even if he did not perish from this strike, he would undoubtedly be grievously injured. As the leading figure of this world, Kukin's body exploding above the heavens caused every cultivator to shudder, their fighting spirit diminished by twofold. Survive? Is survival even possible? Scoffed the Su god practitioner, launching another attack toward Xiaoyu. He was intrigued by this human and wished to uncover the secrets he possessed. Yet at that moment, a flash of red light suddenly appeared, striking against the practitioner's hand. With a thunderous boom, to everyone's astonishment, the Su god practitioner's hand exploded. Who is this? All the Origin Realm practitioners were momentarily stunned. The Su god practitioner was an invincible existence, yet someone had managed to injure him? As they discerned the source of the red light, they realized it was a jade rui radiating a bright crimson glow. Not far off, bloodlight coalesced, and Kukin's figure reemerged, albeit severely wounded, his body riddled with cracks, resembling a bleeding, shattered porcelain vessel, as if it would collapse completely with even the slightest movement. At this moment, he too gazed upon the jade rui, suspended in the air. This was an exceedingly powerful Origin divine artifact, but it was certainly not from this realm. Chapter 367. The Battle Between Origin Realms. Only Xiaoyu laughed heartily. Xiao Li's jade rui? Ha ha ha, you have finally arrived. As his words fell, a group of figures emerged from the chaos. Xiaoyu, are you alright? Xiao Lang inquired. Ha ha ha, I'm still alive. Xiaoyu responded. I never expected there to be a world within this chaos that rivals the divine realm. Xiao Li gazed at the world below in astonishment. That is only natural. And it is said that there is more than just this one. Have you truly broken through to the Origin realm? At this moment, Xiaoyu flew over, astonished by the terrifying aura emanating from Xiao Li and the others. So what do you think? Are you envious? Xiao Lang remarked with a smile. Indeed, I feel envy. Yet my years spent outside have been immensely fulfilling. Xiaoyu had never encountered an adversary as formidable as the Xiao Clan. He had spent these years almost entirely in battle, and for someone as combative as him, there was nothing more fulfilling than such a life. Are those Xiaoyu's kin? They seem exceptionally powerful. Some Origin Realm practitioners in this realm observed those standing alongside Xiaoyu. Though they shared the same cultivation level, the aura surrounding them exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. Only Kukin and a few of the strongest individuals felt their hearts race upon glimpsing the faint radiance emanating from Xiao Li and the others. That was the brilliance of a quasi-god emperor. Only those on the brink of becoming quasi-god emperors could possess such a glow. Even these ancient beings who had cultivated for countless years had not achieved such divine radiance. Could it be that these individuals were all on the verge of stepping into quasi-god emperor status? Kukin and the others felt a chill run down their spines. What manner of clan was this, capable of nurturing such a multitude of powerful practitioners? Which universe within the chaos is this? How could it give rise to so many strong beings? The two Su god practitioners of the Origin realm also turned their gazes toward the Xiao Clan. The chaos was boundless, containing numerous universal worlds. The divine realm and this world were merely two among many. However, if that universe had birthed so many strong beings, it should have been sacrificed long ago, not left until now. Origin realm Su god practitioners? Leave them to me. As they scrutinized the Xiao Clan members, the Xiao Clan members were likewise observing them. Xiao Lang, brandishing a long spear, took the initiative to charge at the two Su Shinto practitioners. Previously, when confronting the chaotic Su clan, their cultivation levels were merely at the creation realm, allowing for only one-on-one encounters. Now, having ascended to the Origin realm, Xiao Lang was eager to witness the true extent of their combat prowess. Daring to meddle in the affairs of my Xiao clan. Today you shall find only a path to death. One of the Su Shinto practitioners bellowed, wielding a black blade as he swept it toward Xiao Lang. Boom. The spear clashed with the black blade, producing a sound reminiscent of thunder reverberating through the heavens, causing the very fabric of this world to tremble. Divine light surged forth, piercing the chaos beyond, as boundless divine energy intertwined with celestial laws, unleashing a tempest of cataclysmic energy centered around the two combatants, sweeping across the chaotic expanse. Xiao Lang's expression was solemn, his eyes ablaze with resplendent divine light, interwoven with orderly divine principles. He wielded his spear with the grace of a celestial dragon, each strike infused with the supreme power of creation and destruction. Opposing him, the Su Shinto practitioner emitted a feral roar, his own Su Shinto power erupting forth as inky divine light engulfed everything in its vicinity, swallowing the surrounding space-time and laws, rendering the area into a void. This was the essence of Su Shinto, capable of returning all to nothingness. Yet, unfortunately for him, he faced Xiao Zhan, who possessed the boundless divine path. Its terrifying might countered the formidable onslaught of Su Shinto. Under Xiao Lang's relentless assault, the practitioner felt his palms splitting, the power of Xiao oozing forth, and soon his entire arm was riddled with fine cracks before ultimately shattering. Despite their equal realms, both being of the origin realm, Xiao Lang had already developed the brilliance of a quasi-divine emperor, causing his attacks to be significantly diminished upon striking the opponent, preventing any excessive damage. Bang! As Xiao Lang thrust forth, golden divine light erupted from the spear's tip, obliterating half of the Su Shinto practitioner's body and inflicting grievous wounds. I shall assist you. Another practitioner of the origin realm, sensing urgency, decisively advanced to aid Xiao Lang. Come at me together then. Xiao Lang showed no fear, sweeping his spear with vigor, unleashing a divine light akin to the creation of the universe, tearing a profound abyss into the chaos. In an instant, the three figures engaged in a fierce melee, with most onlookers unable to even discern their forms. For each step they took traversed distances across an entire universe, leaving many cultivators only witnessing terrifying explosions erupting in the depths of chaos. Can he truly hold his own against two opponents? Xiao Yu inquired uncertainly, still not having reached the origin realm and thus unaware of the true combat capabilities it entailed. Have no worries, it is merely a matter of time, Xiao Zhan assured with conviction. Even among those of the same realm, considerable disparities existed. Just then, the voice of the clan leader echoed in their ears. Once you have resolved the matters of this universe, return promptly. The place of sacrifice is beyond your current capacity to handle. Wait until your cultivation reaches quasi-divine emperor before you venture there. And upon your return, do not forget to deal with the chaotic Xiao Clan. What? Must we return so soon? We have yet to accomplish anything. Xiao Li questioned in confusion. If that were the case, why had so many come? Oh, do not be impatient. The affairs here are far from concluded. Xiao Chen chuckled. Even across the vast distances of chaos, he observed the battlefield with clarity. Indeed, just as Xiao Lang clashed with the two Xiao clan members deep within the chaos, several more from the chaotic Xiao clan descended upon the fringes of this world. The unexpected emergence of such powerful adversaries was astonishing. They had accompanied the previous two figures but had refrained from intervening, deeming it unnecessary to deploy so many from the origin realm against this world. However, with the situation now unfolding, they had no choice but to emerge. Master truly possesses foresight. Upon seeing additional members of the Xiao clan appear, Xiao Li felt a surge of excitement. Perfect, we shall each take one. With that, several from the Xiao clan surged forward like ravenous wolves, fearful that their opponents might be snatched away by others. This scene left Ku Chan and the others in awe, as they had always avoided the Xiao clan. Yet these individuals appeared eager to engage, fearing the loss of their rivals. Chapter 368, Still Incomprehensible. From which world do they hail? The foundation of that world is undeniably formidable. Though the great battle had persisted for quite some time, the outcome had already been sealed. For the Xiao clan had not dispatched their strongest warriors. Those possessing the quasi-divine emperor's brilliance, like Xiao Li, were indeed invincible. While Xiao Lang and the others were locked in fierce combat, the universe itself sounded the call for a counteroffensive. Previously, two practitioners of the origin realm had occasionally interfered, causing them to suffer defeat after defeat. But now, without those hindrances, the Xiao clan began to retreat in disarray, ultimately leading to their complete annihilation after several years. After fulfilling their mission, the Xiao clan members inquired of Ku Chan and the others about the sacrificial site mentioned by the clan leader, gaining their first insights into that location. No wonder the clan leader forbade us from venturing there. It appears a quasi-divine emperor stands guard. Xiao Zhan nodded. Yet, even in this world, they remained clueless as to why the Xiao clan sought to sacrifice the beings of the chaotic universe in that place. Furthermore, they gleaned no information from the Xiao clan themselves. Ultimately, they could only return to the divine realm. During their time, they ventured into the abyss where the chaotic Xiao clan resided, since the clan leader had instructed them to resolve the troubles there. It indicated that their current strength was sufficient for the task. They fought their way to the abyss's depths, discovering a corpse, the body of a quasi-divine emperor of the Xiao clan. The quasi-divine emperor's aura they had sensed earlier emanated from this very corpse. Yet the being had already perished, posing no substantial threat beyond the terrifying pressure it emitted. This discovery sparked curiosity among them. Why was there a Xiao clan corpse in this place? And particularly, how had a quasi-divine emperor met their end? Who could slay such a formidable being? Ultimately, they also uncovered a quasi-divine emperor artifact within the abyss, a treasure that could be exchanged for considerable merit points. As for the chaotic Xiao clan within the abyss, they would find only death when faced with the might of the current Xiao clan. Upon returning to their family, the members once again entered seclusion, this time endeavoring to break through to the quasi-divine emperor realm. Concurrently, in the divine realm where the Xiao clan resided, aside from the heavenly court, a force known as the Divine Sword Sect began its ascent. Xiao Zhan fulfilled his past promise to the ancestors of the Divine Sword sect, seeking out a legacy for them and imparting the teachings of the Divine Sword sect. As for the malevolent cultivators suppressed beneath the sect, they had long been eradicated by Xiao Zhan with a single strike. The duration of the Xiao Clan's seclusion was not excessively long. For 1 year in the external realm of the 9th layer of the Age Tower equated to 1,000,000,000 years internally. With such an expansive time frame, any with the aptitude to break through to the Divine Emperor realm would undoubtedly succeed. Without the requisite qualifications, no amount of time spent would yield any results. Years later, the gathered individuals emerged from their seclusion. Those who had obtained entry tickets did not disappoint Xiao Chen's expectations, successfully breaking through to this realm. Meanwhile, a few others remained in the quasi-God Emperor stage, not far from the God Emperor realm, thus continuing their meditative retreat. Master, why is it that despite our cultivation having reached the God Emperor stage, we are still unable to discern your level of power? In Xiao Chen's courtyard, Xiao Li and the others gazed at him with expressions of bewilderment. They had surpassed the God Emperor realm, rendering the Time Tower ineffective for them. Yet standing before Xiao Chen felt akin to gazing into an unfathomable abyss, leaving them perplexed. Xiao Chen leisurely took a sip of wine and replied with a smile. That is because the God Emperor stage is further divided into specific tiers. There are 3 sublevels: Supreme, Celestial, and Eternal. You have merely stepped into the Supreme tier, while I have ascended to the Eternal tier, hence it is natural that you cannot see through me. However, reaching this level is already sufficient. You now stand atop the pinnacle of the chaotic universe. If you wish to ascend to even greater heights, you must rely on your own gradual cultivation. For no external force in this world can aid you further. Below the God Emperor level, Xiao Chen could still utilize Dao fruits to enhance his cultivation. But above the God Emperor level, it was no longer possible. Even treasures such as the Time Tower could not provide any assistance to them. So that is the case. I never anticipated that this realm would have such specific divisions. Indeed, the path of cultivation is endless. Xiaolang sighed. However, they were curious about how their clan leader had achieved the eternal God Emperor realm, considering he had never entered the Time Tower for training and had reached this level long ago. Clan leader, can we now explore that mysterious sacrificial land? Xiao Zhan inquired. Yes, you are indeed ready to venture into that enigmatic place now, but let us wait a moment until Xiao Yu and the others emerge, and we shall explore together. I am quite curious about that location as well. Xiao Chen responded. At his level, any being could be comprehended with a mere glance. Yet that sacrificial land remained shrouded in mystery, eluding his understanding. Thus, he too was intrigued by what lay within. And what is it that piques your curiosity, master? Xiao Li asked in astonishment. That place is unique. Years later, Xiao Yu and the others also emerged, having reached this legendary realm, and subsequently accompanied Xiao Chen to the depths of chaos to the sacrificial land. During their journey past the abyss where the Chaos Ruins clan resided, Xiao Chen explained the origins of this place to everyone. In the previous era, a quasi-god emperor emerged in the divine realm, the very master of the golden divine tree. After a cataclysmic battle with the quasi-god emperor of the Return to Ruins clan, they perished together, and his body became the walls of the ancient chaotic realm, preventing the invasion of chaotic beings. The corpse of the quasi-god emperor from the Return to Ruins clan fell into chaos, forming the nest of the Chaos Ruins clan. And later, the energy of the Return to Ruins within his body combined with chaotic energy, giving birth to the Chaos Ruins beings. In fact, with their current cultivation, Xiao Li and the others could also step into the river of time and witness all of this. Previously, after entering the ancient chaotic realm, my Dao weapon was in constant agitation. At that moment, I realized that the wall guarding against the invasion of chaotic beings was related to that quasi-god emperor from the previous era. Xiao Ren nodded. Shortly after, the group reached their destination. Their current speed was beyond mere description of swiftness. They beheld an isolated island amidst the chaos, radiating a golden divine light, akin to a sun within the chaos, illuminating the surrounding darkness with a golden hue. Surrounding the island, a river of chaos flowed, resembling the origin of chaos itself, from which all chaotic matter originated. As Xiao Chen approached, he immediately sensed a force emanating from the river of chaos, as if attempting to pull him into its depths. However, this force posed no threat to him, and he crossed over with ease. The others, including Xiao Li, also felt this force and gasped, exclaiming, "No wonder Master previously forbade us from exploring here. This river of chaos could spell doom for anyone below the origin realm. It is a passage only for quasi-god emperors." The river of chaos contained immense divine power. Any being below the quasi-god emperor level would undoubtedly perish upon entry. Yet at this moment, they bore no concealment. Boldly advancing into the river, where the surrounding principles surged around them, having no effect whatsoever. This is the sacred ground of my Return to Ruins clan. Those who come must halt. 3 figures from the Return to Ruins clan suddenly appeared, blocking the path of Xiao Chen and his companions. These were 3 quasi-god emperors, the guardians of this island. Begone! Xiao Zhan uttered a low growl, and the 3 figures disintegrated into chaotic light without resistance. Before the God Emperor realm, quasi-god emperors were akin to mere children, easily extinguished. Subsequently, the group stepped onto the island. Chapter 369, the final chapter. From an external perspective, the island appeared quite ordinary, but upon truly entering, one would discover it to be a vast world, especially the divine patterns contained within every blade of grass and tree, which astonished Xiao Li and the others. This place undoubtedly harbored a god emperor-level powerhouse. Such patterns could only be laid down by beings of that caliber. Xiao Chen furrowed his brow. The patterns here did not originate from an ordinary god emperor, but from an eternal god emperor among the sovereigns, indicating the presence of a formidable entity of his own level. What is that? Xiao Li suddenly directed her gaze towards the vast sky of this world, where a gigantic lotus flower floated, emanating a faint crimson glow. Let us go and take a look, Xiao Chen said as he led the group to the lotus. Upon arrival, they discovered the ground was stained with blood, exuding a strong scent of carnage. Moreover, at the moment they raised their hands to the altar, the entire lotus erupted with blinding red light, as the patterns above stirred to initiate a sacrificial offering. With a cold snort, Xiao Chen stomped down, and in an instant, the sound of the universe fracturing echoed as the patterns upon the lotus shattered, causing the entire massive flower to lose its former luster. Xiao Chen gazed at the patterns on the lotus, frowning. This is an altar. It must be a place for sacrifices by the Return to Ruins clan. But to whom are they offering these beings? The group looked down along the lotus, where an ancient palace exuded a grand aura, as if it had existed since time immemorial, eternal, and unyielding. Without hesitation, they appeared before the palace. Yet upon arrival, even Xiao Li and the others felt an indescribable oppressive aura, which compelled them to halt before the palace, unable to approach. Xiao Chen stepped forward, and as he drew near, the palace doors swung open of their own accord. Xiao Chen frowned, but felt no fear as he entered the palace. At that moment, as the quasi-god emperor guarding this place fell, in the void beyond chaos, a pristine lotus flower radiated terrifying Return to Ruins power, and from it, 2 figures in seclusion simultaneously opened their eyes. In the depths of their gaze, the divine order and the path of the gods intertwined, emanating a radiant light that transcended the void and pierced through the chaos, revealing all that transpired upon this island. Someone had breached the sacred ground. Suddenly, 2 figures vanished from sight, and moments later, several silhouettes emerged from the ethereal realm, soaring forth from the white lotus towards the island engulfed in chaos. Their terrifying aura descended like a cosmic tide, overwhelming all in its path. Xiao Li and her companions soon sensed this formidable presence, astonished to realize divine emperors from the Xiao Clan, and in considerable numbers. It was no wonder they could offer sacrifices to the chaotic heavens time and time again. Such profound depth was indeed alarming. The number of divine emperors on their side was not less than that of the Xiao Clan, especially the 2 leading figures, whose aura exuded an unparalleled terror. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen figures appeared above the island. The gates of the Dao Palace had actually opened. A stunningly beautiful woman in a flowing black gown gazed in astonishment at the palace below, a place they had longed to enter. Throughout endless ages, their sacrifices had merely intensified the brilliance of the gate's radiance, yet they had never managed to unlock it. What could possibly be happening now? Xiao Li and her companions, equally perplexed, beheld these formidable beings, led by 2 women, one donned in a white gown, her figure exquisite, her beauty transcendent. Reminiscent of a water lily, pure as a snow lotus, utterly flawless. The other, clad in black, was strikingly different. Her sultry form and enchanting visage bore an air of seduction, each smile and gesture seemingly imbued with an irresistible allure, captivating all who beheld her. Truly a mesmerizing beauty. Were it not for the fact that the members of the Xiao Clan had all reached the divine emperor realm, a mere glance from her would have ensnared them completely. However, what astonished the Xiao Clan the most was that these 2 women were evidently not of the Xiao Clan. They appeared no different from humanity, a stark contrast to the Xiao Clan, who had entered the Dao Palace. The woman in white inquired, her gaze fixed on Xiao Li and her companions. This is of no concern to you, Xiao Li replied. The woman in white narrowed her eyes, and in an instant, both she and her companion bypassed the blockade formed by Xiao Li and her allies, appearing at the threshold of the now open Dao Palace. To the astonishment of the Xiao Clan, the 2 entered the Dao Palace together. How could they gain entry? This is dire. There are 2 of them. While the clan leader is alone, surely, He cannot contend with them. Xiao Yu's expression shifted. At this level of power, regardless of the path one has cultivated, crossing realms to battle is impossible. Yet, the Dao Palace seemed to harbor an unfathomably terrifying force, keeping the members of the Xiao Clan at bay, rendering them unable to enter, truly a case of desire exceeding capability. The divine emperors among humanity had never been encountered before. Today, we shall offer you as a sacrifice. As the two women entered the Dao Palace, the remaining members of the Xiao Clan turned their cold gazes upon the Xiao Clan. The sole purpose of their creation by the two sovereigns was to assist in harvesting the myriad beings of chaos, to offer them as sacrifices to that enigmatic presence within the Dao Palace. Although they did not know who resided within, the command inscribed upon their very beings by their sovereigns compelled them to obey. Witnessing the human divine emperors awakened the murderous intent within the Xiao Clan, driving them to slaughter the Xiao Clan here and now. Sacrifice us? Do you possess the capability? If I cannot withstand the two of them, how could I possibly be unable to deal with you? Xiao Yu bellowed, golden blood energy surging through the chaos as he charged forward. Kill! Xiao Li echoed, rushing into the fray. Almost simultaneously, all others launched their attacks. Swords clashed, fists glowed, divine artifacts collided, unleashing a tempest across the boundless chaos, as if the world itself were on the brink of annihilation. Both the realm of Ku Chan and the divine realm of the Xiao Clan were swept up in this energy, the entire world swaying like ships upon a stormy sea, leaving all in terror, bewildered by the unfolding events. Meanwhile, within the Dao Palace, Xiao Chen sighed. He had discerned the message left by the master of the Dao Palace and understood the origins of his eternal realm cultivation and the system he possessed. All were gifts from this master of the Dao Palace, born from the passage of countless years. He had left behind the fruit of the eternal emperor's path and the family system before choosing to enter eternal rest. This master was the first being born from endless void, the sole entity to attain the eternal emperor realm. Yet, high places are fraught with coldness. The years of survival were excessively lengthy, and he was solitary, devoid of companionship. Thus, after a prolonged existence, he opted for eternal rest, returning to silence. This master had hoped that future generations might cultivate a powerful family, alleviating his own tedium, which is why he established the family system. Xiao Chen had inherited all of this. Yet, he had not disappointed the master's expectations, having built the Xiao Clan and nurtured a cadre of divine emperors, ensuring that the days ahead would be anything but dull. So that was it. No wonder I cannot fathom this place. This is the reason. Xiao Chen bore a profound karmic connection to this realm. Unless one were to descend personally, they would remain blind to its truths. At this moment, two figures materialized behind Xiao Chen, hand over the inheritance of the Dao Master at once. The woman in black glared at Xiao Chen, her voice icy. So your incessant sacrifices of beings were to unlock the gates of the Dao Palace and access the living inheritance of the Dao Master? Xiao Chen turned to face the two women. No, we do not seek the Dao Master's inheritance. We are the twin lotuses planted in the void by the Dao Master, nurtured through countless ages. When we finally manifested after enduring endless years of arduous training, the Dao Master had already entered eternal rest. This debt of enlightenment is unforgettable. Thus, we wish to awaken the Dao Master's spirit from its eternal slumber through our sacrifices. The woman in white spoke with a chilling clarity. Enlightenment, Xiao Chen realized. This was the very source of the repeated sacrifices of chaotic beings. If you wish for the Dao Master to revive, do not waste your efforts. He chose eternal rest and cannot return. Nonsense. The Dao Master is eternally enduring, indestructible through the ages. He merely sleeps. As long as we continue our sacrifices, one day, the Dao Master shall awaken. The woman in black's demeanor grew frenzied as she turned to Xiao Chen, declaring fiercely, Indeed, if we sacrifice you and those divine emperors outside, it will surely revive the Dao Master. Precisely, you are the ideal sacrificial offerings. The woman in white nodded in agreement. Together, they launched an assault against Xiao Chen. Ha ha ha. Two sovereign divine emperors, you do possess the qualifications to compel my involvement. Come forth, I shall face you with one hand. Xiao Chen laughed as he beckoned them with a finger. With his left hand behind his back, he lightly waved his right hand, conjuring a longsword, his never-before-used Eternal Emperor artifact. The Emperor Tian. Do not be arrogant. In unison, the two women cried out, their delicate hands weaving through the air, summoning an endless array of divine energies that enveloped Xiao Chen. The battle of the divine emperors, shrouded in chaos, had unknowingly escalated to the void beyond. A realm devoid of time, space, and the laws of the great Tao, existing only in eternal silence. Yet, the conflict between the divine emperors could not easily yield a victor, resulting in an unprecedented duration without a single soul falling. After a millennium of relentless strife, the voices of Xiao Chen and the two women resonated across the heavens, bringing an end to this protracted divine emperor war. Upon the lotus platform in the realm of return, Xiao Chen stood flanked by the two women, who were indeed the fabled sisters. Initially, they were locked in combat, but upon discovering that Xiao Chen was the chosen heir of the Tao Master, their confrontation underwent a profound transformation. What now? Will you concede? Xiao Chen inquired with a smile at his side. Concede? Humph, I would never yield. The younger sister muttered under her breath. Ha ha, if that's the case. Let us continue until you do concede, Xiao Chen replied, laughter echoing amidst the tension. Within the Tao Palace, the Emperor Heaven's sword radiated an eternal divine light. With his left hand resting behind his back, Xiao Chen wielded the sword in his right, ready to counter the combined assault of the twin lotus women. The woman in white exuded an aura of sacred divinity, each strike reminiscent of the primordial light of chaos, imbued with the power to purify all. In contrast, the woman in black invoked an enchanting divine path, her dark brilliance harboring the strength to devour souls. The interplay of these distinctly different divine forces wove a lethal net that descended upon Xiao Chen. Merely a celestial divine emperor, even united, you cannot harm me, Xiao Chen stated calmly, as he effortlessly swung the Emperor Heaven's sword. A seemingly feeble beam of light cleaved through the twin lotus women's divine net. As the sword's light traversed its path, chaotic energies recoiled, and the Tao patterns etched by the eternal divine emperors along the palace walls trembled. Echoing the might of this imperial weapon, a flicker of shock and fury crossed the eyes of the woman in black as she waved her hand, conjuring countless dark lotus petals from thin air. Each petal contained the essence of the realm of return, resembling miniature black holes intent on consuming both Xiao Chen's body and soul. Seizing the moment, the woman in white summoned a colossal illusory lotus above Xiao Chen, its presence radiating a suppressive aura, aiming to bind him in place. Yet, Xiao Chen remained unfazed. With the Emperor Heaven's sword, he traced a flawless arc, and an inexhaustible power of eternal divine principles surged into the blade, revealing countless ancient runes, imprints of the transcendent Tao. Eternal annihilation slash. With a commanding shout, a beam of light erupted from the sword, cleaving through the Tao Palace. As it passed, the dark lotus petals disintegrated into nothingness, and the illusory sacred lotus shattered into fragments. The residual force of the sword surged forth, aimed directly at the twin lotus women. Their expressions shifted dramatically. They had not anticipated the sheer terror of Xiao Chen's power. In a frantic response, they pooled all their divine energies for defense. The woman in white summoned a pristine white lotus, while the woman in black produced a dark lotus seed, merging them to form a protective barrier of black and white. However, the instant the sword's light struck the barrier, it shattered like glass, sending the twin lotus women staggering back, blood spilling from their lips. You are no match for me, Xiao Chen declared, sheathing his sword. The divine radiance on the Emperor Heaven sword gradually receded. The Tao Master had already transcended, a choice he had made for himself. The sisters' obsession with awakening him was merely a source of their own torment. The woman in white gazed at Xiao Chen, her eyes filled with reluctant acceptance of their disparity in strength. Are you truly the heir of the Tao Master? She asked. Xiao Chen nodded, gesturing toward the depths of the Tao Palace, where a spectral image materialized, the last remnant of the Tao Master before his transcendence. In the image, the Tao Master smiled, recounting his choice to transcend due to solitude, hoping that his heir could break free from eternal loneliness and create a remarkable legacy of their own. As the twin lotus women beheld the image, their obsessions began to wane, tears cascading down their cheeks. Our fixation was too profound, the woman in black whispered, her tone imbued with relief. At that moment, a blinding light erupted from the center of the Tao Palace, a pillar of boundless primal power ascending from the ground, enveloping Xiao Chen. Within the pillar, countless Tao symbols danced, remnants of the eternal source left by the Tao Master, a final opportunity bestowed upon his heir. This is the Tao Master's source power, the woman in white exclaimed, her eyes filled with envy. As Xiao Chen absorbed the surging source power, the eternal divine path within him began to transform. What had once been a pinnacle of eternal cultivation now hinted at a breakthrough. His body gradually became translucent, merging with the surrounding chaotic energies before reforming instantaneously. With each reconstitution, his aura intensified. Days passed, and as the light dissipated, the divine radiance around Xiao Chen contracted, rendering him seemingly ordinary, yet his eyes held the wisdom to perceive the past, present, and future of the chaotic realms. His cultivation had transcended the eternal realm, reaching an unprecedented state, the Chaos Emperor realm, wherein every gesture allowed him to command the rise and fall of chaos, rewriting the laws of the universe. I am grateful for the Tao Master's gifts, as well as for the support of the two ladies. Xiao Chen bowed respectfully to the image of the Tao Master and the twin lotus women. Exchanging glances, the twin lotus women inclined their heads in unison. We wish to follow you, my lord, to safeguard the chaotic heavens and rectify our past wrongs. Xiao Chen nodded in acknowledgement, leading the twin lotus women out of the Tao Palace. Outside, the Divine Emperor War had long since concluded, and the Xiao Clan members stood guard before the palace. Upon witnessing Xiao Chen's emergence, they rushed forward, their expressions transforming into shock as they sensed the unfathomable aura emanating from him. Patriarch, your cultivation. Xiao Li stammered. Xiao Chen smiled gently. It is merely a slight breakthrough. He then guided his clan back to the divine realm. He eradicated the hidden dangers of the Xiao clan and, with his newfound strength, restored order within the chaotic heavens, fostering a harmonious coexistence among the worlds, free from conflict and strife. Under Xiao Chen's guidance, the twin lotus women continually improved their cultivation, becoming vital guardians of the chaotic heavens. Millennia passed quietly, and the legend of Xiao Chen was passed down through generations. Some spoke of how he once cleaved through the void with a single sword, quelling the invasion of external malevolence. Others recounted how he revived a world on the brink of annihilation using his own source power. Still others said he lectured the masses atop the river of chaos, guiding countless cultivators toward the righteous path. His name became synonymous with immortality and guardianship, destined to be remembered through the ages. In the Xiao family residence within the divine realm, Xiao Chen now relished tranquil moments with the twin lotus women and his clan. In the courtyard, peach blossoms bloomed vibrantly, and a gentle stream flowed, as Xiao Chen personally brewed a pot of tea, offering it to the woman beside him. Now that the chaotic heavens are at peace, we should savor this tranquil life, Xiao Chen remarked softly. The woman in white accepted the tea, her face lighting up with a tender smile. With you, my lord. Every moment is blissful. The woman in black added, indeed, from now on, we shall always be by your side. Xiao Chen gazed at those around him, his heart swelling with contentment. He had traversed chaos, endured countless battles, and had finally achieved his heart's desire, protecting those he cherished and attaining true happiness. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting warmth and serenity over the courtyard, as if witnessing the splendid conclusion of this immortal tale.